Volume 1, Chapter 1 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 1. A Pretty Horsebreaker. The moon had newly risen, a late October moon, a pale, almost imperceptible crescent, above the dark pine spires in the thicket through which Roderick Vawdrey came, gun in hand, after a long day's rabbit-shooting. It was not his nearest way home, but he liked the broad clearing in the pine-wood, which had a ghostly look at dusk, and was so still and lonely that the dart of a squirrel through the fallen leaves was a startling event. Here and there a sturdy young oak that had been newly stripped of its bark lay among the fern, like a naked corpse of a giant. Here and there a tree had been cut down and slung across the track, ready for barking. The ground was soft and spongy, slippery with damp dead leaves, and inclined in a general way to bogginess. But it was ground that Roderick Vawdrey had known all his life, and it seemed more natural to him than any other spot upon Mother Earth. On the edge of this thicket there was a broad ditch, with more mud and dead fern in it than water, a ditch strongly suspected of snakes, and beyond the ditch the fence that enclosed Squire Tempest's domain, an old manor house in the heart of the New Forest. It had been an abbey before the Reformation, and was still best known as the Abbey House. "I wonder whether I'm too late to catch her," speculated Roderick, shifting his bag from one shoulder to the other. "She's no end of fun." In front of the clearing there was a broad 5-barred gate, and beside the gate a keeper's cottage. The flame of a newly lighted candle flashed out suddenly upon the autumn dusk, while Roderick stood looking at the gate. "I'll ask at the lodge," he said. "I should like to say good-bye to the little thing before I go back to Oxford." He walked quickly on to the gate. The keeper's children were playing at nothing particular just inside it. "Has Miss Tempest gone for her ride this afternoon?" he asked. "Yes, sir," drawled the eldest shock-headed youngster. "And not come back yet?" "No, if she don't take care her be bogged." Roderick hitched his bag on the top of the gate, and stood at ease waiting. It was late for the little lady of Tempest Manor to be out on her pony, but then it was an understood thing within a radius of 10 miles or so that she was a self-willed young person, and at even 15 years of age she had a knack for following her own inclination, with that noble disregard of consequences which characterizes the heaven-born ruler. Mr. Vawdrey had not waited more than 10 minutes when there came a thud of hoofs upon the soft track, a flash of grey in the distance, something flying over those forky branches sprawling across the way, then a half-sweet, half-shrill call like a bird's, at which the keeper's children scattered themselves like a brood of sacred chickens, and now a rush, and a grey pony shooting suddenly into the air, and coming down the other side of the gate, as if he were a new kind of sky-rocket. "And what do you think of that, Rorie?" cried a shrill, sweet voice of the grey pony's rider. "I'm ashamed of you, Vixen," cried Roderick. "You'll come to a bad end some of these days." "I don't care if I do, as long as I get my fling first," replied Vixen, tossing her tawny mane. She was a slim young thing, in a short Lincoln green habit. She had a small, pale face, brown eyes that sparkled with life and mischief, and a rippling mass of reddish auburn hair falling down her back under a coquettish little felt hat. "Hasn't your mamma forbidden jumping, Vixen?" remonstrated Roderick, opening the gate and coming in. "Yes, that she has, sir," said the old groom, riding up at a jog-trot on his thick-set brown cob. "It's quite against Mrs. Tempest's orders, and it's a great responsibility to go out with Miss Violet. She will do it." "You mean the pony will do it, Bates," cried Vixen. "I don't jump." How can I help it if papa has given me a jumping pony? If I didn't let Titmouse take a gait when he was in the humour, he'd kick like old boots, and pitch me a cropper. It's an instinct of self-preservation that makes me let him jump. And as for poor, dear, pretty little mamma," continued Vixen, addressing herself to Roderick, and changing her tone to one of patronizing tenderness, "if she had her way, I should be brought up in a little box wrapped in jeweller's wool, to keep me safe. But you see, I take after papa, Rorie, and it comes as natural to me to fly over gates as it does to you to get ploughed for Smalls. There, Bates," jumping off the pony, "you may take Titmouse home, and I'll come presently to give him some apples, for he has been a dear, darling, precious treasure of a ponykins." She emphasized this commendation with a kiss on Titmouse's grey nose, and handed the bridle to Bates. "I'm going to walk home with Mr. Vawdrey," she said. "But, Vixen, I can't really," said Roderick. "I'm due at home this moment, only I couldn't leave without saying good-bye to little Vix." "And you're overdue too at Oxford too, aren't you?" cried Vixen, laughing. "You're always due somewhere, never in the right place. But whether you are due or not, you're coming up to the stables with me to give Titmouse his apples, and then you're coming to dine with us on your last night at home. I insist upon it. Papa insists. Mamma insists. We all insist. My mother will be as angry as—" "Old boots?" interjected Vixen. "That's the best comparison I know." "Awfully vulgar for a young lady." "You taught it me. How can I help being vulgar when I associate with you? You should hear Miss McCroke preach at me sermons so long." Here Vixen extended her arms to the utmost. "And I'm afraid they'd make as much impression on Titmouse as they do upon me. But she's a dear old thing, and I love her immensely." This was Vixen's usual way, making up for all shortcomings with the abundance of her love. The heart was always atoning for the errors of the head. "I wouldn't be Miss McCroke for anything. She must have a bad time of it with you." "She has," assented Vixen, with a remorseful sigh. "I fear I'm bringing her sandy hairs with sorrow to the grave. That hair of hers never could be grey, you know. It's too self-opinionated in its sandiness. Now come along, Rorie, do. Titmouse will be stamping about his box like a maniac if he doesn't get those apples." She gave a little tug with both her small doe-skin-covered hands at Roderick's arm. He was still standing by the gate, irresolute, inclination drawing him to the Abbey House, duty calling him home to Briarwood, 5 miles off, where his widowed mother was expecting his return. "My last night at home, Vix," he said remonstrantly. "I really ought to dine with my mother." "Of course you ought, and that's the very reason why you'll dine with us, so come over now, as Bates says to the horses. I don't know what there is for dinner," she added confidentially, "but I feel sure it's something nice. Dinner is papa's particular vanity, you know. He's very weak about dinner." "Not as weak as he is about you, Vixen." "Do you really think papa is as fond of me as he is of his dinner?" "I'm sure of it." "Then he must be very fond of me," exclaimed Vixen with conviction. "Now are you coming?" Who could resist those little soft hands in doeskin? Certainly not Rorie. He resigned himself to the endurance of his mother's anger in the future, as a price to be paid for the indulgence of his inclination in the present, gave Vixen his arm, and turned his face towards the Abbey House. They walked through shrubberies that would have seemed a pathless wilderness to a stranger, but every turn in which was familiar to these two. The ground was undulating, and vast thickets of rhododendron and azalea rose high above them, or sank in green valleys below their path. Here and there a group of tall firs towered skyward above the dark entanglement of shrubs, or a great beech spread its wide limbs over the hollows. Here and there a pool of water reflected the pale moonshine. The house lay low, sheltered and shut in by those rhododendron thickets, a long rambling pile of building, which had been added to, and altered, and taken away from, and added to again, like that well-known puzzle in mental arithmetic, which used to amuse us in our childhood. It was all gables and chimney-stacks and odd angles, an ivy-mantled wall, and richly mullioned windows, or quaint little diamond-paned lattices, peeping like a watchful eye from under the shadow of a jutting cornice. The stables had been added in Queen Elizabeth's time, after the monks had been routed from their snug quarters, and the abbey had been bestowed upon one of the Tudor favourites. These Elizabethan stables formed the four sides of a quadrangle, stone-paved, with an old marble basin in the centre, a basin which the vicar pronounced to be an early Saxon font, but which Squire Tempest refused to have removed from the place it had occupied ever since the stables were built. There were curious carvings upon the six sides, but so covered with mosses and lichens that nobody could tell what they meant, and the squire forbade any scraping process by officious antiquarians, which might lead to somebody's forcible appropriation of the ancient basin. The squire was not so modern in his ideas as to set up his own gasometer, so the stables were lighted by lanterns, with an oil lamp fixed here and there against the wall. Into this dim, uncertain light came Roderick and Vixen, through the deep stone archway which opened from the shrubbery into the stable yard, and which was solid enough for the gate of a fortified town. Titmouse's stable was lighted better than the rest. The door stood open, and there was Titmouse, with his neat little quilted doe-skin saddle still on his back, waiting to be fed and petted by his young mistress. It was a pretty picture, the low-ceiled stable, with its wide stalls and roomy loose boxes, and carpet of plaited straw, golden against the deep brown of the woodwork. Vixen ran into the box and took off Titmouse's bridle, he holding down his head, like a child submitting to be undressed. Then, with many vigorous tugs at straps and buckles, and a good deal of screwing up of her rosy lips in the course of the effort, Vixen took off her pony's saddle. "I like to do everything I can for him," she explained, as Rorie watched with an amused smile. "I'd wisp him down if they'd let me." She left the leather panel on Titmouse's back, hung up saddle and bridle, and skipped off to a corn chest to hunt for apples. Of these she brought half a dozen or so in the skirt of her habit, and then, swinging herself lightly into a comfortable corner of the manger, began to carry out her system of reward for good behaviour, with much coquetry on her part and Titmouse's. Rorie watching it all from the empty stable adjoining, his folded ends resting on the top of the partition. He said not another word about his mother, or the duty that called him home to Briarwood, but stood and watched this pretty horsebreaker in a dreamy contentment. What was Violet Tempest, otherwise Vixen, like this October evening, just 3 months before her 15th birthday? She made a lovely picture in this dim light, as she sat in the corner of the old manger, holding a rosy-cheeked apple at a tantalizing distance from Titmouse's nose. Yet she was perhaps not altogether lovely. She was brilliant rather than absolutely beautiful. The white skin was powdered with freckles. The rippling hair was too warm and auburn to escape an occasional unfriendly remark from captious critics. But it was not red hair for all that. The eyes were brownest of the brown, large, bright, and full of expression. The mouth was a thought too wide, but it was a lovely mouth notwithstanding. The lips were full and firmly moulded, lips that could mean anything, from melting tenderness to sternest resolve. Such lips, a little parted, to show the widest, evenest teeth in Hampshire, seemed to Rorie lovely enough to please the most critical connoisseur of feminine beauty. The nose was short and straight, but had a trick of tilting itself upward, with a little impatient jerk that made it seem retroussé. The chin was round and full and dimpled. The throat was full and round also, a white column supporting a tawny head, and indicated that Vixen was meant to be a powerful woman, and not one of those ethereal nymphs who lend themselves most readily to the decorative art of a court milliner. "I'm afraid Violet will be a dreadfully large creature," Mrs. Tempest murmured plaintively, as the girl grew and flourished, that lady herself being ethereal, and considering her own appearance a strictly correct standard of beauty, how could it be otherwise when she had been known before her marriage as the pretty Miss Calthorpe? "That is very nice, you know, Vixen," said Roderick critically, as Titmouse made a greedy snap at an apple and was repulsed with a gentle pat on his nose. "But it can't go on for ever. What will you do when you are grown up?" "Have a horse instead of a pony," answered Vixen unhesitatingly. "And will that be all the difference?" "I don't see what other difference there can be. I shall always love papa. I shall always love hunting. I shall always love mamma, as much as she'll let me. I shall always have a corner in my heart for dear old Crokey, and perhaps," looking at him mischievously, "even an odd corner for you. What difference can a few more birthdays make in me? I should be too big for Titmouse, that's the only misfortune. But I shall always keep him for my pet, and I'll have a basket carriage, and drive him when I go to see my poor people. Sitting behind a pony is an awful bore when one's natural place is on his back, but I'd sooner endure it than let Titmouse fancy himself superannuated. But when you're grown up, you'll have to come out, Vixen. You'll be obliged to go to London for a season, and be presented, and go to no end of balls, and ride in the Row, and make a grand marriage, and have a page all to yourself in the Court Journal." "Catch me going to London!" exclaimed Vixen, ignoring the latter part of the sentence. "Papa hates London, and so do I. And as to the rotten Row, je voudrais bien me voir passant cela," added Vixen, whose study of the French language chiefly resulted in the endeavour to translate English slang into that tongue. "No, when I grow up I shall take papa the tour of Europe. We'll see all those places I'm worried about at lessons. Marathon, Egypt, Naples, the Peloponnesus, toutes les tremblements. And I shall say to each of them, 'Oh, this is you, is it? What a nuisance you've been to me on that map.' We shall go to Mount Vesuvius and to the Pyramids, and do all sorts of wild things. And by the time I come home I shall have forgot the whole of my education." "If Miss Crokey could hear you!" "She does often. You can't imagine the wild things I say to her. But I love her fondly." A great bell clanged out a vigorous peal that seemed to shake the old stable. "There's the first bell. I must run and dress. Come to the drawing-room and see mamma." "But, Vixen, how can I sit down to dinner in such a costume?" remonstrated Rorie, looking down at his brown shooting suit, leather gaiters, and tremendous boots which, instead of being beautified with blacking, were suppled with tallow. "I can't do it, really." "Nonsense!" cried Vixen. "What does it matter? Papa seldom dresses for dinner. I believe he considers it a sacrifice to mamma's sense of propriety when he washes his hands after coming in from the home farm. And you are only a boy, I beg your pardon, an undergraduate, so come along." "But upon my word, Vixen, I feel too much ashamed of myself." "I've asked you to dinner, and you've accepted," pulling him out of the stable by the lapel of his shooting jacket. He seemed to relish that mode of locomotion, for he allowed himself to be pulled all the way to the hall door, and into the glow of the great beechwood fire, a ruddy light which shone upon many a sporting trophy, and reflecting itself on many a gleaming pike and cuirass belonging to days of old, when gentlemanly sports for the most part meant man-hunting. It was a fine old vaulted hall, a place to love and remember lovingly when far away. The walls were all of darkly bright oak panelling, save where here and there a square of tapestry hung before a door, or a painted window let in the moonlight. At one end there was a great arched fireplace, the arch surmounted with Squire Tempest armorial bearings, roughly cut in freestone. A mailed figure, of the usual stumpy build, in helm and hauberk, stood on each side of the hearth. A large three-cornered chair, covered with stamped and gilded leather, was drawn up to the fireside, the squire's favourite seat on an autumn or winter afternoon. The chair was empty now, but stretched at full length before the blazing logs lay the squire's chosen companion, Nip, a powerful, liver-coloured pointer, and beside him, in equally luxurious rest, reclined Argus, Vixen's mastiff. There was a story about Vixen and the mastiff, involving the only incident in that young lady's life the recollection whereof could make her blush. The dog, apparently coiled in deepest slumber, heard the light footsteps on the hall floor, pricked up his tawny ears, sprang to his feet, and bounded over to his young mistress, whom he nearly knocked down in the warmth of his welcome. Nip the pointer blinked at the intruders, yawned desperately, stretched himself a trifle longer, and relapsed into slumber. "How fond that brute is of you," said Rorie, "but it's no wonder when one considers what you did for him." "If you say another word, I shall hate you," cried Vixen savagely. "Well, you know, when a fellow fights another fellow's battles, the other fellow's bound to be fond of him. And when a young lady pitches into a bird boy with her riding whip to save a mastiff pup from ill usage, that mastiff pup is bound—" "Mamma!" cried Vixen, flinging aside tapestry portière, and bouncing into the drawing-room. "Here's Roderick, and he's come to dinner, and you must excuse his shooting dress, please. I'm sure Pa will." "Certainly, my dear Violet," replied a gentle, triante voice from the firelit dimness from the velvet-curtained hearth. "Of course I am always glad to see Mr. Vawdrey when your papa asks him. Where did you meet the Squire, Roderick?" "Upon my word, Mrs. Tempest," faltered Rorie, coming slowly forward into the ruddy glow, "I feel quite awfully ashamed of myself. I've been rabbit-shooting, and I'm a most horrid object. It wasn't the Squire asked me to stay, it was Vixen." Vixen made a ferocious grimace at him. He could just see her distorted countenance in the firelight, and further expressed her aggravation by a smart crack of her whip. "Violet, my love, you have such startling ways," exclaimed Mrs. Tempest, with a long-suffering air. "Really, Miss McCroke, you ought to try and correct her of those startling ways." On this, Roderick became aware of a stout figure in a tartan dress, knitting industriously on the side of the hearth opposite Mrs. Tempest's sofa. He could just see the flash of those active needles, and could just hear Miss McCroke murmur placidly that she had corrected Violet, and that it was of no use. Rorie remembered that plaid poplin dress when he was at Eton. It was a Royal Stuart too brilliant to be forgotten. He used to wonder whether it would ever wear out, or whether it was made of some indestructible tissue like asbestos, a fabric that neither time nor fire could destroy. "It's Rorie's last night, you see, mamma," apologized Vixen, "and I knew you and papa would like him to come, and that you wouldn't mind his shooting clothes a bit, though they do make him look like the under-keeper, except that the under-keeper's better looking than Rorie, and has finished growing his whiskers instead of living in the expectation of them." And with this Parthian shot, Vixen made a pirouette on her neat little moccasin-shod toes, and whisked herself out of the room, leaving Roderick Vawdrey to make the best of his existence for the next 20 minutes, with the two women he always found it the most difficult to get on with, Mrs. Tempest and Miss McCroke. The logs broke into a crackling blaze just at this moment, and lighted up that luxurious hearth and the two figures beside it. It was the prettiest thing imaginable in the way of a drawing-room, that spacious, low-ceiled chamber in the Abbey House. The oak panelling was painted white, a barbarity on the part of those modern goths, the West End decorators, but a charming background for quaint Venetian mirrors, hanging shelves of curious old china, dainty little groups of richly bound duodecimos, brackets, bronzes, freshest flowers in Majolico jars, water-colour sketches by Hunt, Prout, Cattermole, and Edward Duncan, sage-green silk curtains, black and gold furniture, and all the latest prettiness of the new Jacobean school. The mixture of real medievalism and modern quaintness was delightful. One hardly knew where the rococo began, or the medieval left off. The good old square fireplace, with its projecting canopy, and columns in white and coloured marbles, was as old as the days of Inigo Jones, but the painted tiles, with their designs from the Iliad and the Odyssey, after Dante Rossetti, were the newest things from Minton's factory. Even Rorie felt that the room was pretty, though he did above all things abhor being trapped in it, as he found himself this October evening. "There's a great lot of rubbish in it," he used to say of Mrs. Tempest's drawing-room, "but it's rather nice altogether." Mrs. Tempest at 35 still retained the good looks which had distinguished Miss Calthorpe at 19. She was small and slim, with a delicate complexion. She had large soft eyes of a limpid innocent azure, regular features, rosebud lips, hands after Velasquez, and an unexceptional taste in dress, the selection of which formed one of the most onerous occupations of her life. To attire herself becomingly, and to give the squire the dinners he best liked, in an order of succession so dexterously arranged as never to provide satiety, were Mrs. Tempest's cardinal duties. In the intervals of her life she read modern poetry, unobjectionable French novels, and reviews. She did a little high art needlework, played Mendelssohn's Lieder, sang 3 French chansons which her husband liked, slept and drank orange pekoe. In the consumption of this last article Mrs. Tempest was as bad as a dram drinker. She declared her inability to support life without that gentle stimulant, and required to be wound up at various hours of her languid day with a dose of her favourite beverage. "I think I'll take a cup of tea," was Mrs. Tempest's inevitable remark at every crisis of her existence. "And so you're going back to Oxford, Roderick?" the lady began with a languid kindness. Mrs. Tempest had never been known to be unkind to anyone. She regarded all her fellow creatures with a gentle tolerance. They were there, a necessary element of the universe, and she bore with them. But she had never attached herself particularly to anybody except the squire. Him she adored. He took all the trouble of life off her hands, and gave her all good things. She had been poor, and he made her rich. Nobody, and he had elevated her into somebody. She loved him with a canine fidelity, and felt towards him as a dog feels toward his master, that in him this round world begins and ends. "Yes," assented Rorie with a sigh, "I'm going up to-morrow." "Why up?" inquired Miss McCroke, without lifting her eyes from her needles. "It isn't up on a map." "I hope you are going to get a grand degree," continued Miss Tempest in that soft conciliatory voice of hers. "Senior wrangler or something?" "That's the other shop," exclaimed Rorie. "They grow that sort of timber at Cambridge. However, I hoped to pull myself through somehow or other this time, for my mother's sake. She attaches a good deal of importance to it, though for my own part I can't see what good it can do me. It won't make me farm my own land better, or ride straighter to hounds, or do my duty better to my tenants." "Education," said Miss McCroke sententiously, "is always a good, and we cannot too highly estimate its influence upon—" "Oh, yes, I know," answered Rorie quickly, for he knew that when the floodgates of Miss McCroke's eloquence were once loosened, the tide ran strong. "When house and lands are gone and spent, a man may turn usher in an academy, and earn £50 a year and his laundress's bill by grinding Caesar's commentaries into small boys. But I shouldn't lay in a stock of learning with that view. When my house and lands are gone, I'll go after them, emigrate and go into the lumber trade in Canada." "What a dreadful idea," said Mrs. Tempest. "But you aren't going to lose house and lands, Roderick. Such a nice place as Briarwood." "To my mind it's rather a commonplace hole," answered the young man carelessly, "but the land is some of the best in the county." It must be nearly 7 by this time, he thought. He was getting through this period of probation better than he had expected. Mrs. Tempest gave a little stifled yawn behind her huge black fan, upon which cupids and graces, lightly sketched in French grey, were depicted dancing in the airiest attitudes after Bacchus. Roderick would have liked to yawn in concert, but at this juncture a sudden ray of light flashed upon him and showed a way of escape. "I think I'll go to the gentleman's room and make myself decent before the second bell rings," he said. "Do," assented Mrs. Tempest with another yawn, and the young man fled. He had only time to scramble through a hurried toilet, and was still feeling very doubtful as to the parting of his short crisp hair, when the gong boomed out its friendly summons. The gentleman's room opened from the hall, and Rorie heard the squire's loud and jovial voice uplifted as he raised the tapestry curtain. Mr. Tempest was standing in front of the log fire, pulling Vixen's auburn hair. the girl had put on a picturesque brown velvet frock. A scarlet sash was tied loosely round her willowy waist, and a scarlet ribbon held back the rippling masses of her bright hair. A study in red and brown, thought Rorie, as the fire glow lit up the picture of the squire in his hunting dress and the girl in her warm velvet gown. "Such a run, Rorie," said the squire. "We dawdled about among the firs from 12 till 4 doing nothing, and just as it was getting dark, started up a stag on the high ground, this side of Pickett's Post, and ran him nearly into Ringwood. Go in and fetch my wife, Rorie. Oh, here she is," as the portiere was lifted by a white hand all a-glitter with diamonds. "You must excuse me sitting down in pink today, Pamela. I only got in as the gong began to sound, and I'm as hungry as the proverbial hunter." "You know I always think you handsomest in your scarlet coat, Edward," replied the submissive wife, "but I hope you're not very muddy." "I won't answer for myself, but I haven't been actually up to my neck in a bog." Rorie offered his arm to Mrs. Tempest, and they all went into dinner, the squire still playing with his daughter's hair, and Miss McCroke solemnly bringing up the rear. The dining room in the Abbey House was the ancient refectory, large enough for a mess room. So when there were no visitors, the Tempests dined in the library, a handsome square room in which old family portraits looked down from the oak panelling above the bookcases, and where the literary element was not so obtrusively conspicuous. You felt that it was a room quite as well adapted for conviviality as for study. There was also a cottage piano in a snug corner by the fireplace. The squire's capacious armchair stood on the other side of the hearth, Mrs. Tempest's low chair and a gypsy table facing it. The old oak buffet opposite the chimney-piece was a splendid specimen of Elizabethan carving, and made a rich background for the squire's racing cups, and a pair of Oliver Cromwell tankards, plain and ornamental as that illustrious Roundhead himself. It was a delightful room on a chill October evening like this, the logs roaring up the wide chimney, a pair of bronze candelabra lighting buffet and table, Mrs. Tempest smiling pleasantly at her unbidden guest, and the squire stooping, red-faced and plethoric, over his mulligatawny, while Vixen, who was at an age when dinner is a secondary consideration, was amusing herself with the dogs, gentlemanly animals too well bred to be importunate in their demands for an occasional tidbit, and content to lie in superb attitudes, looking up at the eaters patiently, with supplication in their great, pathetic brown eyes. "Rorie is going up tomorrow, not in a balloon, but to Magdalen College, Oxford. So, as this was his last night, I made him come to dinner," explained Vixen presently. "I hope I didn't do wrong." "Rorie knows he's always welcome. Have some more of that mulligatawny, my lad, it's uncommonly good." Rorie declined the mulligatawny, being at this moment deeply engaged in watching Vixen and the dogs. Nip, the liver-coloured pointer, was performing his celebrated statue feat, with his 4 legs stiffly extended, and his head proudly poised. He simulated a dog of marble, and if it had not been for the occasional bumping of his tail upon the Persian carpet, and an occasional wag of self-approbation, the simulation would have been perfect. "Look, papa, isn't it beautiful? I went out of the room the other day while Nip was doing the statue, after I told him not to move a paw, and I stayed away quite 5 minutes, and then stole quietly back, and there he was, lying as still as if he had been carved out of stone. Wasn't that fidelity?" "Nonsense!" cried the squire. "How do you know that Nip didn't wind you as you opened the door, and get himself into position? What are these?" As the old silver entree dishes came round. "Stewed eels. You never forget my taste, Pamela." "Stewed eels, sir, sole maître d'hôtel," said the butler in the usual suppressed and deferential tone. Rorie helped himself automatically and went on looking at Vixen. Her praises of Nip had kindled jealous fires in the breast of Argus, her own particular favourite, and the blunt black muzzle had been thrust vehemently under her velvet sleeve. "Angus is angry," said Rorie. "He's a dear old foolish thing to be jealous," answered Vixen, when he knows I'd go through fire and water for him.
Or even fight a big boy,
cried the squire, throwing himself back in his chair, with the unctuous laughter of a man who is dining well, and knows it. Vixen blushed rosiest red at the allusion. "Papa, you oughtn't to say such things," she cried. "I was a little bit of a child then."
"Yes, and flew at a great boy of 14 and licked him," exclaimed the squire rapturously. "You know the story, don't you, Rorie?"
Rorie had heard it 20 times, but he looked the picture of ignorant expectancy.
"You know how Vixen came by Argus?"
"What, you don't? Well, I'll tell you. This little yellow-haired lass of mine was barely 9 years old, and she was riding through the village on her pony, with young Stubbs behind her on the sorrel mare, and, you know, to her dying day, that sorrel will never let anyone dismount her quietly. Now what does Vixen spy but a lumberly lad and a lot of small children ill-using a mastiff pup. They'd tied a tin kettle to the brute's tail, and were doing their best to drown him. There's a pond just beyond Mrs. Fairley's cottage, you know, and into that pond they'd pelted the puppy, and wouldn't let him get out of it. As fast as the poor little brute scrambled up the muddy bank, they drove him back into the water."
"Papa, darling," pleaded Vixen despairingly, "Rorie has heard it all 1,000 times before. Haven't you now, Rorie?" "It's as new to me as tomorrow's Times," said Roderick with effrontery. "Vixen was off the pony before you could say Jack Robinson. She flew into the midst of the dirty little ragamuffins, seized the biggest ruffian by the collar, and trundled him backwards into the pond. Then she laid about her right and left with her whip, till the wretches scampered off, leaving Vixen and the puppy masters of the situation. And by the time the sorrel mare had allowed Stubbs to get off her, and Stubbs rushed to the rescue, the young ringleader had been too much surprised by his ducking to pull himself together again before this, but he came up to time now, and had it out with Stubbs, while the sorrel was doing as much damage as she conveniently could to Mrs. Fairley's palings. "Don't quite kill him, please, Stubbs," cried Vixen, "although he richly deserves it." And then she took the muddy little beast up in her arms and ran home, leaving her pony to fate and Stubbs. Stubbs told me the whole story with tears in his eyes. "Who'd have thought, squire, the little lady would have been such a game 'un," said Stubbs. "It's very horrid of you, papa, to tell such silly stories," remonstrated Vixen. "That was nearly 7 years ago, and Dr. Dewsnap told us the other day that everybody undergoes a complete change of, what was it? All the tissues in 7 years. I'm not the same Vixen that pushed the boy into the pond. There's not a bit of her left in me." And so the dinner went on and ended, with a good deal of distraction, caused by the dogs, and a mild little remark now and then from Mrs. Tempest, or an occasional wise interjection from Miss McCroke, who, in a manner, represented the goddess of wisdom in this somewhat frivolous family, and came in with a corrective and severely rational observation when the talk was drifting towards idiocy. The filberts, bloomy purple grapes, and ruddy pippins, and yellow William pears had gone their rounds, all home produce, and had been admired and praised, and the squire's full voice was mellowing after his second glass of port, when the butler came in with a letter on a salver, and carried it, with muffled footfall and solemn visage, as of one who entrusted with the delivery of a death warrant, straight to Roderick Vawdrey. The young man looked at it as if he had encountered an unexpected visitor of the adder tribe. "My mother," he faltered. It was a large and handsome letter with a big red seal. "May I?" he asked, with a troubled visage, and having received his host and hostess's assent, broke the seal. "Dear Roderick, is it quite kind of you to absent yourself on this your last night at home? I feel very sure that this will find you at the Abbey House, and I sent a brougham at a venture. Be good enough to come home at once. The Dovedales arrived at Ashbourne quite unexpectedly this afternoon, and are dining with me on purpose to see you before you go back to Oxford. If your own good feeling did not urge you to spend this last evening with me, I wonder that Mr. and Mrs. Tempest were not kind enough to suggest to you which way your duty lay. Yours anxiously, Jane Vawdrey. Roderick crumpled the letter with an angry look. That fling at the Tempests hit him hard. Why was it that his mother was always so ready to find fault with these chosen friends of his? "Anything wrong, Rorie?" asked the squire. "Nothing, except that the Dovedales are dining with my mother, and I'm to go home directly." "If you please, ma'am, Master Vawdrey's servant has come for him," said Vixen, mimicking the style of announcement at a juvenile party. "It's quite too bad, Rorie," she went on. "I had made up my mind to beat you at Pyramids. However, I dare say you're very glad to have a chance of seeing your pretty cousin before you leave Hampshire." But Rorie shook his head dolefully, made his adieu, and departed. End of Volume 1, Chapter 1. Recording by Capricia Page.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Volume 1, Chapter 2 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 2. Lady Jane Vawdrey.
"It is not dogs only that are jealous," thought Roderick, as he went home in the brougham, with all the windows down, and the cool night breeze blowing his cigar smoke away into the forest, to mix with the mist wreaths that were curling up from the soft ground. It was an offence of the highest grade to smoke in his mother's carriage, but Rorie was in an evil temper just now, and found a kind of bitter pleasure in disobedience. The carriage bowled swiftly along the straight, well-made road, but Rorie hated riding in the brougham. The soft padded confinement galled him. "Why couldn't she send me my dog-cart?" he asked himself indignantly. Briarwood was a large white house in a small park. It stood on much higher ground than the Abbey House, and was altogether different from that good old relic of a bygone civilization. Briarwood was distinctly modern. Its decorations savoured of the Regency. Its furniture was old-fashioned, without being antique. The classic stiffness and straightness of the first French Empire distinguished the gilded chairs and tables in the drawing-room. There were statues by Chauncey and Canova in the spacious lofty hall, portraits by Lawrence and Romney in the dining-room, a historical picture by Copley over the elephantine mahogany sideboard, a Greek sarcophagus for wines under it. At its best, the Briarwood house was commonplace, but to the mind of Lady Jane Vawdrey, the gardens and hothouses made amends. She was a profound horticulturalist, and spent half her income on orchids and rare, newly imported flowers, and by this means she had made Briarwood one of the show places of the neighbourhood. "A woman must be distinguished for something, or she is no better than her scullery maid," said Lady Jane to her son, excusing herself for these extravagances. "I have no talent for music, painting, or poetry, so I devote myself to orchids, and perhaps my orchids turn out better than many people's music and poetry." Lady Jane was not a pleasant-tempered woman, and enjoyed the privilege of being more feared than liked, a privilege of which she makes the most, and which secured her immunity from many annoyances to which good-natured people are subject. She did good to her poor neighbours, in her own cold set way, But the poor people about Briarwood did not send to her for wine and brandy as if she kept a public-house, and was benefited by their liberal patronage. The curate at the little Gothic church down in the tiny village in the hollow of the wooded hills did not appeal to Lady Jane in his necessities for church or parish. She subscribed handsomely to all orthodox, well-established charities, but was not prone to accidental benevolence. Nobody ever disappointed her when she gave a dinner, or omitted the duty call afterwards. But she had no unceremonious gatherings, no gossipy kettle-drums, no hastily arranged picnics or garden parties. When people in the neighbourhood wanted to take their friends to see the orchids, they wrote to Lady Jane first, and made it quite a state affair, and on an appointed afternoon. The lady of Briarwood received them, richly clad in a dark velvet gown and a point-lace cap, as if she had just walked out of an old picture. And there were 3 or 4 gardeners in attendance to open doors and cut specimen blossoms for the guest. "She's a splendid woman, admirable in every way," said Roderick to an Oxford chum, with whom he had been discussing Lady Jane's virtues. "But if a fellow could have a voice in the matter, she's not the mother I would have chosen for myself." Ambition was the leading characteristic of Lady Jane's mind. As a girl she had been ambitious for herself, and that ambition had been disappointed. As a woman, her ambition transferred itself to her son. She was the eldest daughter of the Earl of Ludway, a nobleman who had been considerably overweighted in the handicap of life, having 9 children, seats in 3 counties, a huge old house in St. James's Square, and a small income. His 3 estates consisting of some of the barrenest and most unprofitable lands in Great Britain. Of Lord Ludway's 9 children, 5 were daughters, and of these Lady Jane was the eldest and the handsomest. Even in her nursery she had a very distinct notion that, for her, marriage meant promotion. She used to play at being married at St. George's, Hanover Square, and would never consent to have a ceremony performed by less than 2 bishops, even though the part of one hierarch had to be represented by the nursery hearth-broom. In due course Lady Jane Umley made her debut in society in all the bloom and freshness of her stately Saxon beauty. She was admired and talked about, and acknowledged as one of the belles of that season. Her portrait was engraved in the Book of Beauty, and her ball programmes were always filled with the very best names. But at the end of the season Lady Ludway went back to the Yorkshire wolds with a biting sense of failure and mortification. Her handsome daughter had not sent her arrow home to the goal. She had not received a single offer worth talking about. "Don't you think you could consent to be married by 1 bishop and a dean, Jenny, if the Marquis comes to the scratch soon after the 12th?" asked Lady Jane's youngest brother derisively. He had been made to do bishop in those play weddings of Lady Jane's very often when the function went against the grain. The Marquis thus familiarly spoken about was Lord Strishfogel, the richest nobleman in Ireland, and a great sea rover, famous for his steam yachts, and his importance generally. He had admired Lady Jane's statuesque beauty, and had been more particular in his attentions than the rest of her satellites, who for the most part merely worshipped her because it was the right thing to do. Lord Strishfogel had promised to come to Heron's Nest, Lord Ludway's place in the Wolds, for the grouse shooting, but instead of keeping his promise, this erratic young peer went off to the Golden Horn to race his yacht against the vessel of the great Turkish official. This was Lady Jane Umley's first disappointment. She had liked Lord Strishfogel just well enough to fancy herself deeply in love with him, and she was unconscious of the influence his rank and wealth had exercised upon her feelings. She had thought of herself so often as the Marchioness of Strishfogel had so completely projected her mind into that brilliant future, that to descend from this giddy height to the insignificance of unwedded girlhood was as sharp a fall as if she had worn a crown and lost it. Her second season began, and Lord Strishfogel was still a rover. He was in the South Seas by this time, writing a book, and enjoying halcyon days among the friendly natives, swimming like a dolphin in those summery seas, and indulging in harmless flirtations with dusky princesses, whose chief attire was made of shells and flowers, and whose untutored dancing was more vigorous than refined. At the end of that second season, Jane Umley had serious thoughts of turning philanthropist, and taking a shipload of destitute young women to Australia. Anything would be better than this sense of wasted life and ignominious failure. She was in this frame of mind when Mr. Vawdrey came to Heron's Nest for the shooting. He was a commoner, but his family was one of the oldest in Hampshire, and he had lately distinguished himself by some rather clever speeches in the House of Commons. His estate was worth 15,000 a year, and he was altogether a man of some mark. Above all, he was handsome, manly, and a gentleman to the marrow of his bones, and he was the first man who ever fell over head and ears in love with Jane Umley. The charms that had repelled more frivolous admirers attracted John Vawdrey. That proud, calm beauty of Lady Jane's seemed to his mind the perfection of womanly grace. Here was a wife for a man to adore upon his knees, a wife to be proud of, a wife to rule her vassals like a queen, and to lead him, John Vawdrey, on to greatness. He was romantic, chivalrous, aspiring, and Lady Jane Umley was the first woman he had met who embodied the heroine of his youthful dreams. He proposed and was refused, and went away despairing. It would have been a good match undoubtedly, a truth which Lord and Lady Lodway urged with some iteration upon their daughter. But it would have been a terrible descent from the ideal marriage which Lady Jane had set up in her own mind as the proper prize for so fair a runner in life's race. She had imagined herself a marchioness, with a vast territory of mountain, vale, and lake, and influence in the sister island second only to that of royalty. She could not descend all at once to behold herself the wife of a plain country gentleman, whose proudest privilege it was to write M.P. after his name. The Earl and Countess were urgent, for they had another daughter ready for the matrimonial market, and were inclined to regard Lady Jane as an old shopkeeper. But they knew their eldest daughter's temper, and did not press the matter too warmly. Another season, Lady Jane's fourth, and Lady Sophia's first, began and ended. Lady Sophia was piquant and witty, and with a snub nose and a playful disposition. She was a first-rate horsewoman, an exquisite waltzer, good at croquet, archery, billiards, and all games requiring accuracy of eye and aim, and Lady Sophia brought down her bird in a single season. She went home to Heron's Nest a duchess in embryo. The Duke of Dovedale, a bulky, middle-aged nobleman, with a passion for field sports and high farming, had seen Lady Sophia riding a dangerous horse in Rotten Row, and had been so charmed by her management of the brute as to become from that hour her slave. A pretty girl, with such a seat in her saddle, and such a light hand for a horse's mouth, was the next best thing to a goddess. Before the season was over the Duke had proposed, and had been graciously accepted by the young lady, who felt an inward glow of pride at having done so much better than the family beauty. "Can I ever forget how that girl Jane had snubbed me?" said Lady Sophia to her favourite brother. "And to think that I shall be sitting in ermine robes in the House of Lords, while she is peeping through the nasty iron fretwork in the ladies' gallery to catch a glimpse of the top of her husband's head in the House of Commons." This splendid engagement of Lady Sophia's turned the tide for the faithful John Vawdrey. Lady Jane met her rejected lover at Trouville, and was so gracious to him that he ventured to renew his suit, and, to his delighted surprise, was accepted. Anything was better than standing out in the cold while the ducal engagement was absorbing everybody's thoughts and conversation. Lady Sophia had boasted, in that playful way of hers, of having her beauty sister for chief bridesmaid, and the beauty sister had made up her mind that this thing should not be. Perhaps She would have married a worse man than John Vawdrey to escape such infamy. And John Vawdrey was by no means disagreeable to her. Nay, it had been pride, and not any disinclination for the man himself, that had bidden her reject him. He was clever, distinguished, and he loved her with a romantic devotion which flattered and pleased her. Yes, she would marry John Vawdrey. Everybody was delighted at this concession, the lady's parents and belongings most especially so. There were 2 daughters disposed of, and if the beauty had made the inferior match, it was only one of those capricious turns of fortune that are more to be expected than the common order of things. So there was a double marriage the following spring at St. George's, and Lady Jane's childish desire was gratified. There were 2 bishops at the ceremony. True that one was only colonial, and hardly ranked higher than the nursery hearth-broom. Fate was not altogether unkind to Lady Jane. Her humble marriage was much happier than her sister's loftier union. The Duke, who had been so good-natured as a lover, proved stupid and somewhat tiresome as a husband. He gave his mind to hunting and farming, and cared for nothing else. His chief conversation was about cattle and manure, guano and composts, the famous white Chillingham oxen, or the last thing in strawberry roans. He spent a small fortune that would have been large for a small man in the attempt to acclimatize strange animals in his park in the Midlands. Sophia, Duchess of Dovedale, had 7 country seats and no home. Her children were puny and feeble. They sickened in the feudal Scotch castle. They languished in the Buckinghamshire Eden, a freestone palace set among the woods that overhang the valley of the Thames. No breezes that blow could waft strength or vitality to those feeble lungs. At 30, the Duchess of Dovedale had lost all her babies, save one frail sapling, a girl of 2 years old, who promised to have a somewhat better constitution than her perished brothers and sisters. On this small paragon the Duchess concentrated her cares and hopes. She gave up hunting, much to the disgust of that Nimrod her husband, in order to superintend her nursery. From the most pleasure-loving of matrons she became the most domestic. Lady Mabel Ashbourne was to grow up the perfection of health, wisdom, and beauty under her mother's loving care. That would have been a great fortune, for there was a considerable portion of the Duke's property which he was free to bequeath to his daughter. He had coal-pits in the north, and a tin mine in the west. He had a house in Kensington, which he had built for himself, a model Queen Anne mansion, with every article of furniture made on the strictest aesthetic principles, and not an anachronism from the garrets to the cellars. You might have expected to meet Marlborough on the stairs, and to find Addison reading in the library. The Scottish castle and the Buckinghamshire paradise would go with the title, but the Duke delighted with the easy-going sport of the New Forest, which brought 600 acres between Stony Cross and Romsey, a wide stretch of those low level pastures across which you see the distant roofs and spires of the good old market town, and had made himself an archetype farmhouse, and had built himself a hunting box with stables and kennels of the most perfect kind. And this estate, with the Queen Anne house, and the pits and the mine, was his very own to dispose of as he pleased. Lady Jane's marriage had proved happy. Her husband, always egged on by her ambitious promptings, had made himself an important figure in the Senate, and had been on the eve of entering the cabinet as colonial secretary, when death cut short his career. A hard winter and a sharp attack of bronchitis nipped the aspiring senator in the bud. Lady Jane was as nearly broken-hearted as so cold a woman could be. She had loved her husband better than anything in this life, except herself. He had left her with one son and a handsome jointure, with the full possession of Briarwood until her son's majority. Upon that only child Lady Jane lavished all her care, but did not squander the wealth of her affection. Perhaps her capacity for loving had died with her husband. She had been proud and fond of him, but she was not proud of the little boy in velvet knickerbockers, whose good looks were his only merit, and who was continually being guilty of some new piece of mischief, laming ponies, smashing orchids, glass, china, and generally disturbing the perfect order which was Briarwood's first law. When the boy was old enough to go to Eton, he seemed still more remote from his mother's love and sympathy. He was passionately fond of field sports, and those Lady Jane Vawdrey detested. He was backwards in all his studies, despite the careful coaching he had received from the mild Anglican curate of Briarwood village. He was intensely pugilistic, and rarely came home for the holidays without bringing a black eye or a swollen nose as the result of his latest fight. He spent a good deal of money, and in a manner that to his mother's calm sense appeared simply idiotic. His hands were always grubby, his nails wore almost perpetual mourning, his boots were an outrage upon good taste, and he generally left a track of muddy footmarks behind him along the crimson carpet corridors. What could any mother do for such a boy except tolerate him? Love was out of the question. How could a delicate, high-bred woman, soft-handed, velvet-robed, care to have such a lad about her? A boy who smelt of stables, and wore hob-nailed boots, whose pockets were always sticky with toffee, and his handkerchiefs a disgrace to humanity, who gave his profoundest thoughts to pigeon fancying, and his warmest affections to ratting terriers, nay, who was capable of having a live rat in his pocket at any moment of his life. But while all these habits made the lad abominable in the eyes of his mother, the Duke and Duchess of Dovedale admired the young Hercules with a fond and envious admiration. The Duke would have given coal pits and tin mine, all the disposable property he had, and deemed it but a small price for such a son. The Duchess thought of her feeble boy-babies, who had been whooping-coughed or scarlet-fevered out of the world, and sighed, and loved her nephew better than ever his mother had loved him since his babyhood. When the Dovedales were at their place in the forest, Roderick almost lived with them, or at any rate divided his time between Ashbourne Park and the Abbey House, and spent as little of his life at home as he could. He patronized Lady Mabel, who was his junior by 5 years, rode her thoroughbred pony for her under the pretence of improving its manners, until he took a header with it into a bog, out of which pony and boy rolled and struggled indiscriminately, boy none the worse, pony lamed for life. He played billiards with the Duke, and told the Duchess all his school adventures, practical jokes, fights, apple-pie beds, booby-traps, surreptitious fried sausages, and other misdemeanours. Out of this friendship arose a brilliant vision which reconciled Lady Jane Vawdrey to her son's preference for his aunt's house and his aunt's society. Why should he not marry Mabel by and by, and unite these two estates of Ashbourne and Briarwood, and become owner of the pits and the mine, and distinguish himself in the Senate, and be created a peer? As the husband of Lady Mabel Ashbourne, he would be rich enough to command a peerage, almost as a right, but his mother would have had him deserve it. But with this idea Lady Jane urged on her son's education. All his Hampshire friends called him clever, but he won no laurels at school. Lady Jane sent for grinders, and had the boy ground, but all the grinding could not grind a love of classics or metaphysics into this free son of the forest. He went to Oxford and got himself ploughed for his little go, with a wonderful facility. For politics he cared not a jot, but he could drive tandem better than any other undergraduate for his year. He never spoke at the Union, but he pulled stroke in the varsity boat. He was famous for his biceps, his good nature, and his good looks, but so far he had distinguished himself for nothing else, and to this stage of non-performance had he come when the reader first beheld him. End of Volume 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Capricia Page. Volume 1, Chapter 3 of Vixen.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 3. I want a little serious talk with you. It was only 9:30 when the brougham drove up to the pillared porch at Briarwood. The lighted drawing-room windows shone out upon the vaporous autumn darkness. A row of 5 tall French casements, and the sound of a piano caught Roderick's ear as he tossed the end of his cigar in the shrubbery, and mounted the wide stone doorsteps. "At it again," muttered Rorie, with a shrug of disgust as he entered the hall, and heard through the half-open drawing-room door an interlacement of pearly runs. At this stage of his existence, Rorie had no appreciation of brilliant pianoforte playing. The music he liked best was of the simplest, most inartificial order. "Are the Duke and Duchess here?" he asked the butler. "Her Grace and Lady Mabel is here, sir, not the Duke." "I suppose I must dress before I face quality," muttered Rorie sulkily, and he went leaping upstairs 3 steps at a time to exchange his brown shooting clothes and leather gaiters for that dress suit of his which was continually getting too small for him. Rorie detested himself in a dress suit and a white tie. "You beast," he cried, addressing his reflection in the tall glass door of his armoire. "You are the image of a waiter at the Clarendon." The Briarwood drawing-room looked a great deal too vast and too lofty for the 3 women who were occupying it this evening. It was a finely proportioned room, and its amber satin hangings made a pleasant background for the white and gold furniture. White, gold, and amber made up the prevailing tones of colour. Clusters of wax lights against the walls and a crystal chandelier with many candles filled the room with a soft radiance. It was a room without shadow. There were no recesses, no deep-set windows or doors. All was coldly bright, faultlessly elegant. Rorie detested his mother's drawing-room almost as much as he detested himself in a dress-coat that was too short in the sleeves. The matrons were seated on each side of the shining gold and steel fireplace, before which there was stretched an island of silky white fur. Lady Jane Vawdrey's younger sister was a stout, comfortable-looking woman in grey silk, who hardly realized one's preconceived notion of a duchess. Lady Jane herself had dignity enough for the highest rank in the Almanach de Gotha. She wore dark green velvet, an old rose point, and looked like a portrait of an Austrian princess by Velasquez. Years had not impaired the purity of her blonde complexion. Her aquiline nose, thin lips, small firm chin, were the features of one born to rule. Her light brown hair showed no streak of grey. An admirable woman, no doubt, for anybody else's mother, as Rorie so often said to himself. The young lady was still sitting at the piano, remote from the 2 elders, her slim white fingers running in and out and to and fro in those wondrous intricacies and involutions which distinguish modern classical music. Rorie hated all that running about the piano to no purpose, and could not perceive his cousin's merit in having devoted 3 or 4 hours of her daily life for the last 7 years to the accomplishment of this melodious meandering. She left off playing, and held out her small white hand to him as he came to the piano after shaking hands with his aunt. What was she like, this paragon formed by a mother's worshipping love and ceaseless care, this one last pearl in the crown of domestic life, this child of so many prayers and hopes, and fears, and deep pathetic rejoicings? She was very fair to look upon, complete and beautiful as a pearl, with that outward purity, that perfect delicacy of tint and harmony of detail, which is in itself a charm. Study her as captiously as you would,
You would find no flaw in this jewel. The small regular features were so delicately chiselled, the fair fine skin was so transparent, the fragile figure so exquisitely moulded, the ivory hand and arm so perfect. No, you could discover no bad drawing or crude colouring in this human picture. She lifted her clear blue eyes to Rorie's face, and smiled at him in gentle welcome. And though he felt intensely cross at having been summoned home like a schoolboy, he could not refuse her a responsive smile, or a gentle pressure of his taper fingers. "And so you have been dining with those horrid people," she exclaimed with an air of playful reproach, "and on your last night in Hampshire. Quite too unkind to Aunt Jane." "I don't know whom you mean by horrid people, Mabel," answered Rorie, chilled back into sullenness all at once. "The people I was with are all that is good and pleasant." "Then you've not been at the Tempests after all?" "I have been at the Tempests. What have you to say against the Tempests?" "Oh, I have nothing to say against them," said Lady Mabel, shrugging her pretty shoulders in her fawn-coloured silk gown. "There are some things that do not require to be said." "Mr. Tempest is the best and kindest of men. His wife is, well, a nonentity perhaps, but not a disagreeable one, and his daughter—" Here Rorie came to a sudden stop, which Lady Mabel accentuated with a silvery little laugh. "His daughter is charming," she said when she had done laughing. "Red hair, and a green habit with brass buttons, a yellow waistcoat like her papa's, and a rose in her buttonhole. How I should like to see her in Rotten Row." "I'll warrant there won't be a better horsewoman or a prettier girl there," cried Rorie, scarlet with indignation. His mother looked daggers. His cousin gave another silvery laugh, clear as those pearly treble runs upon the Erde, but that pretty artificial laugh had a ring which betrayed her mortification. "Rorie is thorough," she said. "When he likes people he thinks them perfection. You do think that little red-headed girl quite perfection now, don't you, Rorie?" pursued Lady Mabel, sitting down before the piano again, and touching the notes silently as she seemed to admire the slender diamond hoops upon her white fingers, old-fashioned rings that had belonged to her patrician great-grandmother. "You think her quite a model young lady, though they say she can hardly read, and makes her mark like William the Conqueror, instead of signing her name, and spends her life in the stables, and occasionally, when the fox gets back to earth, swears." "I don't know who they may be," cried Roderick savagely, "but they say a pack of lies. Violet Tempest is as well educated as any girl need be. All girls can't be paragons, or, if they could, this earth would be intolerable for the rest of humanity. Lord deliver us from a world overrun with paragons. Violet Tempest is little more than a child, a spoiled child if you like, but she has a heart of gold, and a firmer seat in her saddle than any woman in Hampshire." Roderick had turned from scarlet to pale by the time he finished this speech. His mother had paled at the first mention of poor Vixen. That young lady's name acted upon Lady Jane's feelings very much as a red rag acts on a bull. "I think after keeping you away from your mother on the last night of your vacation, Mr. Tempest might at least have had the good taste to let you come home sober," said Lady Jane, with suppressed rage. "I drank a couple of glasses of still hock at dinner, and not a drop of anything else from the time I entered the Abbey till I left it, and I don't think, considering how I've seasoned myself with base at Oxford, that 2 glasses of Rudesheimer would floor me," explained Rorie with recovered calmness. "Oh, but you were drinking deep of a more intoxicating nectar," cried Lady Mabel, with that provokingly distinct utterance of hers. She had been taught to speak so carefully as girls of inferior rank are taught to play Beethoven, every syllable studied, every tone trained and ripened to the right quality. "You were with Violet Tempest." "How you children quarrel!" exclaimed the Duchess. "You could hardly be worse if you were lovers. Come now, Rorie, and tell me all that has happened to you since we saw you at Lord's in July. Never mind these Tempest people, they are of the smallest possible importance. Of course Rorie must have somebody to amuse himself while we are away, and now we are come back he is off to Oxford, said Mabel with an aggrieved air. You shouldn't have stayed so long in Switzerland, then, retorted Rorie. Oh, but it was my first visit, and everything is so lovely. After all the Swiss landscapes I have done in chalk and pencil and watercolours, I was astonished to find what a stranger I was to the scenery. I blushed when I remembered those dreadful landscapes of mine. I was ashamed to look at Mont Blanc. I felt as if the Matterhorn would fall and crush me. I think I shall do Switzerland next long, said Rorie patronizingly, as if it would be a good thing for Switzerland. You might have come this year while we were there, said Lady Mabel. No, I mightn't. I've been grinding. If you knew what a dose of Aristotle I've done, you'd pity me. That's where you girls have the best of it. You learn to read a storybook in 2 or 3 modern languages, to meander up and down the piano and spoil Bristol boards, or Watman's hot-pressed imperial, and then you call yourselves educated, while we have to go back to the beginning of civilization and find out what a lot of old Greek duffers were driving at when they sat in the sunshine and prosed like old boots. Lady Mabel looked at him with a serene smile. Would you be surprised to hear that I know a little Greek? She said, just enough to struggle through some Socratic dialogues with the aid of my master. Roderick started as if he had been stung. What a shame, he cried. Aunt Sophia, what do you mean by making a Lady Jane Grey or an Elizabeth Barrett Browning of her? A woman who has to occupy a leading position can hardly know too much, answered the Duchess sententiously. Ah, to be sure, Mabel will marry some diplomatic swell, and be entertaining ambassadors by and by, and when some modern Greek envoy comes simpering up to her with a remark about the weather, it will be an advantage for her to know Plato. I understand. Wheels within wheels. The Duchess of Dovedale's carriage, announced the butler, rolling out the syllables as if it were a personal gratification to announce them. Mabel rose at once from the piano and came to say good-night to her aunt. My dear child, it's quite early, said Lady Jane. Roderick's last night, too, and your mamma's in no hurry. Mabel looked at Roderick, but that young gentleman was airing himself on the hearthrug and gazing absently up at the ceiling. It evidently signified very little to him whether his aunt and cousin went or stayed. You know you told Papa you would be home soon after 10, said Lady Mabel, and the Duchess rose immediately. She had a way of yielding to her only daughter, which her strong-minded sister highly disapproved. The first duty of a mother, in Lady Jane's opinion, was to rule her child, the second, to love it. The idea was no doubt correct in the abstract, but the practice was not succeeding too well with Roderick. Good night and good-bye, said Lady Mabel, when the maid had brought her wraps and Rorie had put them on. Not good-bye, said the good-natured Duchess. Rorie must come to breakfast tomorrow and see the Duke. He has just brought some wonderful shorthorns, and I am sure he would like to show them to you, Rorie, because you can appreciate them. He was too tired to come out tonight, but I know he wants to see you. Thanks, I'll be there, answered Rorie, and he escorted the ladies to their carriage. But not another word did Mabel speak till the brougham had driven away from Briarwood. What a horrid young man Roderick has grown, mamma, she remarked decisively when they were outside the park gates. My love, I never saw him look handsomer. I don't mean his looks. Good looks in a man are a superfluity, but his manners, I never saw anything so underbred. Those Tempest people are spoiling him. Roderick, said Lady Jane, just as Rorie was contemplating an escape to the billiard-room and his cigar, I want a little serious talk with you. Rorie shivered in his shoes. He knew too well what his mother's serious talk meant. He shrugged his shoulders with a movement that indicated a dormant resistance, and went quietly into the drawing-room. End of Volume 1, Chapter 3. Recording by Capricia Page. Volume 1, Chapter 4 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 4. Rorie Comes of Age. "Bless my soul," cried the squire, "it's a vixen after all." This is how Squire Tempest greeted the family doctor's announcement of his baby's sex. He had been particularly anxious for a son to inherit the Abbey House estate, succeed to his father's dignities as master of the foxhounds, and in a general way sustain the pride and glory of the family name. And behold, Providence had given him a daughter. "The deuce is in it," ejaculated the squire. "To think that it should be a vixen." This is how Violet Tempest came by her curious pet name. Before she was short-coated, she had contrived to exhibit a very spirited and even vixenish temper, and the family doctor, who loved a small joke, used to ask after Miss Vixen when he paid his professional visits. As she grew older, her tawny hair was not unlike a red fox's brush in its bright golden-brown hue, and her temper proved decidedly vixenish. "I wish you wouldn't call Violet by that dreadful nickname, dear," Mrs. Tempest remonstrated mildly. "My darling, it suits her to a nicety," replied the squire, and he took his own way in this as in most things. The earth rolled round, and the revolving years brought no second baby to the Abbey House. Every year made the squire fonder of his little golden-haired girl. He put her on a soft white ball of a pony as soon as she could sit up straight, and took her about the forest with a leading rein. No one else was allowed to teach Vixen to ride. Young as she was, she soon learnt to do without the leading rein, and the gentle white pony was discarded as too quiet for little Miss Tempest. Before her 11th birthday she rode to hounds, rose before the sun to hunt young foxcubs in early autumn, and saw the stag at bay on the wild heathery downs above the wooded valleys that sink and fall below Boulder Wood with almost alpine grandeur. She was a creature full of life and courage, and generous impulses, and spontaneous leanings to all good thoughts. But she was a spoiled child, liked her own way, and had no idea of being guided by anyone else's will, unless it had been her father's, and he never thwarted her. Him she adored with the fondest love that child ever gave to parent, a blind worshipping love that saw in him the perfection of manhood, the beginning and end of earthly good. If anyone had dared to say in Vixen's hearing that her father could, by any possible combination of circumstances, do wrong, act unjustly or ungenerously, it would have been better for that man to have come to handy grips with a tiger-cat than with Violet Tempest. Her reverence for her father and her belief in him were boundless. There never perhaps was a happier childhood than Violet's. She was daughter and heiress to one of the most popular men in that part of the country, and everybody loved her. She was not much given to visiting in a methodical way among the poor, and it had never entered into her young mind that it was her mission to teach older people the way to heaven. But if there was trouble in the village, a sick child, a husband in prison for rabbit snaring, a dead baby, a little boy's pinafore set fire, Vixen and her pony were always to the fore, and it was an axiom in the village that where Miss Tempest did take, it was very good to those she took too. Violet never withdrew her hand when she put it to the plough. However long the sickness, however dire the poverty, Vixen's patience and benevolence lasted to the end. The famous princess in the story whose sleep was broken because there was a pea under her 7 feather beds had scarcely a more untroubled life than Vixen. She had her own way in everything. She did exactly what she liked with her comfortable middle-aged governess, Miss McCroke, learnt what she pleased, and left what she disliked unlearned. She had the prettiest ponies in Hampshire to ride, the prettiest dresses to wear. Her mother was not a woman to bestow mental culture upon her only child, but she racked her small brain to devise becoming costumes for Violet, the coloured stockings which harmonized best with each particular gown, the neat little buckled shoes,
the fascinating Hessian boots. Nothing was too beautiful or too costly for Violet. She was the only thing her parents possessed in the world, and they lavished much love upon her. But it never occurred to Mr. and Mrs. Tempest, as it had occurred to the Duchess of Dovedale, to make their daughter a paragon. In this perpetual sunshine Violet grew up. Fair as most things are that grow in the sunshine, she loved her father with all her heart, and mind, and soul. She loved her mother with a lesser love. She had a tolerant affection for Miss McCroke. She loved her ponies, and the dog Argus. She loved the hounds in the kennels. She loved every honest, familiar face of nurse, servant, and stableman, gardener, keeper, and huntsman, that had looked upon her with friendly, admiring eyes ever since she could remember. Not to be loved and admired would have been the strangest thing to Violet. She would hardly have recognized herself in an unappreciative circle. If she could have heard Lady Mabel talking about her, it would have been like the sudden revelation of an unknown world, a world in which it was possible for people to dislike and misjudge her. This is one of the disadvantages of being reared in a little heaven of domestic love. The outside world seems so hard and black and dreary afterwards, and the inhabitants thereof passing cruel. Miss Tempest looked upon Roderick Vawdrey as her own particular property, a person whom she had the right to order about as she pleased. Rorie had been her playfellow and companion in his holiday time for the last 5 years. All their tastes were in common. They had the same love for the brute creation, the same wild delight in rushing madly through the air on the backs of unreasoning animals. Wildly different in their tastes from Lady Mabel, who had once been run away with in a pony carriage, and looked upon all horses as incipient murderers. They had the same love of nature, and the same indifference to books, and the same careless scorn of all the state and ceremony of life. Vixen was rising 15, as her father called it, and Rorie was just 5 years her senior. The squires saw them gay and happy together, without one serious thought of what might come of their childish friendship, in the growth of years. That his Vixen could ever care for anyone but her old dad was a notion that had not yet found its way into the squire's brain. She seemed to him quite as much his own property, his own to do what he liked with, singly and simply attached to him, as his favourite horse or his favourite dog. So there were no shadowings forth in the paternal mind as to any growth and development which the mutual affection of these two young people might take in the future. It was very different with Lady Jane Vawdrey, who never saw her son and his cousin Mabel together without telling herself how exactly they were suited to each other, and what a nice thing it would be for the Briarwood and Ashbourne's estates to be united by their marriage. Rorie went back to college and contrived to struggle through the next examinations with an avoidance of actual discredit. But when Christmas came he did not return to the forest, though Violet had counted on his coming, and had thought that it would be good fun to have his help in the decorations for the little Gothic church in the valley. Pretty little new church, like a toy, which the squire had built and paid for, and endowed with a perpetual £70 a year out of his own pocket. It would have been fun to see poor Rorie prick his clumsy fingers with the holly. Vixen laughed at his awkwardness in advance, when she talked to Miss McCroke about him, and drew upon himself that lady's mild disapproval. But Christmas came and brought no Rorie. He had gone off to spend his Christmas at the Duke of Dovedale's Scotch castle. Easter came, and still no Rorie. He was at Putney with the varsity crew, or in London with the Dovedales, riding in the Row, and forgetting dear old Hampshire and the last of the hunting, for which he would have been just in time. Even the long vacation came without Rorie. He had gone for that promised tour of Switzerland at his mother's instigation, and was only to come back in the year to keep his 21st birthday,
which was to be honoured in a very subdued and unhilarious fashion at Briarwood. "Mamma," said Violet at breakfast time one August morning, with her nose scornfully tilted, "what is Mr. Vawdrey like? Dark or fair?" "Why, Violet, you can't have forgotten him," protested her mother with languid astonishment. "I think he has been away long enough for me to forget even the colour of his hair, mamma, and as he hasn't written to anybody, we may fairly suppose he has forgotten us." "Vixen misses her playfellow," said the squire, busy with the demolition of a grouse. "But Rorie is a young man now, you know, dear, and has work to do in the world. Duties, my pet, duties." "And is a young man's first duty to forget his old friends?" inquired Vixen naively. "My pet, you can't expect a lad of that kind to write letters. I'm a deuced bad hand at letter-writing myself, and always was. I don't think a man's hand was ever made to pinch a pen. Nature has given us a broad, strong grasp to grip a sword or a gun. Your mother writes most of my letters, Vixen, you know, and I shall expect you to help her in a year or two. Let me see. Rorie will be 21 in October, and there will be high jinks at Briarwood, I believe, so there's something for you to look forward to, my dear." "Edward," exclaimed Mrs. Tempest reproachfully, "you forget that Violet is not out. She will not be 16 till next February." "Bless her," cried the squire, with a tender look at his only child. "She has grown up like a green bay tree. If this were to be quite a friendly affair at Briarwood, she might go, surely." "It will not be a friendly affair," said Mrs. Tempest. "Lady Jane never gives friendly parties. There is nothing friendly in her nature, and I don't think she likes us much. But I daresay we shall be asked, and if we go I must have a new dress," added the gentle lady with a sigh of resignation. "It will be a dinner, no doubt, and the Duke and Duchess will be there, of course." The card of invitation came in due course, 3 weeks before the birthday. It was to be a dinner, as Mrs. Tempest had opined. She wrote off to her milliners at once, and there was a passage of letters and fashion plates and patterns of silk to and fro, and some of Mrs. Tempest's finest lace came out of the perfume chest in which she kept her treasures, and was sent off to Madame Theodore. Poor Vixen beheld these preparations with an aching heart. She did not care about dinner parties in the least, but she would have liked to be with Rorie on his birthday. She would have liked it to have been a hunting day, and to have ridden for a wild scamper across the hills with him, to have seen the rolling hills of the white blue in the distance, to have felt the soft south wind blowing in her face, and to have ridden by his side neck and neck all day long, and then to have gone home to the Abbey House to dinner, to the snug round table in the library, and the dogs, and papa in his happiest mood expanding over his port and walnuts. That would have been a happy birthday for all of them, in Vixen's opinion. The squire and his daughter had plenty of hunting in this merry month of October, but there had been no sign of Rorie and his big raking chestnut in the field, nor had anyone in the forest heard of or seen the young Oxonian. "I daresay he is only coming home in time for the birthday," Mrs. Tempest remarked placidly, and went on with her preparations for the event. She wanted to make a strong impression on the Duchess, who had not behaved too well to her, only sending her invitations for indiscriminate afternoon assemblies, which Mrs. Tempest had graciously declined, pleading her feeble health as a reason for not going to garden parties. Vixen was in a particular temper during those 3 weeks, and poor Miss McCroke had hard work with her. "Der, die, das," cried Vixen, throwing down her German grammar in a rage one morning, when she had been making a muddle of the definite article in her exercise, and the patient governess had declared that they really must go back to the very beginning of things. "What stupid people the Germans are! Why can't they have one little word for everything as we have? THEB. Any child can learn that. What do they mean by chopping up their language into little bits, like the pieces of a puzzle? Why, even the French are more reasonable, though they're bad enough, goodness knows, with their he's and she's, feminine tables and masculine beds. Why should I be bothered to learn all this rubbish? I'm not going to be a governess, and it will never be of any use to me. Papa doesn't know a single sentence in French or German, and he's quite happy." "But if your papa were travelling on the continent, Violet, he would find his ignorance of the language a great deprivation." "No, he wouldn't. He would have a courier." "Are you aware, my dear, that we have wasted 5 minutes already in this discursive conversation?" remarked Miss McCroke, looking at a fat, useful watch which she wore at her side in the good old fashion. "We will leave the grammar for the present, and you can repeat Schiller's Song of the Bell." "I'd rather say The Flight of the Dragon," said Vixen. "There's more fire and life in it. I do like Schiller, Croaky dear, but isn't it a pity that he didn't write it in English?" And Vixen put her hands behind her and began to recite the wonderful story of the knight who slew the dragon, and very soon her eyes kindled and her cheeks were aflame, and the grand verses were rolled out rapidly, with a more or less faulty pronunciation, but plenty of life and vehemence. This exercise of mind and memory suited Vixen a great deal better than dull plodding at the first principles of grammar and the perpetual der, die, das. This day was the last of October, and Roderick Vawdrey's birthday. He had not been to see the Abbey House yet. He had returned to Briarwood before this, no doubt, but had not taken the trouble to come and see his old friends. "He is a man now, and has duties, and has done with us," thought Vixen savagely. She was very glad that it was such a wretched day, a hideous day for anyone's 21st birthday. Ominous of all bad things, she thought. There was not a rift in the dull grey sky. The straight fine rain came down persistently, soaking into the sodden earth, and sending up an odour of dead leaves. The smooth, shining laurels in the shrubbery were the only things in nature that seemed no worse for the perpetual downpour. The gravelled drives were spongy and sloppy. There was no hunting, or Vixen would have been riding her pony through rain and foul weather, and would have been comparatively independent of the elements. But to be at home all day, watching the rain, and thinking what a horrid, ungrateful young man Rorie was, that was dreary. Mrs. Tempest went to her room to lie down directly after luncheon. She wanted to keep herself fresh for the evening. She made quite a solemn business of this particular dinner party. At 5 precisely, Pauline was to bring her a cup of tea. At 5:30 she was to begin to dress. This would give her an hour and a half for her toilet, as Briarwood was only half an hour's drive from the Abbey House. So for the rest of that day, until she burst upon their astonished view in her new gown, Mrs. Tempest would be invisible to her family. "What a disgusting birthday!" cried Vixen, sitting in the deep embrasure of the hall window, with Argus at her side, dog and girl looking out at the glistening shrubbery. Miss McCroke had gone to her room to write letters, or Vixen would have hardly been allowed to remain peacefully in such an inelegant position, her knees drawn up to her chin, her arms embracing her legs, her back against the stout oak shutter. Yet the girl and dog made rather a pretty picture, despite the inelegance of Vixen's attitude. The tawny hair, black velvet frock, and careless amber sash, amber stockings, and broad-toed Cromwell shoes. The tawny mastiff curled in the opposite corner of the deep recess. The old armorial bearings, sending pale shafts of party-coloured light across Vixen's young head. These things made a picture full-framed of light and colour in the dark brown oak. "What an abominable birthday!" ejaculated Vixen. "If it were such weather as this on my 21st birthday, I should think nature had taken a dislike to me. But I don't suppose Rorie cares. He is playing billiards with a lot of his friends, and smoking, and making a horror of himself, I daresay, and hardly knows whether it rains or shines." Drip, drip, drip came the rain on the glistening leaves, berberis and laurel, bay and holly, American oaks of richest red and bronze, copper beeches, tall rhododendrons, cypress of every kind, and behind them a dense, black screen of yew. The late roses looked miserable. Vixen would have liked to have brought them in and put them by the hall fire. The good old hearth with its piles of blazing logs, before which Nip the pointer was stretched at ease, his muscular toes stiffening themselves occasionally, as if he were standing at a bird in his dreams. Vixen went on watching the rain. It was rather a lazy way of spending the afternoon, certainly, but Miss Tempest was out of humour with her little world, and did not feel equal to groping out the difficulties, the inexorable double sharps and odious double flats in a waltz of Chopin's. She watched the straight thin rain, and thought about Rorie, chiefly to the effect that she hated him, and never could by any possibility like him again. Gradually, the trickle of the rain from an overflowing water-pipe took the sound of a tune. No Berceuse by Gounod was ever more rest-compelling. The full white lids drooped over the big brown eyes, and the little locked hands loosened. The soft, round chin fell forward on the knees. Argus gave a snort of satisfaction, and laid his heavy head on the velvet gown. Girl and dog were asleep. There was no sound in the wide old hall except the soft falling of wood ashes, and the gentle breathing of girl and dogs. Too pretty a picture assuredly to be lost on the eye of mankind. Whose footsteps was this sounding on the wet gravel half an hour later? Too quick and light for the squire's. Who was this coming in softly out of the rain, all dripping like a water god? Who was this whose falcon eye took in the picture at a glance, and who stole cat-like to the window, and bending down his dark wet head, gave Vixen's sleeping lids the first lover's kisses that had ever saluted them? Vixen awoke with a faint shiver of surprise and joy. Instinct told her from whom that kiss came, though it was the first time Roderick had kissed her since he went to Eton. The lovely brown eyes opened and looked into the dark grey ones. The ruddy brown head rested on Rorie's shoulder. The girl, half child, half woman, and all loving trustfulness, looked up at him with a glad smile. His heart was stirred with a new feeling as those softly bright eyes looked into his. It was the early dawn of a passionate love. The head resting on his breast seemed to him the fairest thing on earth. "Rorie, how disgracefully you have behaved, and how I utterly detest you!" exclaimed Vixen, giving him a vigorous push and scrambling down from the window-seat. "To be all this time in Hampshire, and never come near us!" A moment ago, in that first instant of a newly awakened delight, she was almost betrayed into telling him that she loved him dearly, and had found life empty without him. But having had just time enough to recover herself, she drew herself up as straight as a dart, and looked at him as Kate may have looked at Petruchio during their first unpleasant interview, in which they made each other's acquaintance. "All this time?" cried Rorie. "Do you know how long I've been in Hampshire?" "Haven't the least idea," retorted Vixen haughtily. "Just half an hour, or at least it is exactly half an hour, since I was deposited with all my goods and chattels at the Lyndhurst Road station." "You are only just home for Switzerland?" "Within the hour." "And you have not been home to Briarwood?" "My honoured mother still awaits my duteous greetings." "And this is your 21st birthday, and you came here first of all?" And almost uninvited, the tawny head dropped on his shoulder again, and the sweet childish lips allowed themselves to be kissed. "Rorie, how brown you have grown!" "Have I?" The grey eyes were looking into the brown ones admiringly, and the conversation was getting a trifle desultory. Swift as a flash, Violet recollected herself. It dawned upon her that it was not quite the right thing for a young lady rising 16 to let herself be kissed so tamely. Besides, Rorie never used to do it. The thing was a new development, a curious outcome of his Swiss tour. Perhaps people did it in Switzerland, and Rorie had acquired the habit. "How dare you do such a thing!" exclaimed Vixen, shaking herself free from the traveller's encircling arms. "I didn't think you minded," said Rorie innocently, "and when a fellow comes home from a long journey he expects a warm welcome." "And I am glad to see you," cried Vixen, giving him both her hands with glorious frankness. "But you don't know how I have been hating you lately." "Why, Vixen?" "For being always away. I thought you had forgotten us all. that you did not care a jot for any of us. I had not forgotten any of you, and I did care very much for some of you." This, though vague, was consoling. The brown became Roderick. Dark of visage always, he was now tanned to a bronze, as of one born under southern skies. Those deep grey eyes of his looked black under their black lashes. His black hair was cut close to his well-shaped head. An insipid moustache shaded his upper lip and gave manhood to his strong, firm mouth. A manly face altogether, Roderick's, and handsome withal. Vixen's short life had shown her none handsomer. He was tall and strongly built, with a frame that had been developed by many an athletic exercise, from throwing the hammer to pugilism. Vixen thought him the image of Richard Coeur de Lion. She had been reading The Talisman lately, and the Plantagenet now her ideal of manly excellence. "Many happy returns of the day, Rorie," she said softly. "To think that you are of age today, your own master." "Yes, my infancy ceased undetermined at the last stroke of midnight yesterday. I wonder whether my anxious mother will recognize that fact. Of course you know what is going to happen at Briarwood. There is to be a grand dinner party. And you are coming. How jolly!" "Oh no, Rorie. I am not out yet, you know. I shan't be for 2 years. Papa means to give me a season in town. He calls it having me broken to harness. He'll take a furnished house, and we shall have the horses up, and I shall ride in the Row. You'll be with us part of the time, won't you, Rorie?" "Ça se peut, if papa will invite me." "Oh, he will, if you wish it. It's to be my first season, you know, and I'm to have everything my own way." "Will that be a novelty?" demanded Roderick, with intention. "I don't know. I haven't had my own way in anything lately." "How is that?" "You've been away." At this naive flattery, Roderick almost blushed. "How you've grown, Vixen," he remarked presently. "Have I really? Yes, I suppose I do grow. My frocks are always getting too short, like the sleeves of my dress coat a year or 2 ago. But now you are of age and can't grow any more. What are you going to be, Rorie? What are you going to do with your liberty? Are you going into Parliament?" Mr. Vawdrey indulged a suppressed yawn. "My mother would like it," he said, "but upon my word I don't care about it. I don't take enough interest in my fellow creatures." "If they were foxes, you'd be anxious to legislate for them," suggested Vixen. "I would certainly try to protect them from indiscriminate slaughter, and in fact, when one considers the looseness of existing game laws, I think every country gentleman ought to be in Parliament." "And there is the forest for you to take care of." "Yes, forestry is a subject on which I should like to have my say. I suppose I shall be obliged to turn senator, but I mean to take life easily. You may be sure of that, Vixen, and I intend to have the best stud of hunters in Hampshire. And now I think I must be off." "No, you mustn't," cried Vixen. "The dinner is not till 8. If you leave here at 6, you will have no end of time for getting home to dress. How did you come?" "On these 2 legs." "You shall have 4 to take you to Briarwood. West shall drive you home in papa's dog-cart, with the new mare. You don't know her, do you? Papa only brought her last spring. She is such a beauty, and goes, oh, like a sky-rocket. She bolts occasionally, but you don't mind that, do you?" "Not in the least. It would be rather romantic to be smashed on one's 21st birthday. Will you tell them to order West to get ready at once?" "Oh, but you are to stop to tea with Miss McCroke and me. That's part of our bargain. No kettledrums, no Starlight Bess. And you'd scarcely care about walking to Briarwood under such rain as that." "So be it, then. Kettledrum and Starlight Bess, at any hazard of maternal wrath. But really now, I'm doing a most ungentlemanly thing, Vixen, to oblige you." "Always be ungentlemanly, then, for my sake, if it's ungentlemanly to come and see me," said Vixen coaxingly. They were standing side by side in the big window, looking out at the straight thin rain. The 2 pairs of lips were not very far away from each other, and Rorie might have been tempted to commit a third offence against the proprieties if Miss McCroke had not fortunately entered at this very moment. She was wonderfully surprised to see Mr. Vawdrey, congratulated him ceremoniously upon his majority, and infused an element of stiffness into the small assembly. Rorie is going to stay to tea, said Vixen. We'll have it here by the fire, please, Croaky, dear. One can't have too much of a good fire this weather. Or shall we go to my den? Which would you like best, Rorie? I think we'd better have the tea here, Violet, interjected Miss McCroke, ringing the bell. Her pupil's sanctum sanctorum, that pretty upstairs room, half schoolroom, half boudoir, and wholly untidy, was not, in Miss McCroke's opinion, an apartment to be violated by the presence of a young man. And as Rorie hasn't had any luncheon, and has come ever so far out of his way to see me, please order something substantial for him, said Vixen. Her governess obeyed. The gipsy table was wheeled up to the broad hearth, and presently the old silver teapot and kettle, and the yellow cups and saucers were shining in the cheery firelight. The old butler put a sirloin and a game pie on the sideboard, and then left the little party to shift for themselves in pleasant picnic fashion. Vixen sat down before the hissing tea-kettle with a pretty important air, like a child making tea out of toy tea things. Rorie brought a low, square stool to the corner close to her, and seated himself with his chin a little above the tea-table. "You can't eat roast beef in that position," said Vixen. "Oh, yes, I can. I can do anything that's mad or merry this evening, but I'm not at all sure that I want beef. Though it's nearly 3 months since I've had an honest bit of ox beef, I think thin bread and butter, or roses and dew even, quite substantial enough for me this evening." "You're afraid of spoiling your appetite for the grand dinner," said Vixen. "No, I'm not. I hate grand dinners. Fancy making a fine art of eating, and studying one's menu beforehand, to see what combination of dishes will harmonize best with one's internal economy, and then the name of things are always better than the things themselves. It's like a show at the fair, all the best outside. Give me a slice of English beef or mutton, and a bird that my gun has shot, and let all the fine art dinners go hang." "Cut him a slice of beef, dear Miss McCroke," said Vixen. "Not now, thanks. I can't eat now. I'm going to drink orange pekoe." Argus had taken up his position between Violet and her visitor. He sat bolt upright, like a sentinel keeping guard over his mistress, save that a human sentinel, unless idiotic or intoxicated, would hardly sit with his jaw wide apart and his tongue hanging out of one side of his mouth, as Argus did. But this lolloping attitude of the canine tongue was supposed to indicate a mind at peace with creation. "Are you very glad to come of age, Rorie?" asked Vixen, turning her bright brown eyes upon him, full of curiosity. "Well, it would be rather nice to have as much money as I want without asking my mother for it. She was my only guardian, you know. My father had such confidence in her rectitude and capacity that he left everything in her hands." "Do you find Briarwood much improved?" inquired Miss McCroke. Lady Jane had been doing a good deal to her orchid houses lately. "I haven't found Briarwood at all yet," answered Rorie, "and Vixen seems determined that I shan't find it." "What, you have only just returned?" "Only just." "And you have not seen Lady Jane yet?" exclaimed Miss McCroke with a horrified look. "It sounds rather undutiful, doesn't it? I was awfully tired after travelling all night, and I made this a kind of half-way house." "Two sides of a triangle are invariably longer than any one side," remarked Vixen gravely. "At least, that's what Miss McCroke has told me." "It was rather out of my way, of course, but I wanted to see whether Vixen had grown, and I wanted to see the squire. Papa has gone to Ringwood to look at a horse, but you'll see him at the grand dinner. He'll be coming home to dress presently." "I hope you had an agreeable tour, Mr. Vawdrey," said Miss McCroke. "Oh, uncommonly jolly." "And you like Switzerland?" "Yes, it's nice and hilly." And then Roderick favoured them with a sketch of his travels, while they sipped their tea, and while Vixen made the dogs balance pieces of cake on their blunt, big noses. It was all very nice, the Tête Noire, the Mont Blanc, and the Matterhorn. Rorie jumbled them all together without the least regard to geography. He had done a good deal of climbing, had worn out and lost dozens of alpenstocks, and had brought home a case of Swiss carved work for his friends. "There's a clock for your den, Vixen. I shall bring it tomorrow, with a little cock robin that comes out of his nest and sings no end of jolly." "How lovely!" cried Vixen. The tall 8-day clock in the corner of the hall chimed the half-hour. "5:30, and Starlight Bess not ordered," exclaimed Roderick. Let's go out to the stables and see about her, suggested Vixen, and then I can show you my pony. You remember Titmouse, the one that would jump? Violet, ejaculated the aggrieved governess, do you suppose I would permit you to go out indoors in such weather? Do you think it's still raining? Asked Vixen innocently. It may have cleared up. Well, we'd better order the cart, she added meekly, as she rang the bell. I'm not of age yet, you see, Rorie. Please, Peters, tell West to get Papa's dog-cart ready for Mr. Vawdrey, and to drive Starlight Bess. Rorie looked at the bright face admiringly. The shadows had deepened. There was no light in the great oak-panelled room except the ruddy fire-glow, and in this light Violet Tempest looked her loveliest. The figure in the tapestry seemed to move in the flickering light, appeared and vanished, vanished and appeared, like the phantoms of a dream. The carved bosses of the ceiling were reflected grotesquely on the oaken wall above the tapestry. The stag's head had a goblin look. It was like a sense of enchantment, and Violet, in her black frock and amber sash, looked like the enchantress Circe, Vivian, Melusine, or somebody of equally dubious antecedents. It was Miss McCroke's sleepiest hour. Orange pekoe, which has an awakening influence upon most people, acted as an opiate upon her. She sat blinking owlishly at the two young figures. Rorie roused himself with a great effort. "Unless Starlight Bess spins me along the road pretty quickly, I shall hardly get to Briarwood by dinner-time," he said, "and upon my honour I don't feel the least inclination to go." "Oh, what fun if you were absent from your coming-of-age dinner!" cried Vixen, with her brown eyes dancing mischievously. "They would have to put an empty chair for you like Banquo's." "It would be a lark," acquiesced Rorie, "but it wouldn't do. I should hear too much about it afterwards. A fellow's mother has some kind of claim upon him, you know. Now for Starlight Bess." They went to the vestibule, and Rorie opened the door, letting in a gust of wind and rain, and the scent of autumn's last ill-used flowers. "Oh, I so nearly forgot," said Violet, as they stood on the threshold side by side, waiting for the dog-cart to appear. "I've got a little present for you, quite a humble one, for a grand young landowner like you, but I never could save much of my pocket-money. There are so many poor children always having scarlet fever, or tumbling into a fire, and drinking out of the boiling tea-kettles. But here it is, Rorie. I hope you won't hate it very much." She put a little square packet into his hand, which he proceeded instantly to open. "I shall love it, whatever it is." "It's a portrait." "You darling! The very thing I should have asked for." "The portrait of somebody you're very fond of." "Someone I adore?" said Rorie. He had extracted the locket from its box by this time. It was a thick, oblong locket of dead gold, plain and massive, the handsomest of its kind that a Southampton jeweller could supply. Rorie opened it eagerly to look at the portrait. There was just light enough from the newly kindled vestibule lamp to show it to him. "Why, it's a dog!" cried Rorie, with deep-toned disgust. "It's old Argus!" "Who did you think it was?" "You, of course." "What an idea! As if I should give anyone my portrait." "I knew you were fond of Argus. Doesn't his head come out beautifully? The photographer said he was the best sitter he had had for ever so long. I hope you don't quite detest the locket, Rorie." "I admire it intensely, and I'm deeply grateful, but I feel inexpressibly sold all the same, and I am to go about the world with Argus dangling at my breast." "Well, for your sake, Vixen, I'll submit even to that degradation." Here came the cart, and the two flaming lamps, like angry eyes flashing through the shrubberies. It pulled up to the steps. Rorie and Vixen clasped hands and bade good night, and then the young man swung himself lightly into the seat beside the driver, and away went Starlight Bess, making just that soft of dashing and spirited start which inspires the timorous beholder with the idea that the next proceeding will be the bringing home of the driver and the companion upon the brace of the shutters. End of Volume 1, Chapter 4. Recording by Capricia Page. Volume 1,
Chapter 5 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 5. Rorie makes a speech. Somewhat to his surprise, and much to his delight, Roderick Vawdrey escaped that maternal lecture which he was wont undutifully to describe as wigging. When he entered the drawing-room in full dress, just about 10 minutes before the first of the guests was announced, Lady Jane received him with a calm affectionateness, and asked him no questions about his disposal of the afternoon. Perhaps this unusual clemency was in honour of his 21st birthday, Rorie thought. A man could not come of age more than once in his life. He was entitled to some favour. The dinner party was as other dinners at Briarwood, all the arrangements perfect, the menu commendable, if not new. The general result a little dull. The Ashbourne party were among the first to arrive. The Duke portly and affable, the Duchess delighted to welcome her favourite nephew, Lady Mabel looking very fragile, flower-like, and graceful in her pale blue gauze dinner dress. Lady Mabel affected the palest tints, half-colours, which were more like the shadows in a sunset sky than any earthly hues. She took possession of Rorie at once, treating him with a calm superiority, as if he had been a younger brother. "Tell me all about Switzerland," she said, as they sat side by side on one of the amber ottomans. "What was it that you liked best?" "The climbing, of course," he answered. "But which of the landscapes? Which struck you most? What impressed you most vividly? Your first view of Mont Blanc, or that marvellous gorge below the Tête Noire, or—" "It was all uncommonly jolly. But there's a family resemblance in Swiss mountains, don't you know? They're all white, and they're all peaky. There's a likeness in Swiss lakes, too, if you come to think of it. They're all blue, and they're all wet. All Swiss villages now. Don't you think they're all rather disappointing? Such a cruel plagiarism of those plaster chalets the imagemen carry about the London streets, and no candle ends burning inside to make 'em look pretty. But I think Lucerne uncommonly. There was such a capital billiard table at the hotel." "Roderick!" cried Lady Mabel, with a disgusted look. "I don't think you have a vestige of poetry in your nature." "I hope I haven't," replied Rorie devotedly. "You could see those sublime scenes and never once feel your heart thrilled or your mind exalted. You can come home from your first Swiss tour and talk about billiard tables." "The scenery was very nice," said Rorie thoughtfully. "Yes, there were times, perhaps, when I was a trifle stunned by all the grand calm beauty, the silence, the solitude, the awfulness of it all, but I have hardly tuned to feel the thrill when I came bump up against a party of tourists, English or American, all talking the same twaddle, and all patronizing the scenery. That took the charm out of the landscape somehow, and I coiled up, as the Yankees say. And now you want me to go into second-hand raptures, and repeat my emotions as if I were writing a tourist article for a magazine. I can't do it, Mabel." "Well, I won't bore you any more about it," said Lady Mabel, "but I confess my disappointment. I thought we should have such nice long talks about Switzerland." "What's the use of talking of a place? If it's so lovely that one can't live without it, one had better go back there." This was a practical way of putting things which was too much for Lady Mabel. She fanned herself gently with a great fan of cloudy-looking feathers, such as Titania might have used that midsummer night near Athens. She relapsed into a placid silence, looking at Rorie thoughtfully with her calm blue eyes. His travels had improved him. That bronze hue suited him wonderfully well. He looked more manly. He was no longer a beardless boy to be patronized with that gracious elder sister air of Lady Mabel's. She felt that he was further off from her than he had been last season in London.
"How late you arrived this evening," she said after a pause. "I came to 5 o'clock with my aunt, and found her quite anxious about you. If it hadn't been for your telegram from Southampton, she would have fancied there was something wrong." "She needn't have fidgeted herself after 3 o'clock," answered Rorie coolly. "My luggage must have come home by that time." "I see. You sent your luggage on before, and came by a later train." "No, I didn't. I stopped half-way between here and Lyndhurst to see some old friends." "Flattering for my aunt," said Mabel. "I should have thought she was your oldest friend." "Of course she has the prior claim, but as I was going to hand myself over to her bodily at 7 o'clock, to be speechified about and rendered generally ridiculous, after the manner of young men who come of age, I felt I was entitled to do what I liked in the interval." "And therefore you went to the Tempests," said Mabel, with her blue eyes sparkling. "I see. That is what you do when you do what you like." "Precisely. I am very fond of Squire Tempest. When I first rode to hounds it was under his wing. There's my mother beckoning me. I am to go and do the civil to people." And Roderick walked away from the ottoman to the spot where his mother stood, with the Duke of Dovedale at her side, receiving her guests. It was a very grand party, in the way of blue blood, landed estate, diamonds, lace, satin and velvet, and self-importance. All the magnates of the soil, within accessible distance of Briarwood, had assembled to do honour to Rorie's coming of age. The dining tables had been arranged in a horseshoe, so as to accommodate 50 people in a room which, in its everyday condition, would not have been too large for 30. The orchids and ferns upon this horseshoe table made the finest floricultural show that had been seen for a long time. There were rare specimens from the New Granada and the Philippine Islands, wondrous flowers lately discovered in the Sierra Madre, blossoms of every shape and colour from the Cordilleras, richest varieties of hue, golden yellow, glowing crimson, creamy white, rare eccentricities of form and colour, beside which any other flower would have looked vulgar, butterfly flowers and pitcher-shaped flowers that had cost as much money as prize pigeons, and seemed as worthless, save to the connoisseur in the article. The Vawdrey racing plate won by Roderick's grandfather was nowhere by comparison with those marvellous tropical blossoms, that fairy forest of fern. Everybody talked about the orchids, confessed his or her comparative ignorance of the subject, and complimented Lady Jane. "The orchids made the hit of the evening," Rorie said that evening. "It was their coming of age, not mine." There was a moderate and endurable amount of speechifying by and by, when the monster double-crowned pines had been cut, and the purple grapes, almost as big as pigeons' eggs, had gone round. The Duke of Dovedale assured his friends that this was one of the proudest moments of his life, and that if Providence had permitted a son of his own to attain his majority, he, the Duke, could have hardly felt a deeper interest in the occasion than he felt to-day. He had, known this young man from childhood, and had, never found him guilty of a mean action, or, discovered in him a thought unworthy of an English gentleman. This last was felt to be a strong point, as it implied that an English gentleman must needs be much better than any other gentleman. A continental gentleman might of course be guilty of an unworthy thought, and yet pass current, according to the loose morality of his nation. But the English article must be flawless, and thus the Duke meandered on for 5 minutes or so, and there was a subdued gush of approval, and then an uncomfortable little pause, and then Rorie rose in his place next to the Duchess, and returned thanks. Then he told them all how fond he was of them, and the soil that bred them, how he meant to be a Hampshire squire, pure and simple, if he could, how he had no higher ambition than to be useful and to do good in this little spot of England which Providence had given him for his inheritance, how if he should go into Parliament by and by, as he had some thoughts of attempting to do, it would be in their interest that he would join that noble body of legislators, that it would be they and their benefit he would have always near his heart. "There is not a tree in the forest that I do not love," cried Rorie, fired with his theme and forgetting to stammer. "And I believe there is not a tree from the 12 Apostles to the knighthood oak, or a patch of gorse from the picket post to Stony Cross, that I do not know as well as I know the friends round me to-night. I was born in the forest, and may I live and die and be buried here. I have just come back from seeing some of the finest scenery in Europe, yet without blushing for my want of poetry, I will confess that the awful grandeur of those snow-clad mountains did not touch my heart so deeply as our beechen glades and primrose-carpeted bottoms close at home." There was a burst of applause after Rorie's speech that made all the orchids shiver, and nearly annihilated a 30-guinea Odontoglossum vexillarium. His talk about the forest, irrelevant as it might be, went home to the hearts of the neighbouring landowners, but by and by, in the drawing-room, when he rejoined his cousin, he found that fastidious young lady by no means complimentary. "Your speech would have been capital half a century ago, Rorie," she said, "and you don't arrah as poor papa does, which is something to be thankful for, but all that talk about the forest seemed to be an anachronism. People are not rooted in their native soil nowadays, as they used to be in the old stage-coach times, when it was a long day's journey to London. One might as well be a vegetable at once if one is to be pinned down to one particular spot of earth." "Why, the 12 Apostles!" exclaimed Mabel, innocent of irreverence, for she meant certain ancient and fast-decaying oaks so named, "see as much of life as your fine old English gentlemen. Men have wider ideas nowadays. The world is hardly big enough for their ambition." "I would rather live in a field and strike my roots deep down like one of those trees than be a homeless nomad with a world-wide ambition," answered Rorie. "I have a passion for home." "Then I wonder you spend so little time in it." "Oh, I don't mean a home inside 4 walls. The forest is my home, and Briarwood is no dearer to me than any other spot in it." "Not so dear as the Abbey House, perhaps?" "Well, no. I confess that fine old Tudor mansion pleases me better than this abode of straight lines and French windows, plate glass, and gilt mouldings." They sat side by side upon the amber ottoman, Rorie with Mabel's blue feather fan in his hand, twirling and twisting it as he talked, and doing more damage to that elegant article in a quarter of an hour than a 12 months' legitimate usage would have done. People looking at the pretty pair smiled significantly, and concluded that it would be a match, and went home and told less privileged people about the evident attachment between the Duke's daughter and the young commoner. But Rorie was not strongly drawn toward his cousin this evening. It seemed to him that she was growing more and more of a paragon, and he hated paragons. She played presently, and afterwards sang some French chansons. Both playing and singing were perfect of their kind, but Rorie did not understand Chopin, and thought there was a good deal of unnecessary hopping about the piano in that sort of thing, not concrete, or that came to a focus, a succession of airy meanderings, a fairy dance in the treble, a goblin hunt in the bass. But the French chansons, the dainty little melodies, the words of infantile innocence, all about leaves and buds and birds' nests and butterflies, pleased him infinitely. He hung over the piano with an enraptured air, and again his friends made note of his subjugation, and registered the fact for future discussion. End of Volume 1, Chapter 5. Recording by Capricia Page. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 6. How she took the news. It was past midnight when the Tempest carriage drove through the dark rhododendron shrubberies up to the old Tudor porch. There was a great pile of logs burning in the hall, giving the home-comers cheery welcome.
There was an antique silver spirit stand with its accompaniments on one little table for the squire, and there was another little table on the opposite side of the hearth for Mrs. Tempest, with a dainty tea service sparkling and shining in the red glow. A glance at these arrangements would have told you that there were old servants at the Abbey House, servants who knew their masters' and mistresses' ways, and for whom service was more or less a labour of love. "How nice," said the lady with a contented sigh. "Pauline has thought of my cup of tea."
"And Forbes has not forgotten my soda water," remarked the squire.
He said nothing about the brandy, which he was pouring into the tall glass with a liberal hand. Pauline came to take off her mistress's cloak, and was praised for her thoughtfulness about the tea, and then dismissed for the night. The squire liked to stretch his legs before his own fireside after dining out, and with the squire, as with Mr. Squeers, the leg-stretching process involved the leisurely consumption of a good deal of brandy and water. Mr. and Mrs. Tempest talked over the Briarwood dinner-party, and arrived, with perfect good nature, at the conclusion that it had been a failure.
"The dinner was excellent," said the squire, "but the wine went round too slow. My glasses were half empty the time. That's always the way when you've a woman at the helm. She never fills her cellars properly, or trusts her butler thoroughly."
"The dresses were lovely," said Mrs. Tempest, "but everyone looked bored. How did you like my dress, Edward? I think it's rather good style. Theodore will charge me horribly for it, I dare say."
"I don't know much about your dress, Pam, but you were the prettiest woman in the room."
"Oh, Edward, at my age!" exclaimed Mrs. Tempest with a pleased look, "when there was that lovely Lady Mabel Ashburn."
"Do you call her lovely?" "I don't. Lips too thin, waist too slim, too much blood, and too little flesh."
"Oh, but surely, Edward, she is grace itself, quite an ethereal creature. If Violet had more of that refined air—"
"Heaven forbid! Vixen is worth 20 such fine-drawn misses. Lady Mabel has been spoiled by overtraining."
"Roderick is evidently in love with her," suggested Mrs. Tempest, pouring out another cup of tea. The clocks had just struck 2. The household was at rest. The logs blazed and crackled merrily, the red light shining on those mail-clad effigies in the corners, lighting up helm and hauberk, glancing on greaves and gauntlets. It was an hour of repose and gossip which the squire dearly loved. Hush! What is this creeping softly down the old oak staircase? A slender white figure with cloudy hair, a small pale face, and 2 dark eyes shining with excitement, little feet in black velvet slippers tripping lightly upon the polished oak. Is it a ghost? No, ghosts are noiseless, and those little slippers descend from stair to stair with a gentle pit-a-pit.
"Bless my soul and body!" cried the squire. "What's this?"
A gush of girlish laughter was his only answer.
"Vixen!"
"Did you take me for a ghost, papa?" cried Violet, descending the last 5 steps with a flying leap, and then bounding across the hall to perch light as a bird upon her father's knee. "Did I really frighten you? Did you think the good old Abbey House was going to set up a family ghost, a white lady, with a dismal history of a broken heart? You darling papa! I hope you took me for a ghost."
"Well, upon my word, you know, Vixen, I was just the least bit staggered.
Your little white figure looked something uncanny against the black oak balustrades, half in light, half in shadow." "How nice!" exclaimed Vixen. "But, my dear Violet, what can have induced you to come downstairs at such an hour?" ejaculated Mrs. Tempest in an aggrieved voice. "I want to hear all about the party, mamma," answered Vixen coaxingly. "Do you think I could sleep a wink on the night of Rorie's coming of age? I heard the joy bells ringing in my ears all night."
"That was very ridiculous," said Mrs. Tempest, "for there were no joy bells after 11 o'clock yesterday."
"But they rang all the same, mamma. It was no use burying my head in the pillows. Those bells only rang the louder. Ding dong dell, Rorie's come of age. Ding dong dell, Rorie's 21. Then I thought of the speeches that would be made, and I fancied I could hear Rorie speaking. Did he make a good speech, papa?"
"Capital, Vix. The only one that was worth hearing."
"I am so glad. And did he look handsome while he was speaking?
I think the Swiss sunshine has rather overcooked him, you know, but he is not unbecomingly brown. He looked as handsome a young fellow as you need wish to set eyes on." "My dear Edward," remonstrated Mrs. Tempest languidly, too thoroughly contented with herself to be seriously vexed about anything, "do you think it is quite wise of you to encourage Violet in that kind of talk?" "Why should she not talk of him? She never had a brother, and he stands in the place of one to her. Isn't Rorie the same to you as an elder brother, Vix?" The girl's head was on her father's shoulder, one slim arm around his neck, her face hidden against the squire's coat collar. He could not see the deep warm flush that dyed his daughter's cheek at this home question. "I don't quite know what an elder brother would be like, papa, but I'm very fond of Rorie, when he's nice and comes to see us before anyone else, as he did today." "And when he stays away?" "Oh, then I hate him awfully," exclaimed Vixen with such energy that the slender figure trembled faintly as she spoke. "But then tell me all about the party, mamma. Your dress was quite the prettiest, I'm sure." "I am not certain of that, Violet," answered Mrs. Tempest with grave deliberation, as if the question were far too serious to be answered lightly. "There was a cream-coloured silk, with silver bullion fringe, that was very striking. As a rule, I detest gold or silver trimmings, but this was really elegant. It had an effect like moonlight." "Was that Lady Mabel Ashburn's dress?" asked Vixen eagerly. "No, Lady Mabel wore blue gauze, the very palest blue, all puffings and ruchings, like a cloud." "Oh, mamma, the clouds have no puffings and ruchings." "My dear, I mean the general effect, a sort of shadowiness that suits Lady Mabel's ethereal style." "Ethereal?" repeated Violet thoughtfully. "You seem to admire her very much, mamma." "Everybody admires her, my dear." "Because she is the Duke's only daughter?" "No, because she is very lovely and extremely elegant and most accomplished. She played and sang beautifully tonight." "What did she play, mamma?" "Chopin." "Did she?" cried Vixen. "Then I pity her. Yes, even if she were my worst enemy, I should pity her still." "People who are fond of music don't mind difficulties," said Mrs. Tempest. "Don't they? Then I suppose I am not fond of it, because I shirk my practice. But I should be very fond of music, if I could grind it on a barrel organ." "Oh, Violet, when will you be like Lady Mabel Ashburn?" "Never, I devoutly hope," said the squire. Here the squire gave his daughter a hug, which might mean anything. "Never, mamma," answered Violet with conviction. "First and foremost, I never can be lovely, because I have red hair and a wide mouth. Secondly, I can never be elegant, much less ethereal, because it isn't in me. Thirdly, I shall never be accomplished, for poor Miss McCroke is always giving me up as the baddest lot in the shape of pupils that ever came in her way." "If you persist in talking in that horrible way, Violet, let her talk as she likes, Pam," said the fond father. "I won't have her bitted too heavily." Mrs. Tempest breathed a gentle sigh of resignation. The squire was all that is dear and good as husband and father, but refinement was out of his line. "Do go on about the party, mamma. Did Rorie seem to enjoy himself very much?" "I think so. He was very devoted to his cousin all evening. I believe they are engaged to be married." "Mamma!" exclaimed Vixen, starting up from her reclining attitude upon her father's shoulder, and looking intently at the speaker. "Rorie engaged to Lady Mabel Ashburn?" "So I am told," replied Mrs. Tempest. "It will be a splendid match for them." The pretty chestnut head dropped back into its old place upon the squire's shoulder, and Violet answered never a word. "Past 2:00, cried her mother. "This is really too dreadful. Come, Violet, you and I must go upstairs at any rate." "We'll all go," said the squire, finishing his second brandy and soda. So they all went upstairs together. Vixen had grown suddenly silent and sleepy. She yawned dolefully, and kissed her mother and father at the end of the gallery, without a word, and then scudded off, swift as a sacred rabbit, to her own room. "God bless her," exclaimed the squire. "She grows prettier and more winning every day." "If her mouth were only a little smaller," sighed Mrs. Tempest. "It's the prettiest mouth I ever saw upon woman," Bar one, said the squire. What was Vixen doing while the fond father was praising her? She had locked her door and thrown herself face downwards on the carpet, and was sobbing as if her heart would break. Rorie was going to be married. Her little kingdom had been overturned by a revolution. Her little world had crumbled all to pieces. Till tonight she had been a queen in her own mind, and her kingdom had been Rorie. Her subjects had begun and ended in Rorie. All was over. He belonged to someone else. She could never tyrannize over him again, never scold him and abuse him and patronize him and ridicule him any more. He was her Rorie no longer. Had she ever thought that a time might come when he would be something more to her than a playfellow and friend? No, never. The young bright mind was too childishly simple for any such foresight or calculation. She had only thought that he was in some wise her property, and would be so till the end of both their lives. He was hers, and he was very fond of her, and she thought him a rather absurd young fellow, and looked down upon him with airs and ineffable superiority from the altitude of her childish womanliness. And now he was gone. The earth had opened all at once and swallowed him, like that prophetic gentleman in the Greek play, whose name Vixen could never remember, chariot and horse and all. He belonged henceforth to Lady Mabel Ashbourne. She could never be rude to him any more. She could never take such a liberty with another young lady's lover. And to think that he should never have told me he was going to be engaged to her, she said. He must have been fond of her from the very beginning, and he never said a word, and he let me think he rather liked me, or at least tolerated me, and how could he like two people who are the very antipodes of each other? If he is fond of her, he must detest me. If he respects her, he must despise me. The thought of such treachery rankled deep in the young warm heart. Vixen started up to her feet, and stood in the midst of the firelit room with clenched fists, like a young fury. The light chestnut tresses should have been Medusa's snakes to have harmonized with that set white face. God had given Vixen Tempest a heart to feel deeply, too deeply for perfect peace, or that angelic softness which seems to us most worthy in women, the power to suffer and be patient. End of Volume 1, Chapter 6. Recording by Capricia Page. Volume 1, Chapter 7. Of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 7. Rorie has plans of his own. Roderick Vawdrey's ideas of what was due to a young man who attains his majority were in no wise satisfied by his birthday dinner party. It had been pleasant enough in its way, but far too much after the pattern of all other dinner parties to please a young man who hated all common and hackneyed ideas, and all the beaten tracks of life, or who, at any rate, fancied that he did, which comes to nearly the same thing. "Mother," he began at breakfast next morning, in his loud, cheery voice, "we must have something for the small tenants, and shopkeepers and cottagers." "What do you mean, Roderick? Some kind of entertainment? To celebrate my majority? The people will expect it. Last night polished off the swells very nicely. The whole thing did you credit, mother." "Thank you," said Lady Jane, with a slight contraction of her thin lips. This October morning, so pleasant for Rorie, was rather a bitter day for his mother. She had been reigning sovereign at Briarwood hitherto. Henceforth she could only live there on sufferance. The house was Rorie's. Even the orchid houses were his. He might take her to task if he pleased for having spent so much money on glass. "But I must have my humble friends round me," continued Rorie. "The young people too, the boys and girls. I'll tell you what, Mother. We must have a lawn meet. The hounds have never met here since my grandfather's time, 50 years ago. The Duke's stud groom was telling me about it last year. He's a Hampshire man, you know, born and bred in the forest. We'll have a lawn meet and a hunting breakfast, and it shall be open house for everybody, high and low, rich and poor, gentle and simple. Don't be frightened, Mother, interjected Rorie, seeing Lady Jane's look of horror. We won't do any mischief. Your gardens will be respected. They are your gardens now, Roderick. You are sole master here, and can do what you please. My dear Mother, how can you talk like that? Do you suppose I shall ever forget who made the place what it is? The gardens have been your particular hobby, and they shall be your gardens to the end of time. That is very generous of you, my dear Roderick, but you are promising too much. When you marry, your wife will be mistress of Briarwood, and it will be necessary for me to find a new home. I am in no hurry to get married. It will be half a dozen years before I shall even think of anything so desperate. I hope not, Roderick. With your position and your responsibilities, you ought to marry young. Marriage, a suitable marriage, that is to say, would give you an incentive to earnestness and ambition. I want to see you follow your father's footsteps. I want you to make a name by and by. I am afraid it will be a distant by and by, said Rorie with a yawn. I don't feel at all drawn towards the Senate. I love the country, my dogs, my horses, the free fresh air, the stir and movement of life too well to pen myself up in a study and pore over blue books, or to waste the summer evenings listening to the member for Little Pedlington laying down the law about combination drainage, or the proposed loop line that is intended to connect his borough with the world in general. I'm afraid it isn't in me, Mother, and that you'll be sorely disappointed if you set your heart upon my making a figure as a senator. I should like to see you worthy of your father's name, Lady Jane said, with a regretful sigh. Providence hasn't made me in the same pattern, answered Rorie. Look at my grandfather's portrait over the mantelpiece, in pink and mahogany tops. What a glorious fellow he must have been. You should hear how the old people talk of him. I think I inherit his tastes instead of my father's. Hereditary genes crop up in curious ways, you know. Perhaps if I have a son, he will be a heaven-born statesman, and you may have your ambition gratified by a grandson. And now about the hunting breakfast. Would this day week suit you? This is your house, Roderick. It is for you to give your orders. Bosh! Exclaimed the son impatiently. Don't I tell you that you are mistress here, and will be mistress? My dear Roderick, let us look things straight in the face, said Lady Jane. If I was sole mistress here, there would be no hunting breakfast. It is just the very last kind of entertainment I should ever dream of giving. I am not complaining, mind. It is natural enough for you to like that kind of thing, and as master of this house it is your right to invite whomsoever you please. I am quite happy that it should be so, but let there be no more talk of my being mistress of this house. That is too absurd. Rorie felt all his most generous impulses turned into a sense of constraint and bitterness. He could say no more. Will you give me a list of the people you would like to be asked? Said his mother after rather an uncomfortable silence. I'll go and talk it over with the Duke, answered Rorie. He'll enter into the spirit of the thing. Rorie found the Duke going the round of the loose boxes, and uncle and nephew spent an hour together pleasantly, overhauling the fine stud of hunters which the Duke kept at Ashbourne, and going round the paddocks to look at the brood mares and their foals, these latter being eccentric little animals, all head and legs, which nestled close to their mother's side for a minute, and then took fright at their own tails, and shot off across the field like a sky-rocket, travelling horizontally, or suddenly stood up on end and executed a wild waltz in mid-air. The Duke and Roderick decided which among these leggy little beasts possessed the element of future excellence, and after an hour's perambulation of the paddocks, they went to the house, where they found the Duchess and Lady Mabel in the morning room, the Duchess busy making scarlet cloth cloaks for her school children, Lady Mabel reading a German critic on Shakespeare. Here the hunt breakfast was fully discussed. Everybody was to be asked. The Duchess put in a plea for her school children. It would be such a treat for the little things to see the hounds, and their red cloaks and hoods would look so pretty on the lawn. "Let them come, by all means," said Roderick. "Your school, half a dozen schools. I'll have 3 or 4 tents rigged up for refreshments. There should be plenty to eat and drink for everybody. And now I'm off to the Tempest, to arrange about the hounds. The squire will be pleased, I know." "Oh, of course," said Lady Mabel, "and the squire's daughter." "Dear little thing," exclaimed Rorie, with an elder brother's tenderness. "She'll be as pleased as Punch. You'll hunt, of course, Mabel?" "I don't know. I don't shine in the field as Miss Tempest does." "Oh, but you must come, Mab. The Duke will find you a safe mount." "She has a hunter I bred on purpose for her," said the Duke, "but she'll never be such a horsewoman as her mother." "She looks lovely on Mazeppa," said Rorie, "and she must come to my hunting breakfast." "Of course, Rorie, if you wish I shall come." Rorie stayed to luncheon, and then went back to Briarwood to mount his horse to ride to the Abbey House. The afternoon was drawing in when Rorie rode up to the old Tudor porch, a soft, sunless, grey afternoon. The door stood open, and he saw the glow of the logs on the wide hearth, and the squire's stalwart figure sitting in the great armchair, leaning forward with a newspaper across his knee, and Vixen on a stool at his feet, the dogs grouped about them. "Shall I send my horse round to the stable, squire?" asked Rorie. "Do, my lad," answered Mr. Tempest, ringing the bell, at which summons a man appeared and took charge of Roderick's big chestnut. "Been hunting to-day, squire?" asked Rorie, when he had shaken hands with Mr. Tempest and his daughter, and seated himself on the opposite side of the hearth. "No," answered the squire, in a voice that had a duller sound than usual. "We had the hounds out this morning at Hilberry Green, and there was a good muster, Jack Purdy says. But I felt out of sorts, and neither Vixen nor I went. But it was a loss for Vixen, poor little girl." "It was a grief to see you ill, papa," said Vixen, nestling closer to him. She had hardly taken notice of Roderick to-day, shaking hands with him in an absent-minded way, evidently full of anxiety about her father. She was very pale, and looked older and more womanly than when he saw her yesterday, Roderick thought. "I'm not ill, my dear," said Squire, "only a little muddled and queer in my head. Been riding too hard lately, perhaps. I don't get lighter, you know, Roderick, and a quick run shakes me more than it used. Old Martin, our family doctor, has been against my hunting for a long time, but I should like to know what kind of life men my age would lead if they listened to their doctors. They shouldn't let us have a decent dinner." "I'm so sorry," said Rorie. "I come to ask you a favour, but now I feel as if I hardly ought to say anything about it." And then Roderick proceeded to tell the squire his views about a lawn meet at Briarwood, and a hunting breakfast for rich and poor. "It shall be done, my boy," answered the squire heartily. "It's just the sort of thing you ought to do to make yourself popular. Lady Jane is a charming woman, you know, thoroughbred to the fingernails, but she has kept herself a little too much to herself. There are people old enough to remember what Briarwood was like in your grandfather's time. This day week, you say? I'll arrange everything. We'll have such a gathering as hasn't been seen for the last 20 years. "Vixen must come with you," said Rorie. "Of course, if papa is well and strong enough to hunt." "My love, there is nothing amiss with me, nothing that need trouble me this day a week. A man may have a headache, mayn't he, child, without people making any fuss about it." "I should like you to see Dr. Martin, papa. Don't you think he ought to see the doctor, Rorie? It's not natural for him to be ill." "I'm not going to be put on half rations, Vixen. Martin would starve me. That's his only idea of medical treatment. Yes, Vixen shall come, Rorie."
End of Volume 1, Chapter 7. Recording by Capricia Page.
Volume 1, Chapter 8 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annette McGuinness. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 8. Glas ist der Erde Stolz und Glück. The morning of the Briarwood meet dawned fairly. Roderick watched the first lifting of the darkness from his bedroom window, and rejoiced in the promise of a fine weather. The heavens, which had been so unpropitious upon his birthday, seemed to promise better things today. He did not desire the traditional hunting morning, a southerly wind and a cloudy sky. He cared very little about the scent lying well, or the actual result of the day's sport. He wanted rather to see the kind of familiar faces round him, the autumn sunshine lighting up all the glow and colour of the picture, the scarlet coats, the rich bay and brown of the horses, the verdant background of lawn and shrubberies. 2 huge marquees had been erected for the commonalty, one for the school children, the other for the villagers. There were long tables in the billiard-room for the farming class, and for the quality there was the horseshoe table in the dining-room, as at Roderick's birthday dinner. But on this occasion the table was decorated only with hardy ferns and flowers. The orchids were not allowed to appear. Roderick noticed the omission. "Why, where are the thingamtites, mother?" he asked with some surprise. "The pitcher plants and tropical what's-its-names?" "I did not think there was any occasion to have them brought out of the houses, Roderick," Lady Jane answered quietly. "There is always a risk of their being killed, or some of your sporting friends might be picking my prize blossoms to put in their buttonholes. Men who give their minds to horses would hardly appreciate orchids." "All right, mother. As long as there is plenty to eat, I don't suppose it much matters," answered Rorie. He had certainly no cause for complaint upon this score. Briarwood had been amply provisioned for an unlimited hospitality. The red-coats and green-coats and blue-coats and brown-coats came in and out, slashed away at boar's head and truffled turkey, sent champagne corks flying, and added more dead men to the formidable corpse of tall hock-bottles, dressed in uniform brown, which the astonished butler ranged rank and file in a lobby outside the dining-room. He had never seen this kind of thing at Briarwood since he had kept the keys of the cellars, and he looked upon this promiscuous hospitality with a disapproving eye. The Duke supported his nephew admirably, and was hail-fellow well met with everybody. He had always been popular at Ashbourne. It was his own place, his particular selection, bought with his own money, improved under his own eye, and he liked it better than any of his hereditary seats. "If I had only had a son like you, Rorie," he said, as he stood beside the young man, on the gravel sweep before the hall door, welcoming the newcomers, "I should have been a happy man. Well, I suppose I must be satisfied with a grandson, but it's a hard thing when the title and estates are to go to that scamp of a cousin of mine." Roderick, on this particular morning, was a nephew whom any uncle might be proud to own. His red coat and buckskins became him, so did his position as host and master at Briarwood. His tall, erect figure showed to advantage amidst the crowd. His smile lit up the dark, sunburnt face like sunshine. He had a kind word, a friendly hand-clasp for everybody, even for gaffers and goodies who had hobbled from their village shanties to see the sport, and to get their share of cold sirloin and old October. He took the feeble old creatures into the tent, and saw that they found a place at the board. Squire Tempest and his daughter were among the later arrivals. The meet was to be at 1, and they only rode into the grounds at 12:30, when everyone else had breakfasted. Mrs. Tempest had not come. The entertainment was much too early for a lady who never left her rooms till afternoon. Vixen looked lovely in her smart little habit. It was not the Lincoln green with the brass buttons, which Lady Mabel had laughed at a year ago. Today Miss Tempest wore a dark brown habit, moulded to the full erect figure, with a narrow rim of white at the throat, a little felt hat of the same dark brown with a brown feather, long white gauntlets, and a whip with a massive ivory handle. The golden bay's shining coat matched Violet's shining hair. It was the prettiest picture in the world, the little rider in dark brown on the bright bay horse, the daintily quilted saddle, the gauntleted hands playing so lightly with the horse's velvet mouth, horse and rider devotedly attached to each other. "How do you like him?" asked Vixen, directly she and Rorie had shaken hands. "Isn't he absolutely lovely?" "Absolutely lovely," said Rorie, patting the horse's shoulder and looking at the rider. "Papa gave him to me on my last birthday. I was to have ridden Titmouse another year, but I got the brush one day after a hard run when almost everybody else was left behind, and Papa said I should have a horse. Poor Titmouse is put into a basket chaise. Isn't that sad for him?" "Awfully humiliating." Lady Mabel was close by on her chestnut thoroughbred, severely costumed in darkest blue and chimney-pot hat. "I don't think you've ever met my cousin," said Rorie. "Mabel, this is Miss Tempest, whom you've heard me talk about. Miss Tempest, Lady Mabel Ashbourne." Violet Tempest gave a startled look and blushed crimson. Then the two girls bowed and smiled, a constrained smile on Vixen's part, a prim and chilly smile from Lady Mabel. "I want you two to be awful good friends," said Rorie, "and when you come out, Vixen, Lady Mabel will take you under her wing. She knows everybody, and the right thing to be done on every occasion." Vixen turned from red to pale and said nothing. Lady Mabel looked at the distant blue line of the white and murmured that she would be happy to be of use to Miss Tempest if ever they met in London. Rorie felt somehow that it was not encouraging. Vixen stole a glance at her rival. Yes, she was very pretty, a delicate patrician beauty which Vixen had never seen before. No wonder Rorie was in love with her. Where else could he have seen anything so exquisite? It was the most natural thing in the world that these cousins should be fond of each other, and engaged to be married. Vixen wondered that the thing had never occurred to her as inevitable, that it should have come upon her as a blow at the last. "I think Rorie ought to have told me," she said to herself. "He's like my brother, and a brother would not hide his love affairs from his sister. It was rather mean of Rorie." The business of the day began presently. Neither Vixen nor the squire dismounted. They had breakfasted at home, and Vixen, who did not care much for Lady Jane Vawdrey, was glad to escape with no further communication than a smile and a bow. At 1:15 they were all riding away towards the forest, and presently the serious business began. Vixen and her father were riding side by side. "You are so pale, Papa. Is your head bad again today?" "Yes, my dear, I'm afraid I've started a chronic headache, but the fresh air will blow it away presently, I dare say. You're not looking over well yourself, Vixen. What have you done with your roses?" I don't care much about hunting today, Papa," said Violet, sudden tears rushing into her eyes. "Shall we go home together? You're not well, and I'm not enjoying myself. Nobody wants us either, so why should we stay?" Rorie was a little way behind them, taking care of Lady Mabel, whose slim-legged chestnut went through as many manoeuvres as if he'd been doing the manège business in a circus, and got over the ground very slowly. "Nonsense, child. Go back? I should think not. Jack Purdy may do all the work, but people like to see me to the fore. We shall find down in Dingley Bottom, I dare say, and get a capital run across the hills to Beaulieu." They found just as the squire had anticipated, and after that there was a hard run for the next hour and a quarter. Roderick was at the heel of the hunt all the time, opening gates and keeping his cousin out of bogs and dangers of all kind. They killed at last on a wild bit of common near Beaulieu, and there were only a few in at the death, amongst them Vixen on her fast young bay, flushed with excitement and triumph by this time, and forgetting all her troubles in the delight of winning one of the pads. Mrs. Millington, the famous huntress from the Shires, was there to claim the brush. "How tired you look, Papa," said Vixen as they rode quietly homewards. "A little done up, my dear, but a good dinner will set me all right again. It was a capital run, and your horse behaved beautifully. I don't think I made a bad choice for you. Rorie and his cousin were miles behind, I dare say. Pretty girl, and sits her horse like a picture, but she can't ride. We shall meet them going home, perhaps." A mile or two farther on they met Roderick alone. His cousin had gone home with her father. "It was rather a bore losing the run," he said, as he turned his horse's head and rode by Vixen, "but I was obliged to take care of my cousin." One of the squire's tenants, a 17-stone farmer on a stout grey cob, overtook them presently, and Mr. Tempest rode on by his side, talking agricultural talk about overfed beasts and cattle shows, the last popular form of cruelty to animals. Roderick and Violet were alone, riding slowly side by side in the darkening grey, between woods where solitary robins carolled sweetly, or the rare gurgle of the thrush sounded now and then from thickets of beech and holly. A faint colour came back to Vixen's cheek. She was very angry with her playfellow for his want of confidence, for his unfriendly reserve. Yet this was the one happy hour of her day. There had been a flavour of desolateness and abandonment in all the rest. "I hope you enjoyed the run," said Rorie. "I don't think you can care much whether we did or didn't," retorted Vixen, shrouding her personality in a vague plural. "If you had cared, you would have been with us. Sultan," meaning the chestnut, "must have felt cruelly humiliated by being kept so far behind. If a man could be in two places at once, half of me, the better half of me, would have been with you, Vixen, but I was bound to take care of my cousin. I had insisted upon her coming." "Of course," answered Vixen, with a little toss of her head. "It would have been quite wrong if she had been absent." They rode on in silence for a little while after this. Vixen was longing to say, "Rorie, you have treated me very badly. You ought to have told me you were going to be married." But something restrained her. She patted her horse's neck, listened to the lonely robins, and said not a word. The squire and his tenant were 100 yards away, talking loudly. Presently they came to a point at which their roads parted, but Rorie still rode on by Vixen. "Isn't that your nearest way?" asked Vixen, pointing down the crossroad with the ivory handle of her whip. "I'm not going the nearest way. I'm going to the Abbey House with you." "I wouldn't be so rude as to say don't, but I think poor Sultan must be tired." "Sultan shall have a by-day tomorrow." They went into an oak plantation where a broad open alley led from one side of the enclosure to the other. The wood had a mysterious look in the late afternoon, when the shadows were thickening under the tall, thin trees. There was an all-pervading ghostly greyness, as in a shadowy underworld. They rode silently over the thick, wet carpet of fallen leaves, the horses starting a little now and then at the aspect of a newly barked trunk lying white across the track. They were silent, having, in sooth, very little to say to each other just at this time. Vixen was nursing her wrathful feelings. Rorie felt that his future was confused and obscure. He ought to do something with his life, perhaps, as his mother had so warmly urged, but his soul was stirred by no ambitious promptings. They were within 200 yards of the gate at the end of the enclosure when Vixen gave a sudden cry. "Did Papa's horse stumble?" she asked. "Look how he sways in his saddle." Another instant, and the squire reeled forward and fell head foremost across his horse's shoulder. The fall was so sudden and so heavy that the horse fell with him, and then scrambled up on his feet again, affrighted, swung himself around, and rushed past Roderick and Vixen along the plashy track. Vixen was off her horse in a moment and had flown to her father's side. He lay like a log, face downwards upon the sodden leaves just inside the gate. The farmer had dismounted and was stooping over him, bridle in hand, with a frightened face. "Oh, what is it?" cried Violet frantically. "Did the horse throw him? Bullfinch, his favourite horse. Is he much hurt? Oh, help me to lift him up. Help me, help me." Rorie was by her side by this time, kneeling down with her beside the prostrate squire, trying to raise the heavy figure which lay like lead across his arm. "It wasn't the horse, miss," said the farmer. "I'm afraid it's a seizure." "A fit!" cried Vixen. "Oh, Papa, Papa, darling, darling." She was sobbing, clinging to him, trembling like a leaf, and turning a white, stricken face up towards Roderick. "Do something to help him. For God's sake, do something," she cried. "You won't let him lie there and die for want of help. Some brandy, something," she gasped, stretching out her trembling hand. The farmer had anticipated her thought. He had taken his flask from the saddle pocket and was kneeling down by the squire. Roderick had lifted the heavy head and turned the ghastly face to the waning light. He tried to force a little brandy between the livid lips, but vainly. "For God's sake, get her away," he whispered to John Wimble, the farmer. "It's all over with him." "Come away with me, my dear Miss Tempest," said Wimble, trying to raise Violet from her knees beside the squire. She was gazing into that awful face distractedly, half divining its solemn meaning, yet watching for the kind eyes to open and look at her again. "Come away with me, and we'll get a doctor. Mr. Vawdrey will take care of your father." "You go for the doctor," she answered firmly. "I'll stay with Papa. Take my horse, he's faster than yours. Oh, he'll carry you well enough. You don't know how strong he is. Go, quick, quick. Dr. Martin at Lyndhurst. It's a long way, but you must get him. Papa will recover, and be able to ride home perhaps before you can get back to us. But go, go." "You go for the doctor, miss. Your horse will carry you fast enough. He'd never carry such a heavy weight as me, and my cob is dead beat. You go, and Mr. Vawdrey will go with you. I'll take care of the squire." Violet looked from one to the other helplessly. "I'd rather stay with Papa," she said. "You go, yes, go, go. I'll stay with Papa." She crouched down beside the prostrate figure on the damp marshy ground, took the heavy head on her lap, and looked up at the two men with a pale, set face which indicated a resolve that neither of them was strong enough to overrule. They tried their utmost to persuade her, but in vain. She was fixed as a new Niobe, a stony image of young despair. So Roderick mounted his horse and rode off towards Lyndhurst, and honest Jack Wimble tied the other two horses to the gate, and took his stand beside them, a few paces from those two motionless figures on the ground, patiently waiting for the issue of this bitter hour. It was one of the longest, weariest, saddest hours that ever youth and hope lived through. There was an awful heart-sickening fear in Violet's mind, but she gave it no definite shape. She would not say to herself, "My father is dead." The position in which he was lying hampered her arm so that she could not reach out her hand to lay it upon his heart. She bent her face down to his lips. Oh God! Not a flutter stirred upon her soft cheek as she laid it against those pallid lips. The lower jaw had fallen in an awful-looking way, but Violet had seen her father look like that sometimes as he slept, with open mouth before the hall fire. It might be only a long swoon, a suspension of consciousness. Dr. Martin would come presently. Oh, how long the time seemed, and make all things right. The crescent moon shone silver-pale above the dim grey wood. The barked trunks gleamed white and spectral in the gathering dark. Owls began to hoot in the distance. Frogs were awaking near at hand. Belated rabbits flitted ghost-like across the track. All nature seemed of one grey or shadowy hue, silvery where the moonbeams fell. The October air was chill and penetrating. There was a dull aching in Violet's limbs from the weight of her burden, but she was hardly conscious of physical pain. It seemed to her that she had been sitting there for hours waiting for the doctor's help. She thought the night must have nearly worn itself out. Dr. Martin could not have been at home, she said, speaking for the first time since Roderick rode away. Mr. Vawdrey would fetch someone else, surely. My dear young lady, he hasn't had time to ride to Lyndhurst yet. Not yet, cried Vixen despairingly, not yet. And it has been so long. Papa is getting so cold. The chill will be so bad for him. Worse for you, miss. I do wish you'd let me take you home. And leave Papa here, alone, unconscious. How can you be so cruel as to think of such a thing? Dear Miss Tempest, we're not doing him any good, and you may be getting a chill that wilt be nigh your death. If you would only go home to your mamma now, it's hard upon her not to know. She'll be fretting about you, I dare say. Don't waste your breath talking to me, cried Vixen indignantly. I shall not leave this spot till Papa goes with me. They waited for another quarter of an hour in dismal silence. The horses gnawed the lower branches of the trees, and gave occasional evidence of their impatience. Bullfinch had gone home to his stable, no doubt. They were only about 1.5 miles from the Abbey house. Hark! What was that? The splish-splash of horses' hoofs on the soft turf. Another minute, and Rorie rode up to the gate with a stranger. I was lucky enough to meet this gentleman, he said, a doctor from Southampton who was at the hunt today. Violet, dear, will you let me take you home now, and leave the doctor and Mr. Wimble with your father? No, answered Vixen decisively. The strange doctor knelt down and looked at his patient. He was a middle-aged man, grave-looking, with iron-grey hair, a man who impressed Vixen with a sense of power and authority. She looked at him silently, with a despairing, appealing look that thrilled him, familiar as he was with such looks. He made his examination quietly, saying not a word, and keeping his face hidden. Then he turned to the 2 men who were standing close by, watching him anxiously. You must get some kind of litter to carry him home, he whispered. And then, with gentle firmness, with strong, irresistible hands, he separated the living from the dead, lifted Violet from the ground, and led her towards her horse. You must let Mr. Vawdrey take you home, my dear young lady, he said. You can do nothing here. But you can do something, sobbed Violet. You will bring him back to life, you. I will do all that can be done, answered the doctor gently. His tone told her more than his words. She gave one wild shriek and threw herself down beside her dead father. A cloud came over the distracted brain, and she lay there senseless. The doctor and Rorie lifted her up and carried her to the gate where her horse was waiting. The doctor forced a little brandy through the locked lips, and between them Rorie and he placed her in the saddle. She had just consciousness enough by this time to hold the bridle mechanically, and to sit upright on her horse, and thus, led by Roderick, she rode slowly back to the home that was never any more to be the same home that she had known and lived in through the joyous 16 years of her life. All things were to be different to her henceforward. The joy of life was broken short off, like a flower snapped from its stem. End of Volume 1, Chapter 8. Recording by Annette McGuinness. Volume 1, Chapter 9 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annette McGuinness. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 9. A House of Mourning. There was sorrow at the Abbey House, deeper and wilder than had entered within those doors for many a year. To Mrs. Tempest, the shock of her husband's death was overwhelming. Her easy, luxurious, monotonous life had been very sweet to her, but her husband had been the dearest part of her life. She had taken little trouble to express her love for him, quite willing that he should take it for granted. She had been self-indulgent and vain, seeking her own ease, spending money and care on her own adornment, but she had not forgotten to make the squire's life pleasant to him also. Newly wedded lovers in the fair honeymoon stage of existence could not have been fonder of each other than the middle-aged squire and his somewhat faded wife. His loving eyes had never seen times change in Pamela Tempest's pretty face. The lessening brightness of the eyes, the duller tints of the complexion, the loss of youth's glow and glory. To him she had always appeared the most beautiful woman in the world. And now the fondly indulged wife could do nothing but lie on her sofa and shed a rain of incessant tears, and drink strong tea, which had lost its power to comfort or exhilarate. She would see no one. She could not even be roused to interest herself in the mourning, though with a handsome widow, Pauline thought that ought to be all-important. "There are so many styles of widows' caps now, ma'am, you really ought to see them, and choose for yourself," urged Pauline, an honest young Englishwoman, who had begun life as Polly, but whom Mrs. Tempest had elevated into Pauline. "What does it matter, Pauline? Take anything you like. He will not be there to see." Here the ready tears flowed afresh. That was the bitterest of all, that she should look nice in her mourning, and Edward not be there to praise her. In her feebleness she could not imagine life without him. She would hear his step at her door surely, his manly voice in the corridor. She would awake from this awful dream in which he was not, and find him, and fall into his arms, and sob out her grief upon his breast, and tell him all she had suffered. This was the dominant feeling in this weak soul. He could not be gone for ever. Yet the truth came back upon her in hideous distinctness every now and then, came back suddenly and awfully, like the swift revelation of a desolate plague-stricken scene under a lightning flash. He was gone. He was lying in his coffin in the dear old Tudor hall where they had sat so cosily. Those dismal reiterated strokes of the funeral bell meant that his burial was at hand. They were moving the coffin already, perhaps. His place knew him no more. She tottered to the darkened window, lifted the edge of the blind, and looked out. The funeral train was moving slowly along the carriage sweep, through the winding shrubberied road. How long and black and solemnly splendid the procession looked. Everybody had loved and respected him. It was a grand funeral. The thought of this general homage gave a faint thrill of comfort to the widow's heart. "My noble husband," she ejaculated, "who could help loving you?" It seemed to her only a little while ago that she had driven up the Tudor porch for the first time after her happy honeymoon, when she was in the bloom of youth and beauty, and life was like a schoolgirl's happy dream. "How short life is," she sobbed, "how cruelly short for those who are happy." With Violet, grief was no less passionate, but it did not find its sole vent in tears. The stronger soul was in rebellion against Providence. She kept aloof from her mother in the time of sorrow. What could they say to each other? They could only cry together. Violet shut herself in her room and refused to see anyone except patient Miss McCroke, who was always bringing her cups of tea or basins of arrowroot, trying to coax her to take some kind of nourishment, dabbing her hot forehead with eau de cologne, doing all of those fussy little kindnesses which are so acutely aggravating in a great sorrow. Let me lie on the ground alone and think of him and wail for him. That is what Violet Tempest would have said if she could have expressed her desire clearly. Roderick Vawdrey went back to the Abbey House after the funeral and contrived to see Miss McCroke, who was full of sympathy for everybody. "Do let me see Violet, that's a dear creature," he said. "I can't tell you how unhappy I am about her. I can't get her face out of my thoughts, as I saw it that dreadful night when I led her horse home. The wild, sad eyes, the white lips." "She is not fit to see anyone," said Miss McCroke, "but perhaps it might rouse her a little to see you." Miss McCroke had an idea that all mourners ought to be roused, that much indulgence in grief for the dead was reprehensible. "Yes," answered Rorie eagerly, "she would see me, I know. We are like brother and sister." "Come into the schoolroom," said the governess, "and I'll see what I can do." The schoolroom was Vixen's own particular den, and was not a bit like the popular idea of a schoolroom. It was a pretty little room with a high wooden dado, painted olive green, and a high art paper of amazing ugliness, whereon brown and red storks disported themselves on a dull green ground. The high art paper was enlivened with horsey caricatures by Leech, and a menagerie of pottery animals on various brackets. A pot or a pan had been stuck into every corner that would hold one. There were desks and boxes and wickerwork baskets of every shape and kind, a dwarf oak bookcase on either side of the fireplace, with the books all at 6s and 7s, leaning against each other as if they were intoxicated. The broad mantelpiece presented a confusion of photographs, cups and saucers, violet jars, and Dresden shepherdesses. Over the quaint old Venetian glass dangled Vixen's first trophy, the fox's brush, tied with a scarlet ribbon. There were no birds or squirrels or dormice, for Vixen was too fond of the animal creation to shut up her favourites in cages, but there was a black bearskin spread in a corner for Argus to lie upon. In the wide low windows there were 2 banks of bright autumn flowers, pompons and dwarf roses, mignonette and veronica. Miss McCroke drew up the blind and stirred the fire. "I'll go and ask her to come," she said. "Do, like a dear," said Rorie. He paced the room while she was gone, full of sadness. He had been very fond of the squire, and that awfully sudden death, an apoplectic seizure, instantaneous as a thunderbolt, had impressed him very painfully. It was his first experience of the kind, and it was infinitely terrible to him. It seemed to him a long time before Vixen appeared, and then the door opened, and a slim black figure came in. A white fixed face looked at him piteously, with tearless eyes made big by a great grief. She came leaning on Miss McCroke, as if she could hardly walk unaided. The face was stranger to him than an altogether unknown face. It was Violet Tempest, with all the vivid, joyous life gone out of her, like a lamp that is extinguished. He took her cold, trembling hands and drew her gently to a chair, and sat down beside her. "I wanted so much to see you, dear," he said, "to tell you how sorry we all are for you, my mother, my aunt and cousin." Violet gave a faint shiver. "All of us. The Duke liked your dear father so much, it was quite a shock to him." "You are very good," Violet said mechanically. She sat by him, pale and still as marble, looking at the ground. His voice and presence impressed her but faintly, like something a long way off. She was thinking of her dead father. She saw nothing but that one awful figure. They had laid him in his grave by this time. The cold, cruel earth had fallen upon him and hidden him for ever from the light. He was shut away for ever from the fair, glad world. He who had been so bright and cheerful, whose presence had carried gladness everywhere. "Is the funeral quite over?" she asked presently, without lifting her heavy eyelids. "Yes, dear, it was a noble funeral. Everybody was there, rich and poor. Everybody loved him." "The poor most of all," she said. "I know how good he was to them." Somebody knocked at the door and asked something of Miss McCroke, which obliged the governess to leave her pupil. Roderick was glad at the departure. That substantial figure in its new black dress had been a hindrance to freedom of conversation. Miss McCroke's absence did not loosen Violet's tongue. She sat looking at the ground and was dumb. That silent grief was very awful to Roderick. "Violet, why don't you talk to me about your sorrow?" he said. "Surely you can trust me, your friend, your brother." That last word stung her into speech. The hazel eyes shot a swift, angry glance at him. "You have no right to call yourself that," she said. "You have not treated me like a sister." "How not, dear? You should have told me about your engagement, that you were going to marry Lady Mabel Ashbourne." "Should I?" exclaimed Rorie, amazed. "If I had, I should have told you an arrant falsehood. I'm not engaged to my cousin Mabel. I'm not going to marry her." "Oh, it doesn't matter in the least whether you are or not," returned Vixen with a weary air. "Papa is dead, and trifles like that can't affect me now. But I felt it unkind of you at the time I heard it." "And where and how did you hear this wonderful news, Vixen?" asked Rorie, very pleased to get her thoughts away from her grief, were it only for a minute. "Mamma told me that everybody said you were engaged, and that the fact was quite obvious." "What everybody says, and what is quite obvious, is very seldom true, Violet. You may take that for a first principle in social science. I am not engaged to anyone. I have no thought of getting married for the next 3 years." Vixen received this information with chilling silence. She would have been very glad to hear it, perhaps, a week ago, at which time she had found it a sore thing to think of her old playfellow as Lady Mabel's affianced husband. But it mattered nothing now. The larger grief had swallowed up all smaller grievances. Roderick Vawdrey had receded into remote distance. He was no one, nothing, in a world that was suddenly emptied of all delight. "What are you going to do, dear?" asked Roderick presently. "If you shut yourself up in your room and abandon yourself to grief, you will make yourself very ill. You ought to go away somewhere for a little while." "For ever!" exclaimed Vixen passionately. "Do you think I can ever endure this dear home without Papa? There is not a thing I look at that doesn't speak to me of him. The dogs, the horses, I almost hate them for reminding me so cruelly. Yeah, we are going away at once, I believe. Mamma said so when I saw her this morning." "Your poor mamma, how does she bear her grief?" "Oh, she cries and cries and cries," said Vixen rather contemptuously. "I think it comforts her to cry. I can't cry. I'm like the dogs. If I did not restrain myself with all my might, I should howl. I should like to lie on the ground outside his door, just as his dog does, and to refuse to eat or drink till I died." "But, dear Violet, you are not alone in the world. You have your poor mamma to think of." "Mamma, yes. I am sorry for her, of course, but she is only like a lay figure in my life. Papa was everything." "Do you know where your mamma is going to take you?" "No, I neither know nor care. It will be a house with 4 walls and a roof, I suppose. It will be all the same to me wherever it is." What could Roderick say? It was too soon to talk about hope or comfort. His heart was rent by this dull, silent grief, but he could do nothing except sit there silently by Vixen's side, with her cold, unresponsive hands held in his. Miss McCroke came back presently, followed by a maid carrying a pretty little Japanese tea-tray. "I've just been giving your poor mamma a cup of tea, Violet," said the governess. "Mr. Clements has been telling her about the will, and it has been quite too much for her. She was almost hysterical. But she's better now, poor dear, and now we'll all have some tea. Bring the table to the fire, Mr. Vawdrey, please, and let us make ourselves comfortable," concluded Miss McCroke, with an assumption of mild cheerfulness. Perhaps there is not in all nature so cheerful a thing as a good sea-coal fire, with a log of beechwood on the top of the coals. It will be cheerful in the face of affliction. It sends out its gushes of warmth and brightness, its gay little arrowy flames that appear and disappear like elves dancing their midnight waltzes on a barren moor. It seems to say, "Look at me and be comforted. Look at me and hope." So from the dull blackness of sorrow rise the many-coloured lights of new-born joy. Vixen suffered her chair to be brought near that cheery fire, and just then Argus crept into the room and nestled at her knee. Roderick seated himself at the other side of the hearth, a bright little fireplace with its borders of high art tiles, illuminated with the story of Mary, Mary, quite contrary, after quaintly medieval designs by Mr. Stacey Marks. Miss McCroke poured out the tea in the quaint old red and blue Worcester cups, and valiantly sustained that assumption of cheerfulness. She would not have permitted herself to smile yesterday, but now the funeral was over, the blinds were drawn up, and a mild cheerfulness was allowable. "If you would condescend to tell me where you are going, Vixen, I might contrive to come there too by and by. We could have some rides together. You'll take Arion, of course." "I don't know if I shall ever ride again," answered Violet with a shudder. Could she ever forget that awful ride? Roderick hated himself for his foolish speech. "Violet will have to devote herself to her studies very assiduously for the next 2 years," said Miss McCroke. "She is much more backwards than I like a pupil of mine to be at 16. "Yes, I'm going to grind at 3 or 4 foreign grammars, and to give my mind to latitude and longitude, and fractions and decimals," said Vixen with a bitter laugh. "Isn't that cheering?" "Whatever you do, Vixen," cried Roderick earnestly, "don't be a paradigm." "What's that?" "An example, a model, a paragon, a perfect woman nobly planned, etc. Be anything but that, Vixen, if you love me." "I don't think there's much fear of any of us being perfect," said Miss McCroke severely. "Imperfection is more in the line of humanity." "Do you think so?" interrogated Rorie. "I find there is a great deal too much perfection in this world, too many faultless people. I hate them." "Isn't that a confession of faultliness on your side?" suggested Miss McCroke. "It may be, but it's the truth." Vixen sat with dry, hollow eyes staring at the fire. She had heard their talk as if it had been the idle voices of strangers sounding in the distance, ever so far away. Argus nestled closer and closer at her knee, and she patted his big, blunt head absently, with a dim sense of comfort in this brute love, which she had not derived from human sympathy. Miss McCroke went on talking and arguing with Rorie, with a view to sustaining that fictitious cheerfulness which might beguile Vixen into brief oblivion of her griefs. But Vixen was not so to be beguiled. She was with them, but not of them. Her haggard eyes stared at the fire, and her thoughts were with the dear dead father, over whose newly filled grave the evening shadows were closing. End of Volume 1, Chapter 9. Recording by Annette McGuinness.
Volume 1, Chapter 10 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 10. Captain Winstanley. 2 years later, and Vixen was sitting with the same faithful Argus nestling beside her, by the fireside of a spacious Brighton drawing-room, a large, lofty, commonplace room, with tall windows facing seawards. Miss McCroke was there too, standing at one of the windows taking up a drop-stitch in her knitting, while Mrs. Tempest walked slowly up and down the expanse of Brussels carpet, stopping now and then at a window to look idly out at the red sunset beyond the low-lying roofs and spars of Shoreham. Those 2 years had changed Violet Tempest from a slender girl to a nobly formed woman. A woman whom a sculptor would have worshipped as his dream of perfection, whom a painter would have reverenced for her glow and splendor of coloring, but about whose beauty the common run of mankind, and more especially womankind, had not quite made up their minds. The pretty little women with 18-inch waists opined that Miss Tempest was too big. "She's very handsome, you know, and all that," they said deprecatingly, "and her figure is quite splendid. But she's on such a very large scale. She ought to be painted in fresco, you know, on a high cornice, as Autumn, or Plenty, or Ceres, or something of that kind, carrying a cornucopia. But in a drawing-room she looks so very massive." The amber-haired women, palpably indebted to auricomous fluids for the colour of their tresses, objected to the dark burnished gold of Violet Tempest's hair. There was too much red in the gold, they said, and a colour so obviously natural was very unfashionable. That cream-white skin of hers too found objectors, on the score of a slight powdering of freckles, spots which the kindly sun leaves on the fruit he best loves. In fact, there were many reservations made by Miss Tempest's pretended admirers when they summed up her good looks. But when she rode her pretty bay horse along the King's Road, strangers turned to look at her admiringly. When she entered a crowded room, she threw all paler beauties in the shade. The cabbage rose is a vulgar flower, perhaps, but she is queen of the garden, notwithstanding. Lest it should be supposed after this that Vixen was a giantess, it may be as well to state that her height was 5 feet 6, her waist 22 inches at most, her shoulders broad but finely sloping, her arms full and somewhat muscular, her hands not small but exquisitely tapering, her foot long and narrow, her instep arched like an Arab's, and all her movements instinct with an untutored grace and dignity. She held her head higher than is common to women, and on that score was found guilty of pride. "I think we ought to go back before Christmas, Violet," said Mrs. Tempest, continuing a discussion that had been dragging itself slowly along for the last half-hour. "I am ready, mamma," answered Vixen submissively. "It will break our hearts afresh when we go home, but I suppose we must go home some day." "But you would like to see the dear old house again, surely, Violet?" "Like to see the frame without the picture? No, 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 mamma. The frame was very dear while the picture was in it." "But yes," cried Vixen passionately, "I should like to go back. I should like to see papa's grave, and carry fresh flowers there every day. It has been too much neglected." "Neglected? Violet, how can you say such a thing, when Menotti's bill for the monument was over £900? "Oh, mamma, there is more love in a bunch of primroses that my own hand gathers and carries to the grave than in all the marble or granite in Westminster Abbey." "My dear, for poor people wild flowers are very nice and show good feeling, but the rich must have monuments. There could be nothing too splendid for your dear papa," added the widow tearfully. She was always tearful when she spoke of her dear Edward, even now, though she was beginning to find that life had some savour without him. "No," said Vixen, "but I think papa will like the flowers best." "Then if all is well, Miss McCroke," pursued Mrs. Tempest, "we will go back at the end of November. It would be a pity to lose the season here." Vixen yawned despondently. "What do we care about the season, mamma?" she exclaimed. "Can it matter to us whether there are 2,000 or 3,000 extra people in the place? It only makes the King's Road a little more uncomfortable." "My dear Violet, at your age gaiety is good for you," said Mrs. Tempest. "Yes, and like most other things that are good, it's very disagreeable," retorted Vixen. "And now about this ball," pursued Mrs. Tempest, taking up a drop-stitch in the previous argument. "I really think we ought to go, if it were only on Violet's account. Don't you, Maria?" Mrs. Tempest always called her governess Maria when she was anxious to conciliate her. "Violet is old enough to enter society, certainly," said Miss McCroke, with some deliberation. "But whether a public ball—" "If it's on my account, mamma, pray don't think of going," protested Vixen earnestly. "I hate the idea of a ball. I hate—" "Captain Winstanley," announced Forbes, in the dusky end of the drawing-room by the door. "He has saved me the trouble of finishing my sentence," muttered Vixen. The visitor came smiling through the dusk into the friendly glow of the fire. He shook hands with Mrs. Tempest with the air of an old friend, went over to the window to shake hands with Miss McCroke, and then came back to Vixen, who gave him a limp cold hand with an indifference that was almost insolent, while Argus lifted his head an inch or so from the carpet, and saluted him with a suppressed growl. Whether this arose from the wise instinct of the animal, or from a knowledge that his mistress disliked the gentleman, would be too nice a point to decide. "I was at that moment thinking of you, Captain Winstanley," said the widow. "An honour and a happiness for me," murmured the captain. Mrs. Tempest seated herself in her own particular chair, beside which was her own particular table, with one of those pretty tea-services which were her chief delight. A miniature silver tea-kettle with a spirit-lamp, a cozy little ball-shaped teapot, cups and saucers of old Battersea. "You'll take a cup of tea?" she said insinuatingly. "I shall be delighted. I feel as if I ought to go home and write verses or smart paragraphs for the society papers after drinking your tea. It is so inspiring. Addison ought to have drunk just such tea before writing one of his Spectators. But unfortunately his muse required old port." "If the Spectator came out nowadays, I'm afraid we should think it stupid," suggested Mrs. Tempest. "Simply because the slipshod writers of the present day have spoiled our taste for fine English," interjected Miss McCroke severely. "Well, I fear we should find Addison a little thin," said Captain Winstanley. "I can't imagine London society existing for a week on such literary pabulum as the Vision of Mirza. We want something stronger than that. A little scandal about our neighbours, a racy article on field sports, some sharpish hits at the City, a libel or two upon men we know, a social article sailing very near the wind, and one of Addison's papers on cherry-coloured hoods, or breast-knots, patches or powder, thrown in by the way of padding. Our dear Joseph is too purely literary for the present age." "What monsters newspapers have grown," remarked Mrs. Tempest. "It's almost impossible to get through them." "Not if you read anything else," answered the captain. "The majority do not." "We were talking about the ball just as you came in," said Mrs. Tempest. "I really think Vixen ought to go." "I am sure she ought," said the captain. Vixen sat looking at the fire and patting Argus. She did not favour the captain with so much as a glance, and yet he was a man upon whom the eyes of women were apt to dwell favourably. He was not essentially handsome. The most attractive men rarely are. He was tall and thin, with a waist as small as a woman's, small hands, small feet, a general delicacy of mould that was accounted thoroughbred. He had a long nose, a darkly pale complexion, keen grey eyes under dark brows, dark hair cropped close to his small head, thin lips, white teeth, a neat black moustache, and a strictly military appearance, though he had sold out of a line regiment 3 years ago, and was now a gentleman at large, doing nothing, and living in a gentlemanlike manner on a very small income. He was not in debt, and was altogether respectable. Nothing could be said against him, unless it were some dark hint of a gambling transaction at a Fast and Furious club, some vague whisper about the mysterious appearance of a king at écarté, the kind of rumour which is apt to pursue a man who, like Bulwer's Dudley Smooth, does not cheat, but always wins. Despite those vague slanders, which are generally baseless, the mere expression of society's floating malice, the scum of ill nature on the ocean of talk, Captain Winstanley was a universal favourite. He went everywhere, and was liked wherever he went. He was gifted with that adaptability and hardiness which is, of all cleverness, most valuable in polite society. Of him, as of Goldsmith, it might be said that he touched nothing he did not adorn. True, that the things he touched were for the most part small things, but they were things that kept him before the eye of society, and found favour in that eye. He was a good horseman, a good oarsman, a good swimmer, a good cricketer. He played and sang. He was a first-rate amateur actor. He was great at billiards and all games of skill. He could talk any language society wanted him to talk, society not requiring a man to excel in Coptic or Chinese, or calling upon him suddenly for Japanese or Persian. He dressed in perfect taste, and without the slightest pretence of dandyism. He could write a first-rate letter, and caricature his dearest friends of last year in pen and ink for the entertainment of his dearest friends of this year. He was known to have contributed occasionally to fashionable periodicals, and was supposed to have a reserve of wit and satire which would quite have annihilated the hack writers of the day had he cared to devote himself to literature. Mrs. Tempest and her daughter had met the captain early in the previous spring among the Swiss mountains. He knew some of Mrs. Tempest's Hampshire friends, and with no other credentials had contrived to win her friendship. Vixen took it into her obstinate young head to detest him, but then Vixen, at 17½ was full of ridiculous dislikes and irrational caprices. Mrs. Tempest, in her lonely and somewhat depressed condition, considered the captain a particularly useful acquaintance. Miss McCroke was dubious, but finding any expression of her doubts ungraciously received, took the safer line of silence. The ball in question was a charity ball at the Pavilion, a perfectly unobjectionable ball. The list of patronesses bristled with noble names. There was nothing to be said against Vixen's appearance there, except Miss McCroke's objection that the Squire Tempest's daughter and heiress ought not to make her debut in society at any public ball whatever. Ought, in a manner, hardly to be seen by the human eye as a grown-up young lady until she had been presented to her gracious sovereign. But Mrs. Tempest had set her heart upon Vixen's going to the ball. Or, in other words, she had set her heart upon going herself. On her way through Paris in September, she had gone to Worth's, out of curiosity, just to see what the great man's salons were like, and there she had been tempted into the purchase of an artistic arrangement in black silk and jet, velvet and passementerie. She did not require the costume, but the thing in itself was so beautiful that she could not help buying it. And having spent 100 guineas on this masterpiece, there arose in her mind a natural craving to exhibit it, to feel that she was being pointed out as one of the best-dressed women in the crowded room, to know that women were whispering to each other significantly, "Worth," as the nocturne in velvet and silk and glimmering jet swept by them. There was a good deal more discussion, and it was ultimately settled that Vixen should go to the ball. She had no positive objection. She would have liked the idea of the ball well enough, perhaps, if it had not been for Captain Winstanley. It was his advocacy that made the subject odious. "How very rudely you behaved to Captain Winstanley, Violet," said Mrs. Tempest when her visitor had departed. "Did I, mamma?" inquired Vixen listlessly. "I thought I was extraordinarily civil. If you knew how I should have liked to behave to him, you would think so too." "I cannot imagine why you are so prejudiced against him," pursued Mrs. Tempest fretfully. "It is not prejudice, mamma, but instinct, like Argus's. That man is destined to do us some great wrong if we do not escape out of his clutches." "It is shameful of you to say such things," cried the widow, pale with anger. "What have you to say against him? What fault can you find with him? You cannot deny that he is most gentlemanlike." "No, mamma, he is a little too gentlemanlike. He makes a trade of his gentlemanliness. He is too highly polished for me." "You prefer a rough young fellow like Roderick Vawdrey, who talks slang and smells of the stables." "I prefer anyone who is good and true," retorted Vixen. "Roderick is a man, and not to be named in the same breath with your fine gentleman." "I admit that the comparison would be vastly to his disadvantage," said the widow. "But it's time to dress for dinner." "And we are to dine with the Mortimers," yawned Vixen. "What a bore!" This young lady had not that natural bent for society which was symptomatic of her age. The wound that pierced her young heart 2 years ago had not healed so completely that she could find pleasure in inane conversation across a primeval forest of sixpenny ferns, and the factious liveliness of a fashionable dinner-table. End of Chapter 10. Volume 1, Chapter 11 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 11. It Shall Be Measure for Measure. The night of the ball came, and in spite of her aversion for Captain Winstanley, and general dislike of the whole thing, Violet Tempest began the evening by enjoying herself. She was young and energetic, and had an immense reserve of animal spirits after her 2 years of sadness and mourning. She danced with the partners her friends brought her, some of the most eligible men in the room, and was full of life and gaiety. yet the festival seemed to her in some wise horrible all the time. "If papa could know that we are dancing and smiling at each other as if all life was made up of gladness, when he is lying cold in his grave," thought Vixen, after joining hands with her mother in the ladies' chain. The widow looked as if she had never known a care. She was conscious that Worth's chef d'oeuvre was not thrown away. She saw herself in the great mirrors which once reflected George and his lovely Fitzherbert in their days of gladness, which reflected that same George later, old and sick and weary. That French grande dame was right, thought Mrs. Tempest, who said, "Le noir est si flattant pour les blonds." Black was flattering for Vixen's auburn hair also. Though her indifferent eye rarely glanced at the mirrored walls, she had never looked lovelier. A tall, graceful figure, in billowy black tulle wreathed with white chrysanthemums, a queen-like head with a red-gold coronal, a throat like an ivory pillar, spanned with a broad black ribbon fastened with a diamond clasp, diamond stars in her ears, and a narrow belt of diamonds round each white arm. "How many waltzes have you kept for me?" Captain Winstanley asked presently, coming up to Vixen. "I have not kept waltzes for anyone," she answered indifferently. "But surely you were under a promise to keep some for me. I asked you a week ago." "Did you? I am sure I never promised anything of the kind." "Here is only one little shabby waltz left," said the captain, looking at her programme. "May I put my name down for that?" "If you like," answered Vixen indifferently, and then, with the faintest suspicion of malice, she added, "as mamma does not dance round dances." She was standing up for the Lancers presently, and her partner had just led her to her place when she saw that she had her mother and Captain Winstanley again for her vis-a-vis. She grew suddenly pale, and turned away. "Will you let me sit this one out?" she said. "I feel awfully ill." Her partner was full of concern, and carried her off at once to a cooler room. "It is too bad," she muttered to herself. "The Lancers! To go romping round with a lot of wild young men and women. It is as bad as the Queen in Hamlet." This was the last dance before supper. Vixen went into the supper-room presently with her attentive partner, who had kept by her side devotedly while the lively scramble to good old English tunes was going on in the dancing-room. "Are you better?" he asked tenderly, fanning her with her big black fan, painted with violets and white chrysanthemums. "The room is abominably hot." "Thanks, I'm quite well now. It was only a momentary faintness. But I rather hate the Lancers, don't you?" "Well, I don't know. I think sometimes, you know, with a nice partner, they're good fun. Only one can't help treading on the ladies' trains, and they wind themselves round one's legs like snakes. I've seen fellows come awful croppers, and the lady who has done it looks so sweetly and concerned. But if one tears a lace flounce, you know, they look daggers. It's something too dreadful to feel oneself walking into a Honiton at 10 guineas a yard, and the more one tries to extricate oneself, the more harm one does." Vixen's supper was the merest pretence. Her mother sat opposite her, with Captain Winstanley still in attendance. Vixen gave them one scathing look, and then sat like an image of scorn. Her partner could not get a word from her, and when he offered her the fringed end of a cracker bonbon, she positively refused to have anything to do with it. "Please don't," she said. "It's too inane. I couldn't possibly pretend to be interested in the motto." When she went back to the ballroom, Captain Winstanley followed her and claimed his waltz. The band was just striking up the latest lovesick German melody, Weit von dir, a strain of drawling tenderness. "You had better go and secure your supper," said Vixen coldly. "I despise all ball suppers. This one most particularly, if it were to deprive me of my waltz." Vixen shrugged her shoulders, and submitted to take those few preliminary steps which are like the strong swimmer's shiverings on the bank ere he plunges into the stream. And then she was whirling round to the legato strains, Weit von dir, wo ist mein Lebenslust? Weit von dir, weit von dir. Captain Winstanley's waltzing was simple perfection. It was not the Liverpool lurch, or the Scarborough scramble, the Bermondsey bounce, or the Whitechapel wiggle. It was waltzing pure and simple, unaffected, graceful, the waltzing of a man with a musical ear, and an athlete's mastery of the art of motion. Vixen hated the captain, but she enjoyed the waltz. They danced till the last bar died away in a tender diminuendo. "You look pale," said the captain. "Let us go into the garden." He brought her cloak and wrapped it round her, and she took his offered arm without a word. It was one of those rare nights in late October when the wind was not cold. There was hardly the flutter of a leaf in the pavilion garden. The neighbouring sea made the gentlest music, a melancholy ebb and flow of sound like the murmuring of some great imprisoned spirit. In the searching light of day, when its adjacent cab-stands and commonnesses are visible, and its gravelled walks are peopled with nursemaids and small children, the pavilion garden can hardly be called romantic, but by this tender moonlight, in this cool stillness of a placid autumn midnight, even the pavilion garden had its air of romance and mystery. The various roofs and chimneys stood up against the sky, picturesque as a city of old time. And after all, this part of Brighton has a peculiar charm which all the rest of Brighton lacks. It speaks of the past. It tells its story of the dead. They were not great or heroic, perhaps, those departed figures, whose ghosts haunt us in the red and yellow rooms and in the stiff town garden. But they had their histories. They lived and loved and suffered, and being dead so long, come back to us in the softened light of vanished days, and take hold of our fancy with their quaint garments and antique headgear, their powder and court swords and diamond shoe buckles, and little loves and little sorrows. Vixen walked slowly along the shining gravel path, with her black and gold mantle folded round her, looking altogether statuesque and unapproachable. They took one turn in absolute silence, and then Captain Winstanley, who was not inclined to beat about the bush when he had something particular to say, and a good opportunity for saying it, broke the spell. This was perhaps the first time in an acquaintance of more than 6 months that he had ever found himself alone with Violet Tempest, without hazard of immediate interruption. "Miss Tempest," he began, with a firmness of tone that startled her, "I want to know why you are so unkind to me." "I hardly know what you mean by unkindness. I hope I have never said anything uncivil." "No, but you have let me see very plainly that you dislike me." "I am sorry nature has given me an unpleasantly candid disposition." Those keen grey eyes of the captain's were watching her intently. An angry look shot at her from under the straight dark brows, swift as an arrow. "You admit, then, that you do not like me," he said. Vixen paused before replying. The position was embarrassing. "I suppose if I were ladylike and proper, I should protest that I like you immensely, that there is no one in the world, my mother excepted, whom I like better. But I never was particularly proper or polite, Captain Winstanley, and I must confess there are very few people I do like, and I am not one of them," said the captain. "You have finished the sentence for me." "That is hard upon me. No, Violet, you can never know how hard. Why should you dislike me? You are the first woman who ever told me so," flushing with an indignant recollection of all his victories. "I have done nothing to offend you. I have not been obtrusive. I have worshipped at a distance, but the Persian's homage of the sun is not more reverent." "Oh, pray don't talk about Persians and the sun," cried Violet. "I am not worthy that you should be so concerned about my likes and dislikes. Please think of me as an untaught, inexperienced girl. 2 years ago I was a spoiled child. You don't know how my dearest father spoiled me. It is no wonder I am rude. Remember this, and forgive me if I am too truthful." "You are all that is lovely," he exclaimed passionately, stung by her scorn and fired by her beauty, almost beside himself as he stood there in the magical moonlight, for once in his life forgetting to calculate every move on life's chessboard. "You are too lovely for me. From the very first, in Switzerland, when I was so happy— No, I will not tell you. I will not lay down my heart to be trampled under your feet." "Don't," cried Violet, transfixing him with the angry fire of her eyes, "for I am afraid I should trample on it. I am not one of those gentle creatures who go out of their way to avoid treading on worms, or other reptiles." "You are as cruel as you are lovely," he said, "and your cruelty is sweeter than another woman's kindness. Violet, I laugh at your dislike. Yes, such an aversion as that is often the beginning of the closest liking. I will not be disheartened. I will not be put off by your scornful candour. What if I were to tell you that you are the only woman I ever loved?" "Pray do not. It would transform passive dislike into active hatred. I should be sorry for that because," looking at him deliberately with a slow scorn, "I think my mother likes you. She has honoured me with her confidence, and I hope I shall not prove unworthy of the trust. I rarely fail to repay any benefit that is bestowed upon me." "October nights are treacherous," said Vixen, drawing her cloak closer around her. "I think we had better go back to the ballroom." She was shivering a little with agitated feeling, in spite of the mantle of scorn in which she had wrapped herself. This was the first man who had ever called her lovely, who had ever talked to her of love with manhood's strong passion. The captain gave her his arm, and they went back to the glare and heat of the yellow dragons and scarlet griffins. Another Lancer scramble was in full progress, to the old-fashioned jigging tunes, but Mrs. Tempest was sitting among the matrons in a corner by an open window. "Are we ever going home any more, mamma?" inquired Vixen. "My dear Violet, I have been waiting for you ever so long." "Why should you leave so early?" exclaimed Captain Winstanley. "There are half a dozen more dances, and you are engaged for them all, I believe, Miss Tempest." "Then I will show mercy to my partners by going away," said Violet. "Are all balls as long as this? We seem to have been here ages. I expect to find my hair grey to-morrow morning." "I really think we had better go," said Mrs. Tempest, in her undecided way. She was a person who never quite made up her mind about anything, but balanced every question gently, letting somebody else turn the scale for her. Her maid, her governess, her daughter, she was always trying to have her own way, but never quite knew what her own way was, and just managed things skilfully enough to prevent other people having theirs. "If you are determined, I will see you to your carriage, and then the ball is over for me," said the captain gallantly. He offered Mrs. Tempest his arm, and they went into the vestibule, where the captain left them for a few minutes while he went into the porch to hasten the arrival of the carriage. "Where were you and Captain Winstanley all that time, Violet?" asked Mrs. Tempest. "In the garden." "How imprudent!" "Indeed, dear mamma, it wasn't cold." "But you were out there so long. What could you find to talk about all that time?" "We were not talking all the time, only enjoying the cool air and the moonlight." "Mrs. Tempest's carriage!" roared one of the doorkeepers, as if it had been his doing that the carriage had appeared so quickly. Captain Winstanley was ready to hand them to their brougham. "Come and take a cup of tea to-morrow afternoon, and let us talk over the ball," said the widow. "With infinite pleasure." "Shall we drop you at your house?" "1,000 thanks, no. My lodgings are so close, I'll walk home." He went back for his overcoat, and then walked slowly away without another glance at the crowded ballroom, or the corridors where the ladies who were waiting for their carriages were contriving to improve the time by a good deal of quiet, or even noisy, flirtation. His lodgings were on the old Stein, close by, but he did not go home immediately. There are times in a man's life when 4 walls are too small to hold the bigness of his thoughts. Captain Winstanley paced the Marine Parade for half an hour or so before he went home. "Va pour la mère," he said to himself at the close of that half-hour's meditations. "She is really very nice, and the position altogether advantageous. Perhaps as much as one has the right to expect in the general decadence of things. But, good heavens, how lovely that girl is! She is the first woman who ever looked me in the face and told me she disliked me, the first woman who ever gave me contemptuous looks and scornful words. And yet, for that very reason, perhaps, The dark brows contracted over keen eyes which seemed closer than usual to the hawk nose. "Look to yourself, my queen, in the time to come," he said, as he turned his back on the silvery sea and moonlight sky. You have been hard to me, and I will be hard to you. It shall be measure for measure. End of chapter 11.
Volume 1, Chapter 12 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 12. I have no wrong where I can claim no right. Going home again. That was hard to bear. It reopened all the old wounds. While at Tempest, felt as if her heart must really break, as if this new grief were sharper than the old one. When the carriage drove in through the familiar gates, in the December dusk, and along the winding shrubberied road, and up to the Tudor porch, where the Lion of the Tempest stood, passant regardant, with lifted paw and backwards gaze, above the stone shield, the ruddy firelight was shining across the wide doorway. The whole hearth looked as cheerful as of old, and there stood the empty chair beside it. That had been Vixen's particular wish. "Let nothing be disturbed, dear mamma," she said, ever so many times, when her mother was writing her orders to the housekeeper. "Beg them to keep everything just as it was in papa's time." "My dear, it will only make you grieve more." "Yes, but I had rather grieve for him than forget him. I am more afraid of forgetting him than of grieving too much for him," said Vixen. And now, as she stood on the hearth, after her journey, wrapped in black fur, a little black fur toque, crowning her ruddy gold hair, fancy filled the empty chair as she gazed at it. Yes, she could see her father, sitting there in his hunting clothes, his whip across his knee. The old pointer, the squire's favourite, came whining to her feet. How old he looked, old and broken and infirm, as if from much sorrow. Poor Nip, she said, patting him. "The joy of your life went with papa, didn't it?" "It's all very sad," murmured Mrs. Tempest, loosening her wraps. "A sad, sad homecoming. And it seems only yesterday that I came here as a bride. Did I ever tell you about my travelling dress, Violet? It was a short silk. They were fashionable then. You know, bronze and blue. The loveliest combination of colour. I can't imagine a short silk being anything but detestable," said Vixen curtly. "Poor Nip, how faithful dogs are. The dear thing is actually crying." Tears were indeed running from the poor old eyes, as the pointer's head lay in Vixen's lap, as if memory kindled by her image brought back the past too keenly for that honest canine heart. "It's very mournful," said Mrs. Tempest. "Pauline, let us have a cup of tea." She sank into an armchair opposite the fire, not the squire's old carved oak chair, with its tawny leather cushions. That must indeed be sacred evermore, a memento of the dead, standing beside the hearth, revered as the image of an honoured ancestor in a Roman citizen's home. "I wonder if anyone is alive that we knew here," said Vixen, lying back in her low chair and idly caressing the dogs. "My dear Violet, why should people be dead? We have only been away 2 years." "No, but it seems so long. I hardly expect to see any of the old faces. He is not here?" With a sudden choking sob. "Why should all be left, except him?" "The workings of the Providence are full of mystery," sighed the widow. "Dear Edward, how handsome he looked that day he brought me home, and he was a noble-looking man to the last. Not more than 2 spoonfuls of pekoe, Pauline?" You ought to know how I like it by this time." This to the handmaiden, who was making the tea at the gipsy table in front of the fire, the table at which Vixen and Rorie had drank tea so merrily on that young man's birthday. After tea, mother and daughter went the round of the house. How familiar, how dear, how strange, how sad all things looked. The faithful servants had done their duty. Everything was in its place. The last room they entered was the squire's study. Here were all his favourite books. The sporting magazine from its commencement in the crimson morocco, Nimrod and the Druid, Assheton Smith's Memoirs, and many others of the same class. Books on farming and farriery, on dogs and guns. Here were the squire's guns and whips, a motley collection, all neatly arranged by his own hands. The servants had done nothing but keep them free from dust. There, by the low and cosy fireplace, with its tiled hearth, stood the capacious crimson morocco chair, in which the master of the Abbey house had been wont to sit when he held audience with his kennel huntsman or gamekeeper, his farm bailiff or stud groom. "Mamma, I should like you to lock the door of this room and keep the key, so that no one may ever come here," said Vixen. "My dear, that is just the way to prolong your grief, but I will do it if you like." "Do, dear mamma, or, if you will let me keep the key, I will come in and dust the room every day. It would be a pleasure for me, a mournful one, perhaps, but still a pleasure." Mrs. Tempest had no objection, and when they left the room, Vixen locked the door and put the key in her pocket. Christmas was close at hand. The saddest time for such a home-coming, Vixen thought. The gardeners brought in their barrows of holly and fir and laurel, but Vixen would take no part in the decoration of hall and the corridors, staircase and gallery. She, who in former years had been so active in the labour. The humble inhabitants of the village rejoiced in the return of the family at the great house, and Vixen was pleased to see the kind faces again, the old men and women, the rosy-cheeked children, and careworn mothers, withered and wrinkled before their time with manifold anxieties. She had a friendly word for everyone, and gifts for all. Home was sweet to her after 2 years' absence. Despite the cloud of sadness that overhung all things, she went out to the stables and made friends with the old horses, which had been out at grass all through the summer, and had enjoyed a paradise of rest for the last 2 years. Slug and Crawler, Mrs. Tempest's carriage horses, sleek, even-minded bays, had been at Brighton, and so had Vixen's beautiful thoroughbred and a handsome brown for the groom. But all the rest had stayed in Hampshire. Not one had been sold, though the stud was a wasteful and useless one for a widow and her daughter. There was Bullfinch, the hunter Squire Tempest had ridden in his last hour of life. Violet went into his box and caressed him and fed him and cried over him with bitterest tears. This homecoming brought back old sorrow with overwhelming force. She ran out of the stables to hide her tears, and ran up to her own room and abandoned herself to her grief almost as utterly as she had done on those dark days when her father's corpse was lying in the house. There was no friendly Miss McCourt now to be fussy and anxious, and to interpose herself between Violet Tempest and her grief. Violet was supposed to be finished, or in other words, to know everything under the sun which a young lady of good birth and ample fortune can be required to know. Everything, in this case, consisted of a smattering of French, Italian, and German, a dubious recollection of main facts in modern history, hazy images of Sennacherib, Helen of Troy, Semiramis, Cyrus, the Battle of Marathon, Romulus and Remus, the murder of Julius Caesar, and the loves of Antony and Cleopatra, flitting dimly athwart the cloudy background of an unmapped ancient world. A few vague notions about astronomy, some foggy ideas upon the constitution of plants and flowers, seaweeds and shells, rocks and hills, and a general indifference for all literature except poetry and novels. Miss McCork, having done her duty conscientiously after her lights, had now gone to finish 3 other young ladies, the motherless daughters of an Anglo-Indian colonel, over whom she was to exercise maternal authority and guidance, in a tall narrow house in Maida Vale. She had left Mrs. Tempest with all honours, and Violet had lavished gifts upon her at parting, feeling fonder of her governess in the last week of their association than at any other period of her tutelage. To-day, in her sorrow, it was a grief to Violet to find herself free from the futile consolations of friendship. She flung herself into the armchair by the fire, and sobbed out her grief. "Oh, kindest, dearest, best of fathers," she cried, "what is home without you?" And then she remembered that awful day of the funeral, when Roderick Vawdrey had sat with her beside this earth, and had tried to comfort her, and remembered how she had heard his voice as a sound far away, a sound that had no meaning. That was the last time she had seen him. "I don't suppose I thanked him for his pity or his kindness," she thought. "He must have gone away thinking me cold and ungrateful. But I was like a creature at the bottom of some dark, dismal pit. How could I feel thankful to someone looking down at me and talking to me from the free, happy world at the top?" Her sobs ceased gradually. She dried her tears, and that unconscious pleasure in life, which is a part of innocent youth, came slowly back. She looked round the room in which so much of her childhood had been spent, a room full of her own fancies and caprices, a room whose prettiness had been bought with her own money, and was for the most part the work of her own hands. In spite of whom sorrowful association, she was glad to find herself at home. Mountains and lakes and sunny bays and dark pathless forests may be ever so good to see, but there is something sweet in our return to the familiar rooms of home, some pleasure in being shut snugly within 4 walls, surrounded by one's own belongings. The wood fire burnt merrily, and sparkled on the many-coloured pots and pans upon the panelled wall. Here an Etruscan vase of India red, there a Moorish water-jar of vivid amber. Outside the deep mullioned windows the winter blast was blowing, with occasional spurts of flying snow. Argus crept in presently and stretched himself at full length upon the fleecy rug. Vixen lay back in her low chair, musing idly in the glow of fire, and by the by the lips, which had been convulsed with grief, parted in a smile. The lovely brown eyes shone with happy memories. She was thinking of her old playfellow and friend Rorie. "I wonder if he will come to-day," she mused. "I think he will. He's sure to be at home for the hunting. Yes, he will come to-day. What will he be like, I wonder? Handsomer than he was 2 years ago? No, that could hardly be. He is quite a man now, 23. I must not laugh at him any more." The thought of his coming thrilled her with a new joy. She seemed to have been living in artificial life in the 2 years of her absence, to have been changed in her very self by change of surroundings. It was almost as if the old Vixen had been sent into an enchanted sleep, while some other young lady, a model of propriety and good manners, went round the world in Vixen shape. Her life had been made up, more or less, of trifles and foolishness, with a background of grand scenery, tepid little friendships with agreeable fellow travellers at Nice, tepid little friendships of the same order in Switzerland, well-dressed young people smiling at each other, and delighting in each other's company, and parting, probably, for ever without a pang. But now she had come back to the friends, the horses, the dogs, the rooms, the gardens, the fields, the forests of the youth, and was going to be the real Vixen again, the wild, thoughtless, high-spirited girl whom Squire Tempest and all the peasantry round about had loved. "I have been ridiculously well behaved," she said to herself. "Quite a second edition of mamma. But now I am back in the forest, My good manners may go hang. My foot's on my native hearth, and my name is MacGregor. Somehow, in all her thoughts of home, after that burst of grief for her dead father, Roderick Vawdrey was the central figure. He filled the gap cruel death had made. Would Rorie come soon to see her? Would he be very glad to have her at home again? What would he think of her? Would he fancy her changed? For the worse? For the better? I wonder whether he would like my good manners or the original Vixen best. She speculated. The morning wore on, and still Violet Tempest sat idly by fire. She had made up her mind that Roderick would come to see her at once. She was sufficiently aware of her own importance to feel sure that the fact of her returning had been duly chronicled in the local papers. He would come today, before luncheon, perhaps, and they three, Mamma, Rorie, and herself, would sit at the round table in the library, the snug warm room where they had so often sat with Papa. This thought brought back the bitterness of her loss. I can bear it better if Rorie is with us, she thought, and he is almost sure to come. He would not be so unkind as to delay bidding welcome to such poor lonely creatures as Mamma and I. She looked at her little watch, a miniature hunter in case of a black enamel, with monogram in diamonds, one of her father's last gifts. It was 1 o'clock already, and luncheon would be at 1/2. Only half an hour for Rorie, she thought. The minute hand crept slowly to half hour, the luncheon gong sounded below, and there had been no announcement of Mr. Vawdrey. He may be downstairs with Mamma all this time, thought Vixen. Forbes would not tell me unless he were sent. She went downstairs and met Forbes in the hall. "Oh, if you please, ma'am, Mrs. Tempest does not feel equal to coming down to luncheon. She will take a wing of chicken in her own room." "And I don't feel equal to sitting in the library alone, Forbes," said Violet. "So you may tell Phoebe to bring me a cup of tea and a biscuit. Has nobody called this morning?" "No, ma'am." Vixen went back to her room, out of spirits and out of temper. It was unkind of Rorie, cold, neglectful, heartless. If he had come home after an absence of 2 years, absence under such sad circumstances, how anxious I should be to see him, she thought. But I don't suppose there is frost enough to stop the hunting, and I dare say he is staring across the heather on some big raw-boned horse, and not giving me a thought. Or perhaps he is dancing attendance upon Lady Mabel. But no, I don't think he cares much for that kind of a thing. She moved about the room a little, rearranging things that were already arranged exactly as she had left them 2 years ago. She opened a book and flung it aside, tried the piano, which sounded muffled and woolly. "My poor little Broadwood is no better for being out at grass," she said. She went to one of the windows and stood there looking out, expecting every instant to see a dog-cart with a rakish horse, a wasp-like body and high red wheels, spin round the curve of the shrubbery. She stood thus for a long time, as she had done on the wet October afternoon of Rorie's homecoming, but no rakish horse came swinging round the curve of the carriage drive. The flying snow drifted past the window. The winter sky looked blue and clear between the brief showers. The tall feathery fir trees and straight slim cypresses stood up against the afternoon light, and Vixen gazed at them with angry eyes, full of resentment against Roderick Vawdrey. "The ground is too hard for the scent to lie well. That's one comfort," she reflected savagely. And then she thought of the dear old Kennels, given over to a new master, the hounds whose names and idiosyncrasies she had known as well as if they had been human acquaintances. She had lost all interest in them now. Potto and Gellert, Lightfoot, Juno, Ringlet, Lord Drumreary, they had forgotten her, no doubt. Here was someone at last, but not the one for whom she was watching. A figure, clothed in a long loose black cloak and a slouched felt hat, and carrying a weedy umbrella trudged sturdily around the curve, and came briskly towards the porch. It was Mr. Scobel, the incumbent of the pretty little Gothic church in the village, a church like a toy. He was a good man and a benevolent, this Mr. Scobel, a hard worker and a blessing in the neighbourhood. But just at this moment, Violet Tempest did not feel grateful to him for coming. "What does he want?" she thought. "Blankets and coals and things, I suppose." She turned suddenly from the window, and went back to her seat by the fire. She threw on a log and gave herself up to disappointment. The blue winter sky had changed to grey. The light was fading behind the feathery fir tops. "Perhaps he will come to afternoon tea," she thought, and then, with a discontented shrug of her shoulders, "No, he is not coming at all. If he cared about us, he would have been the first to bid us welcome, knowing as he must how miserable it was for me to come home at all without Papa." She sat looking at the fire. "How idle I am," she mused. "And poor Crocky did so implore me to go on with my education and read good useful books and enlarge my mind. I don't think my poor little mind could bear any more stretching, or that I should be much happier if I knew all about Central Africa, and the nearest way from Hindustan to China, or Old Red Sandstone and Tertiary, and the rest of them. What does it matter to me what the earth is made of, if I cannot be happy upon it? No, I shall never try to be a highly cultivated young woman. I shall read Byron and Tennyson and Wordsworth, and Keats and Bulwer and Dickens and Thackeray, and remain an ignoramus all the days of my life. I think that would be quite enough for Rorie, if he and I were to be much together, for I don't believe he ever opens a book at all. And what would be the use of talking to him about Old Red Sandstone or the centre of Africa?" Phoebe, Miss Tempest's fresh-faced Hampshire maid, appeared at this moment. "Oh, if you please, miss, your ma says you should go to the drawing-room. Mr. Scobel is with her, and would like to see you." Violet rose with a sigh. "Is my hair awfully untidy, Phoebe?" "I think I'd better arrange the plaits, miss. That means I am an object. It's 4 o'clock. I may as well change my dress for dinner. I suppose I must go down to dinner?" "Thor, yes, miss. It will never do to shut yourself up in your room and fret. You are as pale as their Christmas roses already." 10 minutes later, Vixen went down to the drawing-room, looking very stately in her black Irish poplin, whose heavy folds became the tall full figure, and whose dense blackness set off the ivory skin and warm auburn hair. She had given just one passing glance at herself in the cheval glass, and Vanity had whispered, "Perhaps Rorie would have thought me improved, but he had not taken the trouble to come and see. I might be honeycombed by smallpox, or bald from the effects of typhus, for aught he cares." The drawing-room was all aglow with blazing logs, and the sky outside the windows looking the pale and grey. When Violet went in, Mrs. Tempest was in her favourite armchair by fire, Tennyson's latest poems on the velvet-coloured gipsy table at her side, in company with large black fan and a smelting bottle. Mr. Scobel was sitting in a low chair on the side of the hearth, with his knees almost up to his chin, and his trousers sprinkled up ever so far above his stout Oxford shoes, leaving a considerable interval of grey stocking. He was a man of about 30, pale and unpretending of aspect. He fortified his native modesty with a pair of large binoculars, which interposed a kind of barrier between himself and the outer world. He rose as Violet came towards him, and turned the binoculars upon her, glittering in the glow of fire. "How tall you have grown!" he cried, when they had shaken hands. "And how—" Here he stopped, with a nervous little laugh. "I really don't think I should have known you if we had met elsewhere. Perhaps Rorie would hardly know me," thought Vixen. "How are all the poor people?" she asked, when Mr. Scobel had resumed his seat, and was placidly caressing his knees, and blinking, or seeming to blink, at the fire with his binoculars. "Oh, poor souls!" he sighed. There had been a great deal of sickness and distress, and want of work. Yes, a very great deal. The winter began early, and we had some severe weather. James Parsons is in prison again for rabbit snaring. I'm really afraid James is incorrigible. Mrs. Roper's eldest son Tom, I dare say you remember Tom, an idle little ruffian, who was always bird-nesting, has managed to get himself run over by a pair of Lord Ellangowan's wagon horses. And now Lady Ellangowan is keeping the whole family. An aunt came from Salisbury to sit up with the boy, and was quite angry because Lady Ellangowan did not pay her for nursing him. "That's the worst of the poor," said Mrs. Tempest languidly, the firelight playing upon her diamond rings, as she took her fan from the velvet table and slowly unfolded it to protect her cheek from the glare. "They are never satisfied." "Isn't it odd they are not?" cried Vixen, coming suddenly out of a deep reverie, "when they have everything that can make life delightful?" "I don't know about everything, Violet. But really, when they have such nice cottages as your dear papa built for them, so well drained and ventilated, they ought to be more contented. What a comfort a good drainage and ventilation must be, when there is no bread in the larder," said Violet. "My dear, it is ridiculous to talk in that way, just in the style of horrid radical newspapers. I'm sure the poor have immense deal done for them. Look at Mr. Scobell. Is he not always trying to help them?" "I do what I can," said the clergyman modestly, "but I only wish it were more. An income of 16 shillings a week for a family of 7 requires a good deal of eking out. If it were not for the assistance I get here, and in one or two other directions, things would be very bad in Beechdale." Beechdale was the name of a village nearest the Abbey House, the village to which belonged Mr. Scobell's toy church. "Of course, we must have the usual distribution of blanket and wearing apparel on Christmas Eve," said Mrs. Tempest. "It will seem very sad without my dear husband, but we came home before Christmas on purpose." "How good of you! It was very sad last year when the poor people came up to the hall to receive your gifts, and there were no familiar faces except the servants. There were a good many tears shed over last year's blankets, I assure you." "Poor dear things," sighed Mrs. Tempest, not making it clear whether she meant the blankets or the recipients thereof. Violet said nothing after a little ironical protest about the poor. She sat opposite the fire, between her mother and Mrs. Scobell, but at some distance from both. The ruddy light glowed over her ruddy hair, and lit up her pale cheeks, and shone in her brilliant eyes. The incumbent of Beechdale thought he had never seen anything so lovely. She was like a painted window, a Madonna, with the glowing colour of Rubens, the divine grace of Raphael, and those little speeches about the poor had warmed his heart. He was Violet's friend and champion from that moment. Mrs. Tempest fanned herself listlessly. "I wish Forbes would bring the tea," she said. "Shall I ring, mamma?" "No, dear, they have not finished tea in the housekeeper's room, perhaps. Forbes doesn't like to be disturbed. Is there any news, Mr. Scobell? We only came home yesterday evening, and have seen no one." "News? Well, no, I think not much. Lady Ellangowan has got new orchid, and there has been a new baby too, hasn't there?" "Oh yes, but nobody talks about the baby, and everybody is in raptures with the little orchid. What is it like?" "Rather a fine boy. I christened him last week." "I mean the orchid." "Oh, something really magnificent. A brilliant blue, a butterfly-shaped blossom that positively looks as if it were alive. They say Lord Ellangowan gave 500 guineas for it. People come from the other side of the country to see it." "I think you are all orchid mad," exclaimed Mrs. Tempest. "Oh, here comes the tea," as Forbes entered with the old silver tray and fancy cups and saucers. "You'll take some, of course, Mr. Scobell. I cannot understand this rage for orchids. Old china or silver or lace, I can understand. But orchids? things that require no end of trouble to keep them alive, and which I dare say are as common as buttercups and daisies in the savage places where they grow. There is Lady Jane Vawdrey, now, a perfect slave to orchid houses. Violet's face flamed crimson in this mention of Lady Jane. Not for worlds would she have asked a question about her old playfellow, though she was dying to hear about him. Happily no one saw that sudden blush, or passed for a reflection of the fire-glow. Poor Lady Jane, sighed the incumbent Beechdale, looking very solemn. She has gone to a land in which there are fairer flowers than ever grew on the banks of Amazon. What do you mean? Surely you have heard? Nothing, exclaimed Mrs. Tempest. I have corresponded with nobody but my housekeeper while I have been away. I am a wretched correspondent at the best of times, and after Edward's death I was too weary, too depressed to write letters. What is the matter with Lady Jane Vawdrey? She died at Florence last November of bronchitis. She was very ill last winter, and had to be taken for canes for the early part of the year, but she came back in April quite well and strong, as everyone supposed, and spent the summer at Briarwood. Her doctors told her, however, that she was not to risk another winter in England, so in September she went to Italy, taking Lady Mabel with her. And Roderick? Inquired Vixen. He went with them, of course? Naturally, replied Mr. Scobel. Mr. Vawdrey was with his mother till the last. Very nice of him, murmured Mrs. Tempest approvingly. For in a general way, I don't think they got on too well together. Lady Jane was rather dictatorial. And now, I suppose, Roderick will marry his cousin as soon as he is out of mourning. Why would you suppose so, mamma? Exclaimed Violet. It is quite a mistake of yours about their being engaged. Roderick told me so himself. He was not engaged to Lady Mabel. He had not the least idea of marrying her. He has altered his mind since then, I conclude, said Mr. Scobel cheerily. Those binoculars of his could never have seen through the stone wall, or were not much good at seeing things under his nose. For it is quite a settled thing that Mr. Vawdrey and Lady Mabel are to be married. It will be a splendid match for him, and will make him the largest landowner in the forest. For Ashbourne is settled on Lady Mabel. The Duke bought it himself, and you know, it is not in the entail, added the incumbent, explaining a fact that was as familiar as the church catechism to Violet, who sat looking straight at the fire, holding her head high, as Queen Guinevere after she had thrown the diamonds out of window. I always knew that it would be so, said Mrs. Tempest with the air of a sage. Lady Jane had set her heart upon it. Worldly greatness was her idol, poor thing. It is sad to think of her being snatched away from everything. What has become of the orchids? Lady Jane left them to her niece. They are building houses to receive them at Ashbourne. Rather a waste of money, isn't it? Suggested Violet, in a cold, hard voice. Why not let them stay at Briarwood with Lady Mabel as mistress there? Mr. Scobel did not enter into this discussion. He sat serenely gazing at the fire, and sipping his tea, enjoying this hour of rest and warmth after a long day's fatigue and hard weather. He had an Advent service at 7 o'clock that evening, and would but just have time to tramp home through the winter dark, and take a hurried meal, before he ran across to his neat little vestry, and shuffled on his surplice, while Mrs. Scobel played her plaintive voluntary on the 20-guinea harmonium. "And where is young Vawdrey now?" inquired Mrs. Tempest blandly. She could only think of the Squire of Briarwood as the lad from Eton, clumsy, shy, given to breaking teacups, and leaving the track of his footsteps in clay or mud upon the Aubusson carpets. "He has not come home yet. The Duke and Duchess went to Florence just before Lady Jane's death, and I believe Mr. Vawdrey is with them in Rome. Briarwood has been shut since September." "Didn't I tell you, mamma, that somebody would be dead?" cried Violet. "I felt when we came into this house yesterday evening that everything in our life has changed." I should hardly think mourning can be very becoming to Lady Mabel, ruminated Mrs. Tempest. Those small slip-like figures rarely look well in black. Mr. Scobell rose with an effort to make his adieu. The delicious warmth of wood fire, the perfume of arbutus logs, had made him sleepy. "You will come to see our new school, I hope," he said to Violet, as they shook hands. "You and your dear mamma have contributed so largely to its erection, that you have a right to be critical, but I really think you will be pleased." "We'll come tomorrow afternoon if it is fine," said Mrs. Tempest graciously. "You must bring Mrs. Scobell to dinner at 7, and then we can talk over all we have seen." "You are very kind. I have my young women's scripture class at 8:15, but if you will let me run away for an hour—" "Certainly." "I can come back for Mrs. Scobell. Thanks. We shall be delighted." When he was gone, Violet walked towards the door without a word to her mother. "Violet, are you going away again? Please stop, child. Let us have a chat." "I have nothing to talk about, mamma." "Nonsense. You have quite deserted me since we came home. And do you suppose I don't feel dull and depressed as well as you? It is not dutiful conduct, Violet. I shall really have to engage a companion if you go on so. Miss Neckbrook was dreary, but she was not altogether uncompanionable. One could talk to her." "You had better have a companion, mamma. Someone who will be lively and talk pleasantly about nothing particular all day long. No doubt a well-trained companion can do that. She has an inexhaustible wellspring of twaddle in her own mind. I feel as if I never could be cheerful again. We had better have stopped at Brighton." "I hate Brighton." "Where we knew so many nice people?" "I detest nice people." "Violet, do you know that you have an abominable temper?" "I know that I am made up of wickedness," answered Vixen vehemently. She left the room without another word and went straight to her den upstairs, not to throw herself on the ground and abandon herself to a childish, unreasoning grief, as she had done on the night of Roderick's coming of age, but to face the situation boldly. She walked up and down the dim firelit room, thinking of what she had just heard. "What does it matter to me? Why should I be so angry?" she asked herself. "We were never more than friends and playfellows, and I think that, on the whole, I rather disliked him. I know I was seldom civil to him. He was Papa's favourite. I should have hardly tolerated him but for that." She felt relieved at having settled this point in her mind. Yet there was a dull blank sense of loss, a vague aching in her troubled heart, which she could not get rid of easily. She walked to and fro, while the fire faded out and pale windows darkened. "I hate myself for being vexed about this," she said, clasping her hands above her head with a vehemence that showed the intensity of her vexation. "Could I, Violet Tempest, ever be so despicable a creature as to care for a man who does not care for me? To be angry, sorry, broken-hearted, because a man does not want me for his wife? For such a thing is not possible. If it were, I think I would kill myself. I should be ashamed to live. I could not look human beings in the face. I should take poison, or turn Roman Catholic and go into a convent, where I should never see a face of a man again. No, I am not such an odious creature. I have no regard for Rorie, except as my old playfellow, and when he comes home, I will walk straight up to him and give him my hand and congratulate him heartily on his approaching marriage. Perhaps Lady Mabel will ask me to be one of her bridesmaids. She will have a round dozen, I dare say, 6 in pink and 6 in blue, no doubt, like wax dolls at Charity Fair. Why can't people be married without making complete idiots of themselves?" The half-hour gong sounded at this moment, and Vixen ran down to the drawing-room, where the candles and lamps were lighted, and where there was plenty of light literature lying about to distract the troubled mind. Violet came to her mother's chair and knelt beside it. "Dear mamma, forgive me for being cross just now," she said gently. "I was out of spirits. I will try to be better company in the future, so that you may not be obliged to engage a companion. My dear, I don't wonder at your feeling low-spirited, replied Mrs. Tempest graciously. This place is horribly dull. How we endured it even during your dear papa's time is no more than I can understand. It is like living on the ground floor of one of the Egyptian pyramids. We must really get some nice people about us, or we shall both go melancholy mad. End of Volume 1, Chapter 12. Recording by Lambda.
Volume 1, Chapter 13 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Renata. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 13. He belongs to the Tame-Cat species. Life went on smoothly enough at the Abbey House after that evening. Violet tried to make herself happy among the surroundings of her childhood, petted the horses, drove her basket carriage with a favorite old pony, went among the villages, rode her thoroughbred bay for long wide explorations of the forest and neighboring country, looked with longing eyes sometimes at the merry groups riding to the meet, and went her lonely way with a heavy heart. No more hunting for her. She could not hunt alone, and she had declined all friendly offers of escort. It would have seemed a treason against her beloved dead to ride across country by anyone else's side. Everyone had called at the Abbey House and welcomed Mrs. Tempest and her daughter back to Hampshire. They had been asked to 5 o'clock at Ellenwood Park to see the marvelous orchid. They had been invited to half a dozen dinner parties. Violet tried her utmost to persuade her mother that it was much too soon after her father's death to think of visiting. "My dear Violet," cried the widow, "after going to that ball at Brighton, we could not possibly decline invitations here. It would be an insult to our friends. If we had not gone to the ball—" "We ought not to have gone," exclaimed Vixen. "My love, you should have said so at the time." "Mamma, you know I was strongly against it." Mrs. Tempest shrugged her shoulders as who should say, "This is too much. I know your dress cost a small fortune, and that you danced every waltz, Violet," she answered. "That is about all I do know." "Very well, Mamma, let us accept all the invitation. Let us be as merry as Greeks. Perhaps it will make Papa more comfortable in paradise to know how happy we are without him. He won't be troubled by any uneasy thoughts about our grief, at all events," added Vixen with a stifled sob. "How irreverently you talk! Mr. Scoville would be dreadfully shocked to hear you," said Mrs. Tempest. The invitations were all accepted, and Mrs. Tempest for the rest of the winter was in a flutter about her dresses. She was very particular as to the exact shade of silver grey or lavender which might be allowed to relieve the sombre mass of black, and would spend the whole morning in discussing the propriety of a knot of scarlet ribbon, or a border of gold passementerie. They went to Ellenwood Park and did homage to the wonderful orchid, and discussed Roderick's engagement to the Duke's only daughter. Everybody said that it was Lady Jane's doing, and there were some who almost implied that she had died on purpose to bring about the happy conjuncture. Violet was able to talk quite pleasantly about the marriage, and to agree with everybody's praises of Lady Mabel's beauty, elegance, good style, and general perfection. Christmas and the New Year went by, not altogether sadly. It is not easy for youth to be full of sorrow. The clouds come and go. There are always glimpses of sunshine. Violet was grateful for the kindness that greeted her everywhere among her old friends, and perhaps a little glad of the evident admiration according to her beauty in all circles. Life was just tolerable, after all. She thought of Roderick Vawdrey as of something belonging to the past, something which had no part, never would have any part in her future life. He too was dead and passed away, like her father. Lady Mabel's husband, the master of Briarwood in Essay and of Ashburn in Passy, was quite a different being from the rough lad with whom she had played at battledore and shuttlecock billiards, croquet and rounders. Early in February, Mrs. Tempest informed her daughter that she was going to give a dinner. "It will seem very dreadful without dearest Edward," she said, "but, of course, having accepted hospitalities, we are bound to return them." "Do you really think we ought to burst out into dinner parties so soon, mamma?" "Yes, dear, as we accepted the dinners. If we had not gone, it would have been different." "Ah," sighed Vixen, "I suppose it all began with that ball at Brighton, like man's first disobedience, and the fruit. I shall miss poor McCroke to fill in the invitation cards." "Let me do it, mamma. I can write a decent hand. That is one of the few ladylike accomplishments I have been able to master, and even that is open to objection as being too masculine." "If you would slope more, Violet, and make your upstrokes finer, and not cross your teeth so undeviatingly," Mrs. Tempest murmured amiably, "a lady's T ought to be less pronounced. There is something too assertive in your consonants." Violet wrote the cards. The dinner was to be quite a grand affair. 3 weeks' notice, and a French cook from the Dolphin at Southampton to take the conducts of affairs in the kitchen, whereby the Abbey House cook declared afterwards that there was nothing that Frenchman did which she could not have done as well, and that his wastefulness was enough to make a Christian woman's hair stand on end. 3 days before the dinner, Vixen, riding Arion home through the shrubbery, after a long morning in the forest, was startled by the vision of a dog cart a few yards in front of her, a cart which, at the first glance, she concluded must belong to Roderick Vawdrey. The wheels were red, the horse had a rakish air, the light vehicle swung from side to side as it spun around the curve. No, that slim figure, that neat waist, the military air did not belong to Roderick Vawdrey. "He here?" ejaculated Vixen inwardly, with infinity disgust. "I thought we had seen the last of him." She had been out for 2 hours and a half, and felt that Arion had done quite enough, or she would have turned the horse's head and gone back to the forest, in order to avoid this unwelcome visitor. "I only hope mamma won't encourage him to come here," she thought, "but I'm afraid that smooth tongue of his has too much influence over her. And I haven't even poor Croaky to stand by me. I shall feel like a bird transfixed by the wicked green eyes of a velvet-pawed murdering cat. And I have not a friend in the world," she thought. "Plenty of pleasant acquaintance, ready to simper at me and pay me compliments, because I am Miss Tempest of the Abbey House, but not one honest friend to stand by me and turn that man out of doors. How dare he come here? I thought I spoke plainly enough that night at Brighton." She rode slowly up to the house, slipped lightly out of her saddle, and led her horse round to the stables, just as she had led the pony in her happy childish days. The bright thoroughbred bay was as fond of her as if he had been a dog, and as tame. She stood by his manger, caressing him while he ate his corn, and feeling very safe from Captain Winstanley's society in the warm clover-scented stable. She dawdled away half an hour in this manner, before she went back to the house and ran up to her dressing-room. "If mamma sends for me now, I shan't be able to go down," she thought. "He can hardly stay more than an hour. Oh, horror, he is a tea-drinker. Mamma will persuade him to stop till 5 o'clock. Violet dawdled over her change of dress, as she had dawdled in the stable. She had never been more particular about her hair. "I have it all taken down, Phoebe," she told her Abigail. "I'm in no hurry." But really, miss, it's beautiful. Nonsense, after a windy ride. Don't be lazy, Phoebe. You may give my hair a good brushing while I read. A tap at the door came at this moment, and Phoebe ran to open it. Mrs. Tempest wishes Miss Tempest to come down to the drawing-room directly, said a voice in the corridor. There now, miss, cried Phoebe. How lucky I didn't take your hair down. It never was nicer. Violet put on her black dress, costly and simple as the attire Polonius recommended to her son. Mrs. Tempest might relieve her costume with what bright or delicate hues she liked. Violet had worn nothing but black since her father's death. Her sole ornaments were a pair of black earrings, and a large black enamel locket with one big diamond shining in the middle of it like an eye. This locket held the squire's portrait, and his daughter wore it constantly. The Louis Quatorze clock in the staircase struck 5 as Violet went down. Of course he is staying for tea, she thought, with an impatient shrug of her shoulders. He belongs to the Tame-Cat species, and has an inexhaustible flow of gossip, spiced with mild malevolence, the kind of frivolous ill nature which says, I would not do anyone harm for the world, but one may as well think the worst of everybody. Yes, kettledrum was in full swing. Mrs. Scobel had come over from her tiny vicarage for half an hour chat, and was sitting up beside her hostess fire, while Captain Winstanley lounged with his back to the canopy chimney-piece, and looked benignantly down upon the two ladies. The Queen Anne kettle was hissing merrily over its spirit lamp. The perfume of the peacock was delicious. The larks blazed cheerily in the low fireplace, with its shining brass andirons. Not a repulsive picture, assuredly. Yet Vixen came slowly toward the charming circle, looking black as thunder. Captain Winstanley hurried forward to receive her. How do you do, she said, as stiffly as a child brought down to the drawing-room, bristling in newly brushed hair and a best frock, and then turning to her mother, she asked curtly, What did you want from me, Mamma? It was Captain Winstanley who asked to see you, my dear. Won't you have some tea? Thanks, no, said Vixen, seating herself in a corner between Mrs. Scobel and the mantelpiece, and beginning to talk about the schools. Conrad Winstanley gave her a curious look from under his dark brows, and then went on talking to her mother. He seemed hardly disconcerted by her rudeness. Yes, I assure you, if it hadn't been for the Harris, Brighton would have been unbearable after you left, he said. I ran across to Paris directly, the frost set in. But I don't wonder you were anxious to come back to such a lovely old place as this. I felt it a duty to come back, said Mrs. Tempest, with a pious air. But it was very sad at first. I never felt so unhappy in my life. I'm getting more reconciled now. Time softens all griefs. Yes, said the captain, in a louder tone than before. Time is a clever horse. There's nothing he won't beat if you know how to ride him. You'll take some tea? Insinuated Mrs. Tempest, her attention absorbed by the silver kettle, which was just now conducting itself as spitfirishly as a blackened block tin on a kitchen hob. I can never resist it, and perhaps after tea you will be so good as to give me that treat you talked about just now. To show you the house, said Mrs. Tempest. Do you think we shall have light enough? Abundance. An old house like this is seen at its best in the twilight. Don't you think so, Mrs. Scobel? Oh, yes, exclaimed Mrs. Scobel, with a lively recollection of her album. They who would see Melrose aright should see it, I think, by the by, Sir Walter Scott says, by moonlight. Yes, for an ancient Gothic abbey, but twilight is better for a Tudor manor house. Are you sure it will not fatigue you? Inquired the captain with an air of solicitude as Mrs. Tempest rose languidly. No, I shall be very pleased to show you the dear old place. It is full of sad associations, of course, Oh, I do not allow my mind to dwell upon them more than I can help." "No," cried Vixen bitterly. "We go to dinner parties and kettledrums, and go into raptures about orchids and old china, and try to cure our broken hearts that way." "Are you coming, Violet?" asked her mother sweetly. "No, thanks, mamma. I'm tired after my ride. Mrs. Scobel will help you to play cicerone." Captain Winstanley left the room without so much as a look at Violet Tempest. Yet her rude reception had galled him more than any cross that fate had lately inflicted upon him. He had fancied that time would have softened her feeling toward him, that rural seclusion and the society of rustic nobodies would have made him appear at an advantage, that she would have welcomed the brightness and culture of metropolitan life in his person. He had hoped a great deal from the lapse of time since their last meeting, but the sullen reception, the silent expression of dislike, told him that Violet Tempest's aversion was a plant of deep root. "The first woman who ever disliked me," he thought. "No wonder that she interests me more than other women. She is like that chestnut mare that threw me 6 times before I got the better of her. Yet she proved the best horse I've ever had, and I rode her till she hadn't a leg to stand upon, and then sold her for twice the money she cost me. There are 2 conquests a man can make over a woman, one to make her love him, the other—" "That suit of chain armor was worn by Sir Gilbert Tempest at Acre," said the widow. "The plate armor belonged to Sir Percy, who was killed at Barnet. Each of them was knighted before he was 25 years old, for prowess in the field. The portrait over the chimney-piece is the celebrated Judge Tempest, who was famous for—well, he did something wonderful. I know, perhaps Mrs. Scobel remembers," concluded Mrs. Tempest feebly. "It was at the trial of the 7 bishops," suggested the vicar's wife. "In the time of Queen Elizabeth," assented Mrs. Tempest. "That one with a lace cravat and steel breastplate was an admiral in Charles II's reign, and was made a baronet for his valiant behavior when the Dutch fleet were at Chatham. The baronetcy died with a son who left only daughters. The eldest married a Mr. Percival, who took the name of Tempest, and sat for the borough of—perhaps Mrs. Scobel knows. I have such a bad memory for these things, though I have heard my dear husband talk about them often." Captain Winstanley looked round the great oak-panelled hall dreamily, and heard very little of Mrs. Tempest's vague prattling about her husband's ancestors. "What a lovely old place," he was thinking. "A house that would give a man importance in the land, supported, as it was, by an estate bringing in something between 5,000 and 6,000 a year. How much military distinction, how many battles must a soldier win before he could make himself master of such a fortune? And it needed but for that girl to like me, and a little gold ring would have given me the freehold of it all," thought Conrad Winstanley bitterly. How many penniless girls, or girls with fortunes so far beneath the measure of a fine gentleman's need as to be useless, been over head and ears in love with the elegant captain. How many pretty girls had tempted him by their beauty and winsomeness to be false to his grand principle that marriage meant promotion. And here was an obstinate minx who would have realized all his aims, and whom he felt himself able to love to distraction into the bargain. And, behold, some adverse devil had entered into her mind, and made Conrad Winstanley hateful to her. "It's like witchcraft," he said to himself. "Why should this one woman be different from all other women? Perhaps it's the color. That ruddy auburn hair, the loveliest I've ever saw, means temper. But I conquered the chestnut, and I conquer Miss Tempest, or make her smart for it. A handsome music gallery, is it not?" said the widow. "The carved balustrade is generally admired." Then they went into the dining room, and looked curiously at about a dozen large, dingy pictures of the Italian school, which a man who knew anything about art would have condemned at a glance. Fine examples of brown varnish, all of them. Thence to the library, lined with its carved oak dwarf bookcases, containing books which nobody had opened for a generation. Livy, Gibbon, Hume, Burke, Smollett, Plutarch, Thomson. These sages, clad in shiny brown leather and gilding, made as good a lining for the walls as anything else, and gave an air of snugness to the room in which the family dined when there was no company. They came presently to the squire's den, at the end of a corridor. "There was my dear husband's study," sighed Mrs. Tempest. "It looks south into the rose garden, and is one of the prettiest rooms in the house. But we kept it locked, and I think Violet has the key." "Pray, don't let Miss Tempest be disturbed," said Captain Winstanley. "I have seen quite enough to know what a delightful house you have. All the interest of days that are gone, all the luxuries of today. I think that blending of past and present is most fascinating. I should never be a severe restorer of antiquity, or refuse to sit in a chair that wasn't undeniable Gothic." "Ah," sighed the vicar's wife, who was an advanced disciple in the school of Eastlake. "But don't you think everything should be in harmony? If I were as rich as Mrs. Tempest, I wouldn't have so much as a teapot that was not strictly Tudor." "Then I'm afraid you have to go without the teapot, and drink your tea out of a tankard," restored Captain Winstanley. "At any rate, I would be as Tudor as I could be." "And not have a brass bedstead, a spring mattress, a moderator lamp, or a coal scuttle in your house?" said the captain. "My dear madam, it is all very well to be medieval in matters ecclesiastic, but home comforts must not be sacrificed in the pursuit of the aesthetics, or a modern luxury discarded because it looks like an anachronism." Mrs. Scobel was delighted with Captain Winstanley. He was just the kind of man to succeed in a rustic community. His quiet self-assurance set other people at their ease. He carried with him an air of life and movement, as if he were the patentee of a new pleasure. "My husband would be so pleased to see you at that vicarage, if you are staying any time in the neighborhood," she said. But after this little gush of friendliness, she reflected that there could not be much sympathy between the man of society and her Anglican parson, and that it was she, and not Ignatius Scobel, who would be glad to see Captain Winstanley at the vicarage. "I shall be charmed," he replied. "I was never so delighted with any place as your forest. It is a new world to me. I hate myself for having lived in England so long without knowing this beautiful corner of the land. I'm staying with my old chief, Colonel Pike, at Warham Court, and I'm only here for a few days." "But you are coming to my dinner party," said Mrs. Tempest. "That is a pleasure I cannot deny myself." "And you will come and see our church and schools?" said Mrs. Scobel. "I shall be more than pleased. I passed your pretty little church, I think, on my way here. There was a tin tea kettlebell ringing." "For vespers," exclaimed Mrs. Scobel. The exploration of the house took a long time, conducted in a somewhat desultory and dawdling manner, but the closing in of night and the sound of the dinner gong gave the signal of Captain Winstanley's departure. Mrs. Tempest would have liked to ask him to dinner, but she had an idea that Violet might make herself objectionable, and refrained from this exercise of hospitality. He was coming to the great dinner. He would see her dress with the feather trimming, which was really prettier than Worth's masterpiece, or at any rate newer, though it only came from Madame Theodore of Bruton Street. Sustained by this comforting reflection, she parted with him quite cheerfully. End of Volume 1, Chapter 13. Volume 1, Chapter 14 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Renate. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 14. He was worthy to be loved a lifetime. Conrad Winstanley had come to the New Forest with his mind resolved upon one of two things. He meant to marry Violet Tempest, or her mother. If the case was quite hopeless with a daughter, he would content himself with winning the lesser prize. And though vanity whispered that there was no woman living he might not win for himself, if he chose to be sufficiently patient and persevering, instinct told him that Violet frankly distasted him. After all, argued worldly wisdom, the alternative is not to be despised. The widow is somewhat rococo, an old-fashioned jewel kept in cotton wool, and brought out on occasions to shine with factitious brilliancy, like old Dutch garnets baked with tinfoil, but she is still pretty. She is ductile, amiable, and weak to a degree that promises a husband the savoring dominion. Why break your heart for this fair devil of a daughter, who looks capable, if offended, of anything in the way of revenge, from a horsewhip to slow poison? Are a pair of brown eyes and a coronal of red gold hair worth all this wasted passion? But the daughter is the greater catch, argued ambition. The doorwagger's jointure is well enough when she has the abbey house and garden for her life, but Violet will be sole mistress of the estate when she comes of age. As Violet's husband, your position would be infinitely better than it could be as her stepfather. Unhappily, the cantankerous minx has taken it into her head to dislike you. Stay, interjected the bland voice of vanity. May not this dislike be only an assumption, a mask for some deeper feeling? There are girls who show their love in that way. Do not be in a hurry to commit yourself to the mother until you have made yourself quite sure about the daughter. Mrs. Tempest's dinner party was a success. It introduced Captain Winstanley to all that was best in the surrounding society. For although in Switzerland he had seemed very familiar with the best people in the forest, in Hampshire he appeared almost a stranger to them. It was generally admitted, however, that the captain was an acquisition and a person to be cultivated. He sang a French comic song almost as well as Monsieur de Ressort, recited a short Yankee poem which none of his audience had ever heard before, with telling force. He was at home upon every subject, from orchids to steam plows, from ordnance to light literature, a man who sang so well, talked so well, looked so well, and behaved so well, could not be otherwise than welcome in county society. Before the evening was over, Captain Winstanley had been offered 3 hunters for the next day's run, and had been asked to write in 4 birthday books. Violet did not honor him with so much as a look, after her one cold recognition of his first appearance in the drawing-room. It was a party of more than 20 people, and she was able to keep out of his way without obvious avoidance of him. He was stung, but had no right to be offended. He took Mrs. Scobel in to dinner, and Mrs. Scobel played the accompaniment of his song. Being a clever little woman, able to turn her hand to anything, he would have preferred to be told off to some more important matron, but was not sorry to be taken under Mrs. Scobel's wing. She could give him the carte du pays, and would be useful to him, no doubt, in the future. A social iris to fetch and carry for him between Beechdale and the Abbey House. "Do you know that I'm quite in love with your forest?" he said to Mrs. Tempest, standing in front of the ottoman where that lady sat with two of her particular friends. "So much so that I am actually in treaty for Captain Hawberk's cottage, and mean to stay here till the end of the hunting." Everybody knew Captain Hawberk's cottage, a veranda-head box of a house on the slope of the hill above Beechdale. "I'm afraid you find the drawing-room chimney smokes," said a matter-of-fact lady in sea green. Poor Mrs. Hawberk was a martyr to that chimney. "What does a bachelor want with a drawing-room? If there is one sitting-room in which I can burn a good fire, I shall be satisfied. The stable is in very fair order." "The Hawberks kept the pony carriage," assented the sea green lady. "If Mrs. Hawberks accept my offer, I shall send for my horses next week," said the captain. Mrs. Tempest blushed. Her life had flowed in so gently and placid a current that the freshness of her soul had not worn off, and at 90 and 30 she was able to blush. There was something so significant in Captain Stanley's desire to establish himself at Beechdale that she could not help feeling fluttered by the fact. It might be on Violet's account, of course, that he came, yet Violet and he had never got on very well together. Poor fellow, she thought blandly. If he for a moment supposes that anything would tempt me to marry again, he is egregiously mistaken. And then she looked round the lovely old room, brightened by a crowd of well-dressed people, and thought that next to being Edward Tempest's wife, the best thing in life was to be Edward Tempest's widow. "Dear Edward," she mused, "how strange that we should miss him so little tonight." It had been with everyone as if the squire had never lived. Politeness exacted this ignoring of the past. No doubt, but the thing had been so easily done. The noble presence, the jovial laugh, the friendly smile were gone, and no one seemed conscious of the void, no one but Violet, who looked round the room once when conversation was liveliest, with a pale, indignant face, resenting this forgetfulness. "I wish Papa's ghost would come in at that door and scare his hollow-hearted friends," she said to herself, and she felt as if it would hardly have been a surprise to her to see the door open slowly and that familiar figure appear. "Well, Violet," Mrs. Tempest said sweetly, when the guest began, "how do you think it all went off?" It, of course, meant the dinner party. "I suppose, according to the nature of those things, it was all right and proper," Vixen answered coldly. "But I should think it must have been intensely painful to you, Mamma." Mrs. Tempest sighed. She had always a large selection of sighs in stock, suitable to every occasion. "I should have felt it much worse if I had sat in my old place at dinner," she said. "But sitting at the middle of the table instead of at the end made it less painful, and I really think it's better style. How did you like the new arrangement of the glasses?" "I didn't notice anything new." "My dear Violet, you are frightfully unobservant." "No, I'm not," answered Vixen quickly. "My eyes are keen enough, believe me." Mrs. Tempest felt uncomfortable. She began to think that, after all, it might be a comfortable thing to have a companion as a fender between herself and Violet. A perpetually present Miss Jones or Smith would ward off these unpleasantnesses. There are occasions, however, on which a position must be faced boldly. In proverbial phrase, the bull must be taken by the horns, and here Mrs. Tempest felt was a bull which must be so encountered. She knew that their poor little hands were too feeble for the office, but she told herself that she must make the heroic attempt. "Violet, why have you such a rooted dislike to Captain Winstanley?" "Why is my hair the color it is, Mamma? Or why are my eyes brown instead of blue? If you could answer my question, I might be able to answer yours. Nature made me what I am, and nature has implanted a hatred of Captain Winstanley in my mind. Do you not think it wrong to hate anyone? The very word hate was considered unladylike when I was a girl, without cause. I have cause to hate them, good cause, sufficient cause. I hate all self-seekers and adventurers. You have no right to call him one or the other. Have I not? What brings him here but the pursuit of his own interest? Why does he plant himself at our door as if he were come to besiege a town? Do you mean to say, Mamma, that you can be so blind as not to see what he wants? He has come for the hunting. Yes, but not to hunt our foxes or our stags. He wants a rich wife, Mamma, and he thinks that you or I will be foolish enough to marry him. There would be nothing unnatural in his entertaining some idea of that kind about you, replied Mrs. Tempest, with a sudden assertion of matronly dignity. But for him to think of me in that light would be too absurd. I must be some years, perhaps 4 or 5 years, his senior, to begin with. Oh, he would forgive you that. He would not mind that. And he ought to know that I should never dream of marrying again. He ought, if he had any idea of what is right and noble in a woman, answered Vixen. But he has not. He has no ideas that do not begin and end in himself and his own advantage. He sees you here with a handsome house, a good income, and he thinks that he can persuade you to marry him. Violet, you must know that I shall never marry. I hope I do know it, but the world ought to know it too. People ought not to be allowed to whisper and smile and look significant, as I saw some of them do tonight when Captain Winstanley was hanging over your chair. You ought not to encourage him, Mamma. It is a treason against my father to have that man here. Here was a bull that required prompt and severe handling, but Mrs. Tempest felt her powers inadequate to the effort. I am surprised at you, Violet, she exclaimed, as if I did not know as well as you what is due to my poor Edward, as if I should do anything to compromise my own dignity. Is it to encourage a man to ask him to a dinner party when he happens to be visiting in the neighborhood? Can I forbid Captain Winstanley to take the Hawbuck's cottage? No, you have gone too far already. You gave him too much encouragement in Switzerland and at Brighton. He has attached himself to us like a limpet to a rock. You will not easily get rid of him, unless you let him see that you understand and despise him. I see nothing despicable in him, and I am not going to insult him. At your bidding, answered the widow, tremulous with anger. I do not believe him to be a schemer or an adventurer. He is a gentleman by birth, education, profession. It is a supreme insolence on your part to speak of him as you do. What can you know of the world? How can you judge and measure a man like Captain Winstanley? A girl like you hardly out of the nursery. It is too absurd, and understand at once and forever, Violet, that I will not be hectored or lectured in this manner, that I will not be dictated to, or taught what is good taste in my own house. This is to be my own house, you know, as long as I live. Yes, unless you give it a new master, said Violet gravely. Forgive me if I have been too vehement, Mamma. It is my love that is bold. Whom have I in this world to love now, except you? And when I see you in danger, when I see the softness of your nature, dear mother, there are some instincts that are stronger than reason. There are some antipathies which are implanted in us for warnings. Remember what a happy life you led with my dear father, his goodness, his overflowing generosity, his noble heart. There is no man worthy to succeed him, to live in this house. Dear mother, For pity's sake. She was kneeling at her mother's feet, clinging to her hands, her voice half choked with sobs. Mrs. Tempest began to cry too. "My dearest Violet, how can you be so foolish? My love, don't cry. I tell you that I shall never marry again, never. Not if I were asked to become a countess. My heart is true to your dear father. It always will be. I am almost sorry that I consented to these scarlet bows in my dress, but the feather trimming looks so heavy without them, and Theodore's eye for color is perfect. My dear child, be assured I shall carry his image with me to my grave. Dear mother, that is all I ask. Be as happy as you can, but be true to him. He was worthy to be loved for a lifetime, not to be put off with half a life, half a heart." End of Volume 1, Chapter 14. Recording by Renate, Lakewood, Colorado.
Volume 1, Chapter 15 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 15. Captain Winstanley closed with Mrs. Hawbuck for the pretty little veranda-surrounded cottage on the slope of the hill above Beechdale. Captain Hawbuck, a retired naval man, to whom the place had been very dear, was in his grave, and his wife was anxious to try if she and her hungry children could not live on less money in Belgium than they could in England. The good old post-captain had improved and beautified the place from a farm labourer's cottage into a habitation which was the quintessence of picturesque inconvenience. Ceilings which you could touch with your hand, funny little fireplaces in angles of the rooms, a corkscrew staircase which a stranger ascended or descended at peril of life and limb, no kitchen worth mentioning, and stuffy little bedrooms under the thatch. Seen from the outside, the cottage was charming, and if the captain and his family could only have lived over the way, and looked at it, they would have had full value for the money invested in its improvement. Small as the rooms were, however, and despite that dark slander which hung over the chimneys, Captain Winstanley declared that the cottage would suit him admirably. "I like the situation," he said, discussing his bargain in the coffee-room at the Crown, Lyndhurst. "I should rather think you did," cried Mr. Bell, the local surgeon. "Suits you down to the ground, doesn't it?" Whereby it will be seen that there was already a certain opinion in the neighbourhood as to the captain's motive for planting himself at Beechdale, so acute is a quiet little community of this kind in divining the intentions of a stranger. Captain Winstanley took up his quarters at Beechdale Cottage in less than a week after Mrs. Tempest's dinner party. He sent for his horses, and began the business of hunting in real earnest. His 2 hunters were unanimously pronounced screws, but it is astonishing how well a good rider can get across a country on a horse which other people call a screw. Nobody could deny Captain Winstanley's merits as a horseman. His costume and appointments had all the finish of Melton Mowbray, and he was always in the first flight. Before he had occupied Captain Hawbuck's cottage a month, the newcomer had made friends for himself in all directions. He was as much at home in the forest as if he had been native and to the manor born. His straight riding, his good looks, and agreeable manners won him everybody's approval. There was nothing dissipated or bohemian about him. His clothes never smelt of stale tobacco. He was as punctual at church every Sunday morning as if he had been a family man bound to set a good example. He subscribed liberally to the hounds, and was always ready with those stray florins and half-crowns, by which a man purchases a cheap popularity among the horse-holding and ragged follower class. Having distinctly asserted her intention of remaining a widow to Violet, Mrs. Tempest allowed herself the privilege of being civil to Captain Winstanley. He dropped in at afternoon tea at least twice a week. He dined at the Abbey House whenever the Scobels or any other intimate friends were there, in a quiet way. He generally escorted Mrs. Tempest and her daughter from church on Sunday morning, Violet persistently loitering 20 yards or so behind them on the narrow woodland path that led from Beechdale to the Abbey House. After walking home from church with Mrs. Tempest, it was only natural that the captain should stop to luncheon, and after luncheon, the Sabbath afternoon being, in a manner, a legitimate occasion for dawdling, it was equally natural for him to linger, looking at the gardens and greenhouses, or talking beside the drawing-room fire, till the appearance of the Spitfire Queen Anne tea-kettle and Mrs. Tempest's infusion of orange pekoe. Sometimes the Scobels were present at these Sunday luncheons, sometimes not. Violet was with her mother, of course, on these occasions, but while bodily present, she contrived to maintain an attitude of aloofness which would have driven a less resolute man than Conrad Winstanley to absent himself. A man more sensitive to the opinions of others could hardly have existed in such an atmosphere of dislike, but Captain Winstanley meant to live down Miss Tempest's aversion, or to give her double cause for hating him. "Why have you given up hunting, Miss Tempest?" he asked one Sunday afternoon, when they had gone the rounds of the stables, and Arion had been fondled and admired, a horse as gentle as an Italian greyhound in his stable, as fiery as a wildcat out of it. "Because I have no one I care to hunt with, now papa is gone." "But here in the forest, where everybody knows you, where you might have as many fathers as the daughter of the regiment—" "Yes, I have many kind friends, but there is not one who could fill my father's place for an hour." "It is a pity," said the captain sympathetically. "You were so fond of hunting, were you not?" "Passionately." "Then it is a shame you should forego the pleasure. And you must find it very dull, I should think, riding alone in the forest." "Alone? I have my horse." "Surely he does not count as a companion." "Indeed he does. I wish for no better company than Arion, now papa is gone." "Violet is so eccentric," Mrs. Tempest murmured gently. Captain Winstanley had taken Mrs. Hawbuck's cottage till the 1st of May. The end of April would see the last of the hunting, so this arrangement seemed natural enough. He hunted in good earnest. There was no pretence about him. It was only the extra knowing ones, the little knot of choice spirits at the Crown, who saw some deeper motive than a mere love of sport for his residence at Beechdale. These advanced minds had contrived to find out all about Captain Winstanley by this time: the date of his selling out, his ostensible and hidden reasons for leaving the army, the amount of his income, and the general complexion of his character. There was not much to be advanced against him. No dark stories, only a leading notion that he was a man who wanted to improve his fortunes, and would not be over-scrupulous as to the means. But as your over-scrupulous man is 1 in 1,000, this was ranking Captain Winstanley with the majority. The winter was over. There were primroses peeping out of the moss and brambles, and a shy little dog violet shining like a blue eye here and there. The flaunting daffodils were yellow in every glade, and the gummy chestnut buds were beginning to swell. It was mid-March, and as yet there had been no announcement of homecoming from Roderick Vawdrey or the Dovedales. The Duke was said to have taken a fancy to the Roman style of fox-hunting. Lady Mabel was studying art, the Duchess was suspected of a learning to Romanism, and Roderick was dancing attendance upon the family generally. "Why should he not stay there with them?" said Mr. Scobel, sipping his pekoe in a comfortable little circle of gossipers round Mrs. Tempest's gipsy table. "He has very little else to do with his life. He is a young man utterly without views or purpose. He is one of our many Gallios. You could not rouse him to an interest in those stirring questions that are agitating the Catholic Church to her very foundation. He has no mission. I have sounded him, and found him full of a shallow good nature. He would build a church if people asked him, and hardly know, when it was finished, whether he meant it for Jews or Gentiles." Vixen sat in her corner and said nothing. It amused her, rather with a half-bitter sense of amusement, to hear them talk about Roderick. He had quite gone out of her life. It interested her to know what people thought of him in this new world. "If the Duke doesn't bring them all home very soon, the Duchess will go over to Rome," said Mrs. Scobel with conviction. "She has been drifting that way for ever so long. Ignatius isn't high enough for her." The Reverend Ignatius sighed. He hardly saw his way to ascending any higher. He had already, acting always in perfect good faith and conscientious desire for the right, made his pretty little church obnoxious to many of the simple old foresters, to whom a pair of brazen candlesticks on an altar were among the abominations of Baal, and a crucifix as hateful as the image of Ashtaroth. Obstinate old people of limited vision, who wanted Mr. Scobel to stick to what they called the old ways, and read the liturgy as they had heard it when they were children. In the minds of these people, Mr. Scobel's self-devotion and hard service were as nothing, while he cut off the 10 Commandments from the Sunday morning service and lighted his altar candles at the early celebration. It was in this month of March that an event impended which caused a considerable flutter among the dancing population of the forest. Lord Southminster's eldest daughter, Lady Almira Ringwood, was to marry Sir Ponto Jones, the rich ironmaster, an alliance of ancient aristocracy and modern wealth which was considered one of the grandest achievements of the age, like the discovery of steam or the electric telegraph. And after the marriage, which was to be quietly performed in the presence of about 150 blood relations, there was to be a ball, to which all the county families were bidden, with very little more distinction or favoritism than in the good old fairy tale times, when the King's Herald went through the streets of the city to invite everybody, and only some stray Cinderella, cleaning boots and knives in a back kitchen, found herself unintentionally excluded. Lady Southminster drew the line at county families, naturally, but her kindly feelings allowed a wide margin for parsons, doctors, and military men, and among these last Captain Winstanley received a card. Mrs. Scobel declared that this ball would be a grand thing for Violet. "You have never properly come out, you know, dear," she said, "but at Southminster you will be seen by everybody, and, as I dare say Lady Ellangowan will take you under her wing, you'll be seen to the best advantage." "Do you think Lady Ellangowan's wing will make any difference in me?" inquired Vixen. "It will make a great deal of difference in the Southminster set," replied Mrs. Scobel, who considered herself an authority upon all social matters. She was a busy, good-natured little woman, the chosen confidante of all her female friends. People were always appealing to her on small social questions, what they ought to do or to wear on such and such an occasion. She knew the wardrobes of her friends as well as she knew her own. "I suppose you'll wear that lovely pink," she would say when discussing an impending dinner party. She gave judicious assistance on the composition of a menu. "My love, everyone has pheasants at this time of year. Ask your poulterer to send you guinea fowls. They are more distingué," she would suggest. Or, "If you have dessert ices, let me recommend you coffee cream. We had it last week at Ellangowan Park." Vixen made no objection to the Southminster ball. She was young and fond of waltzing. Whirling easily round to the swing of some German melody in a great room garlanded with flowers was a temporary cessation of all earthly care, the idea of which was in no wise unpleasant to her. She had enjoyed her waltzes even at that charity ball at the Pavilion, to which she had gone so unwillingly. The March night was fine, but blustery, when Mrs. Tempest and her daughter started for the Southminster ball. The stars were shining in a windy sky, the tall forest trees were tossing their heads, the brambles were shivering, and a shrill shriek came up out of the woodland every now and then like a human cry for help. Mrs. Tempest had offered to take Mrs. Scobel and Captain Winstanley in her roomy carriage. Mr. Scobel was not going to the ball. All such entertainments were an abhorrence to him, but this particular ball, being given in Lent, was more especially abhorrent. "I shouldn't think of going for my own amusement," Mrs. Scobel told her husband, "but I want to see Violet Tempest at her first local ball dance. I want to see the impression she makes. I believe she will be the belle of the ball." "That would mean the belle of South Hants," said the parson. "She has a beautiful face for a painted window. There is such a glow of colour." "She is absolutely lovely, when she likes," replied his wife, "but she has a curious temper, and there is something very repellent about her when she does not like people. Strange, it is not, that she should not like Captain Winstanley." "She would be a very noble girl under more spiritual influences," sighed the Reverend Ignatius. "Her present surroundings are appallingly earthly. Horses, dogs, a table loaded with meat in Lent and Advent, a total ignoring of daily matins and evensong. It is sad to see those we like treading the broad path so blindly. I feel sorry, my dear, that you should go to this ball." "It is only on Violet's account," repeated Mrs. Scobel. "Mrs. Tempest will be thinking of nothing but her dress. There will be nobody interested in that poor girl." Urged thus, on purely benevolent grounds, Mr. Scobel could not withhold his consent. More especially as he had acquired the habit of letting his wife do what she liked on most occasions, a marital custom not easily broken through. So Mrs. Scobel, who was an economical little woman, did up her silver-grey silk dinner dress with 10 shillings worth of black tulle and pink rosebuds, and felt she had made a success that Madame Elise might have approved. Her faith in the silver-grey and the rosebuds was just a little shaken by her first view of Mrs. Tempest and Violet. The widow in black velvet, rose point and scarlet, Spanish as a portrait by Velázquez. Violet in black and gold, with white stephanotis in her hair. The drive was a long one, well over 10 miles, along one of those splendid straight roads which distinguish the New Forest. Mrs. Tempest and Mrs. Scobel were in high spirits, and prattled agreeably all the way, only giving Captain Winstanley time to get a word in edgewise now and then. Violet looked out of the window and held her peace. There was always a charm for her in that dark, silent forest, those waving branches and flitting clouds, stars gleaming like lights on a stormy sea. She was not much elated at the idea of the ball, and that small, imperceptibly small talk of her mother's and Mrs. Scobel's was beyond measure wearisome to her. "I hope we shall get there after the Ellangowan," said Mrs. Scobel, when they had driven through the little town of Ringwood, and were entering a land of level pastures and fertilizing streams, which seemed wonderfully tame after the undulating forest. "It would be so much nicer for Violet to be in the Ellangowan set from the first." "I beg to state that Mrs. Tempest has promised me the first waltz," said Captain Winstanley. "I am not going to be ousted by any offshoot of nobility in Lady Ellangowan's set." "Oh, of course, if Violet has promised. What a lot of carriages! I am afraid there'll be a block presently." There was every prospect of such a calamity. A confluence of vehicles had poured into a narrow lane, bounded on one side by a treacherous water meadow, on the other by a garden wall. They all came to a standstill, as Mrs. Scobel had prophesied. For a quarter of an hour there was no progress whatever, and a good deal of recrimination among coachmen, and then the rest of the journey had to be done at a walking pace. The reward was worth the labour, when, at the end of a long winding drive, the carriage drew up before the Italian front of Southminster House, a white marble portico, long rows of tall windows brilliantly lighted, a vista of flowers and statues and lamps and pictures and velvet hangings seen through the open doorway. "Oh, it is too lovely!" cried Violet, fresh as a schoolgirl in this new delight. "First the dark forest, and then a house like this. It is like fairyland." "And you are to be the queen of it, my queen," said Conrad Winstanley in a low voice. "I am to have the first waltz, remember that. If the Prince of Wales were my rival, I would not give way." He detained her hand in his as she alighted from the carriage. She snatched it from him angrily. "I have a good mind not to dance at all," she said. "Why not?" "It is paying too dearly for the pleasure to be obliged to dance with you." "In what school did you learn politeness, Miss Tempest?" "If politeness means civility to people I despise, I have never learned it," answered Vixen. There was no time for further skirmishing. He had taken her cloak from her, and handed it to the attendant nymph, and received a ticket, and now they were drifting into the tea-room, where a row of ministering footmen were looking at the guests across a barricade of urns and teapots, with countenances that seemed to say, "If you want anything, you must ask for it. We are here under protest, and we very much wonder how our people could ever have invited such rabble." "I always feel small in a tea-room when there are only men in attendance," whispered Mr. Scobel. "They are so haughty. I would sooner ask Gladstone or Disraeli to pour me out a cup of tea than one of those supercilious creatures." Lady Southminster was stationed in the 10 years room, a small apartment at the beginning of the suite which ended in the picture gallery or ballroom. She was what Joe Gargery called a fine figure of a woman, in ruby velvet and diamonds, and received her guests with an indiscriminating cordiality which went far to heal the gaping wounds of county politics. The Ellangowans had arrived, and Lady Ellangowan, who was full of good nature, was quite ready to take Violet under her wing when Mrs. Scobel suggested that operation. "I can find her any number of partners," she said. "Oh, there she goes, off already with Captain Winstanley." The captain had lost no time in exacting his waltz. It was the third on the programme, and the band were beginning to warm to their work. They were playing a waltz by Offenbach, Les Traîneaux, with an accompaniment of jingling sleigh bells, music that had an almost maddening effect on spirits already exhilarated. The long, lofty picture gallery made a magnificent ballroom, a polished floor of dark wood, a narrow line of light under the projecting cornice, the famous Paul Veronese, the world-renowned Rubens, the adorable Titian, ideal beauty looking down with art's eternal tranquillity upon the whisk and whirl of actual life. Here a calm Madonna, contemplating, with deep unfathomable eyes, these brief ephemera of a night. There Judith with a white muscular arm holding the tyrant's head aloft above the dancers. Yonder Philip of Spain frowning on this Lenten festival. Violet and Captain Winstanley waltzed in a stern silence. She was vexed with herself for her loss of temper just now. In his breast there was a deeper anger. When would my day come? He asked himself. When shall I be able to bow this proud head, to bend this stubborn will? It must be soon. He was tired of playing his submissive part, tired of holding his cards hidden. They held on to the end of the waltz, the last clash of the sleigh bells. "Who's that girl in black and gold?" asked a guardsman of Lady Ellangowan. "Those two are the best dancers in the room. It's 1,000 to nothing on them." The final clash of the bells brought the captain and his partner to anchor at the end of the gallery, which opened through an archway into a spacious palm house with a lofty dome. In the middle of this archway, looking at the dancers, stood a figure at sight of which Violet Tempest's heart gave a great leap, and then stood still. It was Roderick Vawdrey. He was standing alone, listlessly contemplating the ballroom, with much less life and expression in his face than there was in the pictured faces on the walls. "That was a very nice waltz, thanks," said Vixen, giving the captain a little curtsy. "Shall I take you back to Mrs. Tempest?" Roderick had seen her by this time, and was coming towards her with a singularly grave and distant countenance, she thought, not at all like the Rorie of old times. But of course that was over and done with. She must never call him Rorie any more, not even in her own thoughts. A sharp, sudden memory thrilled her as they stood face to face in that brilliant gallery, the memory of their last meeting in the darkened room on the day of her father's funeral. "How do you do?" said Roderick, with a gush of originality. "Your mamma is here, I suppose. Haven't you seen her?" "No, we've only just come." "We," no doubt, meant the Dovetail party, of which Mr. Vawdrey was henceforth a part. "I did not know you were to be here," said Vixen, "or then that you were in England." "We only came home yesterday, or I should have called at the Abbey House. We have been coming home, or talking about it, for the last 3 weeks. A few days ago the Duchess took it into her head that she ought to be at Lady Elmira's wedding. There's some kind of relationship, you know, between the Ashbournes and the Southminsters. So we put on a spurt, and here we are." "I am very glad," said Vixen, not knowing very well what to say, and then seeing Captain Winstanley standing stiffly at her side, with an aggrieved expression of countenance, she faltered, "I beg your pardon, I don't think you have ever met Mr. Vawdrey. Captain Winstanley, Mr. Vawdrey." Both gentlemen acknowledged the introduction with the stiffest and chillest of bows, and then the captain offered Violet his arm, and she, having no excuse for refusing it, submitted quietly to be taken away from her old friend. Roderick made no attempt to detain her. The change in him could hardly have been more marked, Vixen thought. Yes, the old Rorie, playfellow, scapegoat, friend of the dear old childish days, was verily dead and gone. "Shall we go and look at the presents?" asked Captain Winstanley. "What presents?" "Lady Elmira's wedding presents. They are all laid out in the library. I hear they are very splendid. Everyone is crowding to see them." "I dare say mamma would like to go, and Mrs. Scobel," suggested Vixen. "Then we will all go together." They found the two matrons side by side on a settee, under a lovely girlish head by Greuze. They were both delighted at the idea of seeing the presents. It was something to do. Mrs. Tempest had made up her mind to abjure even square dances this evening. There was something incongruous in widowhood and the Lancers, especially in one's own neighbourhood. End of Volume 1, Chapter 15. Recording by Rosie. Volume 1, Chapter 16 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 16. Rorie Asks a Question. The library was one of the finest rooms at Southminster. It was not like the library at Althorpe, a collection for a nation to be proud of. There was no priceless Decameron, no Caxton Bible, no inestimable Book of Hours, or early Venetian Virgil, but as a library of reference, a library for all purposes of culture or enjoyment, it left nothing to be desired. It was a spacious and lofty room, lined from floor to ceiling with exquisitely bound books, for, if not a collector of rare editions, Lord Southminster was at least a connoisseur of bindings. Creamy vellum, flowered with gold, antique brown calf, and Russia in every shade of crimson and brown, gave brightness to the shelves, while the sombre darkness of carved oak made a background for this variety of colour. Not a mortal in the crowded library this evening thought of looking at the books. The room had been transformed into a bazaar. 2 long tables were loaded with the wedding gifts which rejoicing friends and aspiring acquaintances had lavished upon Lady Almira. Each gift was labelled with the name of the giver. The exhibition was full of an intensely personal interest. Everybody wanted to see what everybody had given. Most of the people looking at the show had made their offerings, and were anxious to see if their own particular contribution appeared to advantage. Here Mrs. Scobel was in her element. She explained everything, expatiated upon the beauty and usefulness of everything. If she had assisted at the purchase of all these gifts, or had actually chosen them, she could not have been more familiar with their uses and merits. "You must look at the silver candelabra presented by Sir Ponto's workpeople, so much more sensible than a bracelet. I don't think Gerard—yes, it is Gerard—ever did anything better, so sweetly mythological, a goat and a dear little chubby boy, and ever so many savage-looking persons with cymbals." "The Education of Jupiter, perhaps," suggested Captain Winstanley. "Of course, the savage persons must be teaching him music. Have you seen this liqueur cabinet, dear Mrs. Tempest? The most exquisite thing, from the servants at Southminster. Could anything be nicer?" "Looks rather like a suggestion that Lady Almira may be given to Curaçao on the quiet," said the captain. "And this lovely, lovely screen in crewels by the ladies Ringwood, after a picture by Alma Tadema," continued Mrs. Scobel. "Was there ever anything so perfect? And to think that our poor mothers worked staring roses and gigantic lilies in Berlin wool and glass beads, and imagined themselves artistic." The ladies went the round of the tables, in a crush of other ladies, all rapturous. The Louis XIV's fans, the carved ivory, the Brussels point, the oxidized silver glove boxes, and malachite blotting books, the pearls, opals, ormolu, the antique tankards and candlesticks, Queen Anne teapots, diamond stars, combs, tiaras, prayer books, and Christian years. The special presents which stood out from this chaos of commonplace were a riviere of diamonds from the Earl of Southminster, a cashmere shawl from Her Majesty, a basket of orchids, valued at 500 guineas, from Lady Ellangowan, a pair of priceless crackle jars, a Sèvres dinner service of the old Bleu de Roy, a set of knives of which the handles had all been taken from stags slaughtered by the Southminster hounds. "This is all very well for the wallflowers," said Captain Winstanley to Violet, "but you and I are losing our dances." "I don't care much about dancing," answered Vixen wearily. She had been looking at this gorgeous display of bracelets and teacups, silver gilt dressing cases and ivory hairbrushes, without seeing anything. She was thinking of Roderick Vawdrey, and how odd a thing it was that he should seem so utter a stranger to her. "He has gone up into the ducal circle," she said to herself. "He is translated. It is almost as if he had wings. He is certainly as far away from me as if he were a bishop." They struggled back to the picture gallery, and here Lady Ellangowan took possession of Violet, and got her distinguished partners for all the dances till supper time. She found herself receiving a gracious little nod from Lady Mabel Ashburn in the ladies' chain. Neither the lapse of 2 years nor the experience of foreign travel had made any change in the hope of the Dovedales. She was still the same sylph-like being, dressed in palest green, the colour of a duck's egg, with diamonds in strictest moderation, and pearls that would have done honour to a princess. "Do you think Lady Mabel Ashburn very beautiful?" Vixen asked Lady Ellangowan, curious to hear the opinion of experience and authority. "No, she's too shadowy for my taste," replied her ladyship, who was the reverse of sylph-like. "Wasn't there someone in Greek mythology who fell in love with a cloud? Lady Mabel would just suit that sort of person. And then she is over-educated and conceited. Sets up for a modern Lady Jane Grey, quotes Greek plays, I believe, and looks astonished if people don't understand her. She'll end by establishing a female college, like Tennyson's princess." "Oh, but she is engaged to be married to Mr. Vawdrey." "Her cousin? Very foolish. That may go off by and by. First engagements seldom come to anything." Violet thought herself a hateful creature for being inwardly grateful to Lady Ellangowan for this speech. She had seen Roderick spinning round with his cousin. He was a good waltzer, but not a graceful one. He steered his way well, and went with a strong swing that covered a great deal of ground, but there was a want of finish. Lady Mabel looked as if she were being carried away by a maelstrom. And now people began to move towards the supper-rooms, of which there were two, luxuriously arranged, with numerous round tables in the way that was still a novelty when Lothair was written. This gave more room for the dancers. The people for whom a ball meant a surfeit of Perigord pie, truffled turkey, salmon mayonnaise, and early strawberries, went for their first innings, meaning to return to that happy hunting ground as often as proved practicable. Violet was carried off by a partner who was so anxious to take her to supper that she felt sure he was dying to get some for himself. Her cavalier found her a corner at a snug little table with 3 gorgeous matrons. She ate a cutlet and a teaspoonful of peas, took 3 sips from a glass of champagne, and wound up with some strawberries, which tasted as if they had been taken by mistake out of the pickle jar. "I'm afraid you haven't had a very good supper," said her partner, who had been comfortably wedged between 2 of the matrons, consuming mayonnaise and pâté to his heart's content. "Excellent, thanks. I shall be glad to make room for someone else." Whereat the unfortunate young man was obliged to stand up, leaving the choicest morsel of truffled goose liver on his plate. The crowd in the picture gallery was thinner when Violet went back. In the doorway she met Roderick Vawdrey. "Haven't you kept a single dance for me, Violet?" he asked. "You didn't ask me to keep one." "Didn't I? Perhaps I was afraid of Captain Winstanley's displeasure. He would have objected, no doubt." "Why should he object, unless I broke an engagement to him?" "Would he not? Are you actually free to be asked by anyone? If I had known that 2 hours ago. And now, I suppose your programme is full. Yes, to the very last gallop, for which, of course, you won't stop. But there's to be an extra waltz presently. You must give me that." She said neither yes nor no, and he put her hand through his arm and led her up the room. "Have you seen Mamma?" "Yes, she thinks I am grown. She forgets that I was 21 when we last met. That does not leave much margin for growing, unless a man went on getting taller indefinitely, like Lord Southminster's palms. He had to take the roof off his palm house last year, you know. What a dreadful thing if I were to become a Norfolk giant. Giants are indigenous to Norfolk, aren't they? And we're obliged to take the roof off Briarwood. Have you seen the Duchess?" "Only in the distance. I hardly know her at all, you know." "That's absurd. You ought to know her very well. You must be quite intimate with her by and by, when we are all settled down as steady-going married people." The little gloved hand on his arm quivered ever so slightly. This was a distinct allusion to his approaching marriage. "Lovely room, isn't it? Just the right thing for a ball. How do you like the Rubens? Very grand, a magnificent display of carmines. Beautiful, if you are an admirer of Rubens. What a draughtsman! The Italian school rarely achieved that freedom of pencil. Isn't that Greuze enchanting? There is an innocence, a freshness about his girlish faces that nobody has ever equalled. His women are not Madonnas or Junos or Helens. They are the incarnation of girlhood. Girlhood without care or thought. Girlhood in love with a kitten or weeping over a wounded robin redbreast." How abominably he rattled on! Was it the overflow of joyous spirits? No doubt. He was so pleased with life and fate that he was obliged to give vent to his exuberance in this gush of commonplace. "You remind me of Miss Bates in Jane Austen's Emma," said Vixen, laughing. The band struck up Trauriges Herz, a waltz like a whale, but with a fine swing in it. "Now for the old 3-time," said Roderick. And the next minute they were sailing smoothly over the polished floor, with all the fair pictured faces, the crimson draperies, the pensive Madonnas, Dutch boors, Italian temples, and hills and skies, circling round them like the figures in a kaleidoscope. "Do you remember our boy and girl waltzes in the hall at the Abbey House?" asked Rorie. Happily for Vixen, her face was so turned that he could not see the quiver on her lips, the sudden look of absolute pain that paled her cheeks. "I am not likely to forget any part of my childhood," she answered gravely. "It was the one happy period of my life." "You don't expect me to believe that the last 2 years have been altogether unhappy." "You may believe what you like. You, who knew my father, ought to know. The dear squire! Do you think I am likely to undervalue him, or to forget your loss? No, Violet, no. But there are compensations. I heard of you at Brighton. You were very happy then, were you not? I liked Brighton pretty well, and I had Arion there all the while. There are some capital rides on the downs. Yes, and you had agreeable friends there. Yes, we knew a good many pleasant people, and went to a great many concerts. I heard all the good singers, and Madame Goddard ever so many times. They went on till the end of the waltz, and then walked slowly round the room, glancing at the pictures as they went by. The Duchess was not in sight. "Shall we go and look at the palms?" asked Roderick, when they came to the archway at the end of the gallery. "If you like." "This is the roof that had to be taken off, you know. It is a magnificent dome, but I dare say the palms will outgrow it within Lord Southminster's time." It was like entering a jungle in the tropics, if one could fancy a jungle paved with encaustic tiles, and furnished with velvet-covered ottomans for the repose of weary sportsmen. There was only a subdued light, from lamps thinly sprinkled among the ferns and flowers. There were 4 large groups of statuary, placed judiciously, and under the central dome there was a fountain, where, half hidden by a veil of glittering spray, Neptune was wooing Tyro, under the aspect of a river god, amongst bulrushes, lilies, and water plants. Violet and her companion looked at the tropical plants, and admired, with a delightful ignorance of the merits of these specimens. The tall shafts and the thick tufts of huge leaves were not Vixen's idea of beauty. "I like our beeches and oaks in the forest ever so much better," she exclaimed. "Everything in the forest is dear," said Rorie. Vixen felt, with a curious choking sensation, that this was a good opening for her to say something polite. She had always intended to congratulate him, in a straightforward sisterly way, upon his engagement to Lady Mabel. "I am so glad to hear you say that," she began, "and how happy you must be to think that your fate is fixed here irrevocably. Doubly fixed now, for you can have no interest to draw you away from us, as you might if you were to marry a stranger. Briarwood and Ashbourne united will make you the greatest among us." "I don't highly value that kind of greatness, Violet, a mere question of acreage, but I am glad to think myself anchored for life on my native soil." "And you will go into Parliament and legislate for us, and take care that we are not disforested. They have taken away too much already with their horrid enclosures." "The enclosures will make splendid pine woods by and by." "Yes, when we are all dead and gone." "I don't know about Parliament. So long as my poor mother was living, I had an incentive to turn senator, she was so eager for it. But now that she is gone, I don't feel strongly drawn that way. I suppose I shall settle down into the approved pattern of country squire, breed fat cattle, the aristocratic form of cruelty to animals, spend the best part of my income upon agricultural machinery, talk about guano, like the Duke, and lecture delinquents at quarter sessions." "But Lady Mabel will not allow that. She will be ambitious for you." "I hope not. I can fancy no affliction greater than an ambitious wife. No, my poor mother left Mabel her orchids. Mabel will confine her ambition to orchids and literature. I believe she writes poetry, and some day she will be tempted to publish a small volume, I dare say. Ilion echoes, or harp strings, or broken chords, consecutive fifths, or something of that kind." "You believe!" exclaimed Vixen. "Surely you have read some of Lady Mabel's poetry, or heard it read. She must have read some of her verses to you." "Never. She is too reserved, and I am too candid. It would be a dangerous experiment. I should inevitably say something rude. Mabel adores Shelley and Browning. She reads Greek, too. Her poetry is sure to be unintelligible, and I should expose my obtuseness of intellect. I couldn't even look as if I understood it." "If I were Lady Mabel, I think under such circumstances I should leave off writing poetry." "That would be quite absurd. Mabel has 100 tastes which I do not share with her. She is devoted to her garden and hothouses. I hardly know one flower from another, except the forest wildlings. She detests horses and dogs. I am never happier than when among them. She reads Aeschylus as glibly as I can read a French newspaper. But she will make an admirable mistress for Briarwood. She has just that tranquil superiority which becomes the ruler of a large estate. You will see what cottages and schools we shall build. There will not be a weed in our allotment gardens, and our farm labourers will get all the prizes at cottage flower shows." "You will hunt, of course?" "Naturally. Don't you know that I am to have the hounds next year? It was all arranged a few days ago. Poor Mabel was strongly opposed to the plan. She thought it was the first stage on the road to ruin, but I think I convinced her that it was the natural thing for the owner of Briarwood, and the Duke was warmly in favour of it." "The dear old Kennels," said Vixen. "I have never seen them since I came home. I ride by the gate very often, but I have never had the courage to go inside. The hounds wouldn't know me now." "You must renew your friendship with them. You will hunt, of course, next year?" "No, I shall never hunt again." "Oh, nonsense. I hear that Captain Winstanley is a mighty Nimrod, quite a Leicestershire man." "He will wish you to hunt." "What can Captain Winstanley have to do with it?" asked Vixen, turning sharply upon him. "A great deal, I should imagine, by next season." "I haven't the least idea what you mean." It was Roderick Vawdrey's turn to look astonished. He looked both surprised and angry. "How fond young ladies are of making mysteries about these things!" he exclaimed impatiently. "I suppose they think it enhances their importance. Have I made a mistake? Have my informants misled me? Is your engagement to Captain Winstanley not to be talked about yet? Only an understood thing among your own particular friends? Let me at least be allowed the privilege of intimate friendship. Let me be among the first to congratulate you." "What folly have you been listening to?" cried Vixen. "You, Roderick Vawdrey, my old playfellow, almost an adopted brother, to know me so little." "What could I know of you to prevent my believing what I was told? Was there anything strange in the idea that you should be engaged to Captain Winstanley? I heard that he was a universal favourite." "And did you think that I should like a universal favourite?" "Why should you not? It seemed credible enough, and my informant was positive. He saw you together at a picnic in Switzerland. It was looked upon as a settled thing by all your friends." "By Captain Winstanley's friends, you mean. They may have looked upon it as a settled thing that he should marry someone with plenty of money, and they may have thought that my money would be as useful as anyone else's." "Violet, are you mystifying me? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Or is this the simple truth?" "It is the simple truth." "You are not engaged to this man? You never have been? You don't care for him, never have cared for him?" "Never, never, never, never," said Violet with unmistakable emphasis. "Then I have been the most consummate—" He did not finish his sentence, and Violet did not ask him to finish it. The ejaculation seemed involuntary. He sat staring at the palms, and said nothing for the next minute and a half, while Vixen unfurled her great black and gold fan, and looked at it admiringly, as if she had never seen it before. "Do you really think those palms will break through the roof again in the present Lord Southminster's time?" Roderick inquired presently, with intense interest. Vixen did not feel herself called upon to reply to a question so purely speculative. "I think I had better go and look for Mamma and Mrs. Scobel," she said. "They must have come back from the supper-room by this time." Roderick rose and offered her his arm. She was surprised to see how pale he looked when they came out of the dusk into the brilliant light of the gallery. But in a heated room, and between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, a man may naturally be a little paler than usual. Roderick took Violet straight to the end of the room, where his quick eye had espied Mrs. Tempest in her striking black and scarlet costume. He said nothing more about the Duchess or Lady Mabel, and indeed took Violet past the elder lady, who was sitting in one of the deep-set windows with Lady Southminster, without attempting to bring about any interchange of civilities. "Captain Winstanley has been kind enough to go and look for the carriage, Violet," said Mrs. Tempest. "I told him we would join him in the vestibule directly I could find you. Where have you been all this time? You were not in the Lancers. Such a pretty set. Oh, here is Mrs. Scobel." As the vicar's wife approached them on her partner's arm, in a piteous state of dilapidation, not a bit of tulle pudding left, and all her rosebuds crushed as flat as dandelions. "Such a delightful set!" she exclaimed gaspingly. "I'm afraid your dress has suffered," said her partner. "Not in the least," protested Mrs. Scobel, with the fortitude of that ladylike martyr to a clumsy carver, celebrated by Sydney Smith, who, splashed from head to foot, and with rills of brown gravy trickling down her countenance, vowed that not a drop had reached her. "This," says the reverend wit, "I esteem the highest triumph of civilization." "Your carriage will be the third," the captain told Mrs. Tempest, while Roderick was putting Violet's cloak round her in the vestibule. "There are a good many people leaving already." Roderick went with them to the carriage door, and stayed in the porch till they were gone. The last object Vixen saw under the Southminster lamps was the pale, grave face of her old playfellow. He went straight from the porch to the supper-room, not to find himself a place at one of the snug little tables, but to go to the buffet and pour out a glass of brandy, which he drank at a draught. Yet, in a general way, there was no man more abstemious than Roderick Vawdrey. A quarter of an hour afterwards he was waltzing with Lady Mabel, positively the last dance before their departure. "Roderick," she said in an awe-stricken undertone, I am going to say something very dreadful. Please forgive me in advance." "Certainly," he said, with a somewhat apprehensive look. "Just now, when you were talking to me, I fancied you had been drinking brandy." "I had. Absolute undiluted brandy. Neat brandy, sometimes denominated short." "Good heavens, were you ill?" "I had had what people call a turn." End of Volume 1, Chapter 16. Recording by Rosie.
Volume 1, Chapter 17 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 1, Chapter 17. Where the Red King was Slain. May had come. The red glow of the beech branches had changed to a tender green. The oaks were amber. The winding forest paths, the deep, inaccessible glades where the cattle led such a happy life, were blue with dog violets and golden with primroses. Whitsuntide was close at hand, and good Mr. Scobel had given up his mind to church decoration and the entertainment of his school children with tea and buns in that delightful valley, where an iron monument, a little less artistic than a pillar post-office, marks the spot where the Red King fell. Vixen, though not particularly fond of school feasts, had promised to assist at this one. It was not to be a stiff or ceremonious affair. There was to be no bevy of young ladies oppressively attentive to their small charges, causing the children to drink scalding tea in a paroxysm of shyness. The whole thing was to be done in an easy and friendly manner, with no aid but that of the schoolmistress and master. The magnates of the land were to have no part in the festival. The children enjoy themselves so much more when there are no finely dressed people making believe to wait upon them, said Mrs. Scobel. But I know they'll be delighted to have you, Violet. They positively adore you. I'm sure I can't imagine why they should, answered Violet truthfully. Oh, but they do. They like to look at you. When you come into the schoolroom, they're all in a flutter, and they point at you awfully, don't they, Miss Pearson? Said Mrs. Scobel, appealing to the schoolmistress. Yes, ma'am. I can't cure them of pointing, do what I will. Oh, they are dear little children, exclaimed Violet, and I don't care how much they point at me if they really like me. They make me such nice little bob curtsies when I meet them in the forest, and they all seem fond of Vargas. I'm sure you have made them extremely polite, Miss Pearson. I shall be very pleased to come to your school feast, Mrs. Scobel, and I'll tell our good old Trimmer to make no end of cakes. My dear Violet, pray don't think of putting Mrs. Trimmer to any trouble. Your dear mamma might be angry. Angry at my asking for some cakes for the school children, after being papa's wife for 17 years? That couldn't be. The school feast was fixed 3 weeks in advance, for the Wednesday in Whitsun week, and during the interval there were many small meteorologists in Beechdale School intent upon the changes of the moon, and all those varied phenomena from which the rustic mind draws its auguries of coming weather. The very crowing of early village cocks was regarded suspiciously by the school children at this period, and even the harmless domestic pussy, sitting with his back to the fire, was deemed a cat of evil omen. It happened that the appointed Wednesday was a day on which Mrs. Tempest had chosen to invite a few friends in a quiet way to her 7 o'clock dinner, among the few Captain Winstanley, who had taken Mrs. Hawbuck's cottage for an extended period of 3 months. Mrs. Tempest had known all about the school feast a fortnight before she gave her invitations, but had forgotten the date at the moment when she arranged her little dinner. Yet she felt offended that Violet should insist upon keeping her engagement to the Scobels. "But, dear mamma, I am of no use to you at our parties," pleaded Vixen. "If I were at all necessary to your comfort, I would give up the school feast." "My dear Violet, it is not my comfort I am considering, but I cannot help feeling annoyed that you should prefer to spend your evening with a herd of vulgar children, playing oranges and lemons, or kiss in the ring, or some other ridiculous game, and getting yourself into a most unbecoming perspiration, To a quiet home evening with a few friends. You see, mamma, I know our quiet home evenings with a few friends so well. I could tell you beforehand exactly what would happen, almost to the very words people will say, how your jardinières will be admired, and how the conversation will glance off from your ferns and pelargoniums to Lady Ellangowan's orchids, and then drift back to your old china. After which the ladies will begin to talk about dress, and the wickedness of giving 7 guineas for a summer bonnet, as Mrs. Jones or Greens or Robinson has just done, from which their talk will glide insensibly to the iniquities of modern servants. And when those have been discussed exhaustively, one of the younger ladies will tell you the plot of the last novel she has had from Mudie's, with an infinite number of you-knows and you-sees, and then perhaps Captain Winstanley, he is coming, I suppose, will sing a French song, of which the company will understand about 4 words in every verse, and then you will show Mrs. Carteret your last piece of art needlework. What nonsense you talk, Violet! However, if you prefer the children at Stony Cross to the society of your mother and your mother's friends, you must take your own way. And will you forgive me in advance, dear mamma? My love, I have nothing to forgive. I only deplore a bent of mind which I can but think unladylike. Vixen was glad to be let off with so brief a lecture. In her heart of hearts she was not at all sorry that her mother's friendly dinner should fall on a day when she had promised to spend elsewhere. It was a treat to escape the sameness of that polite entertainment. Yes, Captain Winstanley was to be there, of course, and prolonged acquaintance had not lessened her dislike to that gentleman. She had seen him frequently during his residence at the Hawbuck cottage, not at her mother's house only, but at all the best houses in the neighbourhood. He had done nothing to offend her. He had been studiously polite, and that was all. Not by one word had he reminded Violet of that moonlit walk in the pavilion garden. Not by so much as a glance or a sigh had he hinted at a hidden passion. So far she could make no complaint against him, but the attrition of frequent intercourse did not wear off the sharp edge of her dislike. Wednesday afternoon came, and any evil auguries that had been drawn from the noontide crowing of restless village cocks was set at naught, for the weather was peerless. A midsummer sky and golden sunlight shone upon all things, upon white-walled cottages and orchards, and gardens where the pure lilies were beginning to blow, upon the yellow-green oak leaves and deepening bloom of the beech, and the long straight roads cleaving the heart of the forest. Violet had arranged to drive Mr. and Mrs. Scobel in her pony-carriage. She was at the door of their snug little vicarage at 3 o'clock, the vivacious titmouse tossing his head and jingling his bit in a burst of pettishness at the aggravating behaviour of the flies. Mrs. Scobel came fluttering out, with the vicar behind her. Both carried baskets, and behind them came an old servant who had been Mrs. Scobel's nurse, a woman with a figure like a hogshead of wine, and a funny little head at the top, carrying a 3rd basket. "The buns and bread have gone straight from the village," said the vicar's wife. "How well you are looking, Violet! I hope dear Mrs. Tempest was not very angry at your coming with us." "Dear Mrs. Tempest didn't care a straw," Vixen answered, laughing. "But she thinks me wanting in dignity for liking to have a romp with the school-children." All the baskets were in by this time, and Titmouse was in a paroxysm of impatience. So Mr. and Mrs. Scobel seated themselves quickly, and Vixen gave her reins a little shake that meant go, and off went the pony at a pace which was rather like running away. The vicar looked slightly uneasy. "Does he always go as fast as this?" he inquired. "Sometimes a good deal faster. He's an old fencer, you know, and hasn't forgotten his jumping days. But of course I don't let him jump with the carriage." "I should think not," ejaculated the vicar, "unless you wanted to commit murder and suicide. Don't you think you could make him go a little steadier? He's going rather like a dog with a tin kettle at his tail, and if the kettle were to tip over—" "Oh, he'll settle down presently," said Vixen coolly. "I don't want to interfere with him. It makes him ill-tempered, and if he were to take to kicking—" "If you'll pull him up, I think I'll get out and walk," said Mr. Scobel, the back of whose head was on a level with the circle which the pony's hoofs would have been likely to describe in the event of kicking. "Oh, please don't," cried Vixen. If you do that, I shall think you have no confidence in my driving." She pulled Titmouse together and coaxed him into an unobjectionable trot, a trot which travelled over the ground very fast, without giving the occupants of the carriage the uncomfortable sensation of sitting behind a pony intent on getting to the sharp edge of the horizon and throwing himself over. They were going up a long hill. Half-way up they came to the gate of the Kennels. Violet looked at it with a curious half-reluctant glance that expressed the keenest pain. "Poor papa," she sighed. "He never seemed happier than when he used to take me to see the hounds." "Mr. Vawdrey is to have them next year," said Mrs. Scobel. "That seems right and proper. He will be the biggest man in this part of the country when the Ashbourne and Briarwood states are united. And the Duke cannot live very long, a man who gives his mind to eating and drinking, and is laid up with the gout twice a year." "Do you know when they are to be married?" asked Vixen, with an unconcerned air. "At the end of this year, I am told. Lady Jane died last November. They would hardly have the wedding before a 12-month was over. Have you seen much of Mr. Vawdrey since he came back?" "I believe I have seen him 3 times. Once at Lady Southminster's ball, once when he came to call upon mamma, once at Kettledrum at Ellangowan, where he was in attendance upon Lady Mabel. He looked rather like a little dog at the end of a string. He had just that meekly obedient look, combined with an expression of not wanting to be there, which you see in a dog. If I were engaged, I would not take my fiancé to Kettledrums." "Ah, Violet, when are you going to be engaged?" cried Mrs. Scobel, in a burst of playfulness. "Where is the man worthy of you?" "Nowhere, unless heaven would make me such a man as my father." "You and Mr. Vawdrey were such good friends when you were a girl and boy. I used to sometimes fancy that childish friendship of yours would lead to a lasting attachment." "Did you? That was a great mistake. I am not half good enough for Mr. Vawdrey. I was well enough for a playfellow, but he wants something much nearer perfection in a wife." "But your tastes are so similar." "The very reason we should not care for each other." "In joining contrasts lies love's delight. That's what a poet has said. Yet I can't quite believe that, Violet." "But you see the event proves the poet's axiom true. Here is my old playfellow, who cares for nothing but horses and hounds and a country life, devotedly attached to Lady Mabel Ashbourne, who reads Greek plays with as much enjoyment as other young ladies derive from a stirring novel, and who hasn't had an idea or an attitude that is not strictly aesthetic. Do you know, Violet, I am very much afraid that this marriage is rather the result of calculation than of genuine affection," said Mrs. Scobel solemnly. "Oh, no doubt it will be a grand thing to unite Ashbourne and Briarwood, but Roderick Vawdrey is too honourable to marry a girl he could not love. I would never believe him capable of such baseness," answered Violet, standing up for her old friend. Here they turned out of the forest and drove through a peaceful colony consisting of 6 cottages, a rustic inn where reigned a supreme silence and sleepiness, and 2 or 3 houses in old-world gardens. Vixen changed the conversation to buns and school-children, which agreeable theme occupied them till Titmouse had walked up a tremendously steep hill, the vicar trudging through the dust beside him. And then the deep green vale in which Rufus was slain lay smiling in the sunshine below their feet. Perhaps the panorama to be seen from the top of that hill is absolutely the finest in the forest. A vast champaign, stretching far away to the white walls, tiled roofs, and ancient abbey church of Romsey. Here a glimpse of winding water, there a humble village, nameless save for its inhabitants, nestling among the trees, or basking in the broad sunshine of a common. At the top of the hill, Bates, the grey-headed groom, who had attended Violet ever since her first pony ride, took possession of Titmouse and the chaise, while the baskets were handed over to a lad who had been on the watch for their arrival. Then they all went down the steep path into the valley, at the bottom of which the children were swarming in a cluster as thick as bees, while a pale flame and a cloud of white smoke went up from the midst of them like the fire beneath a sacrifice. This indicated the boiling of the kettle, in true gipsy fashion. For the next hour and a half tea-drinking was the all-absorbing business with everybody. The boiling of the kettle was a grand feature in the entertainment. Cups and saucers were provided by a little colony of civilized gypsies, who seem indigenous to the spot, and whose summer life is devoted to assisting at picnics and tea-drinkings, telling fortunes, and selling photographs. White cloths were spread upon the short sweet turf, and piles of bread and butter, cake and buns, invited the attention of the flies. Presently arose the thrilling melody of a choral grace, with the sweet embellishment of a strong Hampshire accent. And then, with a swoop as of eagles on their quarry, the school-children came down upon the mountains of bread and butter, and ate their way manfully to the buns and cake. Violet had never been happier since her return to Hampshire than she felt that sunny afternoon, as she moved quickly about ministering to these juvenile devourers. The sight of their somewhat bovine contentment took her thoughts away from her own cares and losses, and presently, when the banquet was concluded, a conclusion only arrived at by the total consumption of everything provided, whereby the hungry-eyed gypsy attendant sunk into despondency, Vixen constituted herself lord of misrule, and led off a noisy procession in the time-honoured game of oranges and lemons, which entertainment continued till the school-children were in a high fever. After this they had kiss in the ring, Vixen only stipulating before she began that nobody should presume to drop the handkerchief before her. Then came touchwood, a game charmingly adapted to that wooded valley, where the trees looked as if they had been planted at convenient distances on purpose for this juvenile sport. "Oh, I'm so tired," cried Violet at last, when the church clocks, all out of earshot in this deep valley, were striking 8, and the low sun was golden on the silvery beech bowls and the quiet half-hidden water-pools under the trees yonder. "I really don't think I can have anything to do with the next game." "Oh, if you please, miss," cried 20 shrill young voices. "Oh, if you please, miss, we couldn't play without you. You're the best on us." This soothing flattery had its effect. "Oh, but I really don't think I can do more than start you," sighed Vixen, flushed and breathless. "What is it to be?" "Blind man's bluff," roared the boys. "Hunt the slipper," screamed the girls. "Oh, blind man's bluff is best," said Vixen. "This little wood is a splendid place for blind man's bluff. But mind, I shall only start you. Now then, who's to be the blind man?" Mr. Scobel volunteered. He had been a tranquil spectator of the sports hitherto, but this was the last game, and he felt that he ought to do something more than look on. Vixen blindfolded him, asked him the usual question about his father's stable, and then sent him spinning amongst the moss-grown beeches, groping his way fearfully with outstretched arms amidst the shrillest laughter and noisiest delight. He was not long blindfold, and had not had many bumps against the trees before he impounded the person of a fat and scant-of-breath scholar, a girl whose hard breathing would have betrayed her neighbourhood to the dullest ear. "That's Polly Sims, I know," said the vicar. It was Polly Sims, who was incontinently made as blind as Fortune or Justice, or any other of the deities who dispense benefits to man. Polly floundered about among the trees for a long time, making frantic efforts to catch the empty air, panting like a human steam-engine, and nearly knocking out what small amount of brains she might possess against the grey branches, outstretched like the lean arms of Macbeth's weird women across her path. Finally Polly Sims succeeded in catching Bobby Jones, whom she clutched with the tenacity of an octopus, and then came the reign of Bobby Jones, who was an expert at the game, and who kept the whole party on the qui-vive by his serpentine windings and twistings among the stout old trunks. Presently there was a shrill yell of triumph. Bobby had caught Miss Tempest. "I knowed her by her muslin gown, and the sweet-smelling stuff upon her pocket-handkercher," he roared. Violet submitted with a good grace. "I'm dreadfully tired," she said, "and I'm sure I shan't catch anyone." The sun had been getting lower and lower. There were splashes of ruddy light on the smooth grey beech bowls, and that was all. Soon these would fade, and all would be gloom. The grove had an awful look already. One would expect to meet some ghostly druid or some witch of eld among the shadowy tracks left by the forest wildings. Vixen went about her work languidly. She was really tired, and was glad to think her day's labours were over. She went slowly in and out among the trees, feeling her way with outstretched arms, her feet sinking sometimes into deep drifts of last year's leaves, or gliding noiselessly over the moss. The air was soft and cool and dewy, with a perfume of nameless wildflowers, a faint aromatic odour of herbs, which the wise women had gathered for medicinal uses in days of old, when your village sorceress was your safest doctor. Everywhere there was a hush and coolness of fast-coming night. The children's voices were stilled. This last stage of the game was a thing of breathless interest. Vixen's footsteps drifted lower down into the wooded hollow. Insensibly she was coming towards the edge of the treacherously green bog which has brought many a bold rider to grief in these districts, and still she had caught no one. She began to think that she had roamed ever so far away, and was in danger of losing herself altogether, or at least losing everybody else, and being left by herself in the forest darkness. The grassy hollow in which she was wandering had an atmosphere of solitude. She was on the point of taking off the handkerchief that Mr. Scobel had bound so effectually across her eyes, when her outstretched hands clasped something. A substantial figure, distinctly human, clad in rough cloth. Before she had time to think who it was she had captured, a pair of strong arms clasped her. She was drawn to a broad chest. She felt a heart beating strong and fast against her shoulder, while lips that seemed too familiar to offend kissed hers with all the passion of a lover's kiss. "Don't be angry," said a well-known voice. "I believe it's the rule of the game. If it isn't, I'm sure it ought to be." A hand, at once strong and gentle, took off the handkerchief, and in the soft woodland twilight she looked up at Roderick Vawdrey's face, looking down upon her with an expression which she presumed must mean a brotherly friendliness, the delight of an old friend at seeing her after a long interval. She was not the less angry at that outrageous, unwarrantable kiss. It is not the rule of the game amongst civilized people, though it possibly may be among ploughboys and servant-maids, she exclaimed indignantly. "You are really a most ungentlemanlike person. I wonder Lady Mabel Ashbourne has not taught you better manners." "Is that to be my only reward for saving you from plunging, at least ankle-deep, in the marshy ground yonder? But for me, you would have been performing a boggy version of Ophelia by this time. How did you come here?" "I have been to Langley Brook for a day's fly-fishing, and was tramping home across country in a savage humour at my poor sport, when I heard the chatter of small voices, and presently came upon the Scobels and the school-children. The juveniles were in a state of alarm at having lost you. They had been playing the game in severe silence, and at a turn in the grove missed you altogether. Oh, here comes Scobel, with his trencher on the back of his head." The vicar came forward, rejoicing at the sight of Violet's white gown. "My dear, what a turn you have given us!" he cried. "Those silly children, to let you out of their sight! I don't think a wood is a good place for Blindman's Bluff." "No more do I," answered Vixen, very pale. "You look as if you had been frightened too," said the vicar. "It did feel awfully lonely. Not a sound except the frogs croaking their vespers, and one dismal owl screaming in the distance. And how cold it has turned now the sun has gone down, and how ghostly the beeches look in their green mantles. There is something awful in a wood at sunset." She ran on in an excited tone, masking her agitation under an unnatural vivacity. Roderick watched her keenly. Mr. and Mrs. Scobel went back to their business of getting the children together, and the pots, pans, and baskets packed for the return journey. The children were inclined to be noisy and insubordinate. They would have liked to make a night of it in this woody hollow, or in the gorse-cloth heights up yonder by Stony Cross. To home after such a festival, and to be herded in small stuffy cottages, was doubtless trying to free-born humanity, always more or less envious of the gipsies. "Shall we walk up the hill together?" Roderick asked Violet humbly, "while the Scobels follow with their flock?" "I am going to drive Mr. and Mrs. Scobel," replied Vixen curtly. "But where is your carriage?" "I don't know. I rather think it was to meet us at the top of the hill." Then let us go up together and find it, unless you hate me too much to endure my company for a quarter of an hour, or are too angry with me for my impertinence just now." "It is not worth being serious about," answered Vixen quietly, after a little pause. "I was very angry at the moment, but after all, between you and me, who were like brother and sister a few years ago, it can't matter very much. I dare say you may have kissed me in those days, though I have forgotten all about it." "I think I did, once or twice," admitted Rorie with laudable gravity. "Then let your impertinence just now go down to the old account, which we will close, if you please, to-night. But seeing him drawing nearer her with a sudden eagerness, mind, it is never to be repeated. I could not forgive that." "I would do much to escape your anger," said Rorie softly. "The whole situation just now was too ridiculous," pursued Vixen with a spurious hilarity. "A young woman wandering blindfold in a wood all alone. It must have seemed very absurd." "It seemed very far from absurd to me," said Rorie. They were going slowly up a grassy hill, the short scanty herbage looking grey in the dimness. Glowworms were beginning to shine here and there at the foot of the furze bushes. A pale moon was rising above the broad expanse of wood and valley, which sank with gentle undulations to the distant plains, where the young corn was growing and the cattle were grazing in a sober agricultural district. Here all was wild and beautiful, rich yet barren. "I'm afraid when we met last, at Lady Southminster's ball, that I forgot to congratulate you upon your engagement to your cousin," said Violet by and by, when they had walked a little way in perfect silence. She was trying to carry out an old determination. She had always meant to go up to him frankly, with outstretched hand, and wish him joy, and she fancied that at the ball she had said too little. She had not let him understand that she was really glad. "Believe me, I am very glad that you should marry someone close at home, that you should widen your influence among us." "You are very kind," answered Rorie, with exceeding coldness. "I suppose all such engagements are subjects for congratulation from a conventional point of view. My future wife is both amiable and accomplished, as you know. I have reason to be very proud that she has done me so great an honour as to prefer me to many worthier suitors. But I am bound to tell you, as we once before spoke of this subject, at the time of your dear father's death, and I then expressed myself somewhat strongly, I am bound to tell you that my engagement to Mabel was made to please my poor mother. It was when we were all in Italy together. My mother was dying. Mabel's goodness and devotion to her had been beyond all praise, and my heart was drawn to her by affection, by gratitude, and I knew that it would make poor mother happy to see us irrevocably bound to each other. And so the thing came about somehow, almost unawares, and I have every reason to be proud and happy that fate should have favoured me so far above my deserts." "I am very glad that you are happy," said Violet gently. After this there was a silence which lasted longer than the previous interval in their talk. They were at the top of the hill before either of them spoke. Then Vixen laid her hand lightly upon her old playfellow's arm, and said with extreme earnestness, "You will go to Parliament by and by, no doubt, and have great influence. Do not let them spoil the forest. Do not let horrid grinding down economists, for the sake of saving a few pounds or gaining a few pounds, alter and destroy scenes that are so beautiful and a delight to so many. England is a rich country, is she not? Surely she can afford to keep something for her painters and her poets, and even for the humble holiday folks who come to drink tea at Rufus's Stone. Don't let our forests be altered, Rorie. Let all things be as they were when we were children. All that my voice and influence can do to keep them so shall be done, Violet," he answered in tones as earnest. "I am glad that you have asked me something to-night. I am glad with all my heart that you have given me something to do for you. It shall be like a badge in my helmet by and by, when I enter the lists. I think I shall say, 'For God and for Violet,' when I run a tilt against the economic devastators who want to clear our woods and cut off our commoners." He bent down and kissed her hand, as in token of knightly allegiance. He had just time to do it comfortably before Mr. and Mrs. Scobel, with the children and their master and mistress, came marching up the hill, singing with shrill, glad voices one of the Harvest Home processional hymns. All good gifts around us are sent from heaven above. Then thank the Lord, oh, thank the Lord, for all his love. "What a delicious night!" cried Mr. Scobel. "I think we ought all to walk home. It would be much nicer than being driven." This he said with a lively recollection of Titmouse's performance on the journey out, and a lurking dread that he might behave a little worse on the journey home. A lively animal of that kind, going home to his stable, through the uncertain lights and shadows of woodland roads, and driven by such a charioteer as Violet Tempest, was not to be thought of without a shudder. "I think I had better walk in any case," said Mr. Scobel thoughtfully. "I shall be wanted to keep the children together." "Let us all walk home," suggested Roderick. "We can go through the plantations. It will be very jolly in the moonlight. Bates can drive your pony back, Violet." Vixen hesitated. "It's not more than 4 miles through the plantations," said Roderick. "Do you think I'm afraid of a long walk?" "Of course not. You were a modern Atlanta 3 years ago. I don't suppose a winter in Paris and a season at Brighton have quite spoiled you." "It shall be as you like, Mrs. Scobel," said Vixen, appealing to the vicar's wife. "Oh, let us walk by all means," replied Mrs. Scobel, divining her husband's feelings with respect to Titmouse. "Then you may drive the pony home, Bates," said Violet, "and be sure you give him a good supper." Titmouse went rattling down the hill at a pace that almost justified the vicar's objection to him. He gave a desperate shy in the hollow at a sight of a shaggy donkey with a swollen appearance about the head, suggestive to the equine mind of hobgoblins. Convulsed at this appalling spectre, Titmouse stood on end for a second or two, and then tore violently off, swinging his carriage behind him, so that the groom's figure swayed to and fro in the moonlight. "Thank God we're not sitting behind that brute," ejaculated the vicar devoutly. The pedestrians went off in the other direction, along the brow of the hill by a long white road that crossed a wide sweep of heathy country, brown ridges and dark hollows, distant groups of firs standing black against the moonlit sky, here and there a solitary yew that looked as if it were haunted, just such a landscape as the Scottish heath, upon which Macbeth met the 3 weird women at set of sun when the battle was lost and won. Vixen and Rorie led the way. The procession of school-children followed, singing hymns as they went with a vocal power that gave no token of diminution. "Their singing is very melodious when the sharp edge is taken off by distance," said Rorie, and he and Violet walked at a pace which soon left the children a good way behind them. Mellowed by a quarter of a mile or so of interesting space, the music lent a charm to the tranquil, perfumed night. By and by they came to the gate of an enclosure which covered a large extent of ground, and through which there was a near way to Beechdale and the Abbey House. They walked along a grassy track through a plantation of young pines, a track which led them down into a green and mossy bottom, where the trees were old and beautiful, and the shadows fell darker. The tall beech trunks shone like silver, or like wonderful frozen trees in some region of eternal ice and snow. It was a wilderness in which a stranger would incontinently lose himself, but every foot of the way was familiar to Vixen and Rorie. They had followed the hounds by these green ways, and ridden and rambled here in all seasons. For some time they walked almost in silence, enjoying the beauty of the night, the stillness only broken by the distant chorus of children singing their pious strains, old hymn-tunes that Violet had known and loved all her life. "Doesn't it almost seem as if our old childish days had come back?" said Roderick by and by. "Don't you feel as if you were a little girl again, Vixen, going for a ramble with me, fern-hunting or primrose-gathering?" "No," answered Vixen firmly. "Nothing can ever bring back the past for me. I shall never forget that I had a father, the best and dearest, and that I have lost him." "Dear Violet," Roderick began very gently, "life cannot be made up of mourning for the dead. We may keep their images enshrined in our hearts forever, but we must not shut our youth from the sunshine. Think how few years of youth God gives us, and if we waste those upon vain sorrow— No one can say I have wasted my youth or shut myself from the sunshine. I go to kettle-drums and dancing parties, My mother and I have taken pains to let the world see how happy we can be without papa." "The dear old squire," said Rorie tenderly. "I think he loved me." "I'm sure he did," answered Vixen. "Well, you and I seem to have entered upon a new life since last we rode through these woods together. I dare say you are right, and that it is not possible to fancy oneself back in the past, even for a moment. Consciousness of the present hangs so heavily upon us." "Yes," assented Vixen. They had come to the end of the enclosure, and stood leaning against a gate waiting for the arrival of the children. "And after all, perhaps, it is better to live in the present, and look back at the past as at an old picture which we shall sooner or later turn with its face to the wall." "I like best to think of my old self as if it were someone else," said Violet. "I know there was a little girl whom her father called Vixen, who used to ride after the hounds and roam about the forest on her pony, and who was herself almost as wild as the forest ponies. But I can't associate her with this present me," concluded Violet, pointing to herself with a half-scornful gesture. "And which is the better, do you think?" asked Rorie. "The wild Violet of the past, or the elegant exotic of the present?" "I know which was happier." "Ah," sighed Rorie, "happiness is a habit we outgrow when we get out of our teens. But you, at 19, ought to have a year or so to the good." The children came in sight, tramping along the ruddy green walk, singing lustily, Mr. Scobel walking at their head, and swinging his stick in time with the tuneful choir. "He only is the maker of all things near and far. He paints the wayside flower, he lights the evening star." End of Volume 1, Chapter 17.
Volume 2, Chapter 1 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Shanley. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 1. Shall I Tell You the Secret? For the rest of the way, Violet walked with Mrs. Scobel, and at the garden gate of the vicarage Roderick Vawdrey wished them both good night, and tramped off, with his basket on his back and his rod on his shoulder, for the long walk to Briarwood. Here the children separated and ran off to their scattered homes, dropping grateful bob curtsies to the last, louting, as they called it in the forest dialect. "You must come in and have some tea, Violet," said Mrs. Scobel. "You must be very tired." "I am rather tired, but I think it's too late for tea. I had better get home at once." "Ignatius shall see you home, my dear," cried Mrs. Scobel, at which the indefatigable vicar, who had shouted himself hoarse in leading his choir, protested himself delighted to escort Miss Tempest. The church clock struck 10 as they went along the narrow forest path between Beechdale and the Abbey House. "Oh," cried Vixen, "I do hope mamma's people will have gone home." A carriage rolled past them as they came out into the road. "That's Mrs. Carteret's landau," said Vixen. "I breathe more freely. And there goes Mrs. Horwood's brougham, so I suppose everything is over. How nice it is when one's friends are so unanimous in their leave-taking." "I shall try to remember that the next time I dine at the Abbey House," said Mr. Scobel, laughing. "Oh, please don't," cried Violet. "You and Mrs. Scobel are different. I don't mind you, but those dreadful, stiff old ladies mamma cultivates, who think of nothing but their dress and their own importance, a little of them goes a very long way." "But, my dear Miss Tempest, the Carterets and the Horwoods are some of the best people in the neighbourhood." "Of course they are," answered Vixen. "If they were not, they would hardly venture to be so stupid. They take the full license of their acres and their quarterings. People with a coat of arms found yesterday, and no land to speak of, are obliged to make themselves agreeable." "Like Captain Winstanley, suggested Mr. Scobel. I don't suppose he has land enough to sod a lark, but he is excellent company. Very, assented Vixen, for the people who like him. They were at the gate by this time. You shan't come any further unless you are coming in to see mamma, protested Vixen. Thanks. No, it's too late to think of that. Then go home immediately and have some supper, said Vixen imperatively. You've had nothing but a cup of weak tea since 2 o'clock this afternoon. You must be worn out. On such an occasion as today, a man must not think of himself, said the vicar. I wonder when you ever do think of yourself, said Vixen. And indeed Mr. Scobel, like many other Anglican pastor of modern times, led a life which, save for its liberty to go where he listed, and to talk as much as he liked, was but little less severe in its exactions upon the flesh and the spirit than that of the monks of La Trappe. The Abbey House looked very quiet when Vixen went into the hall, whose doors stood open to the soft spring night. The servants were all at supper, treating themselves to some extra comforts on the strength of a dinner party, and talking over the evening's entertainment and its bearings on their mistress's life. There was a feeling in the servants' hall that these little dinners, however seeming harmless, had a certain bent and tendency inimical to the household and household peace. He was more particular in his manner to-night than ever, said the butler, as he dismembered a duck which had been hotted up after removal from the dining-room. He feels hisself master of the whole lot of us already. I could see it in his heye. Is that the cabinet clock, Forbes? He says to me, when I was a-fillin' round after the bait. No, says I, it is not. We ain't got so much of our cabinet ox that we can afford to trifle with 'em. Of course I said it in a hundertone, confidential-like, but I wanted him to know who was the master of the cellar. There'll be nobody master but him when he gets his foot inside these doors, said Mrs. Trimmer, the housekeeper, mournful shake of her head. No, Pauline, I'll have a new pertater. Them canister peas hain't got no flavour with them. While they were enjoying themselves with a certain chastening touch of prophetic melancholy in the servants' hall, Violet was going slowly upstairs and along the corridor which led past her mother's rooms. I must go in and wish mamma good night, she thought, though I am pretty sure of a lecture for my pains. Just at this moment a door opened, and a soft voice called, Violet, pleadingly. Dear mamma, I was just coming in to say good night. Were you, darling? I heard your footstep, and I was afraid you were going by. And I want very particularly to see you to-night, Violet. Do you, mamma? I hope not to scold me for going with the school-children. They had such a happy afternoon, and ate. It was like a miracle. Not so little serving for so many, but so few devouring so much. Pamela Tempest put her arm round her daughter and kissed her, with more warmth of affection than she had shown since the sad days after the squire's death. Violet looked at her mother wonderingly. She could hardly see the widow's fair, delicate face in the dimly lighted room. It was one of the prettiest rooms in the house, half boudoir, half dressing-room, crowded with elegant luxuries and modern inventions, gypsy tables, book-stands, toy cabinets of egg-shell china, a toilette table à la Pompadour, a writing-desk à la Sévigné. Such small things had made the small joys of Mrs. Tempest's life. When she mourned her kind husband, she lamented him as the someone who had bought her everything she wanted. She had taken off her dinner dress, and looked particularly fair and youthful in her soft muslin dressing-gown, trimmed with Mechlin lace, which had cost as much as a small holding on the outskirts of the forest. Even in that subdued light, Violet could see that her mother's cheeks were pinker than usual, that her eyes were clouded with tears, and her manner anxiously agitated. "Mamma," cried the girl, "there is something wrong. I know something has happened." "There is nothing wrong, love. But something has happened, something which I hope will not make you unhappy, for it has made me very happy. You are talking in enigmas, mamma, and I am too tired to be good at guessing riddles just now," said Violet, becoming suddenly cold as ice. A few moments ago she had been all gentleness and love, responding to the unwonted affection of her mother's caresses. Now she drew herself away and stood aloof, with her heart beating fast and furiously. She divined what was coming. She had guessed the riddle already. "Come and sit by the fire, Violet, and I will tell you everything," said Mrs. Tempest coaxingly, seating herself in the low semicircular chair which was her especial delight. "I can hear what you have to tell just as well where I am," answered Violet curtly, walking to the latticed window, which was open to the night. The moon was shining over the rise and fall of the woods. The scent of the flowers came stealing up from the garden. Without, all was calm and sweetness. Within, fever and smothered wrath. "I can't think how you can endure a fire on such a night. The room is positively stifling." "Ah, Violet, you have not my sad susceptibility to cold." "No, mamma, I don't keep myself shut up like an unset diamond in a jeweller's strong-box." "I don't think I can tell you the little secret I have to tell, Violet, unless you come over to me and sit by my side, and give me your hand, and let me feel as if you were really fond of me," pleaded Mrs. Tempest, with a little gush of piteousness. "You seem like an enemy standing over there with your back to me, looking out at the sky." "Perhaps there is no need for you to tell me anything, mamma," answered Violet, in a tone which to that tremulous listener in the low seat by the fire sounded as severe as the voice of a judge pronouncing sentence. "Shall I tell you the secret?" There was no answer. "Shall I, mamma?" "I don't think you can, my love." "Yes, I'm afraid I can. The secret, which is no secret to me or to anyone else in the world, any more than the place where the ostrich has put his head is a secret when his body is sticking up out of the sand. The secret is that after being for 17 happy, honorable years the wife of the best and tiniest of men, the kindest, most devoted, and most generous of husbands, you are going to take another husband, who comes to you with no better credentials than a smooth tongue and a carefully drilled figure, and who will punish your want of faith and constancy to my dead father by making the rest of your life miserable, as you will deserve that it shall be. Yes, mother, I, your only child, say so. You will deserve to be wretched if you marry Captain Winstanley." The widow gave a faint scream, half indignation, half terror. For the moment she felt as if some prophetic curse had been hurled upon her. The tall, straight figure in the white gown, standing in the full flood of moonlight, looked awful as Cassandra, prophesying death and doom in the wicked house of Argos. "It is too bad," sobbed Mrs. Tempest. "It is cruel, undutiful, disrespectful, positively wicked for a daughter to talk to a mother as you have talked to me tonight. How can Miss McCroke have brought you up, I wonder, that you are capable of using such language? Have you forgotten the 5th commandment?" "No, it tells me to honor my father and my mother. I honor my dead father. I honor you when I try to save you from the perdition of a second marriage." "Perdition!" echoed Mrs. Tempest faintly. "What language?" "I knew when that adventurer came here that he intended to make himself master of this house, to steal my dead father's place," cried Vixen passionately. "You have no right to call him an adventurer. He is an officer and a gentleman. You offer him a cruel and unprovoked insult. You insult me still more deeply by your abuse of him. Am I so old or so ugly or so altogether horrid that a man cannot love me for my own sake? Not such a man as Captain Winstanley. He does not know what love means. He would have made me marry him if he could, because I am to have the estate by and by. Failing that, he has made you accept him for your husband. Yes, he has conquered you, as a cat conquers a bird, fascinating the poor wretch with its hateful green eyes. You are quite young enough and pretty enough to win a good man's regard, if you were a penniless, unprotected widow, needing a husband to shelter you and provide for you. But you are the natural victim of such a man as Captain Winstanley." "You are altogether unjust and unreasonable," exclaimed Mrs. Tempest, weeping copiously. "Your poor dear father spoiled you. No one but a spoiled child would talk as you are talking. Who made you a judge of Captain Winstanley? It is not true that he ever wanted to marry you. I don't believe it for an instant." "Very well, mother. If you are wilfully blind—" "I am not blind. I have lived twice as long as you have. I am a better judge of human nature than you can be." "Not of your admirer's, your flatterer's nature," cried Vixen. "He has slavered you with pretty speeches and soft words, as the cobra slavers his victim, and he will devour you as the cobra does. He will swallow up your peace of mind, your self-respect, your independence, your money, all good things you possess. He will make you contemptible in the eyes of all who know you. He will make you base in your own eyes." "It is not true. You are blinded by prejudice." "I want to save you from yourself, if I can." "You are too late to save me, as you call it. Captain Winstanley has touched my heart by his patient devotion. I have not been so easily won as you seem to imagine. I have refused him 3 times. He knows that I had made up my mind never to marry again. Nothing was farther from my thoughts than a second marriage. I liked him as a companion and friend. That he knew. But I never intended that he should be more to me than a friend. He knew that. His patience has conquered me. Such devotion as he has given me has not often been offered to a woman. I do not think any woman living could resist it. He is all that is good and noble, and I am assured, Violet, that as a second father—" Vixen interrupted her with a cry of horror. "For God's sake, mamma, do not utter the word father in conjunction with his name. He may become your husband. I have no power to prevent that evil, but he shall never call himself my father." "What happiness can there be for any of us, Violet, when you start with such prejudices?" whimpered Mrs. Tempest. "I do not expect there will be much," said Vixen. "Good night, mamma." "You are very unkind. You won't even stop to hear how it came about, how Conrad persuaded me to forego my determination." "No, mamma, I don't want to hear the details. The fact is enough for me. If it would be any use for me to go down upon my knees and entreat you to give up this man, I would gladly do it, but I fear it would be no use." "It would not, Violet," answered the widow with modest resoluteness. "I have given Conrad my word, and I cannot withdraw it." "Then I have nothing more to say," replied Vixen, with her hand upon the door, "except good night." "You will not even kiss me?" "Excuse me, mamma. I am not in a kissing humour." And so Vixen left her. Mrs. Tempest sat by the fading fire and cried herself into a gentle slumber. It was very hard. She had longed to pour the story of this second courtship, its thrilling, unexpected joys, and its wondrous surprises, into a sympathetic ear. And Violet, the natural recipient of these gentle confidences, has treated her so cruelly. She felt herself sorely ill-used, and then came soothing thoughts about her trousseau, her wedding dress, the dress in which she should start for her wedding tour. All things would, of course, be chastened and subdued. No woman can be a bride twice in her life, but Mrs. Tempest meant that the trousseau should in its way be perfect. There should be no rush or excitement in the preparation. Nothing should be scamped or hurried. Calmness, deliberation, and a faultless taste should pervade all things. I will have no trimmings but Valenciennes for my underlinen, she decided. It is the only lace that never offends. And I will have old English monograms in satin stitch upon everything. My peignoirs will require a good deal of study. They admit of so much variety. I will have only a few dresses, but those shall be from Paris. Theodore must go over and get them from Worth. She knows what suits me better than I do myself. I am not going to be extravagant, but Conrad so appreciates elegance and taste, and of course he will wish me to be well dressed. And so, comforted by these reflections, Mrs. Tempest sank into a gentle slumber, from which she was awakened by Pauline, who had discussed her mistress's foolishness over a hearty supper, and now came to perform the duties of the evening toilette. "Oh, Pauline," cried the widow with a shiver, "I'm glad you awoke me. I just had an awful dream." "Lor, ma'am, what about?" "Oh, an awful dream. I thought Madame Theodore sent me home a trousseau, and that there was not a single thing that would fit. I looked an object in every one of the dresses." End of Volume 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Jane Shanley, Billerica, Mass. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Shanley. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 2. Wedding Garments. After that night Vixen held her peace. There were no more bitter words between Mrs. Tempest and her daughter, but the mother knew that there was a wellspring of bitterness, a Mara whose waters were inexhaustible, in her daughter's heart, and that domestic happiness under one roof was henceforth impossible for these two. There were very few words of any kind between Violet and Mrs. Tempest at this time. The girl kept herself as much as possible apart from her mother. The widow lived her languid drawing-room life, dawdling away long, slow days that left no more impression behind than the drift of rose-leaves across the velvet lawn before her windows. A little point lace, deftly worked by slim white fingers, flashing with gems, a little Tennyson, a little Owen Meredith, a little Browning, only half understood at best, a little scandal, a great deal of orange pekoe, sipped out of old Worcester teacups of royal blue or flowered Swansea, an hour's letter-writing on the last fashionable note-paper, elegantly worded inanity, delicately penned in a flowing Italian hand, with long loops to the Y's and G's, and a serpentine curve at the end of every word. No life could well have been more useless or vapid. Even Mrs. Tempest's charities, those doles of wine and soup, bread and clothing, which are looked for naturally from the mistress of a fine old mansion, were vicarious. Trimmer, the housekeeper, did everything. Indeed, in the eyes of the surrounding poor, Mrs. Trimmer was mistress of the Abbey House. It was to her they looked for relief. It was her reproof they feared, and to her they lauded lowest. The faded beauty, reclining in her barouche, wrapped in white raiment of softest China crape, and whirling past them in a cloud of dust, was as remote as a goddess. They could hardly have realized that she was fashioned out of the same clay that made themselves. Upon so smooth and eventless an existence, Captain Winstanley's presence came like a gust of north wind across the sultry languor of an August noontide. His energy, his prompt, resolute manner of thinking and acting upon all occasions, impressed Mrs. Tempest with an extraordinary sense of his strength of mind and manliness. It seemed to her that she must always be safe where he was. No danger, no difficulty could assail her while his strong arm was there to ward it off. She felt very much as Mary Stuart may have done about Bothwell, when, moved to scornful aversion by the silken boy profligate Darnley, her heart acknowledged its master in the dark freebooter who had slain him. There had been no Darnley in Pamela Tempest's life, but this resolute, clear-brained soldier was her Bothwell. She had the Mary Stuart temperament, the love of compliments and fine dresses, dainty needlework and luxurious living, without the Stuart craft. In Conrad Winstanley she had found her master, and she was content to be so mastered, willing to lay down her little sum of power at his feet, and lived henceforward like a tame falcon at the end of a string. Her position, as a widow, was an excellent one. The squire's will had been dictated in fullest confidence in his wife's goodness and discretion, and doubtless also with the soothing idea, common to most hale and healthy men, that it must be a long time before their testamentary arrangements can come into effect. It was a holograph will, and the squire's own composition throughout. He would have no lawyer's finger in that pie, he had said. The disposal of his estate had cost him many hours of painful thought before he rang the bell for his bailiff and his butler, and executed it in their presence. Mrs. Tempest was mistress of the Abbey House for her life, and at her death it was to become Violet's property. Violet was not to come of age until she was 25, and in the meantime her mother was to be her sole guardian, and absolute mistress of everything. There was no question of an allowance for the maintenance of the heiress, no question as to the accumulation of income. Everything was to belong to Mrs. Tempest till Violet came of age. She had only to educate and maintain her daughter in whatever manner she might think fit. At Violet's majority, the estate was to pass into her possession, charged with an income of 1,500 a year, to be paid to the widow for her lifetime. Until her 25th birthday, therefore, Violet was in the position of a child, entirely dependent on her mother's liberality, and bound to obey her mother as her natural and only guardian. There was no court of appeal nearer than the court of chancery. There was no one to whom the two women could make their complaints or refer their differences. Naturally, Captain Winstanley had long before this made himself acquainted with the particulars of the squire's will. For 6 years he saw himself sole master of a very fine estate, and at the end of 6 years reduced to an income which seemed comparatively a pittance, and altogether inadequate for the maintenance of such a place as the Abbey House. Still, 1,500 a year and the Abbey House were a long way on the right side of nothing, and Captain Winstanley felt that he had fallen on his feet. That was a dreary June for Vixen. She hugged her sorrow and lived in a mental solitude which was almost awful in so young a soul. She made a confidant of no one, not even of kind-hearted Mrs. Scobel, who was quite ready to pity her and condole with her, and who was secretly indignant of the widow's folly. The fact of Mrs. Tempest's intended marriage had become known to all her friends and neighbours, with the usual effect of such intelligence. Society said sweet things to her, and praised Captain Winstanley, and hoped the wedding would be soon, and opined that it would be quite a nice thing for Miss Tempest to have such an agreeable stepfather, with whom she could ride to hounds as she had done with the dear squire. And the same society, driving away from the Abbey House in its landaus and pony carriages, after half an hour's pleasant gossip and a cup of delicately flavoured tea, called Mrs. Tempest a fool, and her intended husband an adventurer. Vixen kept aloof from all the gossip and tea-drinking. She did not even go near her old friends the Scobels. In these days of smothered wrath and slow-consuming indignation, she deserted the schools, her old pensioners, even the little village children, to whom she had loved to carry baskets of good things, and pocketfuls of halfpence, and whose queer country dialect had seemed as sweet to her as the carolling of finches and blackbirds in the woods. Everything in the way of charity was left to Mrs. Trimmer now. Vixen took her long solitary rides in the forest, roaming wherever there was a footway for her horse, under the darkening beeches, dangerously near the swampy ground where the wet grass shone in the sunlight, the green reedy patches that meant peril, into the calm, unfathomable depths of Mark Ash or Queen's Bower, up to the wild, healthy crest of Boulderwood, wherever there was loneliness and beauty. Roderick had gone to London for the season, and was riding with Lady Mabel in the Row, or dancing attendance at garden parties, exhibitions, and flower shows. I wonder how he likes the dusty days in the crowded rooms, the classical music and high art exhibitions, thought Vixen savagely. I wonder how he likes being led about like a Pomeranian terrier. I don't think I could endure it if I were a man. But I suppose when one is in love— And then Vixen thought of their last talk together, and how little of the lover's enthusiasm there was in Roderick's mention of his cousin. In the bottom of my heart I know that he is going to marry her for the sake of her estate, or because his mother wished it and urged it, and he was too weak-minded to go on saying no. I would not say it for the world, or let anyone else say it in my hearing, but in my heart of hearts I know he does not love her. And then, after a thoughtful silence, she cried to the mute, unresponsive woods, "Oh, it is wicked, abominable, mad, to marry without love." The woods spoke to her of Roderick Vawdrey. How often she had ridden by his side beneath these spreading beech boughs, dipping her childish head just as she dipped it today, under the low branches, steering her pony carefully between the prickly holly bushes, plunging deep into the hollows where the dry leaves crackled under his hoofs. I fancied Rorie and I were to spend our lives together. Somehow, she said to herself, it seems very strange for us to be quite parted. She saw Mr. Vawdrey's name in the fashionable newspapers, in the list of guests at dinners and drums. London life suited him very well, no doubt. She heard that he was a member of the 4 in Hand Club, and turned out in splendid style at Hyde Park Corner. There was no talk yet of his going into Parliament. That was an affair of the future. Since that evening on which Mrs. Tempest announced her intention of taking a second husband, Violet and Captain Winstanley had only met in the presence of other people. The captain had tried to infuse a certain fatherly familiarity into his manner, but Vixen had met every attempt at friendliness with a sullen disdain which kept even Captain Winstanley at arm's length. "We shall understand each other better by and by," he said to himself, galled by this coldness. It would be a pity to disturb these halcyon days by anything in the way of a scene. I shall know how to manage Miss Tempest afterwards. He spoke of her and to her always as Miss Tempest. He had never called her Violet since that night in the pavilion garden. These days before her wedding were indeed a halcyon season for Mrs. Tempest. She existed in an atmosphere of millinery and pretty speeches. Her attention was called away from a ribbon by the sweet distraction of a compliment, and oscillated between tender whispers and Honiton lace. Conrad Winstanley was a delightful lover. His enemies would have said that he had done the same kind of thing so often that it would have been strange if he had not done it well. His was assuredly no prentice hand in the art. Poor Mrs. Tempest lived in a state of mild intoxication as dreamily delicious as the effects of opium. She was enchanted with her lover, and still better pleased with herself. At 39, it was very sweet to find herself exercising so potent an influence over the captain's strong nature. She could not help comparing herself to Cleopatra and her lover to Antony. If he had not thrown away a world for her sake, he was at least ready to abandon the busy career which a man loves and to devote his future existence to rural domesticity. He confessed that he had been hardened by much contact with the world, that he did not love now for the first time, but he told his betrothed that her influence had awakened feelings which had never before been called into his life, that this love which he felt for her was to all intents and purposes a first love, the first pure and perfect affection that had subjugated and elevated his soul. After that night in Mrs. Tempest's boudoir, it was only by tacit avoidance of her mother that Vixen showed the intensity of her disapproval. If she could have done any good by reproof or entreaty, by pleading or exhortation, she would assuredly have spoken. But she saw the captain and her mother together every day, and she knew that, opposed to his influence, her words were like the idle wind which bloweth where it listeth. So she held her peace, and looked on with an aching, angry heart, and hated the intruder who had come to steal her dead father's place. To take her father's place, that in Violet's mind was the unpardonable wrong. That any man should enter that house as master, and sit in the squire's seat, and rule the squire's servants, and ride the squire's horses, was an outrage beyond endurance. She might have looked more leniently on her mother's folly had the widow chosen a second husband with a house and home of his own, who would have carried off his wife to reign over his own belongings, and left the Abbey House desolate, a temple dedicated to the dead. Mrs. Tempest's manner towards her daughter during this period was at once conciliatory and reproachful. She felt it a hard thing that Violet should have taken up such an obnoxious position. This complaint she repeated piteously, with many variations, when she discussed Violet's unkindness with her lover. She had no secrets from the captain, and she told him all the bitter things Violet had said about him. He heard her with firmly set lips and an angry sparkle in his dark eyes, but his tone was full of paternal indulgence presently, when Mrs. Tempest had poured out all her woes. "Is it not hard upon me, Conrad?" she asked in conclusion. "My dear Pamela, I hope you are too strong-minded to distress yourself seriously about a wilful girl's foolishness. Your daughter has a noble nature, but she has been spoiled by too much indulgence. Even a racehorse, the noblest thing in creation, has to be broken in, not always without severe punishment. Miss Tempest and I will come to understand each other perfectly by and by."
"I know you will be a second father to her," said Mrs. Tempest tearfully.
"I will do my duty to her, dearest, be assured." Still Mrs. Tempest went on harping upon the cruelty of her daughter's conduct. The consciousness of Violet's displeasure weighed heavily upon her.
"I dare not even show her my trousseau," she complained. "All confidence is at an end between us. I should like to have had her opinion about my dresses, though she is sadly deficient in taste, poor child, and has never even learnt to put on her gloves perfectly."
"And your own taste is faultless, love," replied the captain soothingly. "What can you want with advice from an inexperienced girl whose mind is in the stable?"
"It is not her advice I want, Conrad, but her sympathy. Fanny Scobel is coming this afternoon. I can show her my things. I really feel quite nervous about talking to Violet of her own dress. She must have a new dress for the wedding, you know, though she cannot be a bridesmaid. I think that is really unfair. Don't you, Conrad?"
"What is unfair, dearest?" asked the captain, whose mind had scarcely followed the harmless meanderings of his lady's speech.
"That a widow is not allowed to have bridesmaids or orange blossoms. It seems like taking the poetry out of a wedding, does it not?"
"Not to my mind, Pamela. The poetry of wedlock does not lie in these details. A sugared cake and satin favours, a string of carriages and a Brussels veil. The true poetry of marriage is in the devotion and fidelity of the two hearts it binds together."
Mrs. Tempest sighed gently, and was almost resigned to be married without bridesmaids or orange blossoms. It was now within a month of the wedding, which was to be solemnized on the last day of August, a convenient season for a honeymoon tour in Scotland. Mrs. Tempest liked to travel when other people travelled. Mountain and flood would have had scarcely any charm for her out of the season. The time had come when Violet's dress must be talked about, as Mrs. Tempest told the vicar's wife solemnly. She had confided the secret of her daughter's unkindness to Mrs. Scobel in the friendly hour of afternoon tea. "It is very hard upon me," she repeated, "very hard, that the only drawback to my happiness should come from my own child." "Violet was so fond of her father," said Mrs. Scobel excusingly. "But is that any reason she should treat me unkindly? Who could have been fonder of dear Edward than I was? I studied his happiness in everything. There never was an unkind word between us. I do not think anyone could expect me to go down to my grave a widow in order to prove my affection for my dearest Edward. That was proved by every act of my married life. I have nothing to regret, nothing to atone for. I feel myself free to reward Captain Winstanley's devotion. He has followed me from place to place for the last 2 years, and has remained constant in spite of every rebuff. He proposed to me 3 times before I accepted him.
Mrs. Scobel had been favoured with the history of these 3 separate offers more than once. "I know, dear Mrs. Tempest," she said somewhat hurriedly, lest her friend should recapitulate the details. "He certainly seems very devoted. But of course, from a worldly point of view, you are an excellent match for him." "Do you think I would marry him if I thought that consideration had any weight with him?" demanded Mrs. Tempest indignantly. And Mrs. Scobel could say no more. There are cases of physical blindness past the skill of surgery, but there is no blindness more incurable than that of a woman on the verge of 40 who fancies herself beloved. "But Violet's dress for the wedding," said Mrs. Scobel, anxious to get the conversation upon safer ground. "Have you really said nothing to her about it?" "No. She is so headstrong and self-willed. I have been absolutely afraid to speak. But it must be settled immediately. Theodore is always so busy. It will be quite a favour to get the dress made at so short a notice, I dare say." "Why not speak to Violet this afternoon?" "While you are here? Yes, I might do that," replied Mrs. Tempest eagerly. She felt she could approach the subject more comfortably in Mrs. Scobel's presence. There would be a kind of protection in a third person. She rang the bell. "Has Miss Tempest come home from her ride?" "Yes, ma'am. She has just come in." "Send her to me at once, then. Ask her not to stop to change her dress." Mrs. Tempest and Mrs. Scobel were in the drawing-room, sitting at a gipsy table before an open window. The widow wrapped in a china crape shawl, lest even the summer breeze should be too chill for her delicate frame. The Worcester cups and saucers, an antique silver teapot and caddy, and kettle set out before her like a child's toys. Violet came running in, flushed after her ride, her habit muddy. "Bogged again!" cried Mrs. Tempest, with ineffable disgust. "That horse will be the death of you some day." "I think not, mamma. How do you do, Mrs. Scobel?" "Violet," said the vicar's wife gravely, "why do you never come to our week-day services now?" I don't know. I have not felt in the humour for coming to church. It's no use to come and kneel in a holy place with rebellious thoughts in my heart. I come on Sundays for decency's sake, but I think it is better to keep away from the week-day services till I am in a better temper." "I don't think that's quite the way to recover your temper, dear." Violet was silent, and there was a rather awkward pause. "Will you have a cup of tea, dear?" asked Mrs. Tempest. "No, thanks, mamma. I think, unless you have something very particular to say to me, I had better take my muddy habit off your carpet. I feel rather warm and dusty. I shall be glad to change my dress." "But I have something very particular to say, Violet. I won't detain you long. You'd better have a cup of tea." "Just as you please, mamma." And forgetful of her clay-bespattered habit, Violet sank into one of the satin-covered chairs and made a wreck of an antimacassar worked in crewels by Mrs. Tempest's own hands. "I am going to write to Madame Theodore by this evening's post, Violet," said her mother, handing her a cup of tea, and making believe not to see the destruction of that exquisite antimacassar. "And I should like to order your dress for the wedding. I have been thinking that cream colour and pale blue would suit you to perfection. A cream-coloured hat, the Van Dyke shape, with a long blue ostrich—" "Please don't take any trouble about it, mamma," said Vixen, whose cheek had paled at the word wedding, and who now sat very erect in her chair, holding her cup and saucer firmly. "I am not going to be present at your wedding, so I shall not want a dress." "Violet," cried Mrs. Tempest, beginning to tremble, You cannot mean what you say. You have been very unkind, very undutiful. You have made me perfectly miserable for the last 7 weeks. But I cannot believe that you would grossly insult me by refusing to be present at my wedding. I do not wish to insult you, mamma. I am very sorry if I have pained you, but I cannot and will not be present at a marriage the very idea of which is hateful to me. If my presence could give any sanction to this madness of yours, that sanction shall not be given. Violet, have you thought what you are doing? Have you considered what will be said by the world? I think the world, our world, must have made up its mind about your second marriage already, mamma, Vixen answered quietly. My absence from your wedding can make very little difference. It will make a very great difference, and you know it, cried Mrs. Tempest, roused as to much passion as she was capable of feeling. People will say that my daughter sets her face against my marriage. My daughter, who ought to sympathize with me and rejoice that I have found a true friend and protector. I cannot either sympathize or rejoice, mamma. It is much better that I should stop away from your wedding. I should look miserable and make other people uncomfortable. Your absence will humiliate and lower me in the sight of my friends. It will be a disgrace, and yet you take this course on purpose to wound and injure me. You are a wicked, undutiful daughter. Oh, mamma, cried Vixen, with grave voice and reproachful eyes before whose steady gaze the tearful widow drooped and trembled. Is duty so one-sided? Do I owe all to you, and you nothing to me? My father left us together, mother and daughter, to be all the world to each other. He left us mistresses of the dear old home we had shared with him. Do you think he meant a stranger to come and sit in his place, to be master over all he loved? Do you think it ever entered his mind that in 3 little years his place would be filled by the first comer, his daughter asked to call another man father? The first comer, whimpered Mrs. Tempest. Oh, this is too cruel. Violet, exclaimed Mrs. Scobel reprovingly, when you are calmer, you will be sorry for having spoken so unkindly to your dear mamma. I shall not be sorry for having spoken the truth, said Violet. Mamma has heard the truth too seldom in her life. She will not hear it from Captain Winstanley yet awhile. And after flinging this last poisoned dart, Vixen took up the muddy skirt of her habit and left the room. It was rather a pity that Arion and I did not go to the bottom of that bog and stay there, she reflected. I don't think anybody wants us above ground. Did you ever know anything so humiliating, so shameful, so undutiful? Demanded Mrs. Tempest piteously, as the door closed on her rebellious daughter. What will people say if Violet is not at my wedding? It would be awkward, certainly, unless there was some good reason for her absence. People are so ill-natured, nobody would believe in any excuse that was made. That cruel girl will disgrace me. She seems strongly prejudiced against Captain Winstanley. It is a great pity, but I dare say she will relent in time. If I were you, dear Mrs. Tempest, I should order the dress. Would you really, Fanny? Yes, I should order the dress, and trust in Providence for the result. You may be able to bring her round somehow between now and the wedding. But I am not going to humiliate myself. I am not going to be trampled on by my daughter. Of course not. But you must have her at your wedding. If I were to tell Captain Winstanley what she has said this afternoon, he would be very angry, no doubt. but I would not tell him if I were you. No, I shall not say anything about it. Yet before night Captain Winstanley had heard every syllable that Vixen had said, with some trifling and unconscious exaggerations, hardly to be avoided by a woman of Mrs. Tempest's character, in the narration of her own wrongs. End of Volume 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Jane Shanley, Billerica, Mass. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Shanley. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 3. I shall look like the wicked fairy. Nothing in Captain Winstanley's manner during the sultry summer days which went before his marriage betrayed his knowledge of Violet Tempest's rebellious spirit. He would not see that he was obnoxious to her. He spoke to her and looked at her as sweetly as if there had been the friendliest understanding between them. In all his conduct, in any act of his which approached the assumption of authority, he went to work with supreme gentleness. Yet he had his grip upon everything already, and was extending his arms in every direction, like an octopus. There were alterations being made in the garden, which Violet knew were his, although Mrs. Tempest was supposed to have originated them. He had, in some measure, assumed dominion over the stables. His 2 hunters were already quartered there. Vixen saw them when she went her morning round with a basket of bread. They were long-bodied, hungry-looking animals, and the grooms reported them ravenous and insatiable in their feeding. "When they've eat their corn, they eats their 'ay, and when they've eat their 'ay, they eats their bed, and then they takes and gnaws the wooden partitions. They'll eat up all the woodwork in the stable before they've done. I've never seen such brutes," complained Bates, the head groom. Vixen fancied these animals were in some wise typical of their owner. One morning, when Vixen was leaning upon the half-door of Arian's loose box, giving herself up to a quarter of an hour's petting of that much-beloved animal, Captain Winstanley came into the stable. "Good morning, Miss Tempest. Petting that pretty little bay of yours? I'm afraid you'll spoil him. You ought to hunt him next October." "I shall never hunt again." "Pshaw! At your age there's no such word as never. He's the neatest little hunter in the forest, and on his bye-days you might ride one of mine." "Thanks," said Vixen, with a supercilious glance at the most leggy of the 2 hunters. "I shouldn't care to be up there. I should feel myself out of everything." "Oh, by the way," said Captain Winstanley, opening the door of another loose box, "what are we to do with this fellow?" This fellow was a grand-looking bay with Herculean quarters, short legs, and a head like a war-horse. He snorted indignantly as the captain slapped his flank, and reared his splendid crest, and seemed as if he said, "Ha, ha!" "I don't quite know of whom you are speaking when you say 'we,'" said Vixen, with an unsmiling countenance. "Naturally, of your mother and myself. I should like to include you in all our family arrangements, present or future, but you seem to prefer being left outside." "Yes," replied Vixen, "I prefer to stand alone." "Very well, then. I repeat my question, though, as you decline to have any voice in our arrangements, it's hardly worth while to trouble you about it. What are we to do with this fellow?" "Do with him? My father's horse!" exclaimed Vixen. "The horse he rode to his dying day! Why, keep him, of course. Don't you think that is rather foolish? Nobody rides or drives him. It takes all one man's time to groom him and exercise him. You might just as well keep a white elephant in the stables." "He was my father's favourite horse," said Vixen, with indignant tears clouding the bright hazel of her eyes. "I cannot imagine mamma capable of parting with him. Yet I ought not to say that, after my experience of the last few months," she added in an undertone. "Well, my dear Miss Tempest, family affection is a very charming sentiment, and I can quite understand that you and your mamma would be anxious to secure your father's horse a good home and a kind master. But I cannot comprehend your mamma being so foolish as to keep a horse which is of no use to any member of her family. If the brute were of a little lighter build, I wouldn't mind riding him myself and selling one of mine, but he's too much of a weight-carrier for me." Vixen gave Arion a final hug, drying her angry tears upon his soft neck, and left the stable without another word. She went straight to her mother's morning room, where the widow was sitting at a table covered with handkerchief cases and glove boxes, deeply absorbed in the study of their contents, assisted by the faithful Pauline, otherwise Polly, who had been wearing smarter gowns and caps ever since her mistress's engagement, and who was getting up a trousseau of her own account in order to enter upon her new phase of existence with due dignity. "We shall keep more company, I make no doubt, with such a gay young master as the captain," she had observed in the confidences of Mrs. Trimmer's comfortable parlour. "I can never bring myself to think Swedish gloves pretty," said Mrs. Tempest, as Vixen burst into the room, "but they are the fashion, and one must wear them." "Mamma," cried Vixen, "Captain Winstanley wants you to sell Bullfinch. If you let him be sold, you will be the meanest of women." And with this startling address, Vixen left the room as suddenly as she had entered it, banging the door behind her. Time, which brings all things, brought the eve of Mrs. Tempest's wedding. The small but perfect trousseau, subject of such anxious thoughts, so much study, was completed. The travelling dresses were packed in 2 large oilskin-covered baskets, ready for the Scottish tour. The new travelling bag, with monograms in pink coral on silver gilt, a wedding present from Captain Winstanley, occupied the place of honour in Mrs. Tempest's dressing-room. The wedding dress, of cream-coloured brocade and old point lace, with a bonnet of lace and water-lilies, was spread upon the sofa. Everything in Mrs. Tempest's apartment bore witness to the impending change in the lady's life, most of all the swollen eyelids and pale cheeks of the lady, who, on this vigil of her wedding day, had given herself up to weeping. "Oh, Mum, your eyes will be so red to-morrow," remonstrated Pauline, coming into the room with another dainty little box, newly arrived from the nearest railway station, and surprising her mistress in tears. "Do have some red lavender, or let me make you a cup of tea." Mrs. Tempest had been sustaining nature with cups of tea all through the agitating day. It was a kind of drama drinking, and she was as much a slave of the teapot as the forlorn drunken drab of St. Giles is a slave of the gin-bottle. "Yes, you may get me another cup of tea, Pauline. I feel awfully low to-night." "You seem so, Mum. I'm sure if I didn't want to marry him, I wouldn't, if I was you. It's never too late for a woman to change her mind, not even when she's inside the church. I've known it done. I wouldn't have him, Mum, if you feel your mind turn against him at the last," concluded the lady's maid energetically. "Not marry him, Pauline? when he is so good and noble, so devoted, so unselfish?" Mrs. Tempest might have extended this list of virtues indefinitely, if her old servant had not pulled her up rather sharply. "Well, Mum, if he's so good and you're so fond of him, why cry?" "You don't understand, Pauline. At such a time there are many painful feelings. I have been thinking naturally of my dear Edward, the best and most generous of husbands. 20 years last June since we were married. What a child I was, Pauline, knowing nothing of the world. I had a lovely trousseau, but I dare say if we could see the dresses now, we should think them absolutely ridiculous. And one's ideas of underlinen in those days were very limited. Those lovely satin-stitched monograms only came in when the Princess of Wales was married. Dear Edward, he was one of the handsomest men I ever saw. How could Violet believe that I should sell his favourite horse?" "Well, Mum, hearing Captain Winstanley talk about it, she naturally—" "Captain Winstanley would never wish me to do anything I did not like." The captain had not said a word about Bullfinch since that morning in the stable. The noble brute still occupied his loose box, and was fed and petted daily by Vixen, and was taken for gallops in the dry glades of the forest or among the gorse and heath of Boulderwood. Mrs. Tempest had dined, or rather had not dined, in her own room on this last day of her widowhood. Captain Winstanley had business in London, and was coming back to Hampshire by the last train. There had been no settlements. The captain had nothing to settle, and Mrs. Tempest confided in her lover too completely to desire to fence herself round with legal protections and precautions. Having only a life interest in the estate, she had nothing to leave, except the multifarious ornaments, frivolities, and luxuries which the squire had presented to her in the course of their wedded life. It had been altogether a trying day, Mrs. Tempest complained, in spite of the diversion to painful thoughts which was continually being offered by the arrival of some interesting item of the trousseau, elegant trifles ordered ever so long ago, which kept dropping in at the last moment. Violet and her mother had not met during the day, and now night was hurrying on. The owls were hooting in the forest. Their monotonous cry sounded every now and then through the evening silence like a prophecy of evil. In less than 12 hours the wedding was to take place, and as yet Vixen had shown no sign of relenting. The dress had come from Madame Theodore's. Pauline had thrown it over a chair with an artistic carelessness which displayed the tasteful combination of cream colour and pale azure. Mrs. Tempest contemplated it with a pathetic countenance. "It is simply perfect," she explained. "Theodore has a most delicate mind. There is not an atom too much blue. And how exquisitely the drapery falls! It looks as if it had been blown together. The Vandyke hat, too. Violet would look lovely in it. I do not think if I were a wicked mother I would take so much pains to select an elegant costume for her. But I have always studied her dress. Even when she was in pinafores, I took care that she should be picturesque. And she rewards my care by refusing to be present at my wedding. It is very cruel." The clock struck 12. The obscure bird clamoured a little louder in his woodland haunt. The patient Pauline, who had packed everything and arranged everything, and borne with her mistress's dolefulness all day long, began to yawn piteously. "If you'd let me brush your hair now, ma'am," she suggested at last, "I could get to bed. I should like to be fresh tomorrow morning." "Are you tired?" explained Mrs. Tempest wonderingly. "Well, mum, stooping over them dress-baskets is rather tiring, and it's past 12. You can go. I'll brush my hair myself." "No, mum, I wouldn't allow that anyhow. It would make your arms ache. You ought to get to bed as soon as ever you can, or you'll look tired and haggard to-morrow." That word, haggard, alarmed Mrs. Tempest. She would not have objected to look pale and interesting on her wedding day, like one who had spent the previous night in tears, but haggardness suggested age, and she wanted to look her youngest when uniting herself to a husband who was her junior by some years. So Pauline was allowed to hurry on the evening toilet. The soft, pretty hair, not so abundant as it used to be, was carefully brushed. The night lamp was lighted, and Pauline left her mistress sitting by her dressing-table in her flowing white raiment, pale, graceful, subdued in colouring, like a classic figure in a faded fresco. She sat with fixed eyes, deep in thought, for some time after Pauline had left her, then looked uneasily at the little gem of a watch dangling on its ormolu and jasper stand. 1:15. Violet must have gone to bed hours ago, unless, indeed, Violet were like her mother, too unhappy to be able to sleep. Mrs. Tempest was seized with a sudden desire to see her daughter. How unkind of her never to come near me to say good night, on this night of all others, she thought. What has she been doing all day, I wonder? Riding about the forest, I suppose, like a wild girl, making friends of dogs and horses and gypsies and fox-cubs and charcoal-burners and all kinds of savage creatures. And then, after a pause, she asked herself fretfully, "What will people say if my own daughter is not at my wedding?" The idea of possible slander stung her sharply. She got up and walked up and down the room, inwardly complaining against Providence for using her so badly. To have such a rebellious daughter, it was sharper than a serpent's tooth. The time had not been allowed to go by without some endeavour being made to bring Violet to a better state of feeling. That was the tone taken about her by Mrs. Tempest and the vicar's wife in their conferences. The headstrong, misguided girl was to be brought to a better state of mind. Mrs. Scobel tackled her, bringing all her diplomacy to bear, but without avail. Vixen was rock. Then Mr. Scobel undertook the duty, and, with all the authority of his holy office, called upon Violet to put aside her unchristian prejudices and behave as a meek and dutiful daughter. "Is it unchristian to hate the man who has usurped my father's place?" Violet asked curtly. "It is unchristian to hate anyone, and you have no right to call Captain Winstanley a usurper. You have no reason to take your mother's marriage so much to heart. There is nothing sinful or even radically objectionable in a second marriage, though I admit that, to my mind, a woman is worthier in remaining faithful to her first love, like Anna the prophetess, who had been a widow 84 years. Who shall say that her exceptional gift of prophecy may not have been a reward for the purity and fidelity of her life? Mr. Scobel's arguments were of no more effect than his wife's persuasion. His heart was secretly on Violet's side. He had loved the squire, and thought this marriage of Mrs. Tempest a foolish, if not a shameful thing. There was no heartiness in the feeling with which he supervised the decoration of his pretty little church for the wedding. "If she were only awake," thought Mrs. Tempest, "I would make a last appeal to her feelings. Late as it is, her heart cannot be stone." She took her candle and went through the dark, silent house to Violet's room, and knocked gently. "Come in," said the girl's clear voice with a wakeful sound. "Ah," thought Mrs. Tempest triumphantly, "obstinate as she is, she knows she is doing wrong. Conscience won't let her sleep." Vixen was standing at her window, leaning with folded arms upon the broad wooden ledge, looking out at the dim garden over which the pale stars were shining. There was a moon, but it was hidden by drifting clouds. "Not in bed, Violet?" said her mother sweetly. "No, mamma." "What have you been doing all these hours?" "I don't know. Thinking." "And you never came to wish me good night?" "I did not think you would want me. I thought you would be busy packing for your honeymoon." "That was not kind, Violet. You must have known that I should have many painful thoughts tonight." "I did not know it, and if it is so, I can only say it is a pity the painful thoughts did not come a little sooner." "Violet, you are as hard as iron, as cold as ice," cried Mrs. Tempest with passionate fretfulness. "No, I am not, mamma. I can love very warmly where I love deeply. I have given this night to thoughts of my dead father, whose place is to be usurped in this house from tomorrow." "I never knew anyone so obstinately unkind. I could not have believed it possible in my own daughter. I thought you had a good heart, Violet, and yet you do not mind making me intensely wretched on my wedding day." "Why should you be wretched, mamma? Because I prefer not to be present at your wedding? If I were there, I should be like the bad fairy at the princess's christening. I should look at everything with a malevolent eye." Mrs. Tempest flung herself into a chair and burst into tears. The storm of grief, which had been brooding over her troubled mind all day, broke suddenly in a tempest of weeping. She could have given no reason for her distress, but all at once, on the eve of that day which was to give a new colour to her life, panic seized her, and she trembled at the step she was about to take. "You are very cruel to me, Violet," she sobbed. "I am a most miserable woman." Violet knelt beside her and gently took her hand, moved to pity by wretchedness so abject. "Dear mamma, why miserable?" she asked. "This thing which you are doing is your own choice. Or, if it is not, if you have yielded weakly to over-persuasion, it is not too late to draw back. No, dear mother, even now it is not too late. Indeed, it is not. Let us run away as soon as it is light, you and I, and go off to Spain or Italy, anywhere, leaving a letter for Captain Winstanley to say you have changed your mind. He could not do anything to us. You have a right to draw back, even at the last." "Don't talk nonsense, Violet," cried Mrs. Tempest peevishly. "Who said I had changed my mind? I am as devoted to Conrad as he is to me. I should be a heartless wretch if I could throw him over at the last moment. But this has been a most agitating day. Your unkindness is breaking my heart." "Indeed, mamma, I have no wish to be unkind, not to you. But my presence at your wedding would be a lie. It would seem to give my approval to an act I hate. I cannot bring myself to do that." "And you will disgrace me by your absence? You do not care what people may say of me?" "Nobody will care about my absence. You will be queen of the day." "Everybody will care. Everybody will talk. I know how malicious people are, even one's most intimate friends. They will say my own daughter turned her back upon me on my wedding day." "They can hardly say that, when I shall be here in your house." Mrs. Tempest went on weeping. She had reduced herself to a condition in which it was much easier to cry than to leave off crying. The fountain of her tears seemed inexhaustible. "A pretty object I shall look tomorrow," she murmured plaintively, and this was all she said for some time. Violet walked up and down the room, sorely distressed, sorely perplexed. To see her mother's grief, and to be able to give comfort and to refuse. That must be undutiful, undaughterly, rebellious. But had not her mother forfeited all right to her obedience? Were not their hearts and lives completely sundered by this marriage of tomorrow? To Violet's stronger nature it seemed as if she were the mother, offended, outraged by a child's folly and weakness. There sat the child, weeping piteously, yearning to be forgiven. It was a complete reversal of their positions. Her heart was touched by the spectacle of her mother's weakness, by the mute appeal of those tears. "What does it matter to me, after all, whether I am absent or present?" she argued at last. "I cannot prevent this man coming to take possession of my father's house. I cannot hinder the outrage to my father's memory. Mamma has been very kind to me, and I have no one else in the world to love." She took a few more turns, and then stopped by her mother's chair. "Will it really make you happier, mamma, if I am at your wedding?" "It will make me quite happy." "Very well, then. It shall be as you please. But remember, I shall look the wicked fairy. I cannot help that." "You will look lovely. Theodore has sent you home the most exquisite dress. Come to my room and try it on," said Mrs. Tempest, drying her tears, and as quickly comforted as a child who has obtained its desire by means of copious weeping. "No, dear mamma, not to-night. I'm too tired," sighed Violet. "Never mind, dear. Theodore always fits you to perfection. Go to bed at once, love. The dress will be a pleasant surprise for you in the morning. Good night, pet. You have made me so happy." "I'm glad of that, mamma." "I wish you were going to Scotland with us." Vixen shuddered. "I'm afraid you'll be dreadfully dull here." "No, mamma. I shall have the dogs and horses. I shall get on very well." "You are such a curious girl. Well, good night, darling. You are my own Violet again." And with this they parted, Mrs. Tempest going back to her room with restored peace of mind. She looked at the reflection of her tear-blotted face anxiously as she paused before the glass. "I'm afraid I shall look an object tomorrow," she said. "The morning sunshine is so searching." End of Volume 2, Chapter 3. Recording by Jane Shanley, Billerica, Mass. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Shanley. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 4. The vow is vowed. Only a chosen few had been bidden to Mrs. Tempest's wedding. She had told all her friends that she meant everything to be done very quietly. "There is so much that is saddening in my position," she said pensively, but she was resolved that those guests who were asked to lend their countenance to her espousals should be the very best people. Lord and Lady Ellangowan had been asked and had accepted, and their presence alone would lend dignity to the occasion. Colonel and Mrs. Carteret from Copp's Hill, the Shopnells of Shopnell Park, and about half a dozen other representative landowners and commoners made up the list. "There is such a satisfaction in knowing they are all the best people," Mrs. Tempest said to Captain Winstanley when they went over the list together. His own friends were but two, Major Pontorson, his best man, and a clerical cousin with a portly figure and a port-winey nose, who was to assist Mr. Scobel in the marriage service. It was a very pretty wedding, the neighborhood declared unanimously, despite the absence of that most attractive feature in more youthful bridals, a string of girlish bridesmaids. The little church at Beechdale was a bower of summer flowers. The Abbey House conservatories had been emptied. The Ellengowens had sent a wagon-load of ferns and exotics. The atmosphere was heavy with the scent of yellow roses and stephanotis. Violet stood among the guests, no gleam of color on her cheeks except the wavering hues reflected from the painted windows in the low Gothic chancel, the ruddy gold of her hair shining under the Vandyke hat with its sweeping azure feather. She was the loveliest thing in that crowded church, whither people had come from 10 miles off to see Squire Tempest's widow married. But she had a spectral look in the faint light of the chancel, and seemed as strange an image at this wedding as the ghost of Don Ramiro at Donna Clara's bridal dance in Heine's ghastly ballad. Violet did not look like the malevolent fairy in the old story, but she had a look and air which told everyone that this marriage was distasteful to her. When all was over, and the register had been signed in the vestry, Captain Winstanley came up to her, with both hands extended before all the company. "My dear Violet, I am your father now," he said. "You shall not find me wanting in my duty." She drew back involuntarily, and then, seeing herself the focus of so many eyes, suffered him to touch the tips of her fingers. "You are very kind," she said. "A daughter can have but one father, and mine is dead. I hope you will be a good husband to my mother. That is all I can desire of you." All the best people heard this speech, which was spoken deliberately in a low, clear voice, and they decided inwardly that whatever kind of wife Captain Winstanley might have won for himself, he had found his match in his stepdaughter. Now came the ride to the Abbey House, which had put on a festive air, and where smartly dressed servants were lending their smiles to a day which they all felt to be the end of a peaceful and comfortable era, and the beginning of an age of uncertainty. It was like that day at Versailles when the Third Estate adjourned to the tennis court, and the French Revolution began. People smiled and were pleased at the new movement and expectancy in their lives, knowing not what was coming. "We are bound to be livelier, anyhow, with a military master," said Pauline. "A little more company in the house wouldn't come amiss, certainly," said Mrs. Trimmer. "I should like to see our champagne cellar better stocked," remarked Forbes, the butler. "We're behind the times in our sparkling wines." Captain Winstanley entered the old oak-panelled hall with his wife on his arm, and felt himself master of such a house as a man might dream of all his life and never attain. Money could not have bought it. Taste could not have created it. The mellowing hand of time, the birth and death of many generations, had made it beautiful. The wedding breakfast was as other wedding feasts. People ate and drank, and made believe to be intensely glad, and drank more sparkling wine than was good for them at that abnormal hour, and began to feel sleepy before the speeches, brief as they were, had come to an end. The August sun shone in upon the banquet. The creams and jellies languished and collapsed in the sultry air. The wedding cake was felt to be a nuisance. The cracker cake exploded faintly in the languid hands of the younger guests, and those ridiculous mottos, which could hardly amuse anyone out of Earlswood Asylum, were looked at a shade more contemptuously than usual. The weather was too warm for enthusiasm, and Violet's pale set face was almost as disheartening as the skeleton at an Egyptian banquet. When Mrs. Tempest retired to put on her travelling dress, Violet went with her, a filial attention the mother had in no wise expected. "Dear girl," she said, squeezing her daughter's hand, "to-day is not to make the slightest difference." "I hope not, mamma," answered Violet gravely, "but one can never tell what is in the future. God grant you may be happy. I'm sure it will be my own fault if I am not happy with Conrad," said the wife of an hour. "And, oh, Violet, my constant prayer will be to see you more attached to him." Violet made no reply, and here, happily, Pauline brought the fawn-coloured travelling dress, embroidered with poppies and cornflowers, in their natural colours, after the style of South Kensington, a dress so distractingly lovely that it instantly put an end to serious conversation. The whole costume had been carefully thought out. A fawn-coloured parasol, edged with ostrich feathers, a fawn-coloured bonnet, fawn-coloured Hessian boots, fawn-coloured Swedish gloves, with 10 buttons, all prepared for the edification of railway guards and porters and Scotch innkeepers and their valetalia. Verily, there are some games which seem hardly worth the candle that lights the players, and there was once upon a time an eccentric nobleman who was accounted maddest in that he made his wife dress herself from head to foot in one colour, other times other manners. Violet stayed with her mother to the last, receiving the last embrace, a fond and tearful one, and watched the carriage drive away from the porch amidst a shower of rice. And then all was over. The best people were bidding her a kindly good-bye. Carriages drove up quickly, and in a quarter of an hour everyone was gone except the vicar and his wife. Vixen found herself standing between Mr. and Mrs. Scobel, looking blankly at the hearth, where an artistic group of ferns and scarlet geraniums replaced the friendly winter fire. "Come and spend the evening with us, dear," said Mrs. Scobel kindly. "It will be so lonely for you here." But Violet pleaded a headache, a plea which was confirmed by her pale cheeks and the dark rings around her eyes. "I shall be better at home," she said. "I'll come and see you in a day or two, if I may." "Come whenever you like, dear. I wish you would come and stay with us altogether. Ignatius and I have been so pleased with your conduct today, and we have felt for you deeply, knowing what a conquest you have made over yourself." The Reverend Ignatius murmured his acquiescence. "Poor mamma," sighed Violet. "I'm afraid I have been very unkind." And then she looked absently round the old familiar hall, and her eye lighted on the squire's favourite chair, which still stood in its place by the hearth. Her eyes filled with sudden tears. She fancied she could see a shadowy figure sitting there, the squire in his red coat, his long hunting whip across his knee, his honest, loving face smiling at her. She squeezed Mrs. Scobel's friendly hand, bade her and the vicar a hurried good-bye, and ran out of the room, leaving them looking after her pityingly. "Poor girl," said the vicar's wife, "how keenly she feels it." "Ah," sighed the vicar, "I have never been in favour of second marriages. I can but think with St. Paul that the widow is happy if she so abide." Vixen called Argus and went up to her room, followed by that faithful companion. When she had shut and locked the door, she flung herself on the ground, regardless of Madame Theodore's masterpiece, and clasped her arms round the dog's thick neck, and buried her face in his soft hide. "Oh, Argus, I have not a friend in the world but you," she sobbed. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Jane Shanley, Billerica, Mass. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Shanley. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 5. War to the Knife. A strange stillness came upon the Abbey House after Mrs. Tempest's wedding. Violet received a few invitations and morning calls from friends who pitied her solitude, but the best people were for the most part away from home in August and September. Some no farther than Bournemouth or Weymouth, others roaming the mountainous districts of Europe in search of the picturesque or the fashionable. Violet did not want society. She made excuses for refusing all invitations. The solitude of her life did not afflict her. If it could have continued forever, if Captain Winstanley and her mother could have wandered about the earth and left her in peaceful possession of the Abbey House, with the old servants, old horses, old dogs, all things undisturbed, as in her father's time, she would have been happy. It was the idea of change, a new and upstart master in her father's place, which tortured her. Any delay which kept off that evil hour was a blessed relief. But alas, the evil hour was close at hand, inevitable. That autumn proved exceptionally fine. Scotland cast aside her mantle of mist and cloud, and dressed herself in sunshine. The Trossachs blossomed as the rose. Gloomy grey glens and mountains put on an apparel of light. Mrs. Tempest wrote her daughter rapturous letters about the tour. "We moved about very slowly," she said, "so as not to fatigue me. Conrad's attention is more than words can describe. I can see that even the waiters are touched by it. He telegraphs beforehand to all the hotels, so that we have always the best rooms. He thinks nothing too good for me. It is quite saddening to see a herd of travellers sent away, houseless, every evening. The fine weather is bringing crowds to the Highlands. We could not have travelled at a more favourable time. We have had only a few showers, but in one, on Loch Katrine, my poor fawn-coloured dress suffered. The scarlet of the poppies ran into the blue of the cornflowers. Is it not a pity? I was quite unconscious of what was going on at the time, and afterwards, when I discovered it, I could have shed tears. I hope when you marry, darling, you will come to Scotland for your honeymoon. The mountains seem to appeal to one's highest feelings. There are ponies, too, for the ascent, which is a great comfort if one is wearing pretty boots. And you know, Violet, my idea that a woman should be essentially feminine in every detail. I never could bring myself to wear the horrid clump soles which some women delight in. They seem to me to indicate that strong-minded and masculine character which I detest. Such women would want the suffrage, and to have the learned professions thrown open to them. I meet ladies, or at least persons calling themselves such, in horrid waterproof costumes, and with coarse cloth hats. Hideousness could go no farther. And though I regret the wreck of my fawn colour, I can but remember with satisfaction that Theodore always says to me, when she shows me one of her chef d'oeuvres, "Mrs. Tempest, it is a dress fit for a lady." There are ill-natured people who declare that Theodore began life as a kitchen-maid in an Irish inn. But I, for one, will never believe it. Such taste as hers indicates a refined progenitor. With such letters as these did Mrs. Winstanley comfort her absent daughter. Vixen replied as best she might, with scraps of news about the neighbours, rich and poor, the dogs, horses, and gardens, it was hateful to her to have to direct her letters to Mrs. Winstanley. The days went on. Vixen rode from early morning till noon, and rambled in the forest for the best part of the afternoon. She used to take her books there, and sit for hours reading on a mossy bank under one of the bowie beeches, with Argus at her feet. The dog was company enough for her. She wanted no one better. At home, the old servants were more or less, their faces always pleasant to see. Some of them had lived with her grandfather. Most of them had served her father from the time he had inherited his estate. The squire had been the most conservative and indulgent of masters, always liking to see the old faces. The butler was old, and even on his underling's bullet head the grey hairs were beginning to show. Mrs. Trimmer was at least 60, and had been getting annually bulkier for the last 20 years. The kitchen-maid was a comfortable-looking person of 40. There was an atmosphere of domestic peace in the offices of the Abbey House, which made everybody fat. It was only by watchfulness and tight lacing that Pauline preserved to herself that grace of outline which she spoke of in a general way as figure. "And what a mite of a waist I had when I first went out to service," she would say pathetically. But Pauline was now in Scotland, harassed by unceasing cares about travelling bags, bonnet boxes, and extra wraps, and undervaluing Ben Nevis as not worth half the trouble that was taken to go and look at him. The gardeners were grey-headed, and remembered potting the first fuchsia slips that ever came to the forest. They had no gusto for new-fangled ideas about cordon fruit trees or root pruning. They liked to go their own way, as their fathers and grandfathers had done before them, and, with unlimited supplies of manure, they were able to produce excellent cucumbers by the 1st of May, or a fair dish of asparagus by about the same time. If their produce was late, it was because nature went against them. They could not command the winds or tell the sun that he must shine. The gardens at the Abbey House were beautiful, but nature had done more for them than the squire's old gardeners. The same rose-trees budded and bloomed year after year. The same rhododendrons and azaleas opened their big bunches of bloom. Eden could have hardly owed less to culture. The noble old cedars, the medieval yews, needed no gardener's hand. There was a good deal of weeding and mowing and rolling done from week's end to week's end, and the borders were beautified by banks of geranium and golden calceolaria, and a few other old-fashioned flowers, but scientific horticulture there was none. Some alterations had begun under Captain Winstanley's directions, but the work languished in his absence. It was the 20th of September, and the travellers were expected to return within a few days, the exact date of their arrival not being announced. The weather was glorious, warmer than it had been all through the summer, and Vixen spent her life out of doors. Sad thoughts haunted her less cruelly in the great wood. There was a brightness and life in the forest which cheered her. It was pleasant to see Argus's enjoyment of the fair weather, his wild rushes in among the underwood, his pursuit of invisible vermin under the thick holly bushes, the brambles and bracken, his rapturous rolling in the dewy grass, where he flung himself at full length and rolled over and over, and leaped as if he had been revelling in a bath of freshest water. Pleasant to see him race up to a serious-minded hog and scrutinize that stolid animal closely, and then leave him to his sordid researches after edible roots, with open contempt, as who should say, "Can the same scheme of creation include me and that vulgar brute?" All things had been set in order for the return of the newly married couple. Mrs. Trimmer had her dinner arranged and ready to be put in hand at a moment's notice. Violet felt that the end of her peaceful life was very near. How would she bear the change? How would she be able to behave herself decently? Well, she would try her best, Heaven giving her strength. That was her last resolve. She would not make the poor, frivolous mother unhappy. "Forgive me, beloved father, if I am civil to the usurper," she said. "It will be for my mother's sake. You were always tender and indulgent to her. You would not like to see her unhappy." These were Vixen's thoughts this bright September morning, as she sat at her lonely little breakfast table in the sunny window of her den, with Argus by her side, intensely watchful of every morsel of bread and butter she ate, though he had already been accommodated with half the loaf. She was more amiably disposed than usual this morning. She had made up her mind to make the best of a painful position. "I shall always hate him," she told herself, meaning Captain Winstanley, "but I will begin a career of Christian-like hypocrisy, and try to make other people believe that I like him. No, Argus," as the big paw tugged her arm pleadingly, "no. Now really, this is sheer greediness. You can't be hungry." A piteous whine, as of a dog on the brink of starvation, seemed to gainsay her. Just then the door opened, and the middle-aged footman entered. "Oh, if you please, miss, Bates says would you like to see Bullfinch?" "To see Bullfinch?" echoed Vixen. "What's the matter? Is he ill? Is he hurt?" "No, miss, but Bates thought as how maybe you'd like to see him before he goes away. He's sold." Vixen turned very pale. She started up and stood for a few moments silent, with her strong young hands clenched, just as she gripped them on the reins sometimes when Arion was running away with her and there were bogs in front. "I'll come," she said, in a half-suffocated voice. "He has sold my father's horse after all," she said to herself, and she went towards the stables. "Then I shall hate him openly all my life. Yes, everybody shall know that I hate him." She found the stables in some commotion. There were two strangers, gloomy-looking men, standing in front of Bullfinch's loose box, and all the stablemen had come out of their various holes and were standing about. Bates looked grave and indignant. "There isn't a finer horse in the county," he muttered. "It's a shame to send him out of it." Vixen walked straight up to the strange men, who touched their caps and looked at her admiringly. Her dark blue cloth dress fitted her like a riding habit. Her long white throat was bare, her linen collar tied loosely with a black ribbon, her chestnut hair wound into a crown of plaits at the top of her head. The severe simplicity of her dress set off her fresh young beauty. "She's the prettiest chestnut filly I've seen for a long time," one of the grooms said of her afterwards. "Thoroughbred to the tips of her ears." "Who has bought this horse?" she asked authoritatively. "My master, Lord Mallow, miss," answered the superior of the men. "You needn't be anxious about him. He'll have a rare good home." "Will you let me see the order for taking him away?" "Your groom has got it, miss." Bates showed her a sheet of paper on which Captain Winstanley had written, "Trossachs Hotel, September 12th. The bay horse, Bullfinch, is to be delivered with clothing, etc., to Lord Mallow's groom, C. Winstanley." Vixen perused this paper with a countenance full of suppressed rage. "Does your master give much money for this horse?" she asked, turning to the strange groom. "I haven't heard how much, miss." Of course the man knew the sum to a penny. "But I believe it's a tidyish lot." "I don't suppose I have as much money in the world," said Vixen, "or I'd buy my father's horse of Captain Winstanley, since he is so badly in want of money, and keep him at a farm." "I beg your pardon, miss," said the groom, "but the horse is sold. My master has paid his money. He is a friend of Captain Winstanley's." They met somewhere in Scotland the other day, and my lord bought the horse on hearsay, and I must say I don't think he'll be disappointed in him." "Where are you going to take him?" "Well, it's rather an awkward journey across country. We're going to Melton. My lord is going to hunt the horse in October, if he turns out to my lord's satisfaction." "You are going to take him by rail?" "Yes, miss." "He has never been by rail in his life. It will kill him," cried Vixen, alarmed. "Oh, no, it won't, miss. Don't be frightened about him. We shall have a padded box, and everything tip-top. He'll be snug and as tight as a sardine in its case. We'll get him to Leicestershire as fresh as paint." Vixen went into the loose box, where Bullfinch, all regardless of his doom, was idly munching a mouthful of upland meadow hay. She pulled down his noble head, and laid her cheek against his broad forehead, and let her tears rain on him unheeded. There was no one to see her in that dusky loose box. The grooms were clustered at the stable door, talking together. She was free to linger over her parting with the horse that her father had loved. She wound her arms about his arched neck, and kissed his velvet nose. "Oh, Bullfinch, have you a memory? Will you be sorry to find yourself in a strange stable?" she asked, looking into the animal's full, soft eyes, with a pathetic earnestness in her own. She dried her tears presently. She was not going to make herself a spectacle for the scornful pity of stablemen. She came out of the loose box with a serene countenance, and went up to Lord Mallow's groom. "Please be kind to him," she said, dropping a sovereign into the man's ready hand. "No fear of that, miss," he said. "There are very few Christians that have as good a time of it as our 'osses." That sovereign, taken in conjunction with the donor's beauty, quite vanquished Lord Mallow's stud groom, and very nearly bought Violet Tempest a coronet. Bullfinch was led out presently, looking like a king, but Violet did not stop to see him go away. She could hardly have borne that. She ran back to the house, put on her hat and jacket, called Argus, and set out for a long ramble to walk down, if possible, the angry devil within her. No, this she would never forgive, the sale of her father's favourite horse. It was as if some creature of her own flesh and blood had been sold into slavery. Her mother was rich, would squander hundreds on fine dresses, and would allow her dead husband's horse to be sold. Is Captain Winstanley such a tyrant that mamma cannot prevent this shameful thing? She asked herself. She talks about his attention, his devotion, as if he were at her feet, and yet she suffers him to disgrace her by this unparalleled meanness. End of Volume 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Jane Shanley, Billerica, Mass. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Shanley. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 6. At the Kennels. It was a fresh sunny morning, a soft west wind blowing up all the sweetness of the woods and lays. The cattle were grouped in lazy stillness on the dewy grass. The year's pigs, grown to the hobbledehoy stage of existence, were grubbing about contentedly among the furze bushes by the roadside. A matronly sow lay stretched flat upon her side in the sunshine, just where carriage wheels must pass over her were carriages frequent in those parts. Even the brightness of the morning had no charm for Vixen. There was no delight for her in the green solemnity of the forest glades. where the beechen pillars led the eye away into the innumerable vistas, each grandly mysterious as a cathedral aisle. The sun shot golden arrows through dark boughs, patching the moss with translucent lights, vivid and clear as the lustre of emeralds. The gentle splash of the forest stream, rippling over its pebbly bed, made a tender music that was wont to seem passing sweet to Violet's tempest ear. To-day she heard nothing, saw nothing. Her brain was clouded with angry thoughts. She left the forest by and by, following one of the familiar cart tracks, and came out into the peaceful little colony of Beechdale, where it was a chance if the noonday traveller saw anything alive except a youthful family of pigs enjoying an oasis of mud in a dry land, or an intrusive dog rushing out of a cottage to salute the wayfarer with an inquiring bark. The children were still in school. The hum of their voices was wafted from the open windows. The church door stood open. The village graves upon the sunward-fronting slope were bright with common flowers, the dead lying with their feet to the west, ready to stand up and see their Lord at the resurrection morning. Vixen hurried through the little village, not wanting to see Mrs. Scobel or anyone she knew this morning. There was a long rustic lane opposite the church that led straight to the kennels. "I will go and see the foxhounds," said Vixen. "They are true and faithful, but perhaps all those I love best have been sold, or are dead by this time." It seemed to her ages since she had been to the kennels with her father. It had been his favourite walk out of the hunting season, and he had rarely suffered a week to pass without making his visit of inspection. Since her return, Violet had carefully avoided the well-known spot, but to-day, out of the very bitterness of her heart, came a desire to renew past associations. Bullfinch was gone forever, but the hounds at least remained, and her father had loved them almost as well as he had loved Bullfinch. Nothing was changed at the kennels. The same feeder and corduroy and fustian came out of the cooking-house when Vixen opened the 5-barred gate. The same groom was lounging in the front of the stables, where the horses were kept for the huntsman and his underlings. The whole place had the same slumberous, out-of-season look she remembered so well of old in the days when hunting was over. The men touched their caps to Miss Tempest as she passed them. She went straight to the kennels. There were the 3 wooden doors, opening into 3 square stone-paved yards, each door provided with a small round eye-hole, through which the authorities might scrutinize the assembly within. A loud yelping arose as Vixen's footsteps drew near. There were frantic sniffings at the doors and a general agitation. She looked through the little eye-hole into the middle yard. Yes, they were there, 14 or 15 couple, tumultuously excited, as if they knew she was there, white and black and tan, pointed noses, beautiful, intelligent eyes, bright tan spots upon marked brows, some with a streak of white running down the long sharp noses, some heavy in the jowl, some with muzzles sharp as a greyhound's, 30 tails erect and agitated. The feeder remembered Miss Tempest perfectly, though it was more than 3 years since her last visit. "Would you like to go in and see him, miss?" he said. "Yes, if you please, Dawson. You have Gauntlet still, I see. That is Gauntlet, isn't it? And Dart, and Juno, and Ringlet, and Artful?" "Yes, miss. There ain't many gone since you was here, but there's a lot o' poppies. You'd like to see the poppies, wouldn't you, miss? They be in the next kennel, if you just wait 5 minutes." Cleanliness was the order of the day at the kennels, but to the late master's daughter more honour. Dawson the feeder called a bright-looking lad, his subordinate, and divers pails of water were fetched, and the 3 little yards washed out vigorously before Miss Tempest was invited to enter. When she did go in, the yard was empty and clean as a new pin. The hounds had been sent into their house, where they were all grouped picturesquely on a bench littered with straw, looking as grave as a human parliament, and much wiser. Nothing could have been more beautiful than their attitudes, or more intelligent than their countenances. Vixen looked in at them through the barred window. "Dear things," she exclaimed. "They are as lovely as ever. How fond papa was of them." And then the kennel huntsman, who had appeared on the scene by this time, opened the door and smacked his whip, and the 15 couple came leaping helter-skelter out into the little yard, and made a rush at Vixen, and surrounded her, and fawned upon her, and caressed her as if their recognition of her after long years was perfect, and as if they had been breaking their hearts for her in the interval. Perhaps they would have been just as affectionate to the next comer, having a large surplus stock of love always on hand ready to be lavished on the human race. But Vixen took these demonstrations as expressive of a peculiar attachment, and was moved to tears by the warmth of this canine greeting. "Thank God, there are some living things that love me," she exclaimed. "Something that loves you?" cried a voice from the door of the yard. "Does not everything noble or worthy love you, as it loves all that is beautiful?" Turning quickly with a scared look, Violet saw Roderick Vawdrey standing in the doorway. He stood quietly watching her, his dark eyes softened with a look of tender admiration. There could hardly have been a prettier picture than the tall, girlish figure and bright chestnut head, the fair face bending over the upturned noses of the hounds as they clustered round her, some standing up with their strong white paws upon her shoulder, some nestling at her knees. Her hat had fallen off and was being trampled under a multitude of restless feet. Rorie came into the little yard. The huntsman cracked his whip, and the hounds went tumbling one over the other into their house, where they leaped upon their straw bed, and grouped themselves as if they had been sitting for their portraits to Sir Edwin Landseer. 2 inquisitive fellows stood up, with their paws upon the ledge of the barred window, and looked out at Violet and the new master. "I did not know you were at Briarwood," she said, as they shook hands. "I only came home last night. My first visit was naturally here. I wanted to see if everything was in good order." "When do you begin to hunt?" "On the 1st of October. You are going to be amongst us this year, of course." "No, I have never followed the hounds since papa's death. I don't suppose I ever shall again." "What, not with your stepfather?" "Certainly not with Captain Winstanley." "Then you must marry a hunting man," said Rorie gaily. "We can't afford to lose the straightest rider in the forest." "I am not particularly in love with hunting for a woman. There seems something bloodthirsty in it. And Bates says that if ladies only knew how their horses' backs get wrung in their hunting season, they would hardly have the heart to hunt. It was very nice to ride by papa's side when I was a little girl. I would have gone anywhere with him, through an Indian jungle, after tigers, but I don't care about it now." "Well, perhaps you are right, though I should hardly have expected such mature wisdom from my old playfellow, whose flowing locks used once to be the cynosure of the hunting field. And now, Violet, I may call you Violet, may I not, as I did in the old days, at least when I did not call you Vixen?" "That was papa's name," she said quickly. "Nobody ever calls me that now. I understand. I am to call you Violet, and we are to be good friends always, are we not, with a true and loyal friendship?" "I have not so many friends that I can afford to give up one who is staunch and true," answered Violet sadly. "And I mean to be staunch and true, believe me. and I hope by and by, when you come to know Mabel, you and she will be fast friends. You may not cotton to her very easily at first, because, you see, she reads Greek, and goes in for natural science, and has a good many queer ways. But she is all that is pure-minded and noble. She has been brought up in an atmosphere of adulation, and that has made her a little self-opinionated. It is the only fault she has. I shall be very glad if she will let me like her, Violet said meekly. They had strolled away from the kennels into the surrounding forest, where the free horses of the soil were roaming from pasture to pasture, and a few vagabond pigs were stealing a march on their brethren, for whom the joys of pannage time had not yet begun. They walked along idly, following a cart track that led into the woody deeps where the earliest autumn leaves were dropping gently in the soft west wind. By and by they came to a fallen oak, lying by the side of the track, ready for barking, and it seemed the most natural thing in the world to sit down side by side on this rustic seat and talk of days gone by, lazily watching the flickering shadows and darting sun rays in the opposite thicket, or along the slanting stretch of open turf, that smooth emerald grass, so inviting to the eye, so perilous to the foot of man or beast. And now, Violet, tell me all about yourself, and about this second marriage of your mother's, Roderick began earnestly. I hope you have quite reconciled yourself to the idea of it by this time. I have not reconciled myself. I never shall, answered Violet, with restrained anger. I know that Mamma has heaped up sorrow for herself in the days to come, and I pity her too much to be angry with her. Yes, I, who ought to look up to and respect my mother, can only look down upon her and pity her. That is a hard thing, is it not, Rorie? She has married a bad man, mean and false and tyrannical. Shall I tell you what he has done within these last few days? Do I hope that it is not anything very bad? Violet told how Bullfinch had been sold. It looks mean, certainly, said Mr. Vawdrey, but I dare say to Captain Winstanley, as a man of the world, it might seem a foolish thing to keep a horse nobody rode, especially such a valuable horse as Bullfinch. Your father gave 250 for him at Andover, I remember, and you really have too many horses at the Abbey House. Arion will be the next to be sold, I dare say. Oh, no, no. He could not be such an insolent scoundrel as to sell your horse. That would be too much. Besides, you will be of age in a year or two, and your own mistress. I shall not be of age for the next 7 years, and I am not to come of age till I am 25. Phew, whistled Rorie. That's a long shot off. How is that? Papa left it so in his will. It was his care of me, no doubt. He never would have believed that Mamma would marry again. And for the next 7 years you are to be in a state of tutelage, dependent on your mother for everything? For everything. And that will really mean dependent upon Captain Winstanley, because I am very sure that as long as he lets Mamma wear pretty dresses and drink orange pekoe out of old china, she will be quite contented to let him be master of everything else. But if you were to marry, I suppose that would entangle or disentangle matters somehow, but I am not likely to marry. I don't see that, said Rorie. I should think nothing was more likely. Allow me to be the best judge of my own business, exclaimed Vixen, looking desperately angry. I will go so far as to say that I shall never marry. Oh, very well, if you insist upon it, let it be understood so. And now, Violet, don't you think, if you could bring yourself to conciliate Captain Winstanley, to resign yourself, in fact, to the inevitable and take things pleasantly, it would make your life happier for the next 7 years? I really would try to do that if I were you." "I had made up my mind to an existence of hypocrisy before he sold Bullfinch," replied Vixen, "but now I shall hate him frankly." "But, Violet, don't you see that unless you can bring yourself to live pleasantly with that man, your life will be made miserable? Fate condemns you to live under the same roof with him." "I am not sure about that. I could go out as a governess. I am not at all clever, but I think I could teach as much as would be good value for £20 a year, or at the worst I might give my services in exchange for a comfortable home, as the advertisements say. How I wish I could read Greek and play Chopin like Lady Mabel Ashbourne. I'll write to dear old McCroke and ask her to get me a place." "My dear Violet, how can you talk so absurdly? You, the future mistress of the Abbey House, you with your youth and beauty and high spirit, to go meandering about the world teaching buttermen's or tea-dealers' children to spell B-A-B-A and A-B-A-B. "It might be better than sitting at meat with a man I detest," said Vixen. "Am I to value the flesh-pots of Egypt more than my liberty and independence of mind?" "You have your mother to think of," urged Roderick. "You owe duty and obedience to her, even if she has offended you by this foolish marriage. If you have so bad an opinion of Captain Winstanley, you are all the more bound to stand by your mother." "That is an argument worth listening to," said Vixen. "It might be cruel to leave poor mamma quite at his mercy. I don't suppose he would actually ill-treat her. He knows his own interest too well for that. He would not lock her up in a cellar, or beat or starve her. He will be content with making himself her master. She will have no more will of her own than if she were a prettily dressed doll placed at the head of the table for show. She will be lulled into a state of childish bliss, and go smiling through life, believing she has not a wish ungratified. Everybody will think her the happiest of women, and Captain Winstanley the best of husbands." Vixen said all this with prophetic earnestness, looking straight forward into the green glade before her, where the beechnuts and acorns were dropping in a gentle rain of plenty. "I hope things won't be quite so bad as you anticipate. I hope you will be able to make yourself happy in spite of Captain Winstanley. And we shall see each other pretty often, I hope, Violet, as we used in old times. The Dovedales are at Wiesbaden. The Duke only holds existence on the condition of deluging himself with German waters once a year, but they are to be back early in November. I shall make the Duchess call on Mrs. Winstanley directly she returns." "Thanks. Mamma will be very pleased. I wonder you are not with them." "Oh, I had to begin my duties as M.F.H. I wouldn't have been away for the world." Violet looked at her watch. It was a good deal later than she had supposed. Time goes quickly when one is talking over a new grievance with an old friend. She was a long way from the Abbey House. "I must go home," she said. "Mamma and Captain Winstanley may arrive at any moment. There is no time named in mamma's last telegram. She said only that they are moving gently homeward." "Let us go, then," said Rorie, rising from his rugged seat. "But I am not going to take you out of your way. Every step of my journey home takes you further from Briarwood." "Never mind if it does. I mean to walk to the Abbey House with you. I dare say if I were very tired, Bates would lend me a mount home." "You can have Arion if you like." "No, thanks. Arion shall not have my 13 stone. I want a little more timber under me." "You ought to have had Bullfinch," Vixen said regretfully. I would have had him, if I had known he was in the market. The writing of a figure or so, more or less, on a cheque should not have hindered me. End of Volume 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Jane Shanley, Billerica, Mass. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Shanley. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 7, A Bad Beginning. That walk through the forest was very pleasant to Violet. It was a day on which mere existence was a privilege, and now that her spirits had been soothed by her confidential talk with Rorie, Vixen could enjoy those sights and sounds and sweet wild scents of the woodland that had ever been a rapture to her. This forest-born girl loved her native woods as Wordsworth loved his lakes and mountains, as Byron loved the bleak, bare landscape round the city of Aberdeen. Their poetry and beauty filled her heart with a deep contentment. To walk or ride alone through pathless forest glades, or in the scented darkness of fir plantations, was enough for happiness. But it was comforting today, on this day, when her heart had been so cruelly wounded, to have Roderick Vawdrey by her side. It was like a leaf out of the closed volume of the past. They talked freely and happily during that long homewards walk, and their conversation was chiefly of bygone days. Almost every speech began with, "Do you remember?" Vixen was gayer than she had been for a long time, save once or twice, when a pang shot through her heart at the idea that Bullfinch was being shaken about in a railway box, oscillating helplessly with every vibration of the train, and panic-stricken in every tunnel. The sun had declined from his meridian. He had put on his sober afternoon glory, and was sending shafts of mellower gold along the green forest aisles, when Miss Tempest and her companion drew near the Abbey House. They went in at the gate by the keeper's cottage, the gate which Titmouse had jumped so often in the days when he carried his childish mistress. They went through the wood of rhododendrons, and past the old archway leading to the stables, and round the shrubbery to the porch. The door stood open as usual, and the squire's old pointer was lying on the threshold, but within all was commotion. Dress baskets, hat cases, bonnet boxes, gun cases, travelling bags, carriage rugs, were lying about in every direction. Mrs. Winstanley was leaning back in the large chair by the fireplace, fanning herself with her big black fan. Pauline was standing by in attendance, and the silver tray with the Swansea tea set was being brought in by Forbes the butler, whose honest old face wore a troubled aspect. Captain Winstanley was standing with his back to the hearth, his countenance and whole figure wearing the unmistakable air of the master of a house who has returned to his domicile in an execrable temper. Violet ran to Mrs. Winstanley, every other thought forgotten in the pleasure of seeing her mother again. These 3 weeks were the longest parting mother and daughter had ever known. And after all, blood is thicker than water, and there is a natural leaning in a child's mind even to the weakest of parents. Mr. Vawdrey stood in the background, waiting till these affectionate greetings, natural to such an occasion, should be over. But to his surprise, there were no such greetings. Mrs. Winstanley went on fanning herself vehemently, with a vexed expression of countenance, while Violet bent over and kissed her. Captain Winstanley swayed himself slowly backwards and forwards upon the heels of his boots, and whistled to himself sotto voce, with his eyes fixed upon some lofty region of empty air. He vouchsafed not the faintest notice of his stepdaughter or Mr. Vawdrey. "It's really too bad of you, Violet," the mother exclaimed at last. "Dear mamma," cried Vixen in blank amazement, "what have I done?" "To go roaming about the country," pursued Mrs. Winstanley plaintively, "for hours at a stretch, nobody knowing where to find you, or what had become of you, and my telegram lying there unattended to." "Did you telegraph, mamma?" "Did I telegraph? Should I come home without telegraphing? Should I be so mad as to expose myself knowingly to the outrage which has been offered to me to-day?" "Dearest mamma, you alarm me. What has happened?" "One of the deepest humiliations I ever had to endure. But you were roaming about the forest. You were following the instincts of your wild nature. What do you care for my mortification? If I had telegraphed to my housekeeper, it would not have happened. But I trusted in my daughter." "Dear mamma," pleaded Vixen, looking anxious and bewildered, "if you would only explain. You make me miserable. What has happened?" "Violet, your stepfather and I had to drive home from the station in a fly." "Oh, mamma," cried Vixen with a gasp, "is that all?" "Is that all? Do you think that is not enough? Do you understand, child? A fly, a common innkeeper's fly, that anybody may have for half a guinea. A fly with a mouldy lining, smelling of other people, and on such an occasion when every eye was upon us. No, I was never so degraded. And we had to wait, yes, a quarter of an hour at least, and it seemed ages, while Pycroft's fly was got ready for us. Yes, while a rough forest pony was dragged out of his wretched stable, and a man, whose face had not been washed for a week, shuffled himself into an old coachman's coat, and there were all the porters staring at me and laughing inwardly. I know, and, as a last drop in the cup, Colonel Carteret drove up in his phaeton to catch the up train, just as we were getting into that disgraceful-looking vehicle, and would stop to shake hands with us both, and insisted upon handing me into the horrid thing." "Dear mamma, I am more sorry than I can say," said Vixen gently, "but I was afraid it was something much worse." "Nothing could be worse, Vixen." "Then the telegram was to order the carriage to meet you, I suppose?" "Of course. We telegraphed from the Grosvenor at 9 o'clock this morning. Who would imagine that you would be out of doors at such an hour?" "I am not often out so early, but something happened this morning to put me out of temper, and I went for a ramble." "A ramble lasting from 10 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon," remarked Captain Winstanley, with his gaze still fixed upon empty space. "Rather a long walk for a solitary young lady." Vixen appeared unconscious that anyone had spoken. Roderick Vawdrey felt a burning desire to kick the new master of Abbey House. "Shall I pour out your tea, mamma?" asked Vixen meekly. "If you like. I am utterly prostrate to have no carriage to meet me on such an occasion. I dare say everybody in the forest knows all about it by this time. When I came home from my honeymoon with your poor papa, the joy bells rang all the afternoon, and the road was lined with people waiting to get a glimpse of us, and there were floral arches." "Ah, mamma, those things cannot happen twice in a lifetime," said Vixen, with irrepressible bitterness. "One happy marriage is as much as any woman can expect." "A woman has the right to expect her own carriage," said Captain Winstanley. "I am afraid I have paid my visit at rather an unfortunate moment," said Roderick, coming forward and addressing himself solely to Mrs. Winstanley. "But I could not go without saying how do you do. I hope you had a pleasant journey from Scotland, bar the fly." "How do you do, Roderick? Yes, it was all pleasant, except that last contretemps. Imagine the Duchess of Dovetail's feelings if she arrived at the station adjoining her own estate, and found no carriage to meet her." My aunt would tuck up her petticoats and trudge home," answered Roderick, smiling. "She's a plucky little woman." "Yes, perhaps on an ordinary occasion, but to-day it was so different. Everybody will talk about our return." "Most people are still away," suggested Rorie, with a view to comfort. "Oh, but their servants will hear it, and they will tell their masters and mistresses. All gossip begins that way. Besides, Colonel Carteret saw us, and what he knows, everybody knows." After this, Roderick felt that all attempts at consolation were hopeless. He would have liked to put Mrs. Winstanley into a better temper for Violet's sake. It was not a pleasant home atmosphere in which he was obliged to leave his old playfellow on this first day of her new life. Captain Winstanley maintained a forbidding silence. Mrs. Winstanley did not even ask anyone to have a cup of tea. Violet sat on the opposite side of the hearth, pale and quiet, with Argus at her knee, and one arm wound caressingly round his honest head. "I've been inspecting the kennels this morning," said Roderick, looking at the new master of the Abbey House with a cheerful assumption that everything was going on pleasantly. "We shall begin business on the 1st. You'll hunt, of course?" "Well, yes, I suppose I shall give myself a day occasionally." "I shall not have a happy moment while you are out," said Mrs. Winstanley. "I used to be miserable about poor dear Edward." Vixen winced. These careless references to the dead hurt her more than the silence of complete oblivion. To remember and to be able to speak so lightly, that seemed horrible. "I doubt if I shall hunt much this season," pursued Captain Winstanley, as much as to say that he was not going to be grateful to the new master of the foxhounds as a public benefactor, however many hundreds that gentleman might disburse in order to make up the shortcomings of a scanty subscription. "I shall have a great deal to occupy me. This place has been much neglected, naturally, within the last few years. There is no end of work to be done." "Are you going to pull down the Abbey House and build an Italian villa on its site?" asked Vixen, her upper lip curling angrily. "That would be rather a pity. Some people think it's a fine old place, and it has been in my father's family since the reign of Henry VIII." To the captain's ear this speech had a covert insolence. The Abbey House was to belong to Violet in the future. Neither he nor his wife had a right to touch a stone of it. Indeed, it was by no means clear to him that there might not be ground for a chancery suit in his cutting down a tree. "I hope I shall do nothing injudicious," he said politely. "My aunt will be back in a week or two, Mrs. Winstanley," said Roderick. "I shall bring her over to see you directly she settles down at Ashbourne. And now I think I'd better be off. I've a long walk home, and you must be too tired to care about talking or being talked to." "I am very tired," answered Mrs. Winstanley languidly, "but I should have liked to hear all your news." "I'm afraid that's not much. I only came home last night. I have been shooting grouse in Renfrew." "Plenty of birds this year?" inquired the captain with a languid interest. "Pretty fair. The rainy spring killed a good many of the young birds." "Do you remember any year in which that complaint was not made?" retorted Captain Winstanley. Rorie took his departure after this, and contrived to give Violet's hand an encouraging squeeze at parting, accompanied with a straight, steady look, which said as plainly as words, "You have one friend who will be staunch and true, come what may." Vixen understood him, and sudden tears welled up to her eyes, the first that had clouded them since her parting with Bullfinch. She brushed them away hurriedly, but not so quickly as to escape Captain Winstanley's observation. "If you'll excuse me, mamma, I'll run and dress for dinner," she said, "unless there is anything I can do for you. Your rooms are quite ready." "I'm glad of that," replied Mrs. Winstanley fretfully, "for really after our reception at the railway station I expected to find everything at 6s and 7s. Dear mamma, you must know that was quite an accident." "An accident very likely to occur when a young lady indulges in tete-a-tete forest rambles with an old friend, instead of waiting at home for her mother's letters and telegrams," remarked Captain Winstanley, caressing his neat whisker with his irreproachable hand. "What do you mean?" said Vixen, turning sharply upon him. "I went out alone this morning. Mr. Vawdrey and I met at the Kennels by accident." "A chapter of accidents," sneered the captain. "I have no objection to make, Miss Tempest, if your mamma has none, but I am rather sorry for the young lady Mr. Vawdrey is going to marry." "Mr. Vawdrey was my father's friend, and will never cease to be mine," said Vixen, with flashing eyes. "There can be nothing offensive to Lady Mabel Ashbourne in our friendship." She was gone before her stepfather could reply, or her mother reprove her want of respect for that new relative. "I suppose I had better go and dress too," said Mrs. Winstanley, "and in the evening we can talk about our first dinner party. I dare say we shall have a great many people calling tomorrow afternoon. It will be rather trying. There is such a painful feeling in being a bride and not a bride, as it were. People's congratulations hardly sound hearty." "I dare say they have rather a vapid flavour, like a warmed-up dinner," said the captain. "That is the result of living in a neighbourhood where your first husband was known and popular. If we went among strangers, their congratulations would be a great deal heartier. But I hope you don't begin to repent already, my dear Pamela." "Conrad, how can you imagine such a thing, after your delicate attentions, your devoted care of me during our tour? What dress shall I wear this evening? Do you like me best in blue or amber?" "To my eye all colours suit you. But I think a woman," he was going to say, "of your age," but checked himself and substituted, "in the maturity of her beauty, looks best in velvet or some rich and heavy material that falls in massive folds like the drapery in a portrait by Velasquez. A border of fur, too, is an artistic introduction in a woman's dress. You see it often in Velasquez. Heavy old laces are, of course, always admirable, and for colour I like the warmer hues best. Wine dark purples, or deep glowing reds, rich ruddy browns, with a knot of amber now and then for relief." "How beautifully you talk," cried Mrs. Winstanley, delighted. "I only wish Theodore could hear you. It would give her new ideas, for, after all, the best dressmakers are Bornese. It is too early in the year for velvet. I shall put on my dark green brocade with the old Flanders lace. I am so glad you like lace. It is my chief weakness. Even dear Edward, who was so generous, thought me a little extravagant in the matter of lace. But when one once begins to collect, the study is so interesting, one is led on." "Good heavens! Is my wife a collector?" thought Captain Winstanley, horrified. "That must be put a stop to, or she will ruin me." And then he went off to his dressing-room rather wearily to put on full dress for a home dinner, a sacrifice to his new state of existence, which he found very irksome. He would have liked to dine in a shooting jacket and smoke all the evening. But his smoking now, instead of pervading the whole house, as it had done in his snug bachelor quarters, was an indulgence to be taken out of doors, or in a room appointed for the purpose. He was not even to smoke in the fine old hall, for it was one of the family sitting-rooms, and Mrs. Winstanley could not endure smoke. "I am not at all fanciful or capricious," she told her husband early in the honeymoon, "but smoking is one of my horrors. I hope, dear Conrad, it is not too much to ask you never to smoke in any room I use." Captain Winstanley pledged himself to respect this and every other wish of his wife's. It was his policy to be subservient in small matters, in order to be master in essentials. But that daily dressing for dinner was something of a bore, and the dinners themselves, tete-a-tete dinners, in which he had to take as much trouble to be amusing as at a dinner-party, had been apt to hang heavily upon him. He had even proposed dining at the table d'hôte while they were on their Scotch travels, but this idea Mrs. Winstanley rejected with horror. "I have never dined at table d'hôte in my life, Conrad," she exclaimed, "and I certainly should not begin during my wedding tour." End of Volume 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Jane Shanley, Billerica, Mass. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Shanley. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 8 on Half Rations. Captain Winstanley entered upon his new position with a fixed determination to make the best of it, and with a very clear view of its advantages and disadvantages. For 7 years he was to be master of everything, or his wife was to be mistress, which in his mind was exactly the same. No one could question his use of the entire income arising from Squire Tempest estates during that period. When Violet came of age, on her 25th birthday, the estates were to be passed over to her in toto, but there was not a word in the squire's will as to the income arising during her minority, nor had the squire made any provision in the event of his daughter's marriage. If Violet were to marry tomorrow, she would go to her husband penniless. He would not touch a sixpence of her fortune until she was 25. If she were to die during her minority, the estate would revert to her mother. It was a very nice estate, taken as a sample of a country squire's possessions. Besides the new forest property, there were farms in Wiltshire and Dorsetshire, the whole yielding an income of between 5,000 and 6,000 a year. With such a revenue, and the Abbey House and all its belongings rent-free, Captain Winstanley felt himself in a land of Canaan. But then there was the edict that 7 years hence he was to go forth from this land of milk and honey, or, at any rate, was to find himself living at the Abbey House on a sorely restricted income. 1,500 a year in such a house would mean genteel beggary, he told himself despondently, and even this genteel beggary would be contingent on his wife's life. Her death would rob him of everything. He had a mind given to calculation, and he entered upon the closest calculations as to his future. He meant to enjoy life, of course. He had always done that to the best of his ability, but he saw that the chief duty he owed to himself was to save money, and to lay by against the evil, inevitable day when Violet Tempest would despoil him of power and wealth. The only way to do this was by cutting down of present expenses and an immediate narrowing of the lines on which the Abbey House was being conducted. For the captain had discovered that his wife, who was the most careless and incompetent of women as regards money matters, had been spending the whole of her income since her husband's death. If she had not spent her money on society, she had spent it on traveling, on lace, on old china, on dress, on hot-house flowers, on a stable which was 3 times larger than she could possibly require, on a household in which there were a good many more cats than were wanted to catch mice, on bounties and charities that were given upon no principle, not even from the inclination, but only because Squire Tempest's widow had never been able to say no. Captain Winstanley's first retrenchment had been the sale of Bullfinch, for which noble animal Lord Mallow, a young Irish viscount, had given a cheque for 300 guineas. This money the captain put on deposit at his banker's by way of a nest egg. He meant his deposit account to grow into something worth investing before those 7 fat years were half gone. He told his wife his views on the financial question one morning when they were breakfasting tete-a-tete in the library, where the squire and his family had always dined when there was no company. Captain and Mrs. Winstanley generally had the privilege of breakfasting alone, as Violet was up and away before her mother appeared. The captain also was an early riser, and had done half his day's work before he sat down to the luxurious 9 o'clock breakfast with his wife. "I have been thinking of your ponies, pet," he said in a pleasant voice, half careless, half caressing, as he helped himself to a salmon cutlet. "Don't you think it would be a very wise thing to get rid of them?" "Oh, Conrad!" cried his wife, letting the water from the urn overflow the teapot in her astonishment. "You can't mean that. Part with my ponies?" "My dear love, how often do you drive them in a 12-month?" "Not very often, perhaps. I have felt rather nervous driving lately. Carts and great wagon-loads of hay come out upon one so suddenly from crossroads. I don't think the wagoneers would care a bit if one were killed, but I am very fond of my grey ponies. They are so pretty. They have quite Arabian heads. Colonel Carteret says so, and he has been in Arabia." "But, my dear Pamela, do you think it worth while keeping a pair of ponies because they are pretty, and because Colonel Carteret, who knows about as much of a horse as I do of a megalosaurus, says they have Arabian heads? Have you ever calculated what those ponies cost you?" "No, Conrad. I should hate myself if I were always calculating the cost of things." "Yes, that's all very well in the abstract. But if you are inclined to waste money, it's just as well to know how much you are wasting. Those ponies are costing you at the least £150 a year, or you could manage with a man less in the stables if you hadn't got them." "That's a good deal of money, certainly," said Mrs. Winstanley, who hated driving, and had only driven her ponies because other people in her position drove ponies, and she felt it was a right thing to do. Still, the idea of parting with anything that appertained to her state wounded her deeply. "I can't see why we should worry ourselves about the cost of the stables," she said. "They have gone on in the same way ever since I was married. Why should things be different now?" "Don't you see that you have the future to consider, Pamela? This handsome income which you are spending so lavishly—" "Ed would never accuse me of extravagance," interjected Mrs. Winstanley tearfully, "except in lace. He did hint that I was a little extravagant in lace. This fine income is to be reduced 7 years hence to 1,500 a year, an income upon which, with mine added to it, you could not expect to be able to carry on life decently in such a house as this. So you see, Pamela, unless we contrive between us to put a considerable sum of money before your daughter's majority, we shall be obliged to leave the Abbey House, and live in a much smaller way than we are living now." "Leave the Abbey House!" cried Mrs. Winstanley, with a horrified look. "Conrad, I have lived in this house ever since I was married, Am I not aware of that, my dear love? But, all the same, you would have to let this place, and live in a much smaller house, if you had only 1,500 a year to live upon. It would be too humiliating. At the end of one's life, I should never survive such a degradation. It may be prevented if we exercise reasonable economy during the next 7 years. Sell my ponies, then, Conrad. Sell them immediately. Why should we allow them to eat us out of house and home? Frisky shies abominably if she is in the least bit fresh, and Peter has gone so far as to lie down in the road when he has had one of his lazy fits. But if they are really a source of pleasure to you, my dear Pamela, I should hate myself for selling them, said the captain, seeing he had gained his point. They are not a source of pleasure. They have given me some awful frights. Then we'll send them up to Tattersall's immediately, with the carriage. Violet uses a carriage with Titmouse, objected Mrs. Winstanley. We could hardly spare the carriage. My love, if I part with your ponies from motives of economy, do you suppose I would keep a pony for your daughter? Said the captain with a grand air. No, Titmouse must go, of course. That will dispose of a man and a boy in the stables. Violet spends so much of her life on horseback that she cannot possibly want a pony to drive. She is very fond of Titmouse, pleaded the mother. She has a tendency to lavish her affection on quadrupeds, a weakness which hardly needs fostering. I shall write to Tattersall about the 3 ponies this morning, and I shall send up that great raking brown horse Bates rides at the same time. Bates can ride one of my hunters. That will bring down the stable to 5 horses, my 2 hunters, Arion, and your pair of carriage horses. 5 horses, sighed Mrs. Winstanley pensively. I shall hardly know those great stables, with only 5 horses in them. The dear old place used to look so pretty and so full of life when I was first married, and when the squire used to coax me to go with him on his morning rounds. The horses used to move on one side and turn their heads so prettily at the sound of his voice. Such lovely, sleek, shining creatures with big, intelligent eyes. You would be a richer woman if it had not been for those lovely, sleek, shining creatures, said Captain Winstanley. And now, love, let us go round the gardens, and you will see the difference that young, able-bodied gardeners are making in the appearance of the place. Mrs. Winstanley gave a plaintive little sigh as she rose and rang the bell for Pauline. The good old grey-haired gardeners, the men who had seemed to her as much a part of the gardens as the trees that grew in them, these hoary and faithful servants had been cashiered to make room for 2 brawny young Scotchmen, whose dialect was as Greek to the mistress of the Abbey House. It wounded her not a little to see these strangers at work in her grounds. It gave an aspect of strangeness to her very life out of doors. She hardly cared to go out into her conservatories, or to loiter on her lawn, with those hard, unfamiliar eyes looking at her, and it wrung her heart to think of the squire's old servants, thrust out in their old age, unpensioned, uncared for. Yet this was a change that had come about with her knowledge, and, seemingly, with her consent. That is to say, the captain had argued her into a corner, where she stood like the last forlorn king in a game of draughts, fenced round and hemmed in by opponent kings. She had not the strength of mind to assert herself boldly and say, I will not have it so. This injustice shall not be. A change had come over the spirit of the Abbey House kitchen, which was sorely felt in Beechdale, and those 6 clusters of cottages within a 2-mile radius, which call themselves villages, and all of which had turned to the Abbey House for light and comfort as the sunflower turns to the sun. Captain Winstanley had set his face against what he called miscellaneous charity. Such things could be done, and no other. His wife would subscribe liberally to all properly organized institutions, schools, Dorcas societies, maternity societies, soup kitchens, regulated dole of bread or coals, every form of relief that was given systematically and by line and rule. But the Good Samaritan business, the picking up stray travellers and paying for their maintenance at inns, was not in the captain's view of charity. Henceforward, Mrs. Winstanley's name was to appear with due honour upon all printed subscription lists, just as it had done when she was Mrs. Tempest. But the glory of the Abbey House kitchen had departed. The beggar and the cadger were no longer sure of a meal. The villagers were no longer to come boldly, asking for what they wanted in time of trouble: broth, wine, jelly for the sick, allowances of new milk, a daily loaf when father was out of work, broken victuals at all times. It was all over. The kitchen doors were to be closed against all intruders. "My love, I do not wonder that you have spent every sixpence of your income," said Captain Winstanley. "You have been keeping an Irish household. I can fancy an O'Donoghue or a Knight of Glyn living in this kind of way, but I should hardly have expected such utter riot and recklessness in an English gentleman's house." "I am afraid Trimmer has been rather extravagant," assented Mrs. Winstanley. "I have trusted everything to her entirely, knowing that she is quite devoted to us. Poor dear soul! She is so devoted that I should think in another year or so, at the rate she was going, she would have landed you in the bankruptcy court. Her books for the last 10 years, I have gone through them carefully, show an expenditure that is positively ruinous. However, I think I have let her see that her housekeeping must be done upon very different lines in future." "You made her cry very bitterly, poor thing," said his wife. "Her eyes were quite red when she came out of your study." "Made her cry!" echoed the captain contemptuously. "She is so fat that the slightest emotion liquefies her. It isn't water, but oil that she sheds when she makes believe to weep." "She has been a faithful servant to me for the last 20 years, moaned Mrs. Winstanley. "And she will be a much more faithful servant to you for the next 20 years, if she lives so long. I am not going to send her away. She is an admirable cook, and now she knows that she is not to let your substance run out at the back door. I dare say she will be a fairly good manager. I shall look after her rather sharply, I assure you. I was caterer for our mess 3 years, and I know pretty well what a household ought to cost per head." "Oh, Conrad," cried his wife piteously, "you talk as if we were an institution, or a workhouse, or something horrid." "My love, a man of sense ought to be able to regulate a private establishment at least as well as a board of thick-headed guardians can regulate a workhouse." Poor Mrs. Trimmer had left her new master's presence sorely bowed down in spirit. She was so abased that she could only retire to her own snug sitting-room, a panelled parlour, with an ancient ivy-wreathed casement looking into the stable-yard, and indulge herself with what she called a good cry. It was not until later that she felt equal to communicating her grief to Forbes and Pauline over the 1 o'clock dinner. She had had a passage of arms, which she denominated a stand further, with the captain, but it appeared that her own stand had been feeble. He had been going over the housekeeping accounts for the last 10 years, accounts which neither the squire nor his wife had ever taken the trouble to examine. Accounts, honestly but somewhat carelessly and unskilfully made out. There had been an expenditure that was positively scandalous, Captain Winstanley told Mrs. Trimmer. "If you're so dissatisfied, sir, perhaps I'd better go," the old woman said, tremulous with indignation. "If you think there's anything dishonest in my accounts, I wouldn't sleep under this roof another night, though it's been my home nearly upon 40 year. I was the kitchen maid in old Squire Tempest's time. No, I wouldn't stay another hour, not to be doubted." "I have not questioned your honesty, Trimmer. These accounts are honest enough, I have no doubt, but they show a most unjustifiable waste of money." "If there's dissatisfaction in your mind, sir, we'd better part. It's always best for both parties. I'm ready to go at an hour's notice, or to stay my month if it's more convenient to my mistress." "You are a silly old woman," said the captain. "I don't want you to go. I am not dissatisfied with you, but with the whole system of housekeeping. There has been a great deal too much given away." "Not a loaf of bread without my mistress's knowledge," cried Trimmer. "I always told Mrs. Tempest every morning who'd been for soup or wine or bread, yes, even to broken victuals, the day before. I had her leave and license for all I did. I'm not strong enough to see to the poor things myself, Trimmer, she used to say, but I want them cared for. I leave it all to you." "Very well, Trimmer. That kind of thing must cease from this very hour. Your mistress will contribute to all the local charities. She will give the vicar an allowance of wine to be distributed by him in urgent cases. But this house will no longer be the village larder. No one is to come to this kitchen for anything." "What, sir? Not in case of sickness?" "No. Poor people are always sick. It is their normal state when there is anything to be got by sickness. There are hospitals and infirmaries for such cases. My house is not to be an infirmary. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. I understand that everything is to be different from what it was in my late master's time." "Precisely. Expenses are to be kept within a certain limit. They are not to fluctuate, as they do in these books of yours. You must get rid of 2 or 3 women servants. There are at least 3 too many. I am always seeing strange faces about upstairs. One might as well live in a hotel. Think it over, Trimmer, and make up your mind as to which you can best spare, and give them a month's wages and pack them off. I don't care to have servants about me who are under notice to quit. They always look sulky." "Is that all, sir?" inquired the housekeeper, drying her angry tears upon her linen apron. "Well, yes, that is all at present. Stay, what wages has my wife given you?" £60 a year," replied Trimmer, quite prepared to be told that her stipend was to be reduced. "Then I shall give you 70. At this unexpected grace, Trimmer began to tremble with an excess of indignation. She saw in this bounty a bribe to meanness. "Thank you, sir, but I have never asked to have my wages raised, and I am quite contented to remain as I am," she answered with dignity. "Perhaps, if the ways of the house are to be so much altered, I may not feel myself comfortable enough to stay." "Oh, very well, my good soul, please yourself," replied the captain carelessly. "But remember what I have told you about cadgers and interlopers, and get rid of those 2 or 3 idle young women. I shall examine your housekeeping accounts weekly, and pay all the tradespeople weekly." "They have not been used to it, sir." "Then they must get used to it. I shall pay every account weekly, corn merchant, and all of them. Bring me up your book on Saturday morning at 10, and let me have all other accounts at the same time." Here was a revolution. Trimmer and Forbes and Pauline sat long over their dinner, talking about the shipwreck of a fine old house. I knew that things would be different, said Pauline, but I didn't think it would be so bad as this. I thought it would be all the other way, and that there'd be grand doings and lots of company. What awful meanness! Not a drop of soup to be given to a poor family. And I suppose if I ask my aunt and uncle to stop to tea and supper, anyone that they call to ask how I am, it will be against the rules. From what I gather, there's not a bit nor a sup to be given to mortal, said Mrs. Trimmer solemnly. Well, thank Providence, I can afford to buy a bit of tea and sugar and a quart loaf when friends drop in, said Pauline. But the meanness isn't any less disgusting. He'll want her to sell her cast-off dresses to the second-hand dealers, I shouldn't wonder. And he'll be asking for the keys of the cellar, perhaps, said Forbes, after I've kept them for 25 years. End of Volume 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Jane Shanley, Billerica, Mass. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Shanley. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 9. The Owner of Bullfinch. Captain Winstanley had been master of the Abbey House 3 months, and there had been no open quarrel between him and Violet Tempest. Vixen had been cold as marble, but she had been civil. For her mother's sake she had held her peace. She remembered what Roderick Vawdrey had said about her duty, and had tried to do it, difficult as that duty was to the girl's undisciplined nature. She had even taken the loss of Titmouse very quietly, her father's first gift, the pony that had carried her when she was a 7-year-old huntress, with tawny hair flowing loose under her little velvet toque. She gave no expression to her indignation at the sale of this old favourite, as she had done in the case of Bullfinch. If she wept for him, her tears were shed in secret. She took the sale of her pet almost as a matter of course. "The captain thinks we have too many horses and ponies, dear, and you know dear papa was a little extravagant about his stables," said her mother apologetically, when she announced the fate of Titmouse. "But of course Arion will always be kept for you." "I'm glad of that, mamma," Vixen answered gravely. "I should be sorry to part with the last horse papa gave me, as well as with the first." To the captain himself, Vixen said no word about her pony, and he made no apology for or explanation for his conduct. He acted as if heaven had made him lord of the Abbey House and all its belongings in his cradle, and as if his wife and her daughter were accidental and subordinate figures in the scene of his life. Despite the era of retrenchment which the new master had inaugurated, things at the Abbey House had never been done with so much dignity and good style. There had been a slipshod ease and old-fashioned liberality in the housekeeping during the squire's reign, which had in some measure approximated to the popular idea of an Irish household. Now all was done by line and rule, and according to the latest standard of perfection. There was no new fashion in Belgravia, from a brand of champagne to the shape of a menu-holder, which Captain Winstanley had not at his fingers' ends. The old-style, expensive, heavy dinners at the Abbey House, the monster salmon under whose weight the serving-man staggered, the sprawling, gigantic turbot, arabesque with sliced lemon and barberries, the prize turkey too big for anything but a poultry show, these leviathans and megatheria of the market were seen no more. In their stead came the subdued grace of the dinner à la Russe, a well-chosen menu, before composing which Captain Winstanley studied Gauss' artistic cookery book as carefully as a pious Israelite studies the Talmud. The new style was as much more economical than the old, as it was more elegant. The table, with the squire's old silver and fine dark blue and gold Worcester china, and the captain's picturesque grouping of hothouse flowers and ferns, was a study worthy of a painter of still life. People exclaimed at the beauty of the picture. The grave old dining-room was transformed from its heavy splendor to a modern grace that delighted everybody. Mrs. Winstanley's bosom thrilled with a gentle pride as she sat opposite her husband, he and she facing each other across the center of the oval table at their first dinner-party. "My love, I am delighted that you are pleased," he said afterwards, when she praised his arrangements. "I think I shall be able to show you that economy does not always mean shabbiness. Our dinners shall not be too frequent, but they shall be perfect after their kind." The captain made another innovation in his wife's mode of existence. Instead of a daily dropping in of her acquaintance for tea and gossip, she was to have her afternoon like Lady Ellangowan. A neat copper-plate inscription on her visiting card told her friends that she was at home on Tuesdays from 3 to 6, and implied that she was not at home on any other day. Mrs. Winstanley felt her dignity enhanced by this arrangement, and the captain hoped thereby to put a stop to a good deal of twaddling talk, and to lessen the consumption of 5-shilling tea, pound cake, and cream. The Duke and Duchess returned to Ashbourne with Lady Mabel a short time before Christmas, and the Duchess and her daughter came to one of Mrs. Winstanley's Tuesday afternoons, attended by Roderick Vawdrey. They came with an evident intention of being friendly, and the Duchess was charmed with the old oak hall, the wide hearth and Christmas fire of beech logs, the light flashing upon the men in armor, and reflected here and there on the beeswax panels as on dark water. In this wintry dusk the hall looked its best, dim gleams of color from the old painted glass mixing with the changeful glow of the fire. "It reminds me a little of our place in Scotland," said the Duchess, "only this is prettier. It has a warmer, homelier air. All things in Scotland have an all-pervading stoniness. It is a country overgrown with granite." Mrs. Winstanley was delighted to be told that her house resembled one of the ducal abodes. "I dare say your Scotch castle is much older than this," she said deprecatingly. "We only date from Henry VIII. There was an abbey built in the time of Henry I, but I am afraid there is nothing left of that hut the archway leading into the stables." "Oh, we are dreadfully ancient at Dundromond, almost as old as the mountains, I should think," answered the Duchess. "Our walls are 10 feet thick, and we have an avenue of yew trees said to be 1,000 years old, but all that does not prevent the Duke getting bronchitis every time he goes there." Vixen was in attendance upon her mother, dressed in dark green cloth, very much the same kind of gown she had on that day at the Kennels, Rorie thought, remembering how she looked as she stood with quickened breath and tumbled hair, encircled by those eager, boisterous hounds. "If Landseer could have lived to paint her, I would have given a small fortune for the picture," he thought regretfully. Lady Mabel was particularly gracious to Violet. She talked about dogs and horses, even, in her desire to let herself down to Miss Tempest's level, praised the forest, made a tentative remark about point lace, and asked Violet if she was fond of Chopin. "I'm afraid I'm not enlightened enough to care so much for him as I ought," Vixen answered frankly. "Really? Who is your favorite composer?" Violet felt as if she were seated before one of those awful books which some young ladies keep instead of albums, in which the sorely tormented contributor is catechized as to his or her particular taste, distaste, and failings. "I think I like Mozart best." "Do you really?" inquired Lady Mabel, looking as if Violet had sunk fathoms lower in her estimation by this avowal. "Don't you think that he is dreadfully tuney?" "I like tunes," retorted Vixen, determined not to be put down. "I'd rather have written Voi che sapete and Batti Batti than all Chopin's nocturnes and mazurkas." "I think you would hardly say that if you knew Chopin better," said Lady Mabel gravely, as if she had been gently reproving someone for the utterance of infidel opinions. "When are you coming to see our orchid?" she asked graciously. "Mamma is at home on Thursdays. I hope you and Mrs. Winstanley will drive over and look at my new orchid house. Papa had it built for me with all the latest improvements. I'm sure you must be fond of orchids, even if you don't appreciate Chopin." Violet blushed. Rorie was looking on with a malicious grin. He was sitting a little way off in a low Glastonbury chair, with his knees up to his chin, making himself an image of awkwardness. "I don't believe Violet cares twopence for the best orchid you could show her," he said. "I don't believe your Dendrobium formosum would have any more effect upon her than it has upon me." "Oh, but I do admire them, or at least I should admire them immensely," remonstrated Vixen, "if I could see them in their native country. But I don't know that I have ever thoroughly appreciated them in a hothouse, hanging from the roof, and tumbling onto one's nose, or shooting off their long sprays at a tangent into awkward corners. I'm afraid I like the bluebells and foxgloves in our enclosures ever so much better. I have seen the banks in New Park, one sheet of vivid blue with hyacinths, one blaze of crimson with foxgloves, and then there are the long green swamps, where millions of marsh marigolds shine like pools of liquid gold. If I could see orchids blooming like that, I should be charmed with them." "You paint, of course," said Lady Mabel. "Wild flowers make delightful studies, do they not?" Vixen blushed violently. "I can't paint a little bit," she said. "I'm a dreadfully unaccomplished person." "That's not true," remonstrated Rorie. "She sketches capitally, in pen and ink. Dogs, horses, trees, you and me, everything dashed off with no end of spirit." Here the Duchess, who had been describing the most conspicuous costumes at the German baths, to the delight of Mrs. Winstanley, rose to go, and Lady Mabel, with her graceful, well-drilled air, rose immediately. "We shall be so glad to see you at Ashbourne," she murmured sweetly, giving Violet her slim little hand in its pearl-grey glove. She was dressed from head to foot in artistically blended shades of grey, a most unpretending toilette, but to Violet's mind the very modesty of her attire seemed to say, "I am a duke's only daughter, but I don't want to crush you." Vixen acknowledged her graciousness politely, but without any warmth, and it would hardly have done for Lady Mabel to have known what Miss Tempest said to herself when the dovetail barouche had driven round the curve of the shrubbery, with Roderick smiling at her from his place as it vanished. "I am afraid I have a wicked tendency to detest people," said Vixen inwardly. "I feel almost as bad about Lady Mabel as I do about Captain Winstanley." "Are they not nice?" asked Mrs. Winstanley gushingly, when she and Violet were alone. "Trimmer's drop cakes?" said Vixen, who was standing by the tea-table, munching a dainty little biscuit. "Yes, they are always capital." "Nonsense, Violet. I mean the Duchess and her daughter." Vixen yawned audibly. "I'm glad you do not find the Duchess insupportably dreary," she said. Lady Mabel weighed me down like a nightmare." "Oh, Violet, when she behaves so sweetly, quite caressingly, I thought. You really ought to cultivate her friendship. It would be so nice for you to visit at Ashbourne. You would have such opportunities of doing what, mamma? Heading polonaises and mazurkas in 7 double flats, or seeing orchids with names as long as a German compound adjective? Opportunities of being seen and admired by young men of position, Violet. Sooner or later the time must come for you to think of marrying." "That time will never come, mamma. I shall stay at home with you till you are tired of me, and when you turn me out, I will have a cottage in the heart of the forest, upon some wild ridge topped with a hat of firs, and good old McCroke to take care of me, and I will spend my days botanizing and fern hunting, riding and walking, and perhaps learning to paint my favorite trees, and live as happily and as remotely from mankind as the herons in their nests at the top of the tall beeches on Vinney Ridge." "I am very glad there is no one present to hear you talk like that, Violet," Mrs. Winstanley said gravely. "Why, mamma?" "Because anybody hearing you might suppose you were not quite right in your mind." The Duchess's visit put Mrs. Winstanley in good humour with all the world, but especially with Roderick Vawdrey. She sent him an invitation to her next dinner, and when her husband seemed inclined to strike his name out of her list, she defended her right of selection with a courage that was almost heroic. "I can't understand your motive for asking this fellow," the captain said, with a blacker look than his wife had ever before seen on his countenance. "Why should I not ask him, Conrad? I have known him ever since he was at Eton, and the dear squire was very fond of him." "If you are going to choose your acquaintance in accordance with the taste of your first husband, it will be rather a bad lookout for your second," said the captain. "What objection can you have to Roderick?" "I can have, and I have, a very strong objection to him, but I am not going to talk about it yet awhile." "But, Conrad, if there is anything I ought to know," began Mrs. Winstanley, alarmed. "When I think you ought to know it, you will be told, my dear Pamela. In the meantime, allow me to have my own opinion about Mr. Vawdrey." "But, Conrad, in dear Edward's time he used to come to this house whenever he liked, as if he had been a near relation. And he is the Duchess's nephew, remember, and when he marries Lady Mabel, and the Duke dies, he will be one of the largest landowners in South Hampshire." "Very well. Let him come to your dinner. It can make very little difference." "Now you are offended, Conrad," said Mrs. Winstanley, with a deprecating air. "No, I am not offended, but I have my own opinion as to your wisdom in giving any encouragement to Mr. Vawdrey." This sounded mysterious, and made Mrs. Winstanley uncomfortable, but she was determined not to offend the Duchess, who had been so particularly gracious, and who had sent Captain and Mrs. Winstanley a card for a dinner to be given on the last day of the year. So Roderick got his invitation and accepted it with friendly promptitude. He was master of the hounds now, and a good many of his days were given up to the pleasures of the hunting field. He was an important person in his way, full of business, but he generally found time to drop in for an hour on Mrs. Winstanley's Tuesday afternoons, to lounge with his back against the massive oaken chimney-breast and talk to Violet, or pat Argus, while the lady visitors gossiped and tittered over their teacups. This last dinner of Mrs. Winstanley was to take place a few days before Christmas, and was to be given in honour of a guest who was coming to spend the holidays at the Abbey House. The guest was Captain Winstanley's Irish friend, Lord Mallow, the owner of Bullfinch. Vixen's heart gave an indignant bound when she heard that he was coming. "Another person for me to hate," she said to herself almost despairingly. I am becoming a mass of envy, hatred, and malice, and all uncharitableness." Lord Mallow had spent the early morning of life in the army, it appeared, with no particular expectations. He and Captain Winstanley had been brother officers, but the fell Sergeant Death had promoted Patrick Hay to his elder brother's heritage, and he had surrendered a subaltern's place in a line regiment to become Viscount Mallow, and the owner of a fine stretch of fertile hill and valley in County Cork. He had set up at once as the model landlord, eager for his tenantry's welfare, full of advanced ideas, a violent politician, liberal to the verge of radicalism. If the Irish Church had not been disestablished before Lord Mallow went into Parliament, he would have gripped his destructive axe and had a chop or two at the root of that fine old tree. Protestant and loyal to the Church of England in his own person, so far as such loyalty may be testified to regular attendance at divine service every Sunday morning, and a gentlemanlike reverence for bishops, it seemed to him not the less an injustice that his native land should be taxed with the maintenance of an alien clergy. The late Lord Mallow had been a violent Tory, orange to the marrow of his bones. The new Lord Mallow was violently progressive, enthusiastic in his belief in Hibernian virtues, and his indignation at Hibernian wrongs. He wanted to disestablish everything. He saw his country as she appears in the eyes of her poets and songwriters, a fair, dishevelled female, oppressed by the cruel Sassenach, a lovely sufferer for whose rescue all true men and leal would fight to the death. He quoted the outrages of Elizabeth's reign, the cruelties of Cromwell's soldiery, the savage of Ginkell, as if those wrongs had been inflicted yesterday, and the House of Commons of today were answerable for them. He made fiery speeches which were reported at length in the Irish newspapers. He was a fine speaker, after a florid pattern, and had a great command of voice, and certain rugged eloquence that carried his hearers along with him, even when he was harping upon so hackneyed a string of the wrongs of old Ireland. Lord Mallow was not 30, and he looked younger than his years. He was tall and broad-shouldered, robust, and a trifle clumsy in figure, and rode 14 stone. He had a good-looking Irish face, smiling blue eyes, black hair, white teeth, bushy whiskers, and a complexion inclining to rosiness. "He is the perfection of a commonplace young man," Vixen said when she talked him over with her mother on the day of his arrival at the Abbey House. "Come, Violet, you must admit that he is very handsome," remonstrated Mrs. Winstanley, who was sitting before her dressing-room fire, with her feet on a fender-stool of her own crewel work, waiting for Pauline to commence the important ceremony of dressing for dinner. "I think I never saw a finer set of teeth, and of course at his age they must be all real." "Unless he has had a few of the original ones knocked out in the hunting field, mamma. They go over a good many stone walls in Ireland, you know, and he may have come to grief." "If you would only leave off talking in that horrid way, Violet. He is a very agreeable young man. How he enjoyed a cup of tea after his journey, instead of wanting soda water and brandy. Conrad tells me he has a lovely place near Mallow, on the slope of a hill, sheltered on the north with pine woods, and I believe it is one of the prettiest parts of Ireland, so green and fertile and sweet, and such a happy peasantry." "I think I'd better leave you to dress for dinner, mamma. You like a clear hour, and it's nearly 6:30. "True, love, you may ring for Pauline. I have been wavering between my black and maize and my amethyst velvet, but I think I shall decide upon the velvet. What are you going to wear?" "I? Oh, anything. The dress I wore last night." "My love, it is positively dowdy. Pray wear something better in honour of Lord Mallow." "There is the gown you had for my wedding," suggested Mrs. Winstanley, blushing. "You look lovely in that." "Mamma, do you think I'm going to make a second-hand bridesmaid of myself to oblige Lord Mallow? No. That dress too painfully bears the stamp of what it was made for. I'm afraid it will have to rot in the wardrobe where it hangs. If it were woolen, the moths would inevitably have it. But I suppose as it is silk it will survive the changes of time, and some day it will be made into chair covers, and future generations of Tempests will point to it as a relic of my great Aunt Violet." "I never heard anything so absurd," cried Mrs. Winstanley fretfully. "It was Theodore's chef d'oeuvre, and no doubt I shall have to pay an awful price for it." "Ah, mamma, we are continually doing things for which we have to pay an awful price," said Vixen, with one of her involuntary bursts of bitter sadness. End of Volume 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Jane Shanley, Billerica, Mass. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Shanley. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 10. Something Like a Ride. It was impossible to go on hating Lord Mallow forever. He was a man whose overflowing good nature would have conciliated the direst foe, could that enemy have been exposed long enough to its softening influence. He came upon the dull daily life of the Abbey House like a burst of sudden sunshine on a gloomy plain. The long winter evenings, when there was no company, had been sorely oppressive to Vixen. Out of respect to her mother, she had kept her place in the drawing-room, reading or working at some uninteresting strip of point lace, which she had no hope of ever finishing, though it had been promised to Mr. Scobel for his church. Captain Winstanley read the newspapers or the quarterlies, and paced the room thoughtfully at the intervals. He talked to his wife just enough to escape the charge of neglect, but rarely spoke to or noticed Violet. Sometimes Mrs. Winstanley asked for a little music, whereupon Violet went to the piano and played her scanty recollections of Mozart or Beethoven, all tuney bits, remembered out of the sonatas or symphonies Miss McCroke had taught her, or, if asked to sing, the girl sang a ballad or two to order in her full round mezzo-soprano, which had a thrilling expression at times, when feeling got the better of her proud reserve, and all the pent-up sorrow of her heart broke loose into her song. But Captain Winstanley took no notice of these efforts, and even her mother's praises were not enthusiastic. "Very sweet, very nice," was the most Vixen ever heard from those maternal lips as she closed the piano. But here was Lord Mallow, passionately fond of music and singing and the beauties of nature, and all things that appeal to the sensitive Hibernian character. It seemed a new thing to Violet to have someone standing by the piano, turning over the leaves, applauding rapturously, and entreating for another and yet another Irish melody. When she sang The Minstrel Boy, he joined in with a rich baritone that harmonized finely with her full, ripe notes. The old room vibrated with the strong gush of melody, and even Captain Winstanley was impelled to praise. "How well your voices harmonize," he said. "You ought to try some duets. I remember that fine baritone of yours in days of old, Mallow." Thereupon Lord Mallow asked Miss Tempest if she had any duets, and Vixen produced her small stock of vocal music. They tried one or two of Mendelssohn's I Would That My Love and Greeting, and discovered that they got on wonderfully well together. Vixen fell asleep that night wondering at her own amiability. To think that I should sing sentimental duets with him, she said to herself, the man who has Bullfinch. Lord Mallow's presence at the Abbey House had a marked effect upon Captain Winstanley's treatment of his stepdaughter. Hitherto there had been a veiled bitterness in all his speeches, a constrained civility in his manners. Now he was all kindness, all expansion. Even his wife, who admired him always, and thought him the soul of wisdom in all he did, could not be blind to the change, and a new sense of peacefulness stole into her feeble mind. It was so pleasant to see dear Conrad so sweetly kind to Violet. "What are we going to do with Lord Mallow this morning, Violet?" asked the captain at breakfast, the day after the Irishman's arrival. "We must try to amuse him somehow." "I don't think I have much to do with it," Vixen answered coldly. "You will find plenty of amusement, I dare say, in the billiard-room, in the stables, or in showing Lord Mallow your improvements." "That would do very well for a wet morning, but it would be a profligate waste of fine weather. No, I propose that you should show Mallow some of the prettiest bits in the forest. I am not half so accomplished a guide as you, but we'll all go. I'll order the horses at once, if you like my plan, Mallow," said Captain Winstanley, turning to his friend and taking Violet's consent for granted. "I shall be quite too delighted if Miss Tempest will honour us with her company," replied the Irishman, with a pleasant look at Vixen's fresh morning face, rosy red with vexation. It was the first time her stepfather had ever asked her to ride with him, and she hated doing it. It was the first time she had ever been asked to ride with anyone but her father or Roderick Vawdrey. Yet to refuse would have been impossible, without absolute discourtesy to her mother's husband and her mother's guest. So she sat in her place and said nothing, and Lord Mallow mistook the angry carnation for the warm red of happy girlhood, which blushes it knows not wherefore. Captain Winstanley ordered the horses to be at the door in half an hour, and then he took Lord Mallow off to look at the stables, while Violet went upstairs to put on her habit. Why was the captain so unusually amiable, she speculated? Was his little soul so mean that he put on a better manners to do honour to an Irish peer? She came tripping down the wide old staircase at the end of the half-hour, in habit and hat of Lincoln green, with a cock's feather in the neat little hat, and a formidable hooked hunting crop for opening gates, little feet daintily shod in patent leather, but no spur. She loved her horse too well to run a needle into his sleek hide at the slightest provocation. There were 3 horses held by Bates and Lord Mallow's groom. Bullfinch, looking as if he had just taken a prize at Islington, and was inclined to be bumptious about it. Arion, tossing his delicately modelled Greek head, and peering furtively after bogies in the adjacent shrubbery. Captain Winstanley's well-seasoned hunter, Moss Trooper, nodded his long, bony head, and swaying his fine drawn neck up and down in a half-savage, half-scornful manner, as if he were at war with society in general, like the Miller of Dee. Vixen, who had looked the picture of vexation at the breakfast-table, was now all gaiety. Her hazel eyes sparkled with mischief. Lord Mallow stood in the porch, watching her as she came down the shining oak staircase, glorious in the winter sunlight. He thought her the perfection of a woman, nay, more than a woman, a goddess. Diana, the divine huntress, must have looked so, he fancied. He ran forward to mount her on the fidgety Arion, but honest old Bates was too quick for him, and she was looking down at Lord Mallow graciously from her perch on the well-worn doeskin saddle before he had time to offer his services. She leaned over to pat Bullfinch's massive crest. "Dear old horse," she murmured tenderly, remembering those winter mornings of old when he had stood before the porch as he stood to-day, waiting for the noble rider who was never more to mount him. Yet life goes on somehow without our beloved dead, thought Violet. Her changeful face saddened at the idea, and she rode along the shrubbery drive in silence. "Where are you going to take us?" asked the captain, when they had emerged from the Abbey House grounds, crossed the coach road, and made their plunge into the first cart track that offered itself. "Everywhere," answered Vixen, with a mischievous laugh. "You have chosen me for your guide, and all you have to do is follow." And she gave Arion a light touch with her hunting crop, and cantered gaily down the gently sloping track to a green lawn, which looked to Captain Winstanley's experienced eye very much like a quaggy bog. "Steer towards your left," he cried anxiously to Lord Mallow. If there was danger near, Vixen managed to avoid it. She made a sweeping curve, skirted the treacherous-looking lawn, and disappeared in another cart track between silvery trunks of veteran beeches, self-sown in the dark ages, with here and there a gnarled old oak, rugged and lichen-mantled, with feathery tufts of fern nestling in the hollow places between his gaunt limbs. That was a ride! Lord Mallow could remember nothing like it, and he was destined to carry this in his memory for a lifetime. The ghostly trees, the silver-shining bark of the beeches, varying with 100 indescribable shades of green and purple and warmest umber, the rugged grey of the grand old oaks, the lichens and mosses, the mysterious wintry growths of toadstool and weed and berry, that awful air of unearthliness which pervaded the thicker portions of the wood, as of some mystic underworld, half shadow and half dream. No, Lord Mallow could never forget it, nor yet the way that flying figure in Lincoln green led them by bog and swamp, over clay and gravel, through as many varieties of soil as if she had been trying to give them a practical lesson in geology, across snaky ditches and pebbly fords, through furze bushes and thickets of holly, through everything likely to prove aggravating to the temper of a well-bred horse, and finally, before giving them breathing time, she led them up the clayey side of a hill as steep as a house, on the top of which she drew rein, and commanded them to admire the view. "This is acres down, and there are the Needles," she said, pointing her whip at the dim blue horizon. "If it were a clear day, and your sight were long enough, I dare say you would see Jersey, Guernsey, Alderney, and Sark. But I think to-day you must be content with the Needles. Can you see them?" she asked Lord Mallow. "See them!" exclaimed the Irishman. "I can see well enough to thread one of them if I wanted." "Now you've seen the Isle of Wight," said Vixen. "That's a point accomplished. The ardent desire of everyone in the forest is to see the Isle of Wight. They are continually mounting hills and gazing into space in order to get a glimpse at that chalky little island. It seems the main object of everybody's existence." "They might as well go and live there at once, if they're so fond of it," suggested Lord Mallow. "Yes, and then they would be straining their eyes in the endeavor to see the great horse. That's a group of firs on the top of a hill, and one of our forest sea-marks. That frantic desire to behold distant objects has always seemed to me to be one of the feeblest tendencies of the human mind. Now you have seen the Needles. We have accomplished a solemn duty, and I may show you our woods." Vixen shook her rein and trotted recklessly down a slippery path, jumped a broad black ditch, and plunged into the recesses of the wood. Bullfinch and Moss Trooper followed meekly. They went a wonderful round, winding in and out of Bratley Wood, piercing deep into the wintry glories of Mark Ash, through mud and moss and soft pitfalls, where the horses sank up to their hocks in withered leaves, avoiding bogs by a margin of a yard or so, up and down under spreading branches, where the cattle lined but just cleared the heads of the riders, across the blackened bracken by shining hollies, whose silvery trunks stood up like obelisks out of a thicket of dwarf bushes, through groves where the tall beech trunks had a solemn look, like the columns of some gigantic temple, then into wondrous plantations of Scotch firs, where the air was balmy as in summer, and no breath of the December wind penetrated the dense wall of foliage. Then to higher ground, where the wintry air blew keen again, and where there were a soft green lawn, studded with graceful conifers, cypress, deodora, Douglas fir, tall with a growth of 30 years, the elegant importations of an advanced civilization. Anon, by the grey lichened wall of a deserted garden, which had a strangely romantic look and was as suggestive of a dreamy, idyllic world as a poem by Tennyson, and so down into the green and grey depths of Mark Ash again, but never returning over the same ground, and then up the hill to Vinney Ridge and the Heronry, where Captain Winstanley cracked his whip to scare the herons, and had the satisfaction of scaring his own and the other 2 horses, while the herons laughed him to scorn from their cradles in the tree-tops, and would not stir a feather for his gratification. Then by a long plantation to a wild stretch of common, where Vixen told her companions that they were safe for a good while, and set them an example by starting Arion across the short, smooth turf at a hand gallop. They pulled up just in time to escape a small gulf of moss and general sponginess, waded a stream or 2, splashed through a good deal of spewy ground, and came to Queen's Bower, thence into the oak plantations of New Park, then across Gretnam Wood, and then at a smart trot along the road towards home. "I hope I haven't kept you out too long," said Vixen politely. "We've only been 5 hours," answered the captain with grim civility, "but if Mallow is not tired, I shall not complain." "I've never enjoyed anything so much in my life, never," protested Lord Mallow. "Well, tomorrow we can shoot the pheasants. It will be a rest for us after this." "It will be dull work after the enchantments of today," said the Irishman. Captain Winstanley rode homewards a few paces in the rear of the other 2, smiling to himself grimly, and humming a little song of Heine's. Es ist ein alter Greisit, do bleibt sie immer new. End of Volume 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Jane Shanley, Billerica, Mass.
Volume 2, Chapter 11 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 11. Rorie objects to duets. Mrs. Winstanley's little dinner went off smoothly and pleasantly, as all such entertainments had done under the new regime. The captain knew how to select his guests, as well as he knew how to compose a menu. People felt pleased with themselves and with their neighbours at his table. There was nothing heavy in the dinner or in the conversation. There were no long sittings over old port or particular claret. The wines were of the first quality, but there was no fuss made about them. Colonel Carteret remembered how he and the squire had sat prosing over their port or Chateau Lafitte, and felt as if he were living in a new world, a world in which full-blooded friendship and boisterous hospitality were out of fashion, people whose talk had hitherto been intensely local, confined for the most part to petty sessions, commoners' rights, hunting, and the parish church and schools, found themselves discussing the widest range of topics, from the prospect of a European war, that European war which had been impending, more or less distinctly for the last 20 years, to the latest social scandal in the upper currents of London society. Captain and Mrs. Winstanley's country friends, inspired by 1 or 2 clever young men just imported from the London clubs, were surprised to discover how well they were able to criticise the latest productions in literature, art, and the drama. the newest results of scientific investigation, or the last record of African or Central Asian exploration. It was quite delightful to quiet country people, who went to London on an average once in 3 years, to find themselves talking so easily about the last famous picture, the latest action for libel in artistic circles, or the promised adaptation of Sardou's last comedy at a West End theatre, just as glibly as if they knew all about art and had read every play of Sardou's. Roderick Vawdrey enjoyed himself wonderfully at this particular dinner party, so long as the dinner lasted, for Captain Winstanley, by an oversight which made him inwardly savage all dinner time, had placed Mr. Vawdrey and Miss Tempest side by side. There had been some confusion in his mind as he finished his plan of the table, his attention having been called away at the last moment, or this thing could not have happened, for nothing was farther from Captain Winstanley's intention than that Violet and her old playfellow should be happy in each other's society. And there they sat, smiling and sparkling at each other, in the exuberance of youth and high spirits, interchanging little confidential remarks that were doubtless to the disparagement of some person or persons in the assembly. If dark electric glances, shot from the covert of bent brows, could have slain those two happy triflers, assuredly neither of them would have lived to the end of that dinner. "How do you like him?" asked Rorie, stooping to sniff at the big Marechal Niel bud in the specimen glass by his plate. "Whom?" "The man who has Bullfinch." Lord Mallow was in the place of honour next to his hostess. Involuntarily Violet glanced in that direction, and was startled to find the Irishman's good-humoured gaze meeting hers, just as if he had been watching her for the last half hour. "How do I like him? Well, he seems very good-natured." "Seems good-natured? You ought to be able to give me a more definite answer by this time. You have lived in the same house with him. Let me see. Is it 3 or 4 days since he came?" "He has been here nearly a week." "A week? Why, then you must know him as well as if he were your brother. There is no man living who could keep himself dark for a week. No, I don't believe the most inscrutable of men, born and bred in diplomatic circles, could keep the secret of a solitary failing from the eyes of those who live under the same roof with him for 7 days. It would leak out somehow, if not at breakfast, at dinner. Man is a communicative animal, and so loves talking of himself that if he has committed a murder he must tell somebody about it sooner or later. And as to that man," continued Rorie, with a contemptuous glance at the single-minded Lord Mallow, "he is a creature whom the merest beginner in the study of humanity would know by heart in half an hour." "What do you know about him?" asked Vixen, laughing. "You have had more than half an hour for the study of his character." "I know ever so much more than I want to know." "Answered like a Greek oracle." "What? Have you taken to reading Greek?" "No, but I know the oracles were a provoking set of creatures who answered every enquiry with an enigma. But I won't have you abuse Lord Mallow. He has been very kind to Bullfinch, and has promised me that he will never part with him. The dear old horse is to have a comfortable stable and kindly treatment to his dying day, not to be sent out to grass in his old age, to shiver in a dreary solitude, or to be scorched by the sun and tormented by the flies." "He has promised all that, has he?" "He would promise a good deal more, I daresay," muttered Rorie, stooping over his rosebud. "Do you think him handsome? Do women admire a fresh complexion and black whiskers, and that unmistakable air of a hairdresser's wax model endowed with animation?" "I see you consider him an idiot," said Vixen, laughing, "but I assure you he is rather clever. He talks wonderfully about Ireland, and the reforms he is going to bring about for her. Of course, Burke and Curran and Castlereagh and O'Connell and 50 more have failed to steer that lumbering old vessel off the mud bank on which she stranded at some time in the Dark Ages. In fact, nobody except Oliver Cromwell ever did understand how to make Ireland prosperous and respectable, and he began by depopulating her. And here is a fresh-coloured young man, with whiskers à la côtelette de mouton, who thinks he was born to be her pilot, and to navigate her into a peaceful haven. He is the sort of man who will begin by being the idol of a happy tenantry, and end by being shot from behind one of his own hedges." "I hope not," said Vixen, "for I am sure he means well, and I should like him to outlive Bullfinch." Roderick had been very happy all dinner time. From the soups to the ice puddings, the moments had flown for him. It seemed the briefest dinner he had ever been at, and yet when the ladies rose to depart, the silvery chime of the clock struck the half-hour after 9. But Lord Mallow's hour came later, in the drawing-room, where he contrived to hover over Violet, and fence her round from all other admirers for the rest of the evening. They sang their favourite duets together, to the delight of everyone except Rorie, who felt curiously savage at "I would that, my love," and icingly disapproving at "Greeting," but vindictive to the verge of homicidal mania at "Oh, wert thou in the cold blast." His Plaidy indeed, he ejaculated inwardly. The creature never possessed anything so comfortable or civilised. How preposterous it is to hear an Irishman sing Scotch songs. If an Irishman had a Plaidy, he would pawn it for a drop o' the crater. Later Violet and Lord Mallow sang a little duet by Mazzini. "Oh, que la mer est belle," the daintiest, most bewitching music, such a melody as the Lorelei might have sung when the Rhine flowed peacefully onward below mountain peaks shining in the evening light, luring foolish fishermen to their doom. Everybody was delighted. It was just the kind of music to please the unlearned in the art. Mrs. Carteret came to the piano to compliment Violet. "I had no idea you could sing so sweetly," she said. "Why have you never sung to us before?" "Nobody ever asked me," Vixen answered frankly. "But indeed I am no singer." "You have one of the freshest, brightest voices I ever had the happiness of hearing," Lord Mallow exclaimed enthusiastically. He would have liked to go on singing duets for an indefinite period. He felt lifted into some strange and delightful region, a sphere of love and harmony, while he was mingling his voice with Violet's. It made the popular idea of heaven as a place where there is nothing but singing, an eternal, untiring choir, clearer and more possible to him than it had ever seemed before. Paradise would be quite endurable if he and Violet might stand side by side in the serried ranks of choristers. There was quite a little crowd round the piano, shutting in Violet and Lord Hallow, and Roderick Vawdrey was not in it. He felt himself excluded, and held himself gloomingly apart, talking hunting talk with a man for whom he did not care twopence. Directly his carriage was announced, sotto voce, by the considerate Forbes, so as not to wound anyone's feelings by the suggestion that the festivity was on its last legs. Mr. Vawdrey went up to Mrs. Winstanley and took leave. He would not wait to say good night to Violet. He only cast one glance in the direction of the piano, where the noble breadth of Mrs. Carteret's brocaded amber back obscured every remoter object, and then went away moodily, denouncing duet singing as an abomination. When Lady Mabel asked him next day what kind of an evening he had had at the Abbey House, in a tone which implied that any entertainment there must be on a distinctly lower level as compared with the hospitalities of Ashbourne, he told her that it had been uncommonly slow. "How was that? You had some stupid person to take in to dinner, perhaps?" "No, I went with Violet." "And you and she are such old friends. You ought to get on very well together." Rorie reddened furiously. Happily he was standing with his back to the light in one of the orchid houses, enjoying the drowsy warmth of the atmosphere, and Mabel was engrossed with the contemplation of a fine zygopetalum which was just making up its mind to bloom. "Oh yes, that was well enough, but the evening was disgustingly slow. There was too much music." "Classical?" "Lord knows, it was mostly French and German. I consider it an insult to people to ask them to your house and then stick them down in their chairs and say hush, shh, every time they open their mouths. If people want to give amateur concerts, let them say so when they send out their invitations, and then one would know what one has to expect." "I am afraid the music must have been very bad to make you so cross," said Lady Mabel, rather pleased that the evening at the Abbey House should have been a failure. "Who were the performers?" "Violet and an Irish friend of Captain Winstanley's, a man with a rosy complexion and black whiskers, Lord Mallow." "Lord Mallow? I think I danced with him once or twice last season. He is rather distinguished as a politician, I believe, among the Young Ireland party. Dreadfully radical." "He looks it," answered Rorie. "He has a loud voice and a loud laugh, and they seem to be making a great deal of him at the Abbey House." "Tommy loves a lord," says Lady Mabel brightly. Rorie hadn't the faintest idea whence the quotation came. I dare say the Winstanleys are rather glad to have Lord Mallow staying with them. The squire would have kicked him out of doors, muttered Rorie savagely. But why? Is he so very objectionable? He waltzes beautifully, if I remember right, and I thought him rather a well-meaning young man. Oh, there's nothing serious against him that I know of, only I don't think Squire Tempest would have liked a singing man any more than he would have liked a singing mouse. I didn't know Miss Tempest sang, said Lady Mabel. I thought she could do nothing but ride. Oh, she has a very pretty voice, but one may have too much of a good thing, you know. One doesn't go out to dinner to hear people sing duets. I'm afraid they must have given you a very bad dinner, or you would hardly be so cross. I know that is the way with papa. If the dinner is bad, he abuses everything and declares the ladies were all ugly. Oh, the dinner was excellent, I believe. I'm not a connoisseur like my uncle. People might give me the most wonderful dinner in the world, and I would hardly be the wiser, or they may give me a wretched one, and I should not feel particularly angry with them. The next day was Tuesday, and, as the Duchess and her daughter happened to be driving within a mile or so of the Abbey House, Lady Mabel suggested that they should call upon Mrs. Winstanley. I am rather anxious to see the wild Irishman they have captured lately, Lord Mallow. We met him at Lady Dumdrum's, if you remember, mamma. I danced with him twice. My dear Mabel, do you think I can remember all your partners? But Lord Mallow is rather celebrated. He makes very good speeches. Papa read one of them to us the other day, when there was a great debate going on upon the Irish land question. The Duchess remembered being read to one evening after dinner, but the debates, as delivered by the Duke, had generally a somnolent effect upon his wife. She had a faint idea of the beginning, and struggled heroically to discover what the speakers were talking about. Then came a soft confusion of sound like the falling of waters, and the middle and the end of the debate was dreamland. Lady Mabel was of a more energetic temper, and was interested in everything that could enlarge her sphere of knowledge, from a parliamentary debate to a Greek play. The Duchess had never in her life refused compliance with any wish of her daughter's, so the horses' heads were turned towards the Abbey House, along a smooth, hard road, through a pine wood, then through a lodge gate into a forest of rhododendrons. "This is really a nicer place than Ashbourne, mamma," remarked Lady Mabel disapprovingly. It appeared to her quite a mistake in the arrangement of the universe that Violet Tempest should be heiress to a more picturesque estate than that which she, the Duke of Dovedale's only daughter, was to inherit. "My dear, Ashbourne is perfect. Everyone says so. The stables, the offices, the way the house is lighted and heated, the ventilation." "Yes, mamma, but those are details which nobody thinks about, except an architect or a house agent. Ashbourne is so revoltingly modern. It smells of stucco. It will take a century to tone it down. Now this fine old place is like a dream of the past. It is a poem in wood and stone. Ashbourne would be very well for a hunting box for anyone who had 3 or 4 other places, as my father has, but when my time comes and I have only Ashbourne, I'm afraid I shall hate it." "But you will have a choice of places by and by," said the Duchess consolingly. "You will have Briarwood." "Briarwood is a degree uglier than Ashbourne," sighed Lady Mabel, leaning back in the carriage, wrapped to the chin in Russian sable, the image of discontent. There are moments in every life, as in Solomon's, when all seems vanity. Lady Mabel Ashbourne's life had been cloudless, a continual summer, an unchangeable Italian sky, and yet there were times when she was weary of it, when some voice within her murmured, "This is not enough." She was pretty, she was graceful, accomplished, gifted, with a self-confidence that generally passed for wit. All the blood in her veins was the bluest of the blue. Everybody bowed down to her, more or less, and paid her homage. The man she liked best in the world, and had so preferred from her childhood, was to be her husband. Nobody had ever contradicted her, or hinted that she was less than perfect. And yet that mysterious and rebellious voice sometimes repeated, "It is not enough." She was like the woman in the German fairy tale who, beginning as the wife of a half-starved fisherman, came, by fairy power, to be king, then emperor, and then pope, and still was not contented, but languished for something more. Aye, even to have the ordering of the sun and moon. The rebellious voice expostulated loudly this winter afternoon, as Lady Mabel's languid eyes scanned the dark shining rhododendron bushes, rising bank above bank, a veritable jungle, backed by tall beeches and tower-like Douglas firs. A blackbird was whistling joyously amongst the greenery, and a robin was singing on the other side of the drive. The sunlit sky was soft and pearly. It was one of those mild winters in which Christmas steals unawares upon the footprints of a lovely autumn. The legendary oak was doubtless in full bud at Cadenham, like its miraculous brother the Glastonbury thorn. "I don't think any of my father's places can compare with this," Lady Mabel said irritably. She would not have minded the beauty of the grounds so much had they been the heritage of any other heiress than Violet Tempest. The old hall was full of people and voices when the Duchess and her daughter were announced. There was a momentary hush at their entrance, as at the advent of someone of importance, and Mrs. Winstanley came smiling out of the firelight to welcome them, in Theodore's latest invention, which was a kind of skirt that necessitated a peculiar gliding motion in the wearer, and was built upon the lines of a mermaid's tail. "How good of you!" exclaimed Mrs. Winstanley. "We were coming through Lyndhurst, and could not resist the temptation of coming in to see you," said the Duchess graciously. "How do you do, Miss Tempest? Were you out with the hounds this morning? We met some people riding home." "I have never hunted since my father's death," Violet answered gravely, and the Duchess was charmed with the answer and the seriously tender look that accompanied it. Lord Mallow was standing before the hearth, looking remarkably handsome in full hunting costume. The well-worn scarlet coat and high black boots became him. He had enjoyed his first day with the forest hounds, had escaped the bogs, and had avoided making an Absalom of himself among the spreading beechen boughs. Bullfinch had behaved superbly over his old ground. Mr. and Mrs. Scobel were among those dusky figures grouped around the wide firelit hearth, where the piled-up logs testified to the Tempest common of Estavers. Mr. Scobel was talking about the last advance movement of the ritualists, and expatiating learnedly upon the ornaments rubric of 1559, and its bearing upon the advertisements of 1566, with a great deal more about King Edward's first prayer book and the Act of Uniformity, to Colonel Carteret, who, from an antique conservative standpoint, regards ritualists, spirit rappers and shakers in about the same category, while Mrs. Scobel twittered cheerily about the parish and the schools to the Colonel's bulky wife, who was a liberal patroness of all philanthropic institutions in her neighbourhood. Lord Mallow came eagerly forward to recall himself to the memories of Lady Mabel and her mother. "I hope your Grace has not forgotten me," he said, and the Duchess, who had not the faintest recollection of his face or figure, knew that this must be Lord Mallow. "I had the honour of being introduced to you at Lady Dumdrum's delightful ball." The Duchess said something gracious, and left Lord Mallow free to talk to Lady Mabel. He reminded her of that never-to-be, by him, forgotten waltz, and talked in his low-pitched Irish voice, as if he had lived upon nothing but the recollection of it ever since. It was idiosyncratic of Lord Mallow that he could not talk to any young woman without seeming to adore her. At this very moment he thought Violet Tempest the one lovable and soul-entrancing woman the world held for him. Yet at sight of Lady Mabel he behaved as if she and no other was his one particular star. "It was a nice dance, wasn't it? But there were too many people for the rooms," said Lady Mabel easily. "And I don't think the flowers were so prettily arranged as the year before. Do you? I was not there the year before. No, I must confess to having been at 3 balls at Lady Dumdrum's. That makes me seem very old, does it not? Some young ladies in London make believe to be always in their first season. They put on a hoydenish freshness, and pretend to be delighted with everything as if they were just out of the nursery." "That's a very good idea up to 30, said Lord Mallow. "I should think it would hardly answer that." "Oh, after 30 they begin to be fond of horses and take to betting. I believe young ladies after 30 are the most desperate. What is that dreadful slang word? Plungers in society. How do you like our hunting?" "I like riding about the forest amazingly, but I should hardly call it hunting after Leicestershire. Of course that depends in a measure upon what you mean by hunting. If you only mean hounds pottering about after a fox, this might pass muster, but if your idea of hunting includes hard riding and 5-barred gates, I should call the kind of thing you do here by another name. Was my cousin Mr. Vawdrey out today? The MFH in the first flight. May I get you some tea? If you please, Mrs. Winstanley's tea is always so good. Mrs. Winstanley was supremely happy in officiating at her gipsy table, where the silver tea kettle of Queen Anne's time was going through its usual sputtering performances. To sit in a fashionable gown, however difficult the gown might be to sit in, and dispense tea to a local duchess, was Mrs. Winstanley's loftiest idea of earthly happiness. Of course there might be a superior kind of happiness beyond earth, but to appreciate that, the weak human soul would have to go through a troublesome ordeal in the way of preparation, as the grey cloth of Hoyle's printing works is dashed about in gigantic vats and whirled round upon mighty wheels before it is ready for the reception of particular patterns and dyes. Lady Mabel and Lord Mallow had a longish chat in the deep-set window where Vixen watched for Rorie on his 21st birthday. The conversation came round to Irish politics somehow, and Lord Mallow was enraptured at discovering that Lady Mabel had read his speeches, or had heard them read. He had met many young ladies who professed to be interested in his Irish politics, but never before had he encountered one who seemed to know what she was talking about. Lord Mallow was enchanted. He had found his host's lively stepdaughter stonily indifferent to the Hibernian cause. She had said poor things once or twice when he dilated on the wrongs of an oppressed people, but her ideas upon all Iberian subjects were narrow. She seemed to imagine Ireland a vast expanse of bog, chiefly inhabited by pigs. "There are mountains, are there not?" she remarked once, "and tourists go there, but people don't live there, do they? My dear Miss Tempest, there are charming country seats. If you were to see the outskirts of Waterford or the hills above Cork, you would find almost as many fine mansions as in England." "Really?" exclaimed Vixen, with most bewitching incredulity. "But people don't live in them. Now I'm sure you cannot tell me honestly that anyone lives in Ireland. You, for instance, you talk most enthusiastically about your beautiful country, but you don't live in it." "I go there every year for the fishing." "Yes, but gentlemen will go to the most uncomfortable places for fishing. Norway, for example. You go to Ireland just as you go to Norway. I admit that the fishing in Connemara is rather remote from civilization." "Of course, it is at the other end of everything, and then you go into the House of Commons and rave about Ireland, just as if you loved her as I love the forest, where I hope to live and die. I think all this wild enthusiasm about Ireland is the silliest thing in the world when it comes from the lips of landowners who won't pay their beloved country the compliment of 6 months' residence out of the 12. After this Lord Mallow gave up all hope of sympathy from Miss Tempest. What could be expected from a young lady who could not understand patriotism in the abstract, but wanted to pin a man down for life to the spot of ground for which his soul burned with the ardour of an orator and a poet? Imagine Tom Moore compelled to live in a humble cot in the Vale of Avoca. He infinitely preferred his humdrum cottage in Wiltshire. Indeed, I believe it has been proved against him that he had never seen the meeting of the waters, and wrote about the famous scene from hearsay. Ireland has never had a poet as Irish as Burns, and Scott was Scottish. Her whole-hearted, single-minded national bard has yet to be born. It was a relief, therefore, to Lord Mallow's active mind to find himself in conversation with a young lady who really cared for his subject and understood him. He could have talked to Lady Mabel for ever. The limits of 5 o'clock tea were far too narrow. He was delighted when the Duchess paused as she was going away and said, "I hope you will come and see us at Ashbourne, Lord Mallow. The Duke will be very pleased to know you." Lord Mallow murmured something expressive of a mild ecstasy, and the Duchess swept onward like an Australian clipper with all sails set, Lady Mabel gliding like a neat little pinnace in her wake. Lord Mallow was glad when the next day's post brought him a card of invitation to the ducal dinner on December the 31st. He fancied that he was indebted to Lady Mabel for this civility. "You are going, of course," he said to Violet, twisting the card between his fingers meditatively. "I believe I am asked." "She is," answered Mrs. Winstanley from her seat behind the urn, "and I consider under the circumstances it is extremely kind of the Duchess to invite her." "Why?" asked Lord Mallow, intensely mystified. "Why, the truth is, my dear Lord Mallow, that Violet is in an anomalous position. She has been to Lady Southminster's ball, and a great many parties about there. She is out and yet not out, if you understand." Lord Mallow looked as if he was very far from understanding. "She has never been presented," explained Mrs. Winstanley. "It is too dreadful to think of. People would call me the most neglectful of mothers, but the season before last seemed too soon after dear Edward's death, and last season, well," blushing and hesitating a little, "my mind was so much occupied, and Violet herself was so indifferent about it, that somehow or other the time slipped by and the thing was not done. I feel myself awfully to blame, almost as much so as if I had neglected her confirmation. But early next season, at the very first drawing-room, if possible, she must be presented, and then I shall feel a great deal more comfortable in my mind." "I don't think it matters one little bit," said Lord Mallow, with appalling recklessness. "It would matter immensely if we were travelling. Violet could not be presented at any foreign court or invited to any court ball. She would be an outcast. I shall have to be presented myself on my marriage with Captain Winstanley. We shall go to London early in the spring. Conrad will take a small house in Mayfair." "If I can get one," said the captain doubtfully. "Small houses in Mayfair are as hard to get nowadays as black pearls, and as dear." "I am charmed to think you will be in town," exclaimed Lord Mallow, "and perhaps some night when there is an Irish question on, you and Miss Tempest might be induced to come to the ladies' gallery. Some ladies rather enjoy a spirited debate." "I should like it amazingly," cried Violet. "You are awfully rude to one another, are you not? And you imitate cocks and hens and do all manner of dreadful things. It must be capital fun." This was not at all the kind of appreciation Lord Mallow desired. "Oh yes, we are excruciatingly funny sometimes, I dare say, without knowing it," he said, with a mortified air. He was getting on the friendliest terms with Violet. He was almost as much at home with her as Rorie was, except that she never called him by his Christian name, nor flashed at him those lovely mirth-provoking glances which he surprised sometimes on their way to Mr. Vawdrey. Those two had 100 small jokes and secrets that dated back to Vixen's childhood. How could a newcomer hope to be on such delightful terms with her? Lord Mallow felt this, and hated Roderick Vawdrey as intensely as it was possible for a nature radically good and generous to hate even a favoured rival. That Roderick was his rival and was favoured were two ideas of which Lord Mallow could not dispossess himself, notwithstanding the established fact of Mr. Vawdrey's engagement to his cousin. A good many men begin life by being engaged to their cousins, reflected Lord Mallow. A man's relations take it into their heads to keep an estate in the family, and he is forthwith set at his cousin like an unwilling terrier at a rat. I don't at all feel as if this young man were permanently disposed of, in spite of all their talk, and I am very sure Miss Tempest likes him better than I should approve of, were I the cousin." While he loitered over his second cup of coffee, with the ducal card of invitation in his hand, it seemed to him a good opportunity for talking about Lady Mabel. "A very elegant girl, Lady Mabel," he said, "and remarkably clever. I never talked to a young woman, or an old one either, who knew so much about Ireland. She's engaged to that gawky cousin, isn't she?" Vixen shot an indignant look at him and pouted her rosy underlip. "You mean young Vawdrey? Yes, it is quite an old engagement. They were affianced to each other in their cradles, I believe," answered Captain Winstanley. "Just what I should have imagined," said Lord Mallow. "Why?" "Because they seem to care so little for each other now." "Oh, but dear Lord Mallow, remember, Lady Mabel Ashbourne is too well bred to go about the world advertising her affections for her future husband," remonstrated Mrs. Winstanley. "I'm sure if you had seen us before our marriage, you would never have guessed from our manner to each other that Conrad and I were engaged. You would not have a lady behave like a housemaid with her young man. I believe in that class of life they always sit with their arms around each other's waists at evening parties." "I would have a lady show she has a heart, and is not ashamed to acknowledge its master," said Lord Mallow, with his eyes on Vixen, who sat stolidly silent, pale with anger. "However, we will put down Lady Mabel's seeming coldness to good breeding. But as to Mr. Vawdrey, all I can say about him is that he may be in love with his cousin's estate, but he is certainly not in love with his cousin. This was more than Vixen could brook. "Mr. Vawdrey is a gentleman, with a fine estate of his own," she cried. "How dare you impute such meanness to him?" "It may be mean, but it is the commonest thing in life. Yes, among adventurers, who have no other road to fortune than by marrying for money. But do you suppose it can matter to Roderick whether he has 1,000 acres less or more, or 2 houses instead of 1? He is going to marry Lady Mabel because it was the dearest wish of his mother's heart, and because she is perfect and proper and accomplished and wonderfully clever. You said as much yourself, and exactly the kind of wife that a young man would be proud of. There are reasons enough, I should hope," concluded Vixen indignantly. She had spoken breathlessly, in gasps of a few words at a time, and her eyes flashed their angriest light upon the astounded Irishman. "Not half a reason if he does not love her," he answered boldly. "But I believe young Englishmen of the present day marry for reason and not for love. Cupid has been cashiered in favour of Minerva. Foolish marriages are out of fashion. Nobody ever thinks of love in a cottage. First, there are no more cottages, and secondly, there is no more love." Christmas was close at hand, a trying time for Vixen, who remembered the jolly old Christmas of days gone by, when the poor from all the surrounding villages came to receive the squire's lavish bounty, and not even the tramp or the cadger was sent empty-handed away. Under the new master all was done by line and rule. The distribution of coals and blankets took place down in Beechdale under Mr. and Mrs. Scobel's management. Vixen went about from cottage to cottage in the wintry dusk, giving her small offerings out of her scanty allowance of pocket money, which Captain Winstanley had put at the lowest figure he decently could. "What can Violet want with pocket money?" he asked, when he discussed the subject with his wife. "Your dressmaker supplies all her gowns and bonnets and hats. You give her gloves, everything. Nobody calls upon her for anything." "Her papa always gave her a good deal of money," pleaded Mrs. Winstanley. "I think she gave it almost all away to the poor." Naturally, she went about pauperising honest people because she had more money than she knew what to do with. Let her have £10 a quarter to buy gloves and eau de cologne, writing paper and postage stamps and trifles of that kind. She can't do much harm with that, and it is quite as much as you can afford, since we have both made up our minds to live within our incomes." Mrs. Winstanley sighed and assented, as she was wont to do. It seemed hard that there should be this need of economy, but it was in a manner Violet's fault that they were all thus restricted, since she was to take so much, and to reduce her mother almost to penury by and by. "I don't know what would become of me without Conrad's care," thought the dutiful wife. Going among her poor this Christmas with almost empty hands, Violet Tempest discovered what it was to be really loved. Honest eyes brightened none the less at her coming. The little children flocked as fondly to her knee. The changes at the Abbey House were very well understood. They were all put down to Captain Winstanley's account, and many a simple heart burned with indignation at the idea that the squire's golden-haired daughter was being put upon. One bright afternoon in the Christmas holidays, Vixen consented half reluctantly to let Lord Mallow accompany her in her visits among the familiar faces. That was a rare day for the squire's old pensioners. The Irishman's pockets were full of half-crowns and florins and sixpences for the rosy-faced, barefooted, dirty, happy children. "It puts me in mind of the old country," he said, when he had made acquaintance with the interior of half a dozen cottages. "The people seem just as kind and friendly and improvident and idle and happy-go-lucky as my friends at home. That old Sassenach Forester now, that we saw sitting in the winter sun, drinking his noonday pint on a bench outside a rustic beer shop, looking the very image of rustic enjoyment. What Irishman could take life more lightly or seem better pleased with himself? A free-born child of the sun and wind, ready to earn his living anyhow, except by the work of his hands. Yes, Miss Tempest, I feel a national affinity to your children of the forest. I wish I were Mr. Vawdrey, and bound to spend my life here." "Why, what life be to you if you had not old Ireland to fight for?" cried Vixen, smiling at him. "Life would be simply perfect for me if I had—" "What?" asked Vixen, as he came to a sudden stop. "The dearest wish of my heart, but I dare not tell you what that is yet awhile." Vixen felt sorry she had asked the question. She looked wildly round for another cottage. They had just done the last habitation in a straggling village in the heart of the woods. There was nothing human in sight by which the conversation might be diverted from the uncomfortable turn it had just taken. Yes, yonder under the beechen boughs, Vixen descried a small child with red legs, like a Jersey partridge, dragging a smaller child by the arm, ankle deep in the sodden leaves. To see them and to dart across the wet grass towards them were almost simultaneous. "Tommy," cried Vixen, seizing the red-legged child, "why do you never come to the Abbey House?" "Because Mrs. Trimmer says there's nothing for me," lisped the infant. "The new master sells the milk up in Lunnon." "Laudable economy," exclaimed Vixen to Lord Mallow, who had followed her into the damp woodland and heard the boy's answer. "The poor old Abbey House can hardly know itself under such admirable management. There is as big a house where you might do what you liked, yes, and give away the cows as well as the milk, if you pleased, and none should say you nay," said Lord Mallow in a low voice, full of unaffected tenderness. "Oh, please don't," cried Vixen. "Don't speak too kindly. I feel sometimes as if one little kind word too much would make me cry like a child. It's the last straw, you know, that crushes the camel, and I hate myself for being so weak and foolish." After this Vixen walked home, as if she had been winning a match, and Lord Mallow, for his life, dared not say another tender word. This was their last tete-a-tete for some time. Christmas came with its festivities, all of a placid and eminently well-bred character, and then came the last day of the year, and the dinner at Ashbourne. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapter 12 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 12. Fading in Music. Mrs. Winstanley, on her marriage, by the Duchess of Dovedale. That was the sentence that went on repeating itself like a cabalistic formula in Pamela Winstanley's mind as her carriage drove through the dark silent woods to Ashbourne on the last night of the year. A small idea had taken possession of her small mind. The Duchess was the fittest person to present her to her gracious mistress, or her gracious mistress's representative, at the first drawing-room of the coming season. Mrs. Winstanley had old friends, friends who had known her in her girlhood, who would have been happy to undertake the office. Captain Winstanley had an ancient female relative living in a fossil state at Hampton Court, and vaguely spoken of as a connection, who would willingly emerge from her aristocratic hermitage to present her kinsman's bride to her sovereign, and whom the captain deemed the proper sponsor for his wife on that solemn occasion. But what social value had a fossilised Lady Susan Winstanley, of whom an outside world knew nothing, when weighed in the balance with the Duchess of Dovedale? No, Mrs. Winstanley felt that to be presented by the Duchess was the one thing needful to her happiness. It was a dinner of 30 people, quite a state dinner. The finest and newest orchids had been brought out of their houses, and the dinner table looked like a tropical forest in little. Vixen went in to dinner with Lord Ellangowan, which was an unappreciated honour, as that nobleman had very little to say for himself, except under extreme pressure, and in his normal state could only smile and look good-natured. Roderick Vawdrey was ever so far away, between his betrothed and an enormous dowager in sky-blue velvet and diamonds. After dinner there was music. Lady Mabel played a dreary minor melody, chiefly remarkable for its delicate modulation from sharps to flats and back again. A very large gentleman sang an Italian buffo song, at which the company smiled tepidly. A small young lady sighed and languished through Non è vero, and then Miss Tempest and Lord Mallow sang a duet. This was the success of the evening. They were asked to sing again and again. They were allowed to monopolise the piano, and before the evening was over everyone had decided that Lord Mallow and Miss Tempest were engaged. Only the voices of plighted lovers could be expected to harmonise as well as that. They must have sung very often together, said the Duchess to Mrs. Winstanley. "Only within the last fortnight. Lord Mallow never stayed with us before, you know. He is my husband's friend. They were brother officers and have known each other for a long time. Lord Mallow insists upon Violet singing every evening. He is passionately fond of music." "Very pleasant," murmured the Duchess approvingly, and then she glided on to shed the sunshine of her presence upon another group of guests. Carriages began to be announced at 11, that is to say, about half an hour after the gentlemen had left the dining-room, but the Duke insisted that people should stop till 12. "We must see the old year out," he said. "It is a lovely night. We can go out on the terrace and hear the Ringwood bells." This is how Violet and Lord Mallow happened to sing so many duets. There was plenty of time for music during the hour before midnight. After the singing, a rash young gentleman, pining to distinguish himself somehow, a young man with a pimply complexion, who had said with Don Carlos, 23 years of age, and nothing done for immortality, recited Tennyson's Farewell to the Old Year, in a voice which was like anything but a trumpet, and with gesticulation painfully suggestive of St. Vitus. The long suite of rooms terminated in the Orangery, a substantial stone building with tessellated pavement and wide windows opening on the terrace. The night was wondrously mild. The full moon shed her tender light upon the dark forest, the shining water pools, the distant blackness of a group of ancient yew trees on the crest of a hill. Ashbourne stood high, and the view from the terrace was at all times magnificent, but perhaps finest of all in the moonlight. The younger guests wandered softly in and out of the rooms, and looked at the golden oranges glimmering against their dark leaves, and put themselves into positions that suggested the possibility of flirtation. Young ladies whose study of German literature had never gone beyond Ollendorff gazed pensively at the oranges and murmured the song of Mignon. Couples of maturer growth whispered the details of unsavoury scandals behind perfumed fans. Vixen and Rorie were among those roving couples. Violet had left the piano, and Roderick was off duty. Lady Mabel and Lord Mallow were deep in the wrongs of Ireland. Captain Winstanley was talking agriculture with the Duke, whose mind was sorely exercised about guano. "My dear sir, in a few years we shall have used up all the guano, and then what can become of us?" demanded the Duke. "Talk about our exhausting our coal. What is that compared with the exhaustion of guano? We may learn to exist without fires. Our winters are becoming milder. Our young men are going in for athletics. They can keep themselves warm upon bicycles. And then we have the gigantic coalfields of America, the vast basin of the Mississippi to fall back upon, with ever-increasing facilities in the mode of transport. But civilization must come to a deadlock when we have no more guano. Our grass, our turnips, our mangel must deteriorate. We shall have no more prize cattle. It is too awful to contemplate." "But do you really consider such a calamity at all probable, Duke?" asked the Captain. "Probable, sir? It is inevitable. In 1868 the Chincha Islands were estimated to contain about 6 million tons of guano. The rate of exportation had at that time risen to 400,000 tons per annum. At this rate the 3 islands will be completely exhausted by the year 1888, and England will have to exist without guano. The glory of the English people as breeders of prize oxen will have departed." "Chemistry will have discovered new fertilizers by that time," suggested the Captain in a comforting tone. "Sir," replied the Duke severely, "the discoveries of modern science tend to the chimerical rather than the practical. Your modern scientists can liquefy oxygen, they can light a city with electricity, but they cannot give me anything to increase the size and succulence of my turnips. Virgil knew as much about agriculture as your modern chemist." While the Duke was holding forth about guano, Vixen and Rorie were on the terrace, in the stillness and moonlight. There was hardly a breath of wind. It might have been a summer evening. Vixen was shrouded from head to foot in a white cloak, which Rorie had fetched from the room where the ladies had left their wraps. She looked all white and solemn in the moonlight, like a sheeted ghost. Although Mr. Vawdrey had been civil enough to go in quest of Violet's cloak, and had seemed especially desirous of bringing her to the terrace, he was by no means delightful now he had got her there. They took a turn or two in silence, broken only by a brief remark about the beauty of the night and the extent of the prospect. "I think it is the finest view in the Forest," said Vixen. dwelling on the subject for lack of anything else to say. "You must be very fond of Ashbourne." "I don't exactly recognise the necessity. The view is superb, no doubt, but the house is frightfully commonplace. It is a little better than Briarwood. That is about all which an enthusiastic admirer could advance in its favour." "How much longer does Lord Mallow mean to take up his abode with you?" Vixen shrugged her cloaked shoulders with an action that seemed to express contemptuous carelessness. "I haven't the least idea. That is no business of mine, you know." "I don't know anything of the kind," retorted Rorie captiously. "I should have thought it was very much your business." "Should you really?" said Vixen mockingly. If the gentleman's temper was execrable, the lady's mood was not too amiable. "Yes, are you not the lodestar? It is your presence that makes the Abbey House pleasant to him. Who can wonder that he protracts his stay? He has been with us a little more than a fortnight." "He has been with you an age. Mortals who are taken up to Paradise seldom stay so long. Sweet dreams are not so long. A fortnight in the same house with you, meeting with you at breakfast, parting with you at midnight, seeing you at noontide and afternoon, walking with you, riding with you, singing with you, kneeling down to family prayer at your side, mixing his amen with yours. Why, he might as well be your husband at once. He has as much delight in your society." "You forget the hours in which he is shooting pheasants and playing billiards." "Glimpses of purgatory, which make his heaven all the more divine," said Rorie. "Well, it is none of my business, as you said just now. There are people born to be happy, I suppose, creatures that come into the world under a lucky star." "Undoubtedly, and among them notably Mr. Vawdrey, who has everything that the heart of a reasonable man can desire." "So had Solomon, and yet he made his moan." "Oh, there is always a crumpled rose-leaf in everybody's bed, and if the rose-leaves were all smooth, a man would crumple one on purpose, in order to have something to grumble about." "Hark, Rorie!" cried Vixen, with a sudden change of tone, as the first silvery chime of Ringwood bells came floating over the woodland distance, the low moonlit hills. "Don't be cross. The old year is dying. Remember the dear days that are gone, when you and I used to think a new year a thing to be glad about. And now, what can the new year bring us, half so good as that which the old ones have taken away?" She had slipped her little gloved hand through his arm, and drawn very near to him, moved by tender thoughts of the past. He looked down at her with eyes from which all anger had vanished. There was only love in them, deep love, love such as a very affectionate brother might perchance give his only sister. But it must be owned that brothers capable of such love are rare. "No, child," he murmured sadly. "Years to come can bring us nothing so good or so dear as the past. Every new year will drift us farther." They were standing at the end of the terrace farthest from the orangery windows, out of which the Duchess and her visitors came trooping to hear the Ringwood chimes. Rorie and Vixen kept quite apart from the rest. They stood silent, arm in arm, looking across the landscape towards the winding Avon and the quiet market town, hidden from them by intervening hill. Yonder, nestling amongst those grassy hills, lies Moyles Court, the good old English manor house, where noble Alice Lisle sheltered the fugitives from Sedgemoor, paying for that one act of womanly hospitality with her life. Farther away on the banks of the Avon is the quiet churchyard, where that gentle martyr of Geoffrey's lust for blood takes her long rest. The creeping spicenwort thrives amidst the grey stones of her tomb. To Vixen these things were so familiar that it was as if she could see them with her bodily eyes as she looked across the distance, with its mysterious shadows, its patches of silver light. The bells chimed on with their tender cadence, half joyous, half sorrowful. The shallower spirits among the guests chattered about the beauty of the night and the sweetness of the bells. Deeper souls were silent, full of saddest thoughts. Who is there who has not lost something in the years gone by, which earth's longest future cannot restore? Only eternity can give back the ravished treasures of the dead years. Violet's lips trembled and were dumb. Roderick saw the tears rolling down her pale cheeks, and offered no words of consolation. He knew that she was thinking of her father. "Dear old Squire," he murmured gently, after an interval of silence. "How good he was to me, and how fondly I loved him." That speech was the sweetest comfort he could have offered. Vixen gave his arm a grateful hug. "Thank God there is someone who remembers him besides his dogs and me," she exclaimed, and then she hastily dried her tears and made herself ready to meet Lord Mallow and Lady Mabel Ashbourne, who were coming along the terrace towards them, talking gaily. Lord Mallow had a much wider range of subjects than Mr. Vawdrey. He had read more, and could keep pace with Lady Mabel in her highest flights. Science, literature, politics, were all as one to him. He had crammed his vigorous young mind with everything which it behoved a man panting for parliamentary distinction to know. "Where have you two people been hiding yourselves for the last half hour?" asked Lady Mabel. "You are wanted badly just now for blow gentle gales. I know you can manage the bass, Rorie, when you like." "Lo, behold, a pennant waving," sang Rorie in deep full tones. "Yes, I can manage that much at a push." "You seem music mad tonight, Mabel. The old year is making a swan-like end, fading in music." Rorie and Vixen were still standing arm in arm, rather too much as if they belonged to each other, Lady Mabel thought. The attitude was hardly in good taste, according to Lady Mabel's law of taste, which was a code as strict as Draco's. The bells rang on. "The new year has come," cried the Duke. "Let us all shake hands in the friendly German fashion." On this there was a general shaking of hands, which appeared to last a long time. It seemed rather as if the young people of opposite sexes shook hands with each other more than once. Lord Mallow would hardly let Violet's hand go, once having got it in his hearty grasp. "Hail to the first new year we greet together," he said softly. "May it not be the last. I feel that it must not, cannot be the last." "You are wiser than I, then," Vixen answered coldly, "for my feelings tell me nothing about the future, except," and here her face beamed at him with a lovely smile, "except that you will be kind to Bullfinch." "If I were an emperor I would make him a consul," answered the Irishman. He had contrived to separate Roderick and Vixen. The young man had returned to his allegiance, and was escorting Lady Mabel back to the house. Everybody began to feel chilly, now that the bells were silent and there was a general hurrying off to the carriages, which were standing in an oval ring round a group of deodoras in front of the porch on the other side of the house. Rorie and Vixen met no more that night. Lord Mallow took her to her carriage and sat opposite her and talked to her during the homewards drive. Captain Winstanley was smoking a cigar on the box. His wife slumbered peacefully. "I think I may be satisfied with Theodore," she said, as she composed herself for sleep. "My dress was not quite the worst in the room, was it, Violet?" "It was lovely, mamma. You can make yourself quite happy," answered Vixen truthfully, whereupon the matron breathed a gentle sigh of content and lapsed into slumber. They had the Boldrewood Road before them, a long hilly road cleaving the very heart of the forest, a road full of ghosts at the best of times, but offering a Walpurgis revel of phantoms on such a night as this to the eye of the belated wanderer. How ghostly the deer were as they skimmed across the road and flitted away into dim distances, mixing with and melting into the shadows of the trees. The little grey rabbits sitting up on end were like circles of hobgoblins that dispersed and vanished at the approach of mortals. The leafless old hawthorns, rugged and crooked, silvered by the moonlight, were most ghost-like of all. They took every form, from the most unearthly to the most grotesquely human. Violet sat wrapped in her furred white mantle, watching the road as intently as if she had never seen it before. She never could grow tired of these things. She loved them with a love which was part of her nature. "What a delightful evening, was it not?" asked Lord Mallow. "I suppose it was very nice," answered Violet coolly, "but I have no standard of comparison. It was my first dinner at Ashbourne." "What a remarkably clever girl Lady Mabel is. Mr. Vawdrey ought to consider himself extremely fortunate." "I have never heard him say that he does not so consider himself." "Naturally, but I think he might be a little more enthusiastic. He is the coolest lover I ever saw." "Perhaps you judge him by comparison with Irish lovers. Your nation is more demonstrative than ours." "Oh, an Irish girl would cashier such a fellow as Mr. Vawdrey, but I may possibly misjudge him. You ought to know more about him than I. You have known him." "All my life," said Violet simply. "I know that he is good and staunch and true, that he honoured his mother, and that he will make Lady Mabel Ashbourne a very good husband. Perhaps if she were a little less clever and a little more human he might be happier with her, but no doubt that will all come right in time." "Anyway, it will be all the same in a century or so," assented Lord Mallow. "We are going to have lovely weather as long as this moon lasts, I believe. Will you go for a long ride to-morrow, like that first ride of ours?" "When I took you all over the world for sport," said Vixen, laughing, "I wonder you are inclined to trust me after that. If Captain Winstanley likes, I don't mind being your guide again to-morrow." "Captain Winstanley shall like. I'll answer for that. I would make his life unendurable if he were to refuse. End of Volume 2, Chapter 12. Volume 2, Chapter 13 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 13, Crying for the Moon. Despite the glorious moonlight night which ushered in the newborn year, the first day of that year was abominable. A day of hopeless, incessant rain, falling from a leaden sky in which there was never a break, not a stray gleam of sunshine from morn till eve. "The new year is like Shakespeare's Richard," said Lord Mallow, when he stood in the porch after breakfast, surveying the horizon. Tetchy and wayward was his infancy. I never experienced anything so provoking. I was dreaming all night of our ride. "Were you not afraid of being like that dreadful man in Locksley Hall? Like a dog he hunts in dreams," asked Vixen mockingly. She was standing on the threshold playing with Argus, looking the picture of healthful beauty in her dark green cloth dress and plain linen collar. All Vixen's morning costumes were of the simplest and neatest, a compact style of dress which interfered with none of her rural amusements. She could romp with her dog, make her round of the stables, work in the garden, ramble in the forest, without fear of dilapidated flounces or dishevelled laces and ribbons. "Violet's morning dresses are so dreadfully strong-minded," complained Mrs. Winstanley. "To look at her one would almost think that she was the kind of girl to go round the country lecturing upon woman's rights." "No ride this morning?" said Captain Winstanley, coming into the hall with a bundle of letters in his hand. "I shall go to my den and do a morning's letter-writing and accountancy, unless you want me for a shy at the pheasants, Mallow." "Let the pheasants be at rest for the first day of the year," answered Lord Mallow. "I am sure you would rather be fetching up your arrears of correspondence than shooting at dejected birds in a damp plantation, and I am luxurious enough to prefer staying indoors, if the ladies will have me. I can help Miss Tempest to wind her wools." "Thanks, but I never do any wool work. Mamma is the artist in that line." "Then I place myself unreservedly at Mrs. Winstanley's feet." "You are too good," sighed the fair matron from her armchair by the hearth. "But I shall not touch my crewels to-day. I have one of my nervous headaches. It is a penalty I too often have to pay for the pleasures of society. I'm afraid I shall have to lie down for an hour or two." And with a languid sigh Mrs. Winstanley wrapped her china crape shawl around her and went slowly upstairs, leaving Violet and Lord Mallow in sole possession of the great oak-panelled hall, the lady looking at the rain from her favourite perch in the deep window seat, the gentleman contemplating the same prospect from the open door. It was one of those mild winter mornings when a huge wood fire is a cheerful feature in the scene, but hardly essential to comfort. Vixen thought of that long rainy day years ago, the day on which Roderick Vawdrey came of age. How well she remembered sitting in that very window, watching the ceaseless rain, with a chilly sense of having been forgotten and neglected by her old companion. And then, in the gloaming, just when she had lost all her hope of seeing him, he had come leaping in out of the wet night, like a lion from his lair, and had taken her in his arms and kissed her before she knew what he was doing. Her cheeks crimsoned even to-day at the memory of that kiss. It had seemed a small thing then. Now it seemed awful, a burning spot of shame upon the whiteness of her youth. "He must have thought I was very fond of him, or he would not have dared to treat me so," she told herself. "But then we had been playfellows so long. I had teased him, and he had plagued me, and we had been really like brother and sister. Poor Rorie! If we could always have been young we should never have been better friends." "How thoughtful you seem this morning, Miss Tempest," said a voice behind Vixen's shoulder. "Do I?" she asked, turning quickly around. "New Year's Day is a time to make one thoughtful. It is like beginning a new chapter in the volume of life, and one cannot help speculating as to what the chapter is to be about. For you it ought to be a story full of happiness." "Ah, but you don't know my history. I had such a happy childhood. I drained my cup of bliss before I was a woman, and there is nothing left for me but the dregs, and they are dust and ashes." There was an intensity of bitterness in her tone that moved him beyond his power of self-control. That she, so fair, so lovely, so deeply dear to him already, she for whom life should be one summer day of unclouded gladness, that she should give expression to a rooted sorrow, was more than his patience could bear. "Violet, you must not speak thus. You wound me to the heart." "Oh, my love, you were born to be the giver of gladness, the centre of joy and delight. Grief should never touch you. Sorrow and pain should never come near you. You are a creature of happiness and light." "Don't!" cried Vixen vehemently. "Oh, pray don't! It is all vain, useless. My life is marked out for me. No one can alter it. Pray do not lower yourself by one word more. You will be sorry, angry with yourself and me afterwards." "Violet, I must speak." "To what end? My fate is as fixed as the stars. No one can change it." "No mortal, perhaps, Violet, but love can. Love is a god. Oh, my darling, I have learnt to love you dearly and fondly in this little while, and I mean to win you. It shall go hard with me if I do not succeed. Dear love, if truth and constancy can conquer fate, I ought to be able to win you. There is no one else, is there, Violet?" he asked falteringly, with his eyes upon her downcast face. A burning spot glowed and faded on her cheek before she answered him. "Can you not see how empty my life is?" she asked with a bitter laugh. "No, there is no one else. I stand quite alone. Death took my father from me. Your friend has robbed me of my mother. My old playfellow Roderick Vawdrey belongs to his cousin. I belong to nobody." "Let me have you then, Violet." "Ah, if you knew how I would cherish you! You should be loved so well that you would fancy yourself the centre of the universe, and that all the planets revolved in the skies only to please you. Love, let me have you, priceless treasure that others know not how to value. Let me keep and guard you." "I would not wrong you so much as to marry you without loving you, and I shall never love any more," said Vixen, with a sad steadfastness that was more dispiriting than the most vehement protestation. "Why not?" "Because I spent all my store of love while I was a child. I loved my father. I cannot tell you how fondly. I do not think there are many fathers who are loved as he was. I poured out all my treasures of affection at his feet. I have no love left for a husband." "What, Violet, not if your old friend Roderick Vawdrey were pleading?" asked Lord Mallow. It was an unlucky speech. If Lord Mallow had had a chance, which he had not, that speech would have spoilt it. Violet started to her feet, her cheeks crimson, her eyes flashing. "It is shameful, abominable of you to say such a thing," she cried, her voice tremulous with indignation. "I will never forgive you for that dastardly speech. Come, Argus." She had mounted the broad oak stairs with light swift foot before Lord Mallow could apologise. He was terribly crestfallen. "I was a brute," he muttered to himself, "but I hit the bull's-eye. It is that fellow she loves. Hard upon me, when I ask for nothing but to be her slave and adore her all the days of my life. And I know that Winstanley would have been pleased. How lovely she looked when she was angry, her tawny hair gleaming in the firelight, her great brown eyes flashing. Yes, it's the Hampshire squire she cares for, and I'm out of it. I'll go and shoot the pheasants," concluded Lord Mallow savagely. "Those beggars shall not have it all their own way to-day." He went off to get his gun, in the worst humour he had ever been in since he was a child, and cried for the moon. He spent the whole day in a young oak plantation, ankle deep in oozy mud, moss, and dead fern, making havoc among the innocent birds. He was in so bloodthirsty a temper that he felt as if he could have shot a covey of young children, had they come in his way, with all the ferocity of a modern Herod. "I think I've spoiled Winstanley's coverts for this year at any rate," he said to himself as he tramped homeward in the early darkness, with no small hazard of losing himself in one of those ghostly plantations which were all exactly alike, and in which a man might walk all day long without meeting anything nearer humanity than a trespassing forest pony that had leapt a fence in quest of more sufficing food than the scanty herbage of the open woods. Lord Mallow got on better than might have been expected. He went east when he thought to have gone west, and found himself in Queen Bowers when he fancied himself in Gretnam Wood. But he did not walk more than 6 miles out of his way, and he got home somehow at last, which was much for a stranger to the ground. The stable clock was chiming the 6:15 when he went into the hall where Vixen had left him in anger that morning. The great wood fire was burning gaily, and Captain Winstanley was sitting in a Glastonbury chair in front of it. "Went for the birds after all, old fellow," he said, without looking round, recognising the tread of Lord Mallow's shooting boots. "You found it too dismal in the house, I suppose? Consistently abominable weather, isn't it? You must be soaked to the skin." "I suppose I am," answered the other carelessly, "but I've been soaked a good many times before, and it hasn't done me much harm. Thanks to the modern inventions of the waterproof makers, the soaking begins inside instead of out. I should call myself parboiled. Take off your oilskins and come and talk. You'll have a nip, won't you?" added Captain Winstanley, ringing the bell. "Kirschenwasser, Curaçao, Glenlivet, which shall it be?" "Glenlivet," answered Lord Mallow, "and plenty of it. I'm in the humour in which a man must either drink inordinately or cut his throat." "Were the birds unapproachable?" asked Captain Winstanley, laughing, "or were the dogs troublesome?" "Birds and dogs were perfect, but well, I suppose I'd better make a clean breast of it. I've had a capital time here. Oh, here comes the whisky. Hold your hand, old fellow," cried Lord Mallow, as his host poured the Glenlivet somewhat recklessly into a soda-water tumbler. "You mustn't take me too literally. Just moisten the bottom of the glass with whisky before you put in the soda. That's as much as I care about." "All right, you were saying." "That my visit here has been simply delightful, and that I must go to London by an early train to-morrow." "Paradoxical," remarked the captain. "That sounds like your well-bred servant who tells you that he has nothing to say against the situation, but he wishes to leave you at the end of his month. What's the matter, dear boy? Do you find our forest hermitage too dull?" "I should ask nothing kinder from fate than to be allowed to spend my days in your forest. Yes, I would say good-bye to the green hills and vales of County Cork, and become the detestable being an absentee, if Fortune smiled on me. But she doesn't, you see, and I must go. Perhaps you may have perceived, Winstanley, perhaps you may not have been altogether averse from the idea. In a word, I have fallen over head and ears in love with your bewitching stepdaughter." "My dear fellow, I'm delighted. It is the thing I would have wished had I been bold enough to wish for anything so good. And of course Violet is charmed. You are the very man for her." "Am I? So I thought myself till this morning. Unfortunately the young lady is of a different opinion. She has refused me." "Refused you? Tch, they all begin that way. It's one of the small diplomacies of the sex. They think they enhance their value by an assumed reluctance. Nonsense, man. Try again. She can't help liking you." "I would try again every day for a 12-month if there were a scintilla of hope. My life should be a series of offers. But the thing is decided. I know from her manner, from her face, that I have no chance. I have been in the habit of thinking myself rather a nice kind of fellow, and the women have encouraged the idea. But I don't answer here, Winstanley. Miss Tempest will have nothing to say to me." "She's a fool," said Captain Winstanley, with his teeth set, and that dark look of his which meant harm to somebody. "I'll talk to her." "My dear Winstanley, understand, I'll have no coercion. If I win her, I must do it off my own bat. Dearly as I love her, if you were to bring her to me conquered and submissive, like Iphigenia at the altar, I would not have her. I love her much too well to ask any sacrifice of inclination from her. I love her too well to accept anything less than her free, unfettered heart. She cannot give me that, and I must go. I'd much rather you should say nothing about me, either to her or her mother." "But I shall say a great deal to both," exclaimed the captain, desperately angry. "I am indignant. I am outraged by her conduct. What in heaven's name does this wilful girl want in a husband? You have youth, good looks, good temper, talent, tastes that harmonise with her own. You can give her a finer position than she has any right to expect, and she refuses you. She is a spoiled child who doesn't know her own mind or her own advantage. She has a diabolical temper and is as wild as a hawk. Egad, I congratulate you on your escape, Mallow. She was not born to make any man happy." "Small thanks for your congratulations," retorted the Irishman. "She might have made me happy if she had chosen. I would have forgiven her tempers and loved her for her wildness. She is the sweetest woman I ever knew, as fresh and fair as your furzy hilltops, but she is not for me. Fate never meant me to be so blessed." "She will change her mind before she is many months older," said Captain Winstanley. "Her father and mother have spoilt her. She is a creature of whims and fancies, and must be ridden on the curb." "I would ride her with the lightest snaffle bit that was ever made," protested Lord Mallow, "but there's no use in talking about it. You won't think me discourteous or ungrateful if I clear out of this to-morrow morning, will you, Winstanley?" "Certainly not," answered his host, "but I shall think you a confounded ass. Why not wait and try your luck again?" "Simply because I know it would be useless. Truth and candour shine in that girl's eyes. She has a soul above the petty trickeries of her sex. No from her lips means no, between this and eternity. Oh, thrice blessed will that man be to whom she answers yes, for she will give him the tenderest, truest, most generous heart in creation." "You answer boldly for her on so short an acquaintance." "I answer as a man who loves her, and who has looked into her soul," replied Lord Mallow. "You and she don't hit it over well, I fancy." "No, we began by disliking each other, and we have been wonderfully constant to our first opinions." "I can't understand." "Can't you? You will perhaps some day, if you ever have a handsome stepdaughter who sets up her back against you from the beginning of things. Have you ever seen a sleek, handsome tabby put herself on the defensive at the approach of a terrier, her back arched, her eyes flashing green lightnings, her tail lashing itself, her whiskers bristling? That's my stepdaughter's attitude towards me, and I dare say before long I shall feel her claws. There goes the gong, and we must go too. I'm sorry Miss Tempest has been such a fool, Mallow, but I must repeat my congratulations, even at the risk of offending you." There were no duets that evening. Vixen was as cold as ice, and as silent as a statue. She sat in the shadow of her mother's armchair after dinner, turning over the leaves of Doré's Tennyson, pausing to contemplate Elaine with half contemptuous pity, a curious feeling that hurt her like a physical pain. "Poor wretch," she mused. "Are there women in our days so weak as to love where they can never be loved again, I wonder? It is foolish enough in a man, but he cures himself as quickly as the mongoose that gets bitten by a snake, and runs away to find the herb which is an antidote to the venom, and comes back ready to fight the snake again." "Are we not going to have any music?" asked Mrs. Winstanley languidly, more interested in the picot her clever needle was executing on a piece of Italian point than in the reply. "Lord Mallow, can you not persuade Violet to join you in one of those sweet duets of Mendelssohn's?" "Indeed, mamma, I couldn't sing a note. I'm as husky as a raven." "I'm not surprised to hear it," said the Captain, looking up from his study of the Gardener's Chronicle. "No doubt you managed to catch cold last night while you were mooning upon the terrace with young Vawdrey." "How very incautious of you, Violet!" exclaimed Mrs. Winstanley in her complaining tone. "I was not cold, mamma. I had my warm cloak." "But you confess you have caught cold." "I detest colds. They always go through a house. I shall be the next victim, I dare say, and with me a cold is martyrdom. I'm afraid you must find us very dull, Lord Mallow, for New Year's Day, when people expect to be lively. We ought to have had a dinner party." "My dear Mrs. Winstanley, I don't care a straw about New Year's Day, and I'm not in a lively vein. This quiet evening suits me much better than high jinks, I assure you." "It's very good of you to say so." "Come and play a game of billiards," said Captain Winstanley, throwing down his paper. "Upon my honour, I'd rather sit by the fire and watch Mrs. Winstanley at her point lace. I'm in an abominably lazy mood after my tramp in those soppy plantations," answered Lord Mallow, who felt a foolish pleasure, mingled with bitterest regrets, in being in the same room with the girl he loved. She was hidden from him in her shadowy corner, shrouded on one side by the velvet drapery of the fireplace, on the other by her mother's chair. He could only catch a glimpse of her auburn plaits now and then as her head bent over her open book. He never heard her voice or met her eyes, and yet it was sweet to him to sit in the same room with her. "Come, Mallow, you can sing us something at any rate," said the Captain, suppressing a yawn. "I know you can play your own accompaniment when you please. You can't be too idle to give us one of Moore's melodies." "I'll sing if you like, Mrs. Winstanley," assented Lord Mallow, "but I'm afraid you must be tired of my songs. My repertoire is rather limited." "Your songs are charming," said Mrs. Winstanley. The Irishman seated himself at the distant piano, struck a chord or two, and began the old melody with its familiar refrain. Oh, there's nothing half so sweet in life as love's young dream. Before his song was finished, Violet had kissed her mother and glided silently from the room. Lord Mallow saw her go, and there was a sudden break in his voice as the door closed upon her, a break that sounded almost like a suppressed sob. When Vixen came down to breakfast next morning, she found the table laid only for 3. "What has become of Lord Mallow?" she asked Forbes when he brought in the urn. "He left by an early train, ma'am. Captain Winstanley drove him to Lyndhurst." The old servants of the Abbey House had not yet brought themselves to speak of their new lord as master. He was always Captain Winstanley. The captain came in while Violet knelt by the fire playing with Argus, whom even the new rule had not banished wholly from the family sitting rooms. The servants filed in for morning prayers, which Captain Winstanley delivered in a cold hard voice. His manual of family worship was of concise and business-like form, and the whole ceremony lasted about 7 minutes. Then the household dispersed quickly, and Forbes brought in his tray of covered dishes. "You can pour out the tea, Violet. Your mother is feeling a little tired and will breakfast in her room." "Then I think, if you'll excuse me, I'll have my breakfast with her," said Vixen. "She'll be glad of my company, I daresay." "She has a headache and will be better alone. Stop where you are, if you please, Violet. I have something serious to say to you." Vixen left off pouring out the tea, clasped her hands in her lap, and looked at Captain Winstanley with the most resolute expression he had ever seen in a woman's face. "Are you going to talk to me about Lord Mallow?" she asked. "Yes." "Then spare yourself the trouble. It would be useless." "I cannot conceive that you should be so besotted as to refuse a man who offers so much, a man who has wealth, rank, youth, good looks. Spare me the catalogue of your friend's merits. I think him a most estimable person. I acknowledge his rank and wealth, but I have refused him." "You will change your mind." "I never change my mind." "You will live to repent your folly then, Miss Tempest, and all I hope is that your remorse may be keen. It is not 1 woman in 1,000 who gets such a chance. What are you that you should throw it away?" "I am a woman who would sooner cut my throat than marry a man I cannot honestly love," answered Vixen with unblenching firmness. "I think I understand your motive," said Captain Winstanley. "Lord Mallow never had a chance with you. The ground waft occupied before he came. You are a very foolish girl to reject so good an offer for the sake of another woman's sweetheart." "How dare you say that to me?" cried Vixen. "You have usurped my father's place. You have robbed me of my mother's heart. Is not that cause enough for me to hate you? I have only one friend left in the world, Roderick Vawdrey, and you would slander me because I cling to that old friendship, the last remnant of my happy childhood. You might have a dozen such friends, if friendship is all you want, and be Lady Mallow into the bargain," retorted Captain Winstanley scornfully. "You are a simpleton to send such a man away despairing, but I suppose it is idle to ask you to hear reason. I am not your father, and even if I were, I daresay you would take your own way in spite of me." "My father would not have asked me to marry a man I did not love," answered Vixen proudly, her eyes clouding with tears even at the thought of her beloved dead. "And he would have valued Lord Mallow's rank and fortune no more than I do. But you are so fond of a bargain," she added, her eye kindling and her lip curving with the bitterest scorn. "You sold Bullfinch, and now you want to sell me." "By heaven, madam, I pity the man who may be fool enough to buy you," cried the captain, starting up from his untasted breakfast and leaving Vixen mistress of the field. End of Volume 2, Chapter 13.
Volume 2, Chapter 14 of Vixen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Candace Stellick, Dallas, Texas. Vixen by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Volume 2, Chapter 14. Kurz ist die Schmerz und ewig ist die Freude. Captain Winstanley said no more about Lord Mallow, but Violet had to listen to much plaintive bemoaning from her mother, who could not understand how any well-brought-up young woman could refuse an Irish peer with a fine estate and the delights of a trousseau made by the renowned Theodore. Upon this latter detail Mrs. Winstanley dwelt at more length than upon that minor circumstance in a marriage, the bridegroom. "It would have been such a pleasure to me to plan your trousseau, darling," she said. "Such an occupation for my mind in these wretched winter afternoons when there is no possibility of driving or making calls. I should have attended to everything myself. Theodore's general way is to make a list of what she thinks necessary, allowing her customer to correct it, but I should not have been satisfied with that, even from Theodore, though I admit that her taste is perfect. And then, you know, she is hand in glove with Worth, and that alone is a liberal education, as somebody says somewhere about something. No, dear, I would have done it all myself. I know the exact shades that suit your complexion, the dashes of color that contrast with and light up your hair, the style that sets off your figure. Your trousseau should be talked about in society and even described in the fashion magazines. And then Lord Mallow is really so very nice, and has such a charming baritone. What more can you want?" "Only to love him, mamma dearest, which I do not, and never shall. That frank, loud voice of his does not stir a fibre of my heart. I like him extremely, and so I do Mr. Scobel and Bates the groom. Lord Mallow is no more to me than either of those. Indeed, Bates is much nearer and dearer, for he loved my father." "My dear Violet, you have the most republican ideas. Imagine anyone putting Bates on a level with Lord Mallow." "I don't, mamma. I only say he is more to me than Lord Mallow could ever be." "Your travelling dress," murmured Mrs. Winstanley, her mind still dwelling on the trousseau. "That affords more scope for taste than the wedding gown. Velvet suits your style, but is too heavy for your age. A soft, clinging cashmere. Now, one of those delicious neutral tints that have been so fashionable lately, over an underskirt of a warmer color in poult de soie, a picturesque costume that would faintly recall Lely's portraits at Hampton Court. Dear mamma, what is the use of talking about dresses I am never going to require? Not for all the finery that Theodore ever made would I marry Lord Mallow, or anybody else. I am happy enough with you, and my horse, and my dog, and all the dear old things, animal and vegetable, that belong to this dear old place. I shall never leave you, or the forest. Can you not be content to know this and let me alone? You are a very wilful girl, Violet, and ridiculously blind to your own interests," remarked Mrs. Winstanley, throwing herself back in her chair with a fretful look. "And you put me in an absurd position. The Duchess quite congratulated me about your brilliant prospects when we were chatting together on New Year's Eve. Anybody could see how devoted Lord Mallow was, she said, and what a splendid match it would be for you." "Let the Duchess marry her own daughter, and leave me alone," cried Vixen scornfully. This was the kind of thing she had to endure continually during the chill winter months that followed Lord Mallow's departure. Even her old friends the Scobels worried her about the Irish peer, and lamented her inability to perceive his merits. It was known throughout her particular circle that she had been idiotic enough to refuse Lord Mallow. Mrs. Winstanley had whispered the fact to all her friends, under the seal of strictest secrecy. Of all Vixen's acquaintance, Roderick Vawdrey was the only one who said no word to her about Lord Mallow, but he was much kinder to her after the Irishman's departure than he had shown himself during his visit. Spring put on her green mantle, and when the woods were starred with primroses, and the banks lovely with heaven-hued dog violets, everyone of any pretension to importance in the social scale began to flee from the forest as from a loathsome place. Lord Ellangowan's train of vans and wagons set out for the railway station with their load of chests and baskets. Julius Caesar's baggage was as nothing to the Saratoga trunks and bonnet boxes of Lady Ellangowan. The departure of the Israelites from Egypt was hardly a mightier business than this immigration of the Ellangowan household. The Duke and Duchess and Lady Mabel Ashbourne left for the Queen Anne house at Kensington, whereat the fashionable London papers broke out in paragraphs of rejoicing, and the local journals bewailed the extinction of their son. The London season had begun, and only the nobodies stayed in the forest to watch the rosy sunsets glow and fade behind the yellow oaks, to see the purple of the beech boughs change mysteriously to brightest green, and the bluebells burst into blossom in the untrodden glades and bottoms. Captain Winstanley found a small house in Mayfair, which he hired for 6 weeks, at a rent which he pronounced exorbitant. He sacrificed his own ideas of prudence to the gratification of his wife, who had made up her mind that she had scarcely the right to exist until she had been presented to her sovereign in her new name. But when Mrs. Winstanley ventured to suggest the Duchess of Dovedale as her sponsor on this solemn occasion, her husband sternly tabooed the notion. "My aunt, Lady Susan Winstanley, is the proper person to present you," he said authoritatively. "But is she really your aunt, Conrad? You never mentioned her before we were married." "She is my father's third cousin by marriage, but we have always called her aunt. She is the widow of Major General Winstanley, who distinguished himself in the last war with Tippoo Saib, and had a place at court in the reign of William IV. "She must be dreadfully old and dowdy," sighed Mrs. Winstanley, whose only historical idea of the Sailor King's reign was as a period of short waists and beaver bonnets. "She is not a chicken, and she does not spend 800 a year on her dressmaker," retorted the captain. "But she is a very worthy woman, and highly respected by her friends." "Why should you ask a favour of the Duchess of Dovedale?" "Her name would look so well in the papers," pleaded Mrs. Winstanley. "The name of your husband's kinswoman will look much more respectable," answered the captain, and in this, as in most matters, he had his own way. Lady Susan Winstanley was brought from her palatial retirement to spend a fortnight in Mayfair. She was bony, wiggy, and snuffy, wore false teeth and seedy apparel, but she was well bred and well informed, and Vixen got on with her much better than with the accomplished captain. Lady Susan took to Vixen, and these two went out for early walks together in the adjacent Green Park, and perambulated the picture galleries before Mrs. Winstanley had braced herself up for the fatigues of a fashionable afternoon. Sometimes they came across Mr. Vawdrey at a picture gallery or in the park, and at the first of these chance meetings, struck by the obvious delight with which the two young people greeted each other, Lady Susan jumped to a conclusion. "That's your young man, I suppose, my dear," she said bluntly, when Rorie had left them. "Oh, Lady Susan!" "It's a vulgar expression, I know, my dear, but it comes natural to me. I hear it so often from our housemaids." "I fancied that you and that handsome young fellow must be engaged." "Oh, no, we are only friends. He is engaged to Lady Mabel Ashbourne. A very grand match." "That's a pity," said Lady Susan. "Why?" "Well, my dear," answered the old lady hesitatingly, "because when one hears of a grand match it generally means that a young man is marrying for the sake of money, and that young old friend of yours looks too good to throw himself away like that." "Oh, but indeed, Lady Susan, it is not so in Rorie's case. He has plenty of money of his own." That important day came, and Lady Susan, Mrs. Winstanley, and Violet packed themselves and their finery into a capacious carriage, and set off for St. James's. The fair Pamela's costume was an elaborate example of Theodore's highest art, colours, design, all of the newest, a delicate harmony of half tints, and indescribable interblending of feathers, lace, and flowers. Violet was simply and elegantly dressed by the same great artist. Lady Susan wore a petticoat and train that must have been made in the time of Queen Adelaide. Yes, the faded and unknown hue of the substantial brocade, the skimpiness of the satin, the quaint devices in piping cord and feather stitch, must assuredly have been coeval with that good woman's famous hat and spencer. Poor Mrs. Winstanley was horrified when she saw her husband's kinswoman attired for the ceremony. Not a whit less wiggy and snuffy than usual, and with 3 lean ostrich feathers starting erect from her back hair, like the ladies in the proscenium boxes of Skelt's Theatre, whose gaily painted effigies were so dear to our childhood. Poor Pamela felt inclined to shed tears. Even her confidence in the perfection of her own toilet could hardly sustain her against the horror of being presented by such a scarecrow. The ceremony went off satisfactorily, in spite of Lady Susan's acquainted garments. Nobody laughed. Perhaps the habituates of St. James's were accustomed to scarecrows. Violet's fresh young beauty attracted some little notice as she waited among the crowd of debutantes, but on its being ascertained that she was nobody in particular, curiosity languished and died. Mrs. Winstanley wanted to exhibit her court dress at the opera that evening, but her husband protested against this display as bad style. Vixen was only too glad to throw off her finery, the tulle puffings and festoonings and floral wreaths and bouquets, which made movement difficult and sitting down almost impossible. Those 6 weeks in town were chiefly devoted to gaiety. Mrs. Winstanley's Hampshire friends called on her, and followed up their calls by invitations to dinner, and at the dinners she generally met people who were on the eve of giving a garden party, or a concert, or a dance, and who begged to be allowed to send her a card for that entertainment, spoken of modestly as a thing of no account. And then there was a hurried interchange of calls, and Violet found herself meandering about an unknown croquet lawn, amongst unknown nobodies, under a burning sun, looking at other girls dressed like herself in dresses a la Theodore, with the last thing in sleeves and the last cut in trains, all pretending to be amused by the vapid and languid observations of the cavalier told off to them, paired like companions of the chain of Toulon, and is almost as joyous. Violet Tempest attended no less than 8 private concerts during those 6 weeks, and heard the same new ballad and the same latest gavotte in C minor at every one of them. She was taken to pianoforte recitals in fashionable squares and streets, and heard Bach and Beethoven till her heart ached with pity for the patient labor of the performers, knowing how poorly she and the majority of mankind appreciated their efforts. She went to a few dances that were rather amusing, and waltzed to her heart's content. She rode Arion in the Row, and horse and rider were admired as perfect after than kind. Once she met Lord Mallow riding beside Lady Mabel Ashbourne and the Duke of Dovedale. His florid cheek paled a little at the sight of her. They passed each other with a friendly bow, and this was their only meeting. Lord Mallow left cards at the house in Mayfair a week before the Winstanleys went back to Hampshire. He had been working hard at his senatorial duties, and had made some telling speeches upon the Irish land question. People talked of him as a rising politician, and whenever his name appeared in the morning papers, Mrs. Winstanley uplifted her voice at the breakfast table, and made her wail about Violet's folly in refusing such an excellent young man. "It would have been so nice to be able to talk about my daughter, Lady Mallow and Castle Mallow," said Pamela in confidence to her husband. "No doubt, my dear," he answered coolly. "But when you bring up a young woman to have her own way in everything, you must take the consequences." "It is very ungrateful of Violet," sighed the afflicted mother, "after the pains I have taken to dress her prettily, ever since she was a baby. It is a very poor return for my care." End of Volume 2, Chapter 14. Recording by Candace Dullock, Dallas, Texas.